right descended from a royal house. We of the Ngāti Hoa should recognize this, along with our brothers from the Atiawa."
Tamahana is playing along with my story of our lineage. He smiles at me.
"Black Hawk, we too would wish to honor your ancestors. It is only right that we should do so."
I hear a general hum of approval among the rangatira. Finally, Chief Wiramu Tamahana puts up his hand to signal silence, and when the assembly is once again quiet, he makes his announcement.
2 nights past, Tommo's wahine gave birth to a girl child. The mother has died in childbirth, and there is only a grandmother to care for the newborn infant. Her paps are dry, and so I have decided this child should come into my household."
He smiles.
"My women grow lazy and fat. They shall be happy to care for the infant."
I can see that the elders are curious as to why Wiramu Tamahana would even speak of this women's business, and the chief responds.
"I talk of this because we have not hitherto acknowledged the true status of Black Hawk and his brother Tommo, and must now do so in the naming of this girl child."
Tamahana gazes about him for several moments.
"I am Ariki, and have communed with the dead on this matter, and the ancestors have found a way. They would like this child to be named Hinetitama."
All this is so very neatly put by Tamahana that there is only a short discussion about it, and this mainly by the Tohunga, who search for a precedent in ceremony which they might use to help fulfill this request. 10 minutes later, they nod their assent to the chief. Tommo's daughter is to be called Princess Hinetitama Te Solomon, and her ancestral claim to this title is to be the great King Solomon of the tribe of Israel. The Atiawa ancestors may have gained the services of Iki Slomon, but the Ngāti Hoa have acquired a royal princess of impeccable lineage. I am again overwhelmed by the kindness of this great chief, and my words cannot express the gratitude I feel for the honor he has bestowed on Tommo and me. Chief Wiramu Tamahana then talks briefly of our wish to leave, and explains that he will help us to gain passage on a boat to Australia. This news is received with the greatest regret by all. Several of the rangatira make speeches asking me to reconsider. Even the Tohunga are most cordial for once, and the oldest among them expresses the wish that Tommo and I remain within the tribe when we depart.
"We shall always consider you Mori, for no Mori warrior could have honored us more," Chief Tamahana concludes. "Black Hawk, in the name of our ancestors, we salute you and wish you a safe journey across the sea. Our spirit goes with you always."
I am once more overcome with emotion. I have nothing but love for the Ngāti Hoa, who have shown Tommo and me such care. I fear we shall never repay the debt we owe them. I stand to address the chief and the elders. "Chief Tamahana and all of the Ngāti Hoa tribe, you have been my brothers in peace and in war. Your counsel and wisdom have turned me from a callow youth into a grown man, and as long as I live I shall cherish you in my heart. I would like to commend to you the man who first brought us here, Hammerhead Jack. I know that I am less a man with both eyes and both arms than he is with only one of each. I shall honor his name and his tribe as long as I have voice to speak of them. I know that if my brother Tommo were here, he would say the same. We have left behind a girl child, the Princess Hinetitama Te Solomon. She is proof to you all that we love and honor your tribe, and I hope that we may return one day. I ask that you keep a place on the marae for my brother and me, where we may sit with pride among the rangatira and the Tohunga. I request most humbly that you keep our name and our lineage on the lips of your old women, so that the Princess Hinetitama will learn of us and know that we left her with the people we loved." Much applause follows, until Tamahana holds up his hand for silence.
"Black Hawk, the women wait outside to sing, and they have asked for a message to carry in your honor, in some future song they wish to compose in your memory."
I am close to tears, and when the words come, they are the best I can manage. "May you find peace and hold your land safe and secure for your children. Keep forever your pride in yourselves. I pray you do this in the name of your ancestors and your children yet unborn and their children. I bowed to Chief Tamahana. I leave you knowing that whatever happens in my life, my spirit will always dwell among the great Maori people. Farewell, beloved friends. Until I return, I shall carry you in my heart always. We leave the marae, and are soon surrounded by a great host of women, who, except for the very foremost, are too close packed to dance the poi. As we emerge, they commence to sing a haunting lament, and I am at once flooded with tears. Chapter 13. Tommo. The Land of the Long White Cloud, July 1860. All I can think of is the black bottle. I doesn't think of Makareta or even our baby. It'd be too hard. I must remove Makareta from me head, for I can't bear the sorrow. I've got to drown it, kill it, make it go away before it takes a hold of me. There is only one way I knows to do this, the black bottle. It's the Cape brandy for yours truly. That's all I think of as I leave Tamahana's village. Even Hawk ain't in me mind. I can't think of anything or anyone what might stop me from getting a drink. My head hurts most terrible from the gun wound. I don't care if I lives or dies. I think I'm going mad. I pass several Maori on the road what greet me and seem to know who I am, but I don't care enough even to reply. I walk for hours before I even think about where I might be headed, or what might happen to me if I'm recognised by a Pakeha. I wears a blanket and sandals in the fashions of the Maori, and would seem most odd to any white man what looks at me for more than a moment. It'd be stupid to go to a small town where I'd be recognised before I even gets a drink, so I decides to push on to Auckland, where I can more easily disappear into a grog den or 1 shilling hell. I ain't felt the slightest hunger. My stomach craves only spirits, and there's a great gnawing at me guts. But by evening I knows I has to eat, or I'll never reach me destination, the black bottle. I stops in at a Maori village, what I know ain't on the side of the British, as some round these parts are. It seems they don't know me, thank Christ. But I speak their language, obey their customs, and wear their clothes and charms, so they accept me. I ain't the first Pakeha to take up the Maori style of living, and they are a generous-natured people. After feeding me, they ask if I want a hut for the night. But I'm used to sleeping rough, and now that I'm fed, I'm anxious to keep going. There is a clear sky for once, and a bright moon, and no bitter cold wind blowing from the south. On the morning of the second day, I comes upon settlers twice. The first I sees is a lone man with an horse and dray, piled high with cabbages. The other is a man with his wife and family, and all their worldly possessions packed on a bullock cart. I hides myself off the roadside as they pass by. Me head has cleared somewhat, and I realise that I can't enter Auckland dressed as a Maori and hope to sit down to a game of cards. I should have bailed up the cove in the cabbage cart and swapped me clobber for his, though he were dressed as a farm labourer, a poor enough outfit for a man seeking a game of poker in the city. Towards evening I spies a farmhouse set back from the road. The weather is fine, but it will soon enough close in, as it does most nights, and I need to find shelter. I watch the house, and if the chance comes up, get inside and find me some Pakeha clothes. I follow a small stream up to the farmhouse, and find a spot from where I can see the comings and goings of the farm folk. Sure enough, I soon see 2 lads bringing in 6 cows. For one terrible moment I thinks of the 2 lads we killed. I remember how me darling Makareta used to comfort me in the nights when I was sick at heart with myself, when I'd wake affrighted, having dreamt of the wilderness again. But I must put Makareta out of me head. From now on, it's just Tommo on his own again. I looks more closely at the lads. One is near me size, dressed in rags, and the other's smaller, perhaps 3 years younger, 9 or 10 years old. The house is neat and well kept, with a bit of a vegetable garden at the back. They looks like poor but respectable folk, probably churchgoers, and if so, the elder might have a change of clothes for Sunday best what could fit. I starts to make me plans. Cows need milking in the early morning, requiring all hands on deck. If there's a missus about, then she'll be in the barn not long after dawn to see to the churning, and so the house will stand empty.
The boys and the cows are followed by 2 border collies, what might prove a nuisance. But dogs usually follow their masters and will no doubt be at the milking shed in the morning too, for a dish of milk or curds. The barn is upwind of the farmhouse, and so they'll not scent me, and I reckon I can slip in from the back without being seen. Shortly after, I see the farmer coming in on a huge plough horse, the sort I've heard called Percherons. He's seated on its back without saddle or harness, a stout fella, not too tall, though it'd be hard to judge with him sitting so high on the beast. Perhaps his Sunday best would suit me better than the lad's. Then a woman comes out the back of the house and yells at the 2 lads to come in for tea. I reckons I has the family just about complete, as there don't seem to be no farm labourers about. I spends the remaining light exploring the creek, while I crosses so the dogs will not pick up me scent. The brook leads to a small river, and round a bend I discover an eel weir, and with it a nice fat eel in a basket trap. I gather dry timber what makes only a little smoke, and I cook the eel under the shade of a tree what will help hide any signs of a fire. With a full stomach I goes back, and builds a snug-eyed, well-concealed, from where I can easily see the farmhouse. I'm hardly inside it when the rain comes down and darkness falls. Some squabbling tuies wakes me at dawn. This be most fortunate, because next I sees the farmer's wife carrying 2 silver buckets towards the barn, the dogs yapping at her eels. Her 2 sons follow behind, and then the farmer himself comes out, scratching his bollocks and sneezing twice. I wait for another sneeze, but it don't happen, and I wonder if this be an omen or something. God, I thinks, I'm becoming a flaming Maori, looking for signs and portents in everything. I wait several minutes before removing me sandals and wading through the freezing water of the creek towards the house. A thin mist hangs low over the paddocks, and the air smells of more rain to come as I creep towards the farmhouse. The kitchen door be open, of course, and there's a small fire on the hearth. I smell a stew, and I'm half tempted to help myself. But I press on into the main bedchamber, where I finds a large brass bed, a cupboard, and a timber chest against the far wall. I am drawn to the chest and open it, only to find within it a wedding dress, careful folded away. Again I thinks of Muckerata, and that we might have been wed. Then I kills the thought quick, and tells myself I has no interest in wedding dresses. I'm about to close the lid on the chest and the picture it brings to me mind, when I thinks to look a little further. Beneath the wedding dress, to me great delight, is a suit of brown tweed, smelling of camphor. I pull it out and find it's in almost perfect fit. I can only guess it were the wedding suit of the farmer, before his wife's cooking helped him to his present size. I thinks again of the soup, what smells delicious, but I can't draw attention to myself by taking a bowl. I place the wedding dress back as I found it, and close the chest. In the cupboard are 3 blouses hanging upon a single peg. I takes the third, what's hid behind the other 2. It will do well enough, for it is made of wool and has scarce been mended. Under the bed I finds a sturdy pair of well-dubbined boots. It will take well until the Sabbath for the farmer to discover the loss of his boots and blouse, and months or years before he finds his wedding suit is missing. I am now possessed of a complete outfit. I am out of the house in a flash with me booty under me arm, and I'm halfway across the first paddock before I remembers a hat. Shit! I can't walk around with me head wound showing, and the Maori cap I wears won't look right with the parkier clothes. I race back to the house. In the small front parlour I finds an old felt hat on the wall. It be too big for me and falls over me eyes, but I am glad, as it will cover me wound without pressing down upon it. My heart is banging like a tom-tom as I flee across the paddock to me secret spot. Long before the sun's climbed up in the sky, I'm back on the road in me new outfit. I has hid me sandals and Maori fighting axe in me blanket, and torn me old tattered blouse to make toe pads. These I stuff into me new boots so that they fits better. I does the same to the inside brim of me hat, leaving a small space so me wound can breathe and the lining don't rub against it. The suit fits well enough, and though the blouse is too big, I has it tucked in and bunched and knotted at the back. I could hardly have done better for myself. The suit proclaims me a bumpkin well enough, but not one without resources. A yokel come to the city to chance his luck or spend his butter and cheese earnings on matching his skill at cards. There is a soft drizzle to the day, but the tweed's thick and will keep the damp out. I strap me blanket roll to me back, and it's away to Auckland for old Tommo. I know well what to do. Thanks to me wilderness years, nobody can play the idjit better. With me hat close pulled over me eyes, I look like the original Patsy Mark, what makes a wharf gambler rub his hands with glee. It's a thorough disguise, and in the dim light of a hell or tavern, I'll be nigh impossible to pick out as Tommo ex Solomon. I'm well through my 19th year, and has grown a tolerable beard. Me face still makes me look young, all the better to gull some greedy bastard bent on fleecing me. I'd be all set up for an adventure if it weren't for the craving in me belly, the pain in me head, and the struggle not to remember anything. Instead, I knows I'm only going to play long enough to secure a black bottle, and then another, and another, till I can no longer remember me own name. I will need a coin or two to match the stakes. Even a shilling would do to enter a small game in an alley or tavern, and I think to sell me tinderbox, which frankly ain't worth much more. 2 shillings will buy me a bottle of cape, and I'll be damned if I can't turn 1 shilling into 2 at any game of flats. I'm less than an hour on the road when I realise me feet be in trouble. Since living with the Maori, I ain't used to wearing boots. Now Farmer Mookow's boots be rubbing me heels most severe, and I feel sure there be blisters forming the size of me thumbnail. I stop and remove the boots and put me sandals back on, tying the boots together by their laces and slinging them round me neck, the way folks do in the wilderness when they's travelling some distance on foot to a wedding or funeral. The next day I'm offered a lift on a settler's dray. At first I thinks to say no, but realise this be more dangerous than agreeing. No white man had willingly walked 20 mile when he can sit on his arse and spit on the heads of any passing Maori. If me new-found benefactor notices me Maori sandals, he don't say nothing. In fact, he proves somewhat of a clod, a slow-talking cove by the name of Timmy Dankmarsh. He's a farmer and fisherman with 6 sprats, 4 boys, 2 girls, and his wife be with child again. I ask him to drop me off on the outskirts of Auckland, saying I must visit a friend on a farm nearby. When he asks the name of me friend, I says Jones quick enough. Tom Jones being the name of a most randy book Hawke taught me to read on board ship. Mr. Timmy Dankmarsh thinks about me friend's name for 5 minutes. Must be a new allotment. I doesn't know no Jones. He thinks for a few minutes more and shakes his head real slow. No Jones. I doesn't know him, that's certain. Then he pauses again, so I swears I can hear him thinking. Not this side of town, anyways. No Jones this side of town. Other side, maybe, but not this side. A trooper what's come with his family from New South Wales to settle, I tries. Oh, says Dankmarsh. Trooper, is it? He thinks a while, then adds, Don't know no trooper fella lives that side. But he don't say no more on the matter. I walk the last 2 miles into Auckland, and arrives as the 1 o'clock steam whistle sounds from the sawmill near the wharf. What a place! I had set me mind upon something different, perhaps like Hobart Town. I were expecting a proper town with straight, well-paved, tree-lined streets, houses and cottages of a neat appearance of stone and brick, and shops with a good display of tempting merchandise. This place ain't nothing of the sort. And it's the main port in New Zealand, the centre of commercial life of the North Island. I can scarce believe me eyes. I comes across a main wharf, what seems to be the centre of the town, but the streets leading to it are mud tracks without a paving stone in sight, and most with a trench dug to one side. I thought this were to channel the rainwater away, but later I hear it is to lay pipes for gas. I ain't never heard of a place what's got gas lights before paving stones. The shops are mostly of wood and brick, though dingy looking. Only one building of grand design is to be seen. This be the Union Bank, what's made of white stone, rising higher by 3 times than any other building. It has large columns from top to toe, so it looks like one of them Greek temples Hawks told me about. I've never had no money in a bank, but I remember Ike used to say that to own a bank and earn 10% on other folks' money is the most advantageous thing. On the other hand, to deposit your own money and earn only 2% is a terrible waste. The town runs back from the water and up a steep hill, where the toffs live and where the troopers' barracks are. It's raining again, having stopped mid-morning, and the streets are muddy puddles, sprouting sudden wings of wide brown water as the carts and sulkies go by. I has took to rolling up me breeches, and me feet are covered in red clay. Now I see why that miserable sod Nottingham wanted us brought to trial here, for there ain't a shred of kindness in any of the faces around me. Still and all, every town has its bawdy houses and pubs and places what may usually be found with a little questioning. Muddied up to the calves, I walks along the waterfront, hoping to find a suitable 1 shilling L. I see that other men has removed their boots, so I be no different to them. I enter a tavern, wipes me feet upon the mat at the door, and puts on me boots. I don't even have the price of a glass of ale, so must ask the publican straight out where a friendly card game may be had. "Out!" yells the publican, pointing to the door. "We don't have no truck with your kind here." Then I sees a grog shop in an alley, some ways up from the wharf, what's called the Scrimshaw Tavern. 2 Maori whores stop me outside and make the usual offer. I tell them no, but politely and in their own language. Both laugh, showing me nice white teeth, and one says I can have it for free if I want a knee trembler behind the pub. The whores outside is good news. I got an instinct for places like the Scrimshaw, and I know at once things are beginning to go right. I've seen 2 whaling ships moored in the bay, and know there's a good chance of finding some whalemen here. I'll strike up a conversation with them about finding a game, instead of asking the owner. I hope there's none here what might recognise me ugly gob, but it's been well over 3 years since we was on the Nankin Maiden. Still, I've no doubt that the tale of O'Hara's missing paw is by now a legend of the 7 seas. Inside, the Scrimshaw is crowded with whalemen, and I feel right at home. The tavern is a dark, smoke-filled cave, what reeks of rum and brandy, pipes and cigars, with a filthy floor, the daily sawdust barely covering the vomit. Here's a bloodhouse if ever I seen one, and I'd be most delighted to have found it at last. I knows these men's lingo, and it ain't long before I'm talking to an Irishman what works the trypots on the Cloudy Bay, another whaling ship out of New England. "Tasmania, eh? Hobart Town. Been there. Know it well enough now, don't I?" he shouts when I tell him my own port. "Got one of your lot on board ship. A good man to be sure now. First-class whaleman, but always in trouble with the master. Likes a drink. Should be hereabouts soon enough, I should think." The Irishman offers to stand me an ale, but I decline. Me lips are primed only for the taste of spirits, for the sweet salvation of a bottle of Cape brandy. A mug of beer ain't going to do naught for what ails old Tommo. Besides, I has no way to pay him back. "Suit yourself," he says with a shrug. "But I'll not buy you spirits. They be the ruination of many a good man." "I ain't so sure I am a good man," I says, then asks him if he knows of a poker game going. "Later," he says, "around 10 o'clock. Big game, 5 shillings to show. Perhaps £2 in the pot. You'll not be playing for a penny less, lad." "Oh," says I. "So you're not against the sport of cards, then, just ardent spirits?" "Not at all, not at all," the Irishman repeats. Bringing his frothy whiskers up from the muggy olds, he looks at me sternly. "But they can't be mixed now, can they?" "Cards and brandy? In my book, they's part and parcel of the game of poker," I says cheekily. "Money's the ruination of the one by t'other," the Paddy says again, shaking his fat finger at me. "Stay off the brandy, me lad." "This cove from Tasmania, decent bloke, is he?" I asks, wanting to change the subject. I've grown tired of his many's the ruinations. "Hey, not too bad," he says, then turns and walks away. But he spins around again and stabs a finger at me as if I might have forgotten so soon. "I'll not buy you a drop, me boy. Many's the ruination." I push my way through the crowd, feeling as out of place as a fart in church. I'm looking here and there, as though I be seeking me long-lost cousin Jack. Without a drink in your hand, it ain't easy to look like you belong. I've been away too long from the company of white folk, I decide. When I first comes in, it brought pleasant memories enough, but now I feel somewhat uneasy in all the noise and the smoke. I ain't the old Tommo no more, the bright lad fixing his mark with a smile, full of malarkey and bluff. Instead, I feels myself a stranger. Me head hurts and me tongue's hanging out rusty for want of small talk. Even whaleman's talk, what I thought would come easy to me lips. I can barely speak the Queen's English no more, if ever I could. Suddenly I hears the Irishman's voice boom from across the room. "Over here, Tasmania! Your nigger brother's come!" I nearly drops dead from fright. Hawk has come for me. He's found me already, and I ain't even had a drink. I look up towards the door, expecting to see Hawk standing 2 feet above most of the whalemen in the room, but I don't see nothing of the sort. Then me name is being yelled out for all to hear. "Tommo!" I nearly shits me britches. A thin black arm comes pushing through the throng, followed by the grinning gob of Billy Lanny. "Where you been, eh?" Lanny asks, clapping me on the shoulder. He's drunk, but not hopelessly so. I'm facing the man what brought a flagon of good Cape brandy on board the Nankin Maiden from Hobart Town, and then took his flogging without ever once crying out. I'm glad to see him, but don't know what'll happen next. Not with his shouting me name out and all. But Billy is all smiles, patting me coat up and down as though he's trying to make certain that it's me. "Blurry good, Tommo," he announces finally. "Blurry first class, eh?" "Billy," I hiss. "I'm not Tommo, you hear?" "You, Tommo," he says, patting me again. "Johnny," I hiss. "Me name's Johnny." "Nah, it ain't," he shouts back. "It's Tommo." What's a man to do? Should I scarper? Get the hell out of the place? I look round to see who's looking at us, but the Irishman is way across the room, and them what's close by ain't the least interested. No doubt we can't be heard above the chatter and din of the pub. I take Billy Lanny's hand. "How's you been then, Billy?" "You want a drink?" Billy asks. "Brandy?" I nearly faint at the thought. "I'm skint," I says, pulling out the lining of me trouser pockets. "I can't buy you one back." "Ha, Tommo, me got blurry plenty. What you want, eh?" He pulls out his purse and shows me half a dozen gold solves and as many Yankee silver dollars. "Cripes," says I, and place my hand over his purse while I look about me. "Not here, Billy. Too many villains in a hole like this." Billy ignores me. "What you want, eh? You take, Tommo." He offers me his purse again. I close it and put it back into his jacket. Billy looks at me all solemn-like and puts his hand on my shoulder. "You want a black bottle, eh, Tommo?" It were always said he were a queer one, and when Crawling Nestbite went overboard, they all reckoned it were 'cause of Billy's prophecy. Now he's read me clear as a marked deck. He's seen right into my head and spotted me craving for the black bottle. I'm tempted to answer yes, but I knows I'm going to need 3 bottles, maybe more, and I ain't going to steal from Billy. Billy follows the Aborigine way. If he's your mate, what's his is yours. He were most kind to me and Ork when we come on board the Nankin Maiden. Some thought he were 10 bob in the quid, but it ain't true. Billy's a proper gentleman, and I ain't going to sink to stealing from him. Not now, not never. I ain't that kind of drunk yet. "Cards, Billy. I want to play poker. Can you stake me?" "Sure, sure." Billy fumbles in his jacket and brings out his purse once again. He hands it to me. "You take, Tommo." I'll take 2 gold solves and an American silver dollar, what be worth about 5 shillings. Then I put Billy's purse back into his whaleman's jacket. It's enough to get me into the big game, and even to lose a couple of hands if I needs to set up some greedy bastard who thinks to take me. I ask Billy what he's been up to, and he tells me his story, what be simple enough. After Hawk and me were took ashore under arrest, the Nankin Maiden sailed down from Kororareka to Auckland, where Captain O'Hara's stump were properly stitched up and took care of by the surgeon in the troopers' barracks. Then she sailed directly back to Nantucket, her hold being near filled. Billy gets paid his share when the boat reaches home port, and signs aboard the Cloudy Bay, what is bound for southern whaling grounds. But shortly after reaching Antarctic waters, the boat is damaged by an ice crush and must limp into Auckland harbour for repairs. "This shit place, Tommo. No blurry good Auckland, eh?" Billy shakes his head. "You want a brandy, rum?" I squeeze me eyes tight, but manage to shake me head. "Billy, you're not to tell who I am." I put a finger to me lips. "I ain't supposed to be here. Me name's not Tommo, you hear?" "What's your name then, eh?" Billy asks, surprised. I sigh. He sounds like he's 3 sheets to the wind, but then again he always talks like this, so I can't tell how drunk he truly is. I only hope he gets a handle on what I'm trying to tell him. "Johnny Abacus. You calls me Johnny, right?" Billy nods. "Johnny. Very good." And to me surprise, he repeats perfect. "Johnny Abacus." I laughs to myself. Billy, with his plurry this and plurry that, is easily mistook for being a bit slow, but he ain't nothing of the sort. Billy's as good a man as you can have at your side, and plenty smart with it. It's nigh on 10 o'clock when we is taken to an iron shed at the back of the grog shop. Inside there's a table covered in green baize with 3 hurricane lamps hanging above to light it. 6 chairs are set round the table, and against the wall are 2 wooden benches. The room is warmed by a small pot-belly stove. I takes a seat, and when the owner asks what me poison is, I order milk. Milk? He snorts. We don't sell no milk here, lad. The three other players what has come to sit at the table look at each other, trying to hide their mirth. But I always drinks milk when we plays cards at home, I says, looking most disappointed. I pause. What be wrong with milk? The landlord sighs and looks to the ceiling. Nothing wrong with it, lad, but we ain't got none here. Oh, I says, all innocent. Then I'll drink water. Does he have water, sir? He turns away in disgust. The other players all order Jamaican rum, which in a joint like this is likely to have more than a drop of water added with a dash of tobacco juice to give it a kick. Billy sits on the bench behind me with a mug of brandy and seems happy enough. I has me hat pulled down low, and with me long hair and beard there ain't too much of me gob to be seen. It's clear enough to the other players that there's a bumpkin on their hand. When they sees I got 2 sovs and a silver dollar in my possession, they'll know me for the best possible patsy mark. I wait long enough for them to give up staring, then starts up like Timmy Dankmarsh, the country clod what gave me a ride into town. Me pappy, he says strong drink be the ruination, I appear to be trying to remember what me pappy said, then gives up and shakes me head. I begins to giggle. He says it be the ruination of something or other. Then I take me hand out of me pocket and slaps down the 2 sovs and the silver dollar upon the green cloth. What's we gonna play then? I ask, smiling cloddish-like again, not forgetting to leave me bottom lip hung open. Suddenly I hears the scraping of the 2 remaining chairs. I looks up from under the rim of me hat and nearly falls off me chair. I feel the blood leave me face. If it ain't maple and syrup, them 2 bastards from the jailhouse in Kororareka what done Hawk and me in. It's the card game all over again, and there's no way now I can make my escape. As if meeting Billy Lanny weren't coincidence enough for one night. Yours truly, I decide, is sailing very close to the wind. The owner comes around and claims 5 shillings from all for the rent of the premises and provision of the lookout. Gambling ain't allowed in Auckland. Billy ups from his bench and pays it for me. Niggy a banker, then? Syrup asks, and the rest of the table bursts into laughter. Aye, I says slowly and grins. He can count better than me, and he don't use his fingers none. I only wish my head didn't hurt so much. I'll need all me wits tonight. The owner brings a new set of cards and hands them all round for examination. I holds them up to the light. Why, they's all wrapped up, I says. New, is they? I lean back and hand the cards to Billy. Looky there, Billy. Them's new cards and all. Billy takes the cards and turns them around, shaking his head in wonderment. He hands them back to me. Blurry good, Johnny, eh? He says. Well, the game begins, and I lose the first 2 hands by being purposeful stupid, but not so stupid that I look completely out of me depth. Then I wins and acts most excited. The next hand I lose again. All this with my tongue at the corner of my mouth. Maple and Syrup are the best of the 5 players at the table, and I lets them win from the others as well as me. But by the skin of me teeth I stays in the game. Finally it's just the 2 of them with the money piled up in front of where they sit and me. It's the same as Kororareka all over again. They ain't learned nothing, and I sets them up one at a time and cleans them both out with £8 snug in me pocket before midnight. After I've cleaned out Syrup, he asks if I'll take his marker. I look at him sorrowful like. Mr. Syrup, me pappy always said, neither a borrower nor lender be. For loan often loses both itself and a friend. And I wouldn't want to lose your friendship, Mr. Syrup. He he he. Syrup gives a sickly sort of smile, and then there were only Maple left, holding a couple of sovs in change. I think he'll fold, call it quits, but he stays in the game, and in 2 more hands I've took the lot. I reach down and unstrap me blanket roll so I can get to me axe quickly if needs be. Me head hurts terrible, but I've done the whole thing without any relocation of the cards. I ain't lost none of me skill over the years. I'll pick up me roll like it's still strapped and put it under me arm. Thank ye, gentlemen, much obliged. I touch the brim of me hat to Maple and Syrup and bows, then does the same to the other 3 players what's now sitting on the benches. Come, Billy, I says. Time for some tucker.
Suddenly, Maple is standing in front of me and Syrup to one side. "I'm sure I've seen you somewhere," Maple says, pushing his finger into me chest. "From Wanganui, is you then?" I says slow, but smiling like it's a nice surprise. "Though I don't recall having seen you." I can see he's trying to remember where he's met me before, but his head is rum-fogged and it ain't coming to him. "I think you's cheated," Maple accuses me now, and jabs my chest again, this time hard. "Huh?" I says, open-mouthed. "No, no. I'm a good Christian boy. Me pappy says—" But I don't get no further, for Syrup has fastened onto me. "Outside, you," he says, as Maple grabs me head under his arm. "What you mean?" I yells. "I ain't done nothing wrong." But both of them is dragging me away, back up to the pub, and then through the front room of the Scrimshaw. "Cheat! Cheating at the flats!" Maple yells to all what will listen. "Him in the fucking black!" When he hears this, Syrup cries out, "Jesus Christ, now I remembers! Kororarika, the jail, bloody Nottingham, you and the big nigger!" "Billy, Scarpa!" I yell, as Maple and Syrup throw me to the ground in the alley. There are whalemen tumbling out of the door as fast as their feet will carry them to witness the beating I'm going to get. This is the moment I'm waiting for. I've hung onto me blanket roll for dear life. I rise from me knees as they comes close, and Syrup takes a kick at me. I duck and his boot goes flying over my head so that he slips in the mud and falls on his arse. "Why, you bastard," he says, angry now. He gets quickly to his feet while the whalemen laugh at him. "He's a crook, an escaped prisoner," Maple shouts and takes a swing at me. This time, the blow grazes the side of me poor old head and ear, knocking me down flat again. I can see Billy held tight by the landlord and one other bloke. I gets back on me haunches and tear at the blanket. In a flash, I has the fighting axe in me hands. Syrup swings a blow at me, but I catch his wrist with the handle of me axe. Then I bring the flat head around and pat him polite-like on the chin and mouth. Suddenly there is teeth and blood flying everywhere. He drops to his knees, both hands held to his face. I slams him again to the side of the head with the flat of me axe, and he pitches face first in the mud. He'll see dicky birds for some time after, I reckons. Maple roars and comes at me with his bowie knife, the 8 inches of blade aimed straight at me gut. I'll swing the axe blade round and knock the knife from his hand, taking the top of his fingers with it. Then I reverse the butt and strikes him in the face. I feel his nose and cheekbone crunch. It's all over in seconds, and the crowd has drawn back, pushing against each other so that Maple and Syrup are alone in the mud at me feet, out cold, like a couple of stunned mullets. "That's for me brother, you rotten scum!" I pant. With the handle of me axe, I point to Billy Lanny. "Let him go. He be a whaleman. Come on, Billy, let's get the hell out of this shithole." Several whalemen turns on the landlord and the other cove what's got Billy, and they lets him loose quick. "He's a whaleman. Blurry good," Billy shouts. "Me too." "And any of you what follows us," I point with my axe handle to Maple and Syrup, "you'll get the same as them, you hear?" I pick up my blanket and sandals and begin to walk away. Then I stop and turn back to the crowd. "And I didn't cheat. I wouldn't insult myself cheating with shore scum like them two limey bastards." There's a cheer from the whalemen in the crowd at this. Then someone calls out, "It be Tommo from the Nankin Maiden!" And there's a second cheer, this one louder. "Go, Tommo, we'll see you clear!" Another whaleman shouts. "Blurry hell," says Billy, coming to me side. Then under his breath, "Tommo, we goes now, eh? Shit! Oh, me God!" And he breaks into a trot. "Don't run, Billy," I grab his arm. "Walk like you're not scared. Then when we gets out of sight, we'll run like the devil." We get to the end of the alley and then take off, running as hard as we can away from the wharf. Soon we get to the outskirts of this miserable town. I stop, me axe and blanket and sandals feeling bloody heavy by now, and Farmer Mookow's shoes near killing me feet. Billy, who is 15 years or more older than me, is well ahead. "Stop, Billy," I shouts. "We ain't getting nowhere." Billy walks back to where I'm bent over, panting and dizzy, with me blanket and axe lying at me feet. There is something wrong.
Me head is now so painful from the running I am hard put not to cry out. The wound is bleeding, I think. I put me hand to me neck, and me fingers come away bloody. You know what gives me the shits? I say to Billy. I just won £8 at poker, and I didn't even have time to buy a black bottle to drown me bloody sorrows. I dig into me pocket and takes out £3. Here's your stake and a bit more, Billy. I add 2 sovs and 10 shillings. And here's your share of the winnings. I'm left with just over £3 and can buy enough gallons of Cape brandy to keep me motherless for a week. Except there ain't a grog shop left in this godforsaken town I can go into without fear of being arrested. I hand him the money and am about to sit down to rest when I hears the sound of shouting coming towards us. They're after us. You leave me, Billy. Go back to your ship. You ain't done nothing wrong. Go and scarp 'em, mate, for it's too late. Billy shakes his head. No, Tommo, me stay. Billy, piss off, please, mate. You don't want no part of this mess. You me mate, eh, Tommo? Billy, they're going to kill me when they finds me. You too. Go on, git. Billy folds his hands across his chest. Nah, me stay. Tommo, you blurry bleeding in your head, he says, anxious. It's dark and I'm facing him. Me wound is to the back of me head, hidden by me hat. How the hell can he tell I'm bleeding? It's his strange gift again. Now we hear the footsteps of them what's chasing us. I look about for some place to hide, but the rain has stopped and it's bright moonlight. There's nothing but road and flat fields on either side, not even a ditch. I hear the call of a moorpork, followed by a plover. Me name's yelled out, shattering the night's calm. Tommo! Then it hits me. The 2 bird calls is used among Tamahana's axe fighters to signal danger to each other. Hawk sent him to find me. I start to laugh. Bloody Hawk! He ain't never going to let me have a drink, I says out loud, and then me head hurts even more, and I begin to sob. It's too hard to be a bleeding drunk round here. 4 Maori come around the corner. One of 'em can't be mistaken. He's near big as me brother, with only 1 arm, an hair what sweeps back like an hammer. I quickly rub away me tears. Tommo, it's me, Hammerhead Jack, the one-armed giant shouts. Why do you run away? We are your brothers. We searched everywhere. We looked for 2 days. Did you kill those 2 Pakia? Nah, just messed their faces a bit and took a couple of fingers off one of them's pulling hand. Hammerhead Jack laughs. We couldn't hang around to look. Too many Pakia. How'd you know it were me what done it? I asks. Hammerhead Jack laughs again. Maori women in the alley saw it all. Every wahine in town is out looking for you, man. One went to find us, the other stayed to watch and follow if you left the grog shop. I look at me tweed suit. But how'd they know it were me? Whores know everything. Your hair, Tommo, it's cut Maori, and your smell, they smelt you. You smell like Maori now. How's Maori smell? I asks. Hammerhead Jack smiles. On the whaling ship, Maori smells no different. But in the village, they smell different from the Pakia. It is the food. Besides, you spoke to them. How many Pakia do you think speak Maori? He looks at Billy. Who's this? Then he breaks into a broad smile. Billy Lanny! Billy steps forward and pats Hammerhead Jack on the chest. Blurry good, Hammer Jack, eh? I laugh. He's had a few. Didn't stop him running faster than me, though. Hammerhead Jack claps Billy on the shoulder. Billy good, he says, sort of absent-minded. Then he turns to me. We must get you out, Tommo. You can't stay here. I know that, says I. Can't get a drink here anyways. We've got a boat waiting. Hammerhead Jack points across the field on me left to the coastline. Not too far from here. What about Billy? Can't leave him here. Could we take him back to his ship so he's safe? I asks. He can come, Hammerhead Jack says. So off we sets across the field, what's wet from the earlier rain, and sown with rye about 10 inches grown, so that we leave a dark stain as a trail for all to follow. One of the Maori has picked up me axe and blanket and is carrying it under his arm. I'm feeling more and more dizzy in me head. Soon enough we get to a path down a small cliff, which leads onto a pebbly beach where several fishing boats are moored, as well as a small ketch. The mooring is in a cove away from the main wharf, on the Maori part of the waterfront. Several Maori lads comes out from the shadows to greet us, yawning and knuckling the sleep from their eyes. Hammerhead Jack says something quiet to one of them. 3 of them pulls a dinghy down to the edge of the water, and Jack turns to Billy and tells him that 2 of the boys will row him back to the cloudy bay. Billy comes over to me. Swaying a little, he pats me gently all over to say goodbye. "Blariel, cheerio, top of the morning, Squire, eh, Tommo?" Despite the pain in me head, I laugh. "Where'd you hear all that, Billy? That be proper toff's language." His footsteps zigzag across the pebbled beach to the dinghy, where the 2 Maori lads waits with their oars shipped. He climbs in, the lads steadying him. 2 of the lads on the beach push the dinghy off into the harbour. Billy waves to me. Then, with a great grin in the moonlight, he shouts, "Ikey Solomon! He give me my name in Van Diemen's Land. He teach Billy gone queer speak English most good, my dears. Oh, me God, Blariel!"
Chapter 14. Hawk. The Tasman Sea, July 1860. We're on board ship, bound for Sydney, and Tommo is in a bad way. When Hammerhead Jack took him in the Maori trading ketch from Auckland, they sailed to the Coromandel. It was here that I met him, and we boarded the topsail schooner Black Dog under the command of Captain Joshua Lewin. Of Tommo's voyage from Auckland he remembers little. Not long after he was taken aboard by Hammerhead Jack, he fell into a delirium. His wound had turned bad on the outside, and his head was aching beyond endurance. He was soon lost in a fever, murmuring gibberish. Hammerhead Jack told me of their fearful voyage. The ketch was a decrepit old tub, one of the many derelict vessels replaced in Australia by steam. It was no doubt purchased by some errant Johnny strike-it-rich from Sydney, who sailed it in fair weather across the Tasman to sell to the Maori, who can seldom afford a new vessel locally made. A head wind blew most of the way from Auckland, so that sailing the small ketch with its heavy flaxen sails was most onerous. The wind blew ceaselessly in the wrong direction, and the boat punched into the waves, which marched forward in unending grey-green lines flecked with foam. The vessel lurched up and down from trough to crest, constantly leaning at 25 degrees away from the wind. The lee rail was often under water, a state of affairs which even for the hardiest man on board creates a great propensity for seasickness. Many lost the contents of their stomachs overboard, though the Maori are good rough-weather sailors. To all this was added the crew's fear that Tommo's illness had been caused by the spirits of the dead. They knew he had run away from the tribe, but had no notion of why, and thought that he must be in breach of some commandment. They believed he was being punished by the atua, or ghost, the spirit of a dead kinsman which enters one's body and preys on some vital part. They would not approach him, nor touch anything he used, a dish or spoon or cup, for fear that he was tapu. Even Hammerhead Jack, who has sailed the 7 seas and seen the ways of the world, suggested bringing the priests, the towhanger, to our ship in the Coromandel. He proposed to delay our sailing several days, so that they might come to cast out the evil spirit which dwelt in Tommo. He was of the most serious opinion that the spirit residing in my twin's head may have entered him through the arsehole of the dead soldier, whom Tommo had killed and then lain upon in the swamp. Though I have become Maori in many ways, I politely declined Jack's kind offer, saying that I would nurse Tommo myself and seek further help when we reached Australia. "Ha! Pakia medicine," Hammerhead Jack snorted. "Tommo's spent much money on O'Hara's costly sulphur ointment, brought to heal our wounds, but what good did it do us? None." I acknowledged his point here. Superstition among the Maori produces some bad, but much good comes from it as well. By ascribing the protection of the dead to the chiefs, the tribes confer upon them an authority which they might not otherwise possess. This has created a remarkable sense of law and order within the community, and a respect for one another's property and rights. It is a respect scarce seen in European societies, where greed among the wealthy, together with crime and violence among the poor, cause such great misery. In these societies, too, little punishment is meted by the law when the powerful cheat the weak, and the threat of prison or the rope seems not to deter those who would practice violence for gain. Alas, I fear that we shall never learn to live differently. Most of those who have settled these lands of New Zealand and Australia have suffered in their mother countries of England, Scotland and Ireland. The Cornish tin miner, the Irish peasant and the Scottish clansman, all driven from their ancient lands by rapacious masters, now drive the Maori and the Aborigine from their lands. It is as though each man must have his turn against the fellow below him in the pecking order. Somewhere, somehow, there must be some better system of justice, which does not depend on superstition, religion, or the rule of English law, for this last always favours the rich and powerful above the common herd. How this utopia might come about, I cannot say, and who would help in this cause, I do not know. As Ike often opined, "The poor be like mangy strays, who fight in the dust over a dry bone, but cannot think long enough to get together and raid the butcher shop, my dear. They may be relied to do as much to prevent an improvement to their circumstances as those who exploit their poverty and despair." But perhaps Ike may be proved wrong, and some sort of brotherhood of those who are exploited could be formed against those who exploit them. I confess myself too young and ignorant to know the answers, but the questions persist in my head, and I shall not give up thinking upon their solutions. I have dressed Tommo's head with sulphur ointment obtained from the skipper of the Black Dog, and have brought down his fever by placing poultices of vinegar upon his brow. Now, 9 days out to sea, he is much improved, though he complains of headaches and constant nausea. His body has had a great shock, and I can only hope that he will recover fully. In my own passage to meet the Black Dog, I was most fortunate. The Ngāti Hoa tribe owns several small coastal traders, in addition to the one which was taken by Hammerhead Jack. Included among these is a somewhat larger boat, a gaff ketch, which is the sole property of Chief Tamahana himself. It is the vessel most prized for coastal trade, a carvel built in Tasmania and constructed of hewn pine, which is renowned for its strength and its resistance to woodworm and rot. Some of these boats, which were built 40 years ago, are said to be still as good as when they left the shipwright's shed. The equal of this ketch is seldom to be found in Maori hands, and it was a great honour when Tamahana insisted I be taken in his vessel to meet my brother. We sailed in comfort to our destination, and I was not once troubled with seasickness. The Black Dog, on which we now sail, is of the best American design. Only 10 years ago she worked as an opium clipper, making racing passages from Bombay to the Canton River. She has a long, low, narrow hull and the distinctive raked clipper bow. Her hull is curved back from the long bowsprit in a reverse curve to the waterline. She is painted black with a red strake and black masts. Never was such a fair ship more badly named. Though I confess myself romantic, should I own such a vessel with its great spread of billowing canvas, I would call her Black Butterfly. Alas, there is little of the romantic about Captain Lewin. He looks upon me with a most jaundiced eye, and addresses me as though I am a nigger matterlow. Of Tommo he has no opinion whatsoever, and I do not believe he has said a word to him since we sailed. He has encouraged the 4 other Europeans aboard, the 3 mates and the boatswain, a rough-looking lot, to act in the same truculent manner towards us. We were expected to sleep and eat with the crew, and to draw the same rations. Luckily, because the voyage across the Tasman is a short one, these rations include some fruit and vegetables, and for the first 3 days, fresh meat. I had greatly looked forward to talking with the officers aboard. It has been over 3 years since Tommo and I went to live with the Maori, and there is much news to be caught up on and 1,000 questions to ask. Instead, I have made friends with the ship's hands, who are an odd assortment of Maori and Pacific folk from the Loyalty, Caroline and Marshall Islands. The Black Dog trades copra and cuts sandalwood for the Chinese market from all of these tropical ports, though our cargo at present is kauri timber from Aotearoa, destined for Sydney. There is something strange going on amongst the men, which I cannot fathom. At the conclusion of each meal, Tommo and I are made to come on deck and remain there for an hour with one of the ship's officers standing beside the hatch to ensure we do not venture below decks. Even on the first 3 days, when Tommo was gravely ill and his mind wandering, Captain Lewin insisted that I leave him below alone while I stood on deck. Despite all my protests, I would be kept on deck for an hour before being allowed back into the forecastle to care for him. As soon as Tommo was conscious again, he was required to accompany me on every such occasion. When I asked Lewin why this was necessary, the captain replied that the crew had work to do, adjusting and lashing timber which had shifted in the hold, and that it was too dangerous for us to remain below. I knew this to be untrue. The crew made me realize this, for they avoided my gaze whenever they spoke, and I knew they were afraid to tell me the truth, whatever it might be. We are expected to reach Sydney tomorrow, where I shall be most grateful to disembark. With the heavy timber cargo, it would have taken us a full 10 days at sea to reach our port. There has been little of interest to break the boredom of our voyage, beyond the daily noon sightings to determine our course, and the twice-daily streaming of the log to gauge our speed. Even though I have offered to help with duties on board, I have been refused. At least the voyage so far has been a smooth one, free of winter storms. The greatest blessing is that each day Tommo grows stronger, and his headaches have grown less severe, sometimes vanishing altogether for an hour or two. I am not sure how Chief Tamahana persuaded Captain Lewin, a man of immense ill humour and impatience, to remain an extra 3 days in harbour so that we might be taken aboard. He may have offered him money, but I suspect he recalled some past favour that needed to be repaid. Whatever his method of persuasion, Lewin does not feel obliged to be courteous towards his 2 passengers. He summons us on this last evening to the wheelhouse, and says that if the weather holds and the wind persists fair, we shall be coming into Sydney Harbour in the early part of the morning. You will please leave my ship immediately the gangplank is lowered. You will oblige me by not talking of me, nor making reference to your passage under my care. If I hear that you have spoken to anyone of this, I shall report you to the authorities. Do you understand me? And what is it you shall say of us to them, Captain Lewin? I ask, curious to find out how much he knows of Tommo and me. Aye, there is always something, he snorts. Chief Tamahana said naught about you two, not even given your names. The captain stabs a stubby finger at my belly. That can only mean there is much to conceal. I will tell you anything you wish to know, Captain Lewin, I offer. No, thank you very much. I shall mind my own business and thank you to mind yours. But we have nothing to conceal from you, I persist. Ha! What do you take me for? You introduce yourself as twins, you taller than a bloody lamppost and broad as a barn, and him no bigger than a sprat. You black as the ace of spades, and him white. You both call yourself Solomon, which is a yid's name. What do you take me for? A black Hebrew and a blue-eyed one. I shrug. It is the truth. Truth, is it? Well, if that be the truth, then we'll have no more of the same. I'll thank you to shut your black gob, and not to include any further truth about your voyage on the Black Dog. Tommo, whilst in his delirium, often cried out for Makareta. Now that he is well again, though, he has not once mentioned her death or even spoken her name. He responds only with a nod of his head when I tell him of his daughter and her adoption into the household of Tamahana. I try to recount the tactics employed by our mentor Tamahana to persuade the Tohunga and the Rangatira to accept the child's name as Hinititama, thus elevating her to high status within the tribe. To my regret, he shows no interest. His mind is closed, wandering, and he is once again the sad Tommo who came back to us from the wilderness. But she is your daughter, Tommo, I venture, gently as I can. Who? Hinetitama. Oh, yes, he answers vaguely. Why did you not call her Mary? I despair. It is as if he has forgotten, or rather he wishes to forget, his life with Makareta. With her death, I fear that the whole passage of their time together has become another closed chapter in the secret life of Tommo Solomon, buried where he keeps all the woebegone thoughts of his past. For him, the mongrels have won again, and I, who could do nothing to prevent what has happened, feel guilty that I have somehow failed him. I leave Tommo in the forecastle and turn my mind to happier thoughts. Sitting on the deck, I unfold the crumpled letter which Hammerhead Jack brought me from Auckland. I have read it many times, but news from Mary always brings a smile to my face. It is a glorious morning as we enter Port Jackson between two high sandstone cliffs. Small white beaches may be seen on either side of the harbour, and beyond them lie steep wooded slopes. I have heard it said that Sydney Cove is one of the most sheltered and treasured ports in the world, and this does not surprise me, for it is a beautiful sight. A good breeze carries us easily forward, and soon enough we begin to see life on the harbour. Hundreds of small craft make their way on the water, and some larger ones as well. Though sail predominates, steam ferries and tugs weave their way through the small craft, which are carrying every assortment of goods. Soon we see a dozen small sailing boats, rigged for racing, speeding towards us. These must be the providores agents I have heard tell of, the young butcher's clerks from various establishments, anxious to win the captain's business. Once the signal station on Flagstaff Hill has received the semaphore announcing a ship's entrance through the heads, the clerks rush to the watermen to hire boats. It is generally accepted that the captain of a vessel will award the first providores agent on board the contract for the ship's meat and vegetables and other victualling requirements. But this does not prove true in our case. Captain Lewin will not allow them on board the Black Dog, and sends them packing with a string of curses. To my delight, these young clerks are not in the least retiring, and return the captain's greetings in no uncertain manner, each vying with the other to hurl the most colourful insults at the Black Dog's master by means of several hailing funnels. Tommo is much amused by this. "I think I like Sydney already," he announces, and I'm glad to see a faint spark of his old spirit. Soon the city comes into view, spread back from Sydney Cove, and what I shall later learn is semicircular quay and the rocks. We are met by a steam tug and begin our final berthing. At last we are in Australia. Sydney is like a gracious lady, of a size large enough to conceal Hobart Town in the pocket of her apron and barely reveal the burden. It has been many years since I have been in so large a city, and though excited, I am a little nervous too at the prospect of being among Europeans again, having grown so long used to our Maori friends. I miss their company, especially Tamahanas and Hammerhead Jacks. Shortly after noon, we tie up at a wooden wharf which extends outwards into the harbour, just east of Semicircular Quay. The gangplank barely hits the surface of the wharf when Captain Lewin orders Tommo and me to disembark. "Be off!" he commands. I do not trouble to take offence, grateful only that we have arrived safely. So I bid him farewell and thank him politely for our passage. But he stands at the top of the gangplank, thin-lipped, arms crossed about his chest, and will not speak again or even nod, his small obsidian eyes fixed to the centre of me belly. Tommo pauses at the top of the gangplank and turns to the skipper for his own farewell. "You're a right bastard, Lewin. The pox on ya!" he calls, and spits over the ship's side. The boatswain, a big cove called Red O'Shea, grabs Tommo by the throat. "Git," he says through clenched teeth, which are black and blunted with tobacco stain and rot. Then with his free hand he lifts Tommo by the belt. He is about to throw him over the ship's rail and onto the wharf, a dozen feet below. I have both our canvas bags slung over my shoulder, the rope ties held in my left hand when I reach him. I tap O'Shea hard to the side of the jaw with the right, and he crumples at my feet like a rag doll. "Come, Tommo," I shout, and proceed to walk quickly down the gangplank. Tommo follows hard on my heels, but halfway down he turns to face the captain again. "You're still a right bastard, a mongrel, Lewin," he yells again, not in the least quelled by his recent fright. I am now at the end of my patience. "Tommo, leave it! Come on, let's go!" I grab him by his scrawny neck and propel him down onto the wharf. With my hand closing gently around his neck, my fingers meeting my thumb at his Adam's apple, I realise how tiny my twin is, and how much I love him. The skipper of the Black Dog has now recovered from the shock of seeing his boatswain lying at his feet, and shouts after us. "You're scum! I'll have the law on you, you hear me?" He points to me. "Be gone, you piece of nigger dog shit!" Then he spits down at us, though thankfully it does not carry to where we stand. Tommo laughs as I let go his neck. "He's not gonna call in the law," he declares. "The mongrel don't want no constables snooping around below decks. Does you now, Lewin? Be gone, scum!" The skipper shouts down at us again. and then turns to attend to O'Shea, who is half standing with his hands on his knees, shaking his head to clear it. But Tommo is now completely recovered, I see, and won't let it alone. He shouts as loudly as he can, "Hey, Lewin!" The skipper looks down at Tommo. "It's Wahines you've got in the hold, ain't it? You're bringing Maori women to work as oars in Sydney, ain't ya?" "What's the matter with you?" I yell at my brother. "We're here hardly 2 minutes and you're already making trouble." Tommo shrugs. To hell with him. Me head hurts. "Bugger you, Lewin, you miserable bastard!" he shouts back over his shoulder at the skipper of the Black Dog, and we go on our way. "And bugger you too, Hawk," he mutters under his breath with scant gratitude. We walk in sulky silence around the quay, past the customs house to George Street, and then turn left away from the arbour. Though most of the merchant premises are still closed for lunch, the street barrows and the pavement shopkeepers are open for business. One, heaped high with silver mackerel buried in a glint of chipped ice, catches me eye. Beside it, pigeons and gulls squabble and squawk, ever hopeful that a fish might tumble loose from the slopes of the snowy mountain above. They barely manage to hop and flutter beyond the path of our feet as we pass by, afraid that they might lose their place in this feathered queue of wishful thinkers. The city streets are a fine sight, with the grand clatter of carts and carriages, and the slower creak of a bullock dray coming out of Lyon's auction house, carrying a billiard table and a grand piano. A coach and four turns smartly into Bridge Street and charges down the road as if enjoying sole ownership of it. Everywhere, shipwrights, coopers, sailmakers and carpenters, mechanics, and those folk who are now termed factory workers, hurry off to an afternoon filled with hammering and clattering, pulleys, pistons, belts and steam whistles. We are now well away from where the Black Dog is moored on the east side of Sydney Cove, and I have determined that we are not being followed. Tommo has never said anything to me about there being Wahine captives in the hold, and I still don't know if he accused the captain only to make mischief. But if the skipper of the Black Dog should have these Maori women trussed up among the timber, he must feed them at least once each day. This would well explain why we were made to come above decks for an hour after the evening meal. It would also explain the reluctance of the crew to speak to us, for fear of the captain's retribution should the secret come out. I realise that Tommo has indeed spoken the truth, and understand too why he has said naught of this to me. It is possible that with his sharp ears he heard the women below decks, probably when he came out of his delirium after those first 2 days at sea. Tommo would know that, had I been told of it, I would have felt compelled to rescue these women, thus jeopardising our safety. It would have been easy enough for the crew to feed us to the sharks on a moonless night. Tommo has all the while sought to save me from dangers, and although I would have hoped to help these poor women, I cannot remain angry with my twin for his actions a moment longer. Besides, I am much pleased to be here in Australia, with the high blue skies stretched above me, and the smell of steak frying in a chop house nearby. All I want is to enjoy the beginning of our new life here. "Hooray, Tommo! We're back where we belong!" I cry, clapping him on the back. "A cup of tea?" We have reached a barrow sporting a tea urn atop a small brazier with a sign upon it. "Cup tea, 2d. Milk shug, 1d X." Even this crude sign makes me feel at home, and I clasp the steaming cup I have purchased with pleasure. Tommo does not seem to share my pleasure, and his attention is taken by the barrowman next door, who is hawking hot potatoes cooked in their jackets. "Taties! Steaming hot taties!" the orca yells at passers-by as he juggles a hot spud from one hand to the other. Then he throws it up in the air, a feat accompanied by a whole lot of oohing and ouching, blowing on his hands and dramatic carrying on. Tommo's hand shoots out and grabs the potato from the air. I think he must fancy it for lunch, and it is good news that his appetite is returned. But then he asks, "Excuse me, mate, where's a good pub?" and hands the potato man back his spud, which I realise now is stone cold. The barrow man puts down the potato and squints at Tommo. "There be hundreds of public houses in Sydney to choose from, matey." Then he points down Bridge Street. "The world turned upside down ain't bad. They cleans the cellar pipes at Sparrow's Fart every morning, and you'll get a nice drop of ale on tap in there." "What's the name again?" Tommo asks, not sure he's heard it correctly.
The world turned upside down. It's a queer name, that I admit, but good as they come, the barrowman repeats. Brandy? Does they sell brandy? Course. Bit early, ain't it? Tommo grins. Never too early, mate. Brandy be mother's milk. Then he turns to me. So? He asks defiantly, anticipating my disapproval. He shrugs and looks down at his farmer moocow boots before meeting my eyes again. Oh, me bleeding head hurts. I need a drink, all right? Don't, Tommo. Please. His eyes screw up and he starts to whinge, then changes his mind. Just the one. I promise. Just the one. He grins at me. The old Tommo grin. To wet me daughter's head like. A merry christening. Then he steps past me and crosses George Street, darting in and out of the carts and carriages and into Bridge Street, not once looking back to see if I should follow. Oh, Lord, whatever shall I do now? Tommo has walked away from me in search of brandy, and I know that if I try to restrain him, he will never return. His head wound has changed him. He seems lacking in patience of any sort, and his temper rises quickly. But with his beloved Macareta dead and his little daughter lost to him, I cannot deny that he has cause to drown his sorrows. I feel sick at heart as I watch him shoulder his way through the crowd and disappear into the world-turned-upside-down hotel. In my pocket is half of the £3 he won from Maple and Syrup in Auckland. This means Tommo has 30 shillings, more than enough to get him rolling drunk if he chooses. Strong drink has not passed his lips in 4 years, and it is my forlorn hope that he will soon topple over and be shown out, with a boot planted squarely to his backside. I still have his seaman's bag and axe, so he is safe enough from himself. I can only await Tommo's return, which I hope will be in an hour or two. There is nothing else I can do, and I feel myself at a complete loss. Despite my anxiety, I am starving hungry, for I did not breakfast this morning, being too taken up with our arrival through the Eds. I must eat first, and then I shall commence my vigil in the street outside the pub. I must also find a slop dealer. I have reluctantly agreed that the first of Tommo's poker winnings will be spent on seeing me suitably dressed. My whaler's clothes are in tatters, and my boots split and worn. Tommo still wears Farmer Moocow's tweed suit and boots, which could prove a little warm as the winter sun is far stronger here. But of the two of us he looks passably respectable, while I appear the vagabond. Already I have noticed the stares of passers-by, some of whom laugh as soon as they believe themselves beyond my hearing. I cannot blame them. I am now 7 feet and 1 inch in height, and nearly 280 pounds in weight. My black face wears the moko of the Maori. I am probably a most peculiar sight on a bright winter's day. My course decided, I take another mouthful of the tea which I brought from the barrowman before Tommo left me. It is the first I have drunk with milk and sugar for many years, and it tastes strange. Is the milk fresh? I asked the barrowman, who has been observing me with interest. Struth, mate. Milked the bleeding cow myself this morning, he replies. All for ship, is ya? Whaleman? I nod, and he shakes his head and smiles. Takes 3 or 4 cups before you're used to it with milk again. It's always the same with whalemen. First cupper after they've been at sea a couple of years, they always complains the bleeding milk's sour. He points to the blue enamel jug. That's practically fresh cream, that is. Matter of fact, I ought to charge more for it. Jersey cow and all. I suddenly find this a most curious conversation. There is Tommo down the road wetting his daughter's head with the first of what no doubt will be many Cape brandies. And here am I, discussing the qualities of a barrowman's milk. I'll let you know about that when I have had the 4th cup, I say, and put the mug down beside the urn. Can you recommend a chop house, please? The barrowman winks, then jerks his head towards the potato man. Don't fancy one of Lenny's spuds, then? Don't blame you. They's last year's crop, them taties. Spent a long time in the cellar. Lenny scowls. You're right to think the milk's off, mate. Alf's missus pisses in it to make it go further. But the first barrowman pretends he hasn't heard and rubs his beard as though he's thinking deeply. Tell you what, how'd you fancy a pound of corned beef? Thin sliced and curled over, steaming hot with the mustard of your choice. I think sadly of Mary's delicious meals,
but at least this sounds an improvement on the food we were served aboard the Black Dog. Corned beef will do me a treat.
Good on you, mate. You's not chose wrong. Mr. Smith's above the cut. Now there's an excellent eating house, and famous for mustard mixing. Can't miss it. Right next door to the Rose of Australia. An excellent pub what the said gentleman and his missus also owns.
Alf points back towards the direction from which Tommo and I have just come, explaining that the Argyle Cut is no more than a few minutes' walk that way. I hesitate, for it will mean losing sight of the world-turned-upside-down pub, and Alf grasps my dilemma in a second.
Don't get your knackers in a knot about the lad, mate. I reckon the little bloke will still be there when you gets back after your feed, and more likely to come quietly besides. What do you reckon, Len?
The barrow men laugh uproariously together. And so I put my fears aside and head up to the cut in the area known as the Rocks. Alf the barrowman's recommendation proves an excellent one. At Mr. Smith's eating house I partake of 1.5 pounds of corned beef, though I cannot yet stomach the spicy mustards, and I wrap up another ½ pound in a bandana for Tommo. With half a dozen nice-sized potatoes under my belt, and 2 set aside for Tommo, I have polished off a delicious meal. I wash it down with 3 cups of tea, and by the end discover that the milk no longer tastes rancid. I'm feeling decidedly better and somewhat cheered. I reassure myself that the worst that can befall Tommo is another headache and a bout of vomiting, both of which he has experienced often enough over the past 2 weeks. I am about to go into the backyard to wash my face and hands when I hear a woman's voice cry out in a tone of amazement.
"Struth, will you take a look at this?"
I look up from my plate to see a young lady staring straight at me. She is dressed to the nines in a satin gown of palest blue, the bodice cut low to display a most ample bosom. She is powdered and rouged, with her golden hair swept up into a great knot on the top of her head. She wears no bonnet, but several gay ribbons of different colours are threaded through her curls. What appears to be a small stuffed black and white magpie perches at the very centre of her bun, as though upon a comfy nest. She is dressed as though she is stepping out to a ball, yet it is not too many hours past midday. With this worldly creature staring at me, I am completely flummoxed. I quickly avert my eyes and stare down into my empty tea mug, but I must act more manly. Collecting my scattered thoughts, I pick up my mug in both hands and pretend to drink quite casually from it. I gaze into the distance over its rim so that she will think me not in the least disturbed by her presence.
"Well, well, well," the young lady says, standing with her hands on her hips. "If yez ain't the mostest nigger I've ever seen."
Then she floats over to where I sit and tilts her head, forcing me to look at her.
"Mind if I takes a pew, handsome?"
Her lips, I notice, are ruby red. I jump to my feet like a schoolboy and in my haste send my chair flying backwards. I grab the back of the nearest chair and pull it out for her.
My, nice manners and all," she says, smiling. "'Tar muchly."
As she sits, the silk of her gown pulls tight across, and I see that she has the nicest derriere to be imagined. I retrieve my chair from where it lies several feet from the table and sit down. What I intend to say is, "Would you allow me the pleasure of purchasing you a cup of tea, miss?" But what comes out is,
"Tea, miss? I don't mind if I do. Cuppa does you the world first thing, don't it now?"
I turn around and see the old woman who served me breakfast watching us. Too nervous to speak, I point to the empty mug and hold up 2 fingers. My mind is racing in circles like a dog trying to scratch a flea bite on the tip of its tail. Once I penned love letters for other men to woo their sweethearts with, but now I am entirely lost for words.
"Cat got your tongue, then?"
my visitor asks. She looks me up and down, and I am suddenly conscious again of the fact that I am dressed in a whaleman's canvas breeches and jacket, all in rags and none too clean. But as she notices my ragged state, she does not show it. Instead, she reaches over the table and puts her hand over mine. It is small and feels cool and clean. My heart jumps into my mouth.
"We could begin by introducing ourselves. What's your name?"
she asks me. My breathing has stopped, and I must swallow before answering. Hawk Solomon. My throat, with my heart still sitting in my mouth, feels as though the silver band of scars about it had been suddenly pulled tight.
Go on then, Hawk, give us a smile, she teases.
I smile, and she brings her hand up over her mouth and giggles. I see how very young and pretty she is. Why do you laugh, miss? I ask.
You got such a stern face, but when you smile, you're beautiful.
I try to keep my face straight, but I am forced to laugh. Men can't be thought beautiful, I protest.
Most ain't, but you is.
She points a finger at my face and makes a little circle in the air.
Them whirls on your face. You look like the Prince of the Cannibals.
She laughs again and claps her hands. Then she tilts back her head and says suddenly,
Do you think I'm beautiful?
She has put me at my ease, and now I look closely at her, noting her every feature. She is not beautiful, but very pretty, with a small nose, big blue eyes, and a mouth perhaps a trifle too big, but which already I long to kiss. She returns my gaze with complete candour, not the least show of modesty in her scrutiny of me. There appears to be something resembling boot-blacking over her eyelids, and she has darkened her lashes so that the colour of her eyes is intense. Her gaze is too direct for me to return, and I am painfully aware of her abundant breasts, at which I try not to stare. Yes, I declare after a few moments, you are very beautiful.
Bull, she exclaims. I'm pretty if I works bloody hard at it, but I ain't beautiful.
I'm not sure what I'm expected to say next, but she speaks before I'm able to gather my thoughts.
You could ask me name. A girl's not supposed to introduce herself. It ain't polite now, is it?
At this moment, the old lady shuffles up to bring our tea.
Morning, Ma Smith,
my companion says without looking up.
Morning, the old woman replies,
and it is clear from her voice that she does not approve of what's going on. She places down a tin tray on which sits a china teapot, 2 cracked cups, a milk jug and a sugar bowl with a piece the size of my thumbnail missing from the side. Then she sniffs and leaves. The young lady arches one eyebrow at me.
Stupid old cow,
she whispers, then giggles.
Go on then, Hawk. Introduce us. I can't hardly wait to make your acquaintance proper.
I'm not too sure how I should go about this, so I rise from my chair and do a little bow. I'd take it most kindly if you'd allow me to make your acquaintance, miss, I say politely, once again aware of my poor rags. I feel a little foolish acting as though I'm dressed in a black tailcoat and silk hat, when I look like a drayman's boy.
Well, it's about bloody time, sir. I thought you was never going to ask. Maggie Pye, she says, sticking out her dainty hand. Pleased to meet you, Hawk Solomon.
Likewise, Maggie Pye, I answer. Somehow she has taken my shyness from me. Then she leans over, and with her bosom practically popping out of the top of her gown, so help me, she stretches up and kisses me on the cheek.
We'll be friends, Hawk, she says. Good friends. What helps each other through thick and thin.
My heart leaps and bounces back up into my throat. It is as though my dream has come to life. A dainty, pretty girl is kissing me softly on the cheek. My shyness returns in a flood of embarrassment, and I blurt out the first thing that comes into my head. But how could a pretty miss like you kiss a nigger? Maggie Pye draws back and looks at me in mock surprise.
Well, I never. You ain't a nigger, is ya?
She reaches over and picks up the teapot and begins to pour.
I'm a whore and you're a nigger. There's a couple of known facts we don't need to quarrel about no more. Now we can get on with what we don't yet know about one another, but hopes to find out.
I'd never have believed you to be one of them, I stammer, unable to bring myself to say the word.
A whore?
Maggie replies.
Jesus, Hawk, where's you been all your life? Under a flaming toadstool? It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and me dressed like this. Who does you think I am? Cinder bleeding Ella?
Since I've come in, the eating house has begun to fill up with clerks and shop assistants, chatting and making a racket. Some have a pint of ale in front of them, which they've brought in from the tavern next door. From the sound of them, it isn't the first they've had today. A few have turned to watch this exchange between Maggie and myself, and I hope none has heard me. I beg your pardon, Maggie Pie, I say. I should never have said what I did. Whatever do you mean? I should never have let it seem as though I should feel differently about you because of what you might be. Maggie sighs and puts her elbows on the table, resting her chin on her cupped hands.
Look, you silly long-winded bugger, it don't matter what I am. It's who I am in me heart what matters, don't it?
She reaches out and touches my hand again, giving me a crooked smile.
Besides, I ain't a common whore. I'm Maggie Pie. Just like you ain't a common nigger, you're Hawk Solomon. Now ain't that worth celebrating?
I don't dare ask her what she means by all this, and she explains no further. But I can hear Ikey's voice as plainly as if he were next to me.
Whores, my dear, don't come with soft hearts. Whores only has charms when their patsy marks got silver. They're hard as granite, and not to be trusted under any circumstances whatsoever. A good whore be one what's robbed you of every penny you possessed while you was sleeping, but what ain't took your breeches as well.
But then I think of Mary. Our own dear mamma was once a whore, as was Sperm Whale Sally, without whom I would not be here to meet Maggie Pie. I decide that Ikey, who never had much luck with the fairer sex, might just this once be wrong in his advice. I think I understand what you mean, I say to Maggie.
Nah, you don't. But you will soon enough.
She points to my cup.
You ain't drunk none of your tea.
Nor have you, I say, grinning.
Why's that, then? I love me tea. Maybe we's in love, Hawk.
Maggie tilts her head up at me again.
Have you ever been in love?
She asks this with such a serious demeanour that I don't know what to think. I have secretly counted myself in love with Hinetitama, but that now seems like being in love with a beautiful ghost who was half made of moonlight. I can hardly count such pinings as love, can I? At any rate, it isn't what I think Maggie would call love. Her notion of love, I'm guessing, would be loud and alive, with lots of laughter and sweetness in it. No, I say slowly. No, I haven't.
Me neither, she says wistfully. Many's the time I've thought I were, but it always turns out the same. Men just wants to fuck you and women just wants to love you, and the two things don't mix, do they?
She seems to think for a moment, then adds quietly.
Well, anyhow, if you's a whore, they don't.
I've never before talked to a woman like this. But then I don't suppose I've ever really talked to a woman at all, except Mary. That one night in Wiramukingi's village when the moon was full and my manhood was taken or given, I didn't do too much talking. Maggie, who's watching me carefully, can see that I am completely out of my depth.
You'll need to visit the slop shop, she announces now. I can't be seen with you looking like Robinson Bleeding Crusoe now, can I?
Surely you mean Ma'am Friday, I retort, pleased I've still got some wits about me.
That's clever and all, she laughs. Of course, I've always been of the opinion that Robinson Crusoe and Man Friday were up to a bit of hanky-panky themselves.
She grins wickedly.
I mean, what else could you do, all alone on a bleeding desert island?
Most of what Maggie says seems to end in a question. Happily, I am slowly coming to realise that she don't expect an answer from me each time. Tommo will need to win at cards before I can hope for new clothes, I say. And no slop shop will have my size. It's a dealer I need.
Tommo? Who's Tommo, then? She asks.
Tommo's my twin, I reply, realising that I haven't thought of Tommo in quite a while and that I must be getting back to Bridge Street to find him.
There's two of you? Maggie exclaims in astonishment. She points a finger at me. You mean to tell me there's two niggers your size in town?
She throws back her pretty head and laughs.
Crikey! And they say there ain't no God in heaven.
I explain about Tommo, and Maggie's face is a study in disappointment when I tell her that he is as little and as pale as she, and a gambling man.
There's trouble, she comments. Only one thing makes more trouble than men and oars, and that's men and cards. Even worse if it's little men and cards.
Don't I know it, I say, looking heavenwards.
You a gambling man too, Hawk?
I shake my head.
More I hear, the better it gets. Does he fart in bed?
I'm shocked, but I also have to laugh. Only in the forecastle to kill the stink, I reply, using one of Tommo's jokes for my own, amazed at my own boldness. I'm glad I'm black, otherwise my face would surely show as scarlet as a trooper's jacket. Maggie grins.
You'll keep,
she says, and takes a small mirror from her purse. Pouting her lips, she examines herself carefully in it. Then she wets the tip of her forefinger on her pink tongue and runs it across her right eyebrow before doing the same with the other.
Don't I look a fright?
She says, pulling a wry face. Why, you look perfect, Maggie Pie, I say, trying my hand at being gallant, for Maggie Pie is much to my liking, and I wish her to like me too. But then I'm troubled by a nasty thought. What if she only likes me as a customer? Maggie puts back the tiny mirror and smooths her hair with both hands, finally touching the tips of the magpie's wings.
Time for me to attend to business, Hawk,
she smiles, glancing up at me. To my surprise, she seems a trifle shy. A silence which seems to last forever stretches between us. And then I clear my throat and manage to blurt out, "Will I see you again, Maggie Pie?"
Christ, I thought you were never going to ask,
she replies, her face lighting up.
Hero Waterloo, 6 o'clock tonight.
I move to get up from my chair.
No, don't,
she instructs.
If you gets up, how's I going to kiss you?
She rises from her chair, and at her full height she's only 3 inches taller than I am when seated.
6 o'clock, don't be late. Maggie don't like to wait, even if she's late herself. What's more than likely, life being what it is, if you knows what I means.
It all tumbles out in one breath. She gives me a kiss on the forehead.
Ta-da, then,
she says loudly, and turns and walks out, her derriere moving like it has a life of its own. As she saunters out, catcalls and whistles rise from the clerks and shop assistants, and I am all at once angry. I rise from my seat. "Be silent!" I shout, and bang the table with my fist so hard that the 2 cups of tea jump up and spill over, dribbling liquid to the floor. I see that Maggie's left a florin beside her teacup. As the sound of my protest dies away, the room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone has their eyes downcast, staring at their cup or plate or beer mug to avoid my gaze. Maggie Pie whirls around at the door and puts her hands on her hips.
You low bastards couldn't afford to pay for what the nigger's going to get for free, she announces.
She blows me a kiss.
Hawk Solomon, welcome to Sydney.
I have never felt so embarrassed in my whole life. The tea drips onto the floor and onto my boots, while the clerks and shopkeepers all look up at me with their stupid grins. Maggie swishes out the door like a princess. I pick up her florin and walk over to where Ma Smith is seated beside the kitchen door and pay her. "Thank you, Ma'am. The brisket was excellent and the potatoes among the best I've tasted," I say softly.
"Humph,"
she snorts, handing me my change.
"You'd do well to stay away from that one."
Her lips are stretched so thin I think they must snap.
"She'll take every penny you've got and more."
She looks up at me with her roomy red-rimmed eyes and cackles.
Why do you think she's called Maggie Pie, eh? Because she collects bright little valuables for her nest, that's why.
I laugh and look down at my tattered coat and blouse, my breeches frayed and torn at the knees, and my poor old boots. "Thank you, Mum. I'll take care that she doesn't diddle me out of my riches." I bow slightly to the old crone and take my leave. I'm feeling good as I walk out the door, with all eyes upon me. It isn't natural for me to enjoy such attention, and yet I do. Then the men commence to whistle and clap and laugh. "Welcome to Sydney, Hawk Solomon!" someone shouts, and I can't help grinning. I feel light-headed and wonder if at last this might be love. It seems not such a bad idea. Maggie Pie and Hawk, birds of a feather. Chapter 15. Tommo. Sydney, July 1860.
When Hawk asks me if I want a cup of tea that first morning, it's the last straw. With me head hurting from the musket ball more than I'm willing to admit, I can think of only one way to kill the pain. I'm thirsting for the black bottle, for half a pint of the most glorious grape, me Cape brandy, not a cup of friggin' tea. Well, I've waited long enough for it, haven't I? 4 bloody years? Me tongue is hanging out so far that me boots are fair tripping over it. So the moment I gets the chance, I tells Hawk I'm off. I walks down Bridge Street, not even looking back to see if Hawk is following. If he tries to stop me, I swear I'll leave the bastard forever. But he lets me be, and I stroll into the world-turned-upside-down pub. It's full with lunchtime drinkers from the docks and the market. With me sore head, I'm in no humour to be among the yakking, baccy-smoking, beer-swilling mob. So I makes me way into the saloon bar, what's nice and quiet, with only a couple of well-dressed coves having a bit of natter in the corner. I walk to the bar and gives the bell a good thump. Soon enough the barmaid comes through from the main bar. She ain't what you'd call young nor pretty, and seems none too happy at the sight of me neither. "Be happier next door, I should think," she sniffs, indicating the main bar with a nod of her head. "I'm fine right here, thank you, miss," says I, then turns to the 2 men in the corner. "Providing these gentlemen don't mind?" A little bloke no bigger than me, and a bit of a toff, though with the look of a weasel about him, nods friendly enough. The fat cove what's with him don't twitch an eyelid. "Looks like I'll be staying," says I. "Suit yourself," says the snotty barmaid. "What you want?" "Brandy. A daffy a cape, thank you, miss." "A daffy?" she asks, one eyebrow raised most high and mighty. "For goodness sake, Doreen, give the gent a nobbler a brandy and stop making trouble." It's a little weasel bloke what speaks. "Much obliged," I says to him. "Nobbler, is it?" Doreen turns on her heel, and she's about to vanish into the main bar when I shouts after her, "Nobbler a cape, miss." She soon puts down a glass in front of me. I pick it up and sniff, waiting for the smell of the precious ambrosia to hit me nostrils. I sniff, and then I sniff again. "This ain't cape," I says, looking straight at her. She shrugs her shoulders. "It'd be better than cape." "Thanks, miss, but it's cape I asked for, and cape I'll have. You know, brandy what comes from the Cape of Good Hope." My head feels like it's going to explode, and I push the brandy away. Next moment, the little bloke's beside me. He picks up the glass and sniffs at it. "This ain't brandy," he exclaims, and pours the glass of spirits into the brass spittoon beside the door. "Now get this gentleman a Cape brandy, or I'll call Mr. Hodges." "It ain't right," Doreen cries. "I tries to keep the saloon bar nice for the better class of person like you and your friends." She sniffs and looks directly at me. "Mr. Hodges don't like it when the hobbledehoys comes into the saloon bar." Christ Jesus, I thinks, what is this? Ain't I ever going to get a drink? If I had me axe with me, I'd know exactly what to do with Doreen's saloon bar. Anyway, off she flounces, and the little cove pats me on the shoulder. "You'll get your brandy now, matey." Then he sticks out his hand. "Art Sparrow." I take his hand a bit reluctant-like, for I don't want no company. I catch sight of the ring he's wearing, what sports a diamond the size of me pinky nail. Then he withdraws his hand, and there, between forefinger and next, is a small white card. "My card," he smiles, bowing his head. It's a neat piece of palming, not difficult, mind, but nicely done. I take the card and read it, thankful that Hawk made me take up learning again at sea. It's very fancy looking. F. Arty Sparrow, Esquire. Special arrangements of a sporting nature. The world turned upside down. Bridge Street, Sydney. I don't know what makes me do what I do next, but I hold his card up, close my hand over it, and then open it again. Where his card was, I now hold the ace of spades. "Well, I never," he exclaims. "Use the flats then, does you?" "Some," I reply. He glances down at the playing card, then he sticks out his hand again. "How do you do, Mr. Ace of Spades?" I don't feel much like smiling, but it's clever enough said, so I oblige. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Art Sparrow, I says, though my greatest pleasure would be for him to go away and leave me in peace. Me friends calls me Mr. Sparrow, and me enemies... He pauses a moment and points to his card. Well, I'll leave that to your imagination. I look at his name on the card again. F.R.T. Sparrow. Frederick Arthur Sparrow, the little cove says. I most sincerely hopes we can be friends, and you'll call me Mr. Sparrow. Thank you, Mr. Sparrow, I say, though it's hard now not to think of him as Farty Sparrow. I know a mag artist when I see one, but I think it best to humour him a while. Otherwise he might see that Doreen here, or even Mr. Hodges, sends me on my way without a drink. I ain't given you my proper name yet, Mr. Sparrow, I says. He throws his hands up in alarm. Oh, no, don't. Leave it be, my dear. Ace of Spades is a grand name for a young Irishman who plays the flats. He cocks his head. That is, if you can play sufficient well to earn it as you handle. Before I can tell him I ain't Irish, Doreen brings in my brandy and I goes to pay her. No, my dear, my stand, Mr. Sparrow insists. Make that 2 more. We have to celebrate Mr. Ace of Spades' arrival in Sydney. Cape again? Doreen asks him. Mr. Sparrow grins. Now don't you be cheeky, my dear. It's finest cognac for me, and rum for Fat Fred over there, as you know well enough. He nods to the corner. Bring your poison, Mr. Ace of Spades, and come over and meet Mr. Fred. Perhaps you fancy a hand or two of poker? What say we play for drinks, eh? Much obliged, Mr. Sparrow, but if you don't mind, I won't today. I points to the brandy in front of me. I come in here to get a few drinks in me, and that is what I intends to do. A misfortune or a celebration, my dear? He asks, not in the least put down by me knocking back his offer. Celebration or misfortune, which is it then? He repeats. My head is aching so much I can't hardly remember why it is I wants to get drunk. Is it to mourn me beloved Macareta, or am I wetting the head of me new baby daughter? I don't even know where the poor little mite is. Perhaps it's about coming to Australia. Or perhaps none of them things. Sort of both, I suppose, I replies. I'm best left on my own at the moment. Doreen brings Mr. Sparrow's brandy and takes the other tipple over to Fat Fred. He's a hugely fat man with a very red face, what has several spare cheeks and a spirit drinker's knobbly nose. I reckon he's about 40 years of age, and Mr. Sparrow near enough the same. Fat Fred has his elbows on the small table in front of him, and his chin's cupped in his hands, so that the flesh spills out the side, most handsome. When Doreen puts down his rum, he makes no sign he's seen her, his piggy-eyed expression of darkest gloom unchanged. Cheerio, then. Mr. Sparrow throws back his head and swallows his drink in one go. With nary a glance in his direction, Fat Fred in the corner does the same, to the exact second, so that they bang down their empty glasses with a single sound. Meanwhile, all I've done is lift me glass and bring it close under me nose. The sharp fumes rises to my nostrils like an ancient memory. I close my eyes a moment. Then I takes a sip and damn near faints. The cape hits me like a red-hot poker down me throat. Bloody hell! I gasp. What's the matter, lad? Mr. Sparrow asks, most concerned, thumping me back as I choke and splutter. Doreen! He cries. What's she done to your brandy, then? My eyes is watering and I can't hardly speak. Nothing's been done, I croak. It's bloody delicious, but it's been a long time between drinks. Oh, dearie me, he laughs. Whaleman, are you? I was. I knuckle the tears from me eyes. The brandy is warming me stomach something wonderful. Harrington Arms be the pub for whaleman, says Doreen, who's popped up from nowhere. Tain't far from here. Right, I say, taking another small sip. But I ain't a whaleman no more, and intends to be a gentleman, if that be all right with you, then, miss. All it takes is a single sip of the glorious grape, and Tommo is back to his old self. Course you aren't a whaleman no more. It's plain for all to see you're a gentleman. Mr. Sparrow glowers at Doreen. It is it? I grins. Could have fooled me. Doreen gives a humph and stamps off again. Mr. Sparrow smiles. I like a man with a nasty sense of humour. And it's good to see you enjoy your brandy. I take another sip of the blessed cape. I'll be fine now, thanks. It's been a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Sparrow, but I'd best keep to myself. Mr. Sparrow looks at me with sympathy. Naturally, after all your time at sea, you'll want to fully savour your drink. Suddenly his voice grows hard. But may I remind you, sir, it's your turn to stand around. He's smiling, but this time it's different, and I seize the weasel again. Wouldn't do to neglect your stand, now would it? Oh, of course, I begs your pardon, Mr. Sparrow. I dig in me breeches for coin. No harm done, Mr. Ace of Spades. It's not yours to know the local form. Tell you what, I can see you want to be on your own, so we'll spread the flats once each. You win, and there's no need to shout me and Fat Fred, and we'll leave you well alone. Can't be fairer than that now, can I? Mr. Sparrow says he'll shuffle, and then select 5 cards what he'll show. Then I'm to do the same, and if mine beats his, I win. Well, Tommo don't like to say no to such an offer. So Mr. Sparrow picks up the cards and examines them most careful. I ain't shaved them none, and they be in most excellent condition. He shuffles the deck a few times to get the feel, and I'm interested to see how he does the relocation. He's very good, as I knew he'd be, and there's a pretty blur of the broads as he spreads them in a straight line across the bar counter. Then he picks 5 cards and turns up each in turn. 3 queens and a pair of 10s. A full house. The perfect poker hand. Nice. I keep my voice steady. In fact, it be most skilled, and I can't understand why he's done it. A card shop as good as him don't play boastful with a stranger. I can see he thinks I'm a whaleman paid off in Sydney. A slip of a lad with a pocket full of brass, what a few games of poker will soon empty. But why the big trick? That would do nothing but scare away a patsy mark. It don't make no sense whatsoever. Mr. Sparrow takes a cigar from the inside pocket of his coat, bites the end off and sets about lighting it. He looks even more the weasel with his sharp little teeth bared, some missing to either side and gold in 3 of them. I wait till he's got it going and the air about is filled with the rich smell of tobacco smoke. Then I takes up the cards and shuffles, laying them down in a perfect circle, with 1 card placed in the dead centre the way Ike taught us. It's a trick, no more, and not to be used in any card game. But it takes hundreds of hours of practice to get it right, and few can do it well. Says Mr. Sparrow, chewing at his cigar. Card tricks, eh? I select a card from the very top of the circle, and the next from the very bottom, leaving 2 gaps exactly opposite each other. I does the same to the left and the right, so that the circle, but for the 4 matching gaps facing each other, remains perfect. Now I has 4 cards placed face down in front of me on the bar. In a manner most casual, I turns them face up. King, then another king, then a 3rd, then a 10. I reach out and take the card from the centre of the circle and place it face up to show another 10. 3 kings and 2 10s. My full house beats his. I'll be damned, says Mr. Sparrow. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd not have believed it. I'll be much obliged if you'd let me be now, Mr. Sparrow, I says, upping me glass and drinking down what's left of me brandy. I do this so he can't see the big smile on me gob. But Mr. Sparrow's still staring at the 5 cards I've laid out on the bar. Ace of Spades. There be only one man in the world what I've known can do that. And he's long dead. Ike Solomon, I says. The cigar drops from Mr. Sparrow's lips onto the floor. I lean down and pick it up. Then I put it carefully on the counter with the lighted part over the edge. You be Sparrow Fart then, I presume, I say. Cool as you like. How the devil? He exclaims. Who are you, then? Tommo X Solomon, at your service, I says, sticking out me paw. Ike said I couldn't never beat you, but I bloody well just did. Mr. Sparrow, alias the one and only Sparrow Fart, is too astonished to take offence. You're Ike's boy! Ike Solomon! Prince of London's fences, sent to Van Diemen's Land? One and the same, says I. And you be Sparrow Fart, what Ikey considered the best pickpocket of all the lads he ever trained, and a master of the flats when you was 10 years old. I was too, Mr. Sparrow muses. Thought I still was, until a few moments ago. He looks me all over like he's looking at me for the first time. Glory be. Ikey's lad, eh? This is a most momentous occasion. I sighs, me and my big mouth. I just never learns to keep me cleverness to myself. There's no hope of getting rid of Mr. Sparrow now he knows who I am. Mr. Sparrow is banging the bell and the lovely Doreen appears once more. Here, same again, he calls to her. I raise my hand to object. Mr. Sparrow, please, we made a deal. I won, now I wish to drink me fill on me own. Mr. Sparrow stops and gazes at me a long time. A tear escapes from one of his little red weasel eyes and runs down his cheek and across his small, sharp face. Son, he chokes, I've waited 30 years for this moment. Ikey Solomon were the closest thing to a pater I ever had. He'd give me a family. All the likely lads from the Academy of Light Fingers. Ikey was our beloved kinsman. He found me when I were nothing but a starving gutter snipe. He taught me the most noble art of tooling until I were the best pickpocket in London. He gave me book learning and writing and taught me cribbage, so that handling the flats became me second nature. Ikey Solomon gave me everything I am become, son. When Mr. Dickens picked me character for the Artful Dodger in that book of his, Oliver Twist, I were the very finest example of the genius of Ikey Solomon. Sparrow Fart pauses. Now I meets you, Tommo Solomon, alias Mr. Ace of Spades, Ikey's lad. Another tear escapes. And you tells me to piss off? I'm hurt, humiliated to the uttermost. Fat Fred lets loose a gentle snore. From the way he's talking, it's like Sparrow Fart's once more the little ragamuffin what Ikey found starving in Rosemary Lane. I don't know what rightly to say to his outburst. I know I'm being had, but also that some of his declaration is genuine enough. Ikey would always tell us, a good scam be from the heart as well as the head, my dears. Always find yourself something what you can say with a sense of conviction, what makes you sad or happy or angry. Then work it in like butter and flour. The result be most soulful, and is as effective on your patsy mark as mother love. Now Mr. Sparrow has given me a proper lesson in doing this right. For a moment I thinks I must cry for the memory of Ikey, which be most funny, for as far as I know ain't nobody much ever cried over the memory of Ikey Solomon. Mary might have shed a few tears, what quickly dried, and so might me soft brother, but nobody else. It all goes to show the skill of Sparrow Fart. You're right, Mr. Sparrow. I've been most hard-hearted, I say, even half meaning it. No, no, lad. He takes me by the arm. Tell you what, we'll have a couple of nobblers. My stand. Me and Fat Fred will nurse our drinks on our own and leave you free to take up the slack in your own grief or celebration or bit of both. Then afterwards, I want you to accompany us on a proper adventure. Put money in your pocket, too. What do you say, eh, lad? Adventure? What sort of adventure? Can't be better than getting shickered after 4 years. Much better, 1,000 times better, I promise. It'll fix whatever ails you. He bangs the bell and orders 2 nobblers each for us. I hasn't even touched the last one Doreen brought. But I ain't said yes, Mr. Sparrow, I protest. He ignores me and retires to the corner as promised. He gives Fat Fred a shake and they talk quietly between themselves while I stand at the bar and tackle the 3 Cape brandies in front of me. By the time I finish the second, my head is spinning. It ain't sore anymore, but the saloon bar looks as wavy as if I was still aboard the Black Dog. I drink the third, spilling some of the precious liquid on the front of me jacket. Then I take up the 4th. All I remember after that is Mr. Sparrow's voice murmuring, "Steady now. Take it easy, Tommo, there's a good lad." Then he's talking to someone, what could be Fat Fred. "We'll take him upstairs," I hear him say. Then I don't remember nothing. I wake up in a dark room, and I'm lying on a proper bed with a blanket covering me. Me head hurts, but not too bad. I has a strange recollection of being waked from time to time and made to drink gallons of water, or so it seemed in me dreams. Now I'm busting for a piss. I lie a moment listening for sounds, and see a thin strip of light coming in from the drapes. It's daylight, and I can hear street sounds, but they is some distance below me. I gets up and sees that me boots has been took off, along with me trousers and jacket. All I'm wearing is Farmer Moo Cow's woolen blouse. I walks softly over to the door and tries the knob, but it's locked. Then I goes to the window and pulls the drapes open. I'm looking down into a narrow lane, more a cutting between buildings than a passageway, barely wide enough to walk through. 2 stray dogs are sniffing each other's arses, turning round and bumping into the walls on either side. There's no sign of anyone else. I try to open the window, thinking I might piss out of it into the lane below, but it won't budge. What am I to do? Then I see a small washstand with a basin atop. I ain't tall enough to piss straight into it, so I put it on the floor and passes water for maybe 10 minutes or more, a blessed relief. I'm a new man when I lift the basin back up onto the washstand. Then I start thinking about me predicament. Has I been kidnapped? How did I get here? Slowly, my memories of the pub comes back to me. 4 brandies. Once I could have took 10 and walked home. Hell, what time is it? Is it morning? Afternoon, I think, from the look of the lane. Is it today still or tomorrow? Where's Hawk? He'll be going spare. I walk to the door and bang upon it with me fist. Anyone there? I shout. It don't take a moment before I hear the rattle of a key and the door is opened. 2 lads, no more than 10 or 11 years old, stand looking in at me. Afternoon, Squire, says one of them, cheeky-like. Where am I? What's the time? I demand. It be just afternoon. The post office clock just gone not more than 10 minutes since, Squire. Don't call me Squire. Who brung me here? I ask. You was sick of guv. Mr. Sparrow said we should mind yous. Been here all bleeding day, we has. He jerks his thumb at the second boy. Him and me, we's had no sleep and nothing to eat all day, neither. Where is he, Mr. Sparrow? Can you fetch him? If you'll let us lock you back in, strict instructions we's got. Where's me togs? I ask. Dunno. Fat Fred took 'em this morning. They close the door, and I hear the key turn in the lock. Before long, there are voices outside, and soon enough in comes Mr. Sparrow, carrying a brown paper parcel tied with twine. How are we feeling, Tommo? How's your poor noggin? He smiles, then reaches into the pocket of his breeches and hands me a small flask. Here are the dog, lad. 1 sip only, mind. We got business tonight. I've got to find me brother now, Mr. Sparrow. But I reach for the flask and takes a long swig. Now, steady on. We got a long afternoon and night ahead, lad. I hand Mr. Sparrow back the flask. Where's me clothes? I've got to go and find me brother. The nigger, he says straight away. Aye, Hawk Solomon, me twin. He'll be out looking for me. Twin? Him? You and he be twins? 'Tain't possible. He's pitch black, a giant. Mr. Sparrow grins his weasel grin. Like he knock up a black gin then, did he? Dirty old bugger. Then he looks puzzled. But then that don't explain you, does it? I'll tell you how it come about some other time, I says impatient. You've made Hawk's acquaintance then, has you? I ain't, but I heard he's been downstairs asking for you. Didn't that blooming Doreen tell him she'd seen me? Doreen only sees what she's told to see. She's blind as a bat when she needs to be. Mr. Sparrow smiles. But don't you fuss none, Tommo. We've had 6 of my lads following your brother. I dare say it ain't too easy to lose a 7-foot nigger. How's your head, then? He grins again. We gave you plenty of water on the hour. Me head's fine. Where's me clothes? Be here soon, and you set for you. What's you mean? I cries. Where's me own clobber? You took me flaming clothes. Not took, replaced. You can't be seen to be the country bumpkin where we're going tonight, Mr. Ace of Spades. I even took your shoe size when you were asleep. You're precisely the same size as me. Mr. Sparrow hands me the parcel under his arm. They be my 3rd best set of crab shells. I'm still holding this parcel when a lad comes to the door with another large paper package, his head and cabbage tree hat barely peeking out above it. "From Mr. Horton's drapery, Mr. Sparrow," he announces. It seems Sparrow Fart is king of the Sydney lads. Apart from the two what were guarding the door, there's 3 more on the landing, and now this one's appeared. Not to mention the half-dozen what's following Hawk. "Help yourself, Tommo," Mr. Sparrow says proudly, putting the parcel on the bed. "Best there is, short of tailor-made." Inside the parcel is a good worsted suit of clothes, 3 new blouses, a waistcoat, and a fancy neckerchief of the kind toffs wear. There's even an hat of a sort I've never seen before. Mr. Sparrow picks it up, removes his own headgear, and places the new one on his head at a rakish angle. "Latest fashion, all the rage in London, most suitable and becoming for a young man about town like yourself." "Look, Mr. Sparrow, I don't know what you're doing, but I don't want no part of it till you explains everything. What the hell's going on? All I want is me own gear back so as I can get out of here and find me brother." "Steady on, lad," Mr. Sparrow soothes. "You get dressed and I'll tell you all about the grand adventure I've got planned for us tonight." "Oh, an adventure this very night, is it? No doubt 1,000 times better than getting pissed, is it? I told you already, I'm off." I picks up a blouse and starts to undo the buttons when 2 young lads brings in a jug of hot water, steam coming out of the top. "Pour it in the basin," Mr. Sparrow instructs. "What's that for?" I asks, suspicious. The lad hesitates and looks at Mr. Sparrow. "Don't suppose a wash be out of the question, seeing you're near naked but for your woolen blouse," Mr. Sparrow says. "Bit of a scrub up do you the world of good. Plenty of hot water and a clean towel, what do you say?" I hesitate. Truth is, I fancies a bath. Hawk's put me in the habit of cleanliness, and I hasn't had a wash for longer than I cares to remember. But what's I going to do? There in that basin is me own piss. It must stink something awful. "Much obliged, Mr. Sparrow," I says, and turn to the lad holding the jug. "Leave it there." I set the new blouse aside, and rising from the bed takes me time getting me old blouse off. Then I picks up the jug and walks over to the washstand. I pour the water into it and bend over as if to wash me face. Then I pause and sniff. I pulled my head back in alarm. "What the hell?" I exclaim. "It stinks!" I pointed to the basin, then I looked round angry at the 2 lads. "What's you brats playing at?" "What's wrong, Tommo?" Mr. Sparrow asks. I point to the empty jug. "Some dirty little buggers pissed in me jug of hot water." Mr. Sparrow throws a conniption on the spot. He sends for another basin and jug of hot water and soundly boxes the ears of the 2 boys, what jumps up and down whining their innocence. Then, when me clean water arrives, he tells all the lads to scarper, so that we're on our own. He laughs quiet at me. "I like a nimble mind. Piss in the basin, did you?" I grin in reply. He's a man after me own heart, I reckons. I bathe and dress, and Mr. Sparrow tells me about his plans for tonight. It seems that amongst other things he runs a regular game of cards. It's mostly for rich toffs what wants to taste the entertainments of Sydney. Not just cards, women, grog, a prize fight if we can arrange it. "Delights of the night, I calls it," he says. He explains that Fat Fred is the manager of several prize fighters. "Nothing like a prize fight to bring out the nabobs and open their purses, Tommo." But while the gambling on the fights be a good earner when there's a big purse on, poker's the mainstay. Seems everybody's up for a game of flats. Merchants, squatters, barristers and judges, graziers, men rich from the goldfields, even the Celestials, what has learnt to play poker out in the diggings. "The Chinese from the goldfields?" "Aye, they be very keen gamblers." "They comes to your poker games with the landed gentry?" "No. Once a month we play down in Chinatown, and the landed gentry comes to them. Very exotic it is, too. There be other attractions in Chinatown, as well as a good game of poker. Matter of fact, that be where we're going tonight." Mr. Sparrow smiles. "We? I said I ain't coming." I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, lacing up Mr. Sparrow's spare boots. They fit a treat, and I has to admit I likes the feel of boots with those again. "Stand up and let's have a look at you, Tommo." "Breeches fit, I can see that. Shoes?" I nod. "Put the jacket on." I does as he asks. Not bad. Not too bad at all. A little bit of fattening up and the fit'll be perfect. Suddenly, Mr. Sparrow takes a step forward and grabs me by the lapels of me jacket. He pulls me close. Look, Tommo, don't be a fool. His voice is hard, and he looks most weasel-like. If you're as good as I think, and if you're trained by Ikey Solomon, you'll clear a fiver tonight. You'll win a lot more, but the rest is mine until you're tested. Then we'll split a bit more even. That's me best offer. Take it or leave it. Now make up your mind, son. A fiver, you say? I'll guarantee it. You're on. You'll not regret it, my dear Ace of Spades, says Mr. Sparrow, very pleased with himself. He points to the bed. Sit down. There's more to tell. In my new togs, I feel my confidence return. And I like the sound of this adventure more and more. I sit back and Mr. Sparrow starts to fill me in on the detail. Now, you don't know me from a bar of soap, you hear? That's the first thing you have to get into your noggin. We're strangers. You've just arrived from Tasmania and is looking for a game of cards. You've got a quid or two. Family has a sheep run and a good stand of timber. But you're a bit of a cornstalk. This way, no one will get suspicious if you can't answer their questions, seeing as you're from Tasmania and all. Well, thanks very much, says I. Wait till you meet Mr. Hawke, he's from Tasmania too. Mr. Sparrow looks at me hard, not liking me little bit of fun. Now listen, lad. We play straight unless we're losing bad. If I light me cigar and blow a single smoke ring, you may consider relocating your cards, but not a moment before, you understand? I nod and he continues. The Chinese don't usually take to the flats. They've got their own ways of gambling, but this lot's learnt in the goldfields. Don't make the mistake of thinking them new chums to the game, though. If they think you're relocating, they'll have a knife in your belly soon as look at you. I mean it, Tommo. No cheating unless I say. And your name is Ace of Spades. Incognito be well accepted around here. The Chief Justice himself be known as Tom Jones, and the Attorney General as William Pitt. He leans back and cups his hands round his raised knee. By the way, we've got a partner in this endeavour, Mr. Tang Wing Hung. He arranges the game and the entertainment after, and takes his cut. From me fiver or from what I earns for you? It don't work that way. What we earns in cash, we keeps. The Celestials are back from the goldfields, and they've got a lot of gold dust. They'll play with coins or notes at first, but if they loses what they've got, and it's your job to see they do, most won't quit. They'll just think to change their luck by bringing out their gold. It's Mr. Tang Wing Hung's pleasure to cash their gold nuggets or dust for currency at special rates. No doubt most onerous. It's not my concern. That's his profit, and not to be questioned or shared with us. I'll have to tell Hawke where I is, I says. He'll be fretting that something's happened to me. No, Tommo. This Chinese game be most private organised. There'll be some bigwigs there what can't be seen in Chinatown. I can't take no chances of you telling anyone. There's reputations at risk. If the nabobs are seen to gamble with the Celestials, heads will roll. You stay stum. Not a dicky bird to no one, you swear? I nod, and he says, Can you write? A little. Me hand is very poor, though. That don't matter, long as your brother knows it well. Well enough, he taught me. Good. Then write your beloved brother a note in your own hand, telling him you're safe and you'll see him in the morning. One of the lads will deliver it, I promise you. After a moment, I agree, and he sends one of the ever-present lads standing outside the door to fetch pen, blacking and paper. Just one thing more, Mr. Sparrow, to settle me mind. Why'd you do that relocation this morning? That full house be a trick what a man of your skill with the flats would never reveal to someone he don't know. If you was thinking me a whaleman just paid out, you would have scared me away with your tricks. You insult me, my dear. I don't play with such boyangs. Not my style, not my style at all. So why did you waste your talent on me? Easy to see I ain't no true merino. I admit, when you walked in wearing those old togs, you had me fooled. But when I come over and took up the glass of bad brandy Doreen gives you, I take a gander at your right hand, and I see the calloused edge of your thumb and forefinger. That comes from only one thing, my dear, playing with the flats. practicing your skill. It takes thousands and thousands of hours to build up that ridge of skin, and don't I know it? I saw at once you were no whaleman, but a broadsman. I had to brave the next step, get you to show me your form, see if you'd back off or not. But what if I couldn't match your very superior piece of relocation? Matter of fact, I was pretty certain you couldn't. But as the great Ike Solomon would say, never take nothing for granted, my dears. The day you lose is the day you think you can't be beat. Sooner or later there's someone comes along what's younger and better than you. If you're ready for him, then you can delay the fall, make a deal, a partnership. But if you're not ready, then he will gobble you up. And you supposed it could be me? That I could be the one what's younger and better? I ask, amazed. Mr. Sparrow holds up his right hand, and with the forefinger of his left traces the calloused ridge on his thumb and forefinger. See that? It took me near 30 years to build, and I'm getting older and slower, lad. It's rare to see a ridge what even comes close. I had to find out if you'd the nerve, the speed, and the mind to match, if you were worth the training. I didn't think you'd best me. No. I thought when you saw what I could do, you'd want to learn from me. And now? Mr. Sparrow laughs. I can still teach you a trick or two, Mr. Ace of Spades. There's other things you'll need to know if you don't want to be found floating in Sydney Harbour with your throat cut. We begin tonight with the Celestials. I hope to make Ike Solomon, may he rest in peace, most proud of the both of us. Proud of me for listening down the years, and you for agreeing we be partners. Ike would have liked that, I say. I thinks of him, stranded among the Maori ancestors, nothing to eat but roast pork 3 times a day. Old Ike must be wondering what he done wrong to me and Hawk, for us to put him into such a terrible predicament. I don't think Ike's playing much cribbage where he is, I confides to Mr. Sparrow. But wherever he is, I thinks to myself, I hope Ike's proud of me for beating the splendour of the Sparrow. Book 3. Chapter 16. Hawk. Sydney, September 1860. Sydney is thriving. The houses of the wealthy merchants are most elegant, with not a lick of paint spared, and every brass doorknob highly polished. Many of them sit in pleasant gardens filled with native and English plants of all description, some even sporting fountains in this city short of water. The government and commercial buildings and the churches, which for the most part are made of the local sandstone, are handsome and well maintained. The streets are paved and have footpaths. Those running up from Semicircular Quay and along the length of the city are wide, though many a cross street is no more than a narrow lane. Hyde Park, a long strip of dust quite unlike its London namesake, is a popular area for promenading and recreation, a few minutes' brisk walk or a twopenny omnibus ride from the centre of town. Only the rocks, below the Argyle Cut, remind the curious of what the earlier convict settlement must have been like. It is a chaotic arrangement of mean huts, wooden skillings, slaughter yards, knackeries, cow pens, leather tanners, open sewers, broken fences, rutted streets, 1-shilling hells and taverns, all crawling with rats and mangy cats. 100 yards up from this sprawl, in George Street, the places where people go to drink are known as public houses or pubs, but here in the rocks, such places are often called taverns, after the age-old tradition of the sea. Sailors drink at taverns when they come ashore, and shall do evermore. In the rocks, these notorious bloodhouses carry names such as the Black Dog, which is also the name of Lewin's schooner, though if there is a connection, none I ask knew of it. Here one may also find the Brown Bear, the Whaler's Arms, the Hit or Miss, the Lord Nelson, the Mermaid, the Erin go Bragh, the Cat and Fiddle, the Jolly Sailor, the Rose of Australia, the Hero of Waterloo, the Sheer Hulk, the Labour in Vain, the Sailor's Return, and the Help Me Through the World. Tommo, alas, has become a steady visitor to the world turned upside down in Bridge Street. If the advantageous effects of the gold strikes may be seen in the upper reaches of George, Pitt and Macquarie Streets, and in the handsome houses of the well-to-do, here at the Rocks the discovery of gold has had quite the opposite effect.
A great many working men have left good jobs to seek their fortunes at the diggings at Lambing Flat and Braidwood, amongst others. Most of these hard-luck fossickers find nothing but hard luck, and their women and children are left here without any livelihoods, so that misery, desperation, and destitution are everywhere to be seen. Many a respectable mother has been forced to resort to the purse between her legs to feed her starving children. Some have forsaken their young, and for a silver shilling are available in the Argyle Cut for a quick knee trembler. The streets near the semicircular quay are overrun by tiny barefoot urchins in tatters, begging for halfpennies. Others, boys and girls not much beyond the age of 7 or 8, become child prostitutes and catamites to the sailors, and many a so-called upstanding citizen. Most of these wild children die young. But if a boy should survive long enough to become one of the Sydney lads, he will be as tough a young specimen as you may find pound for pound anywhere in the world. Here in the rocks, the roads and the footpaths are so filthy and in such bad repair that no respectable person would venture down them. This matters little enough to the people who dwell here. They know themselves to be the flotsam of the human race, driven by poverty and despair to this dirty corner of the city. Some say that they are a tribe of their own, but I don't think this is true. Drink and poverty do nothing to unite a community. For those already in the clutches of the demon drink, the rocks is the end of their journey, and for those unfortunate enough to be born here, it is the beginning of a hard life. There is also a Chinatown bordering the rocks, where large numbers of Orientals reside, many of them on their way to and from the goldfields. These celestials are treated with a contempt only surpassed by the treatment meted out to the niggers, or blacks, as the Aborigines are called. I have noted that the Aborigines are also referred to in the Sydney Morning Herald as sable Australians. But this, I believe, merely reflects polite society's need to disguise the contempt it feels for the native Australian. Those who live in the rocks, even the poor whites whose existences are meagre, do not bother to hide their feelings towards the niggers of this squalid place. These poor blacks, who almost without exception dress in discarded rags, are mostly drunk from morning till night. Their women, known in the local parlance as gins, fight each other when intoxicated, with a screaming and caterwauling that would wake the dead. The men sit bleary-eyed in the dirt, their mangy kangaroo dogs panting beside them, and their black bottles and clay pipes close to hand, taking no notice of the women's battles. Naked, snot-nosed children with bloated bellies and flies clustering around their dark eyes scream and dance in agitation as their mothers roll and claw at each other in the dust. The gin fight is so common a spectacle here that the regular denizens of the rocks pause only a few moments in their passage to watch. It is the visiting sailors who are most amazed by these scenes, often betting on one or another of the women, and then at the end tossing them a few coins so that they may drown their sorrows at the back door of the nearest tavern, but they are not permitted within. I am black myself, and know that men call me a nigger. Yet my lot is nowhere near as difficult as that of the Aborigines, who have suffered so much since the coming of the white man to Australia. The corruption of the Aboriginal nature which has been brought about with grog is tragic. Each time I see one of their kind near dead from the drink, or one of their gins offering herself to a passing sailor for sixpence, I think sadly of our friend Billy Lanny from the Nankin Maiden. I know him to be a brave, generous and true-spirited man who faithfully stood by Tommo in Auckland. I also now know him to be the much-loved Billy Gone Queer of whom Ikey spoke. Yet he too is the lesser man for the drink, but which man is not, black or white. I cannot let myself pass judgment on Billy, nor the sad people I see here, for my own brother is just as much a wretch when he takes solace in his grog wilderness. Who then can blame the Aborigines for their plight? While the Aborigines are abandoned to their fate, efforts are afoot to save the white man from the temptation of the bottle. All over town this past week, I have seen posters telling of a lecture to be given by the Reverend Hannibal Peagsnit at the Congregational Church in Pitt Street this afternoon. His topic is most clearly announced: Where God can no longer reach, the death and disaster, terrors and tribulations caused by the pernicious celestial poppy. The Reverend Peagsnit's special mission is to the drunks and especially the opium addicts of Sydney. and no story is dearer to his heart than that of his own salvation, which has become a tale all too well known in Sydney. Peaksnip was educated at Oxford and came to New South Wales as an Anglican cleric. He soon took to the black bottle and sank to the depths of depravity. Cast out by his own synod, he became a dipsomaniac, visited in his delirium by serpents and hobgoblins, rats gnawing at his fingers, toes and nose, and monkeys jabbering into his terrified face, showing their tiny jagged teeth and sharp little claws. Peaksnit's personal epiphany occurred when he lay drunk in a gutter outside the town hall on St. Crispin's Day. Christ appeared to him, immediately banishing the simian creatures and assorted pestilences that plagued him, so that his mind was at once restored fully unto him. Then the Lord took his trembling hand and charged him henceforth to administer to drunkards. His Redeemer also warned him specifically of the pernicious influence of the celestial empire and the smoke of the scarlet flower, papaver somniferum, on this Christian colony. It was miraculous indeed that the Lord Jesus remembered the Latin in his warning against the opium poppy. And so the Reverend Peaksnit asked to be returned to the bosom of the Anglican Church. But the Bishop of Sydney, the very Reverend John Casper, was not convinced of the redemption of their prodigal son, and refused. Denied the reversed collar by the Episcopalians, Peaksnit became a preacher in the Congregational Church. The Reverend Peaksnit teaches that God's hands are always stretched out to sinners, and especially to drunkards, no matter how wretched. But, he insists, there is one exception to Christ's ever-present promise of salvation: the opium smoker. I am curious about this man and his popularity, especially amongst the women of Sydney, who see their husbands drunk most nights, and so have come to hear his lecture. When I enter the packed church, Peaksnit is already in full flow. "We must stop this pernicious Oriental influence before it destroys the noble British character," he thunders, and expounds on his topic at length. I settle myself comfortably against the back wall, for it is standing room only, and observe a sea of rapt faces drinking in the Reverend's every word. I listen too, but find myself wondering about this noble British character of which he so eloquently speaks. It was the British who created the opium trade. Even as the good Reverend speaks, British merchants are buying the paste in India and sailing their fast clipper ships to the mouth of the Canton River. There, in the safe harbour of the island of Hong Kong, they exchange the opium for tea leaf, which they bring to Britain for export to the colonies. Any Chinese addiction to opium, then, is a direct result of this noble British character and trade. What's more, the colony of New South Wales is a chief beneficiary of the opium trade. The government here gains a tax of 10 shillings per pound on its import, and places no limit on the amount which may be brought in, despite the fact that the authorities are well able to gauge the amount needed for medicinal purposes. For those in pain, opium is a great blessing, and it is called the angel's kiss by those whose suffering it alleviates. But it is also called the devil's smoke by those poor souls who are addicted to it. While I am engaged in these thoughts, the Reverend Peaksnit has, through his fearful oratory, roused his audience to sobbing and strange excitement. Much of his passion focuses on the race whom he holds responsible for the corruption of our society. There is no doubting who they are, in his mind at least. "The yellow-skinned, slant-eyed Mongolian presents our precious offspring, our sweet daughters and robust sons, with a pipe and a substance which allows them to indulge in an evil clothed in its most hideous form, until the nerves begin to wince and the frame to totter from excessive stimulation." Peaksnit thumps the Bible on the lectern. "The devil's smoke renders them shameless, and they are overtaken by an immorality which utterly beggars description. These are our beloved sons and daughters who, through opium, impair their mental, moral, and physical systems beyond salvation and bring upon themselves the greatest of all vices." He stops for breath and looks about him. "The vice of indolence." Peaksnit pauses again for effect, then repeats himself, thumping the Bible with an indignant fist. "The vice of indolence! Once this is acquired, indecency and immorality follow closely in its train." Like the others, I feel myself affected by the Reverend Peaksnit's oratory. Once again, however, I am forced to consider that if indolence is the most heinous of opium's consequences, then half of Sydney's population must already be addicted and beyond recovery. For indolence is an affliction I have observed everywhere about me in European Sydney. In contrast to this, the Chinese seem to be very hard-working. How is it, I now ask myself, that they are not also afflicted if idleness is caused by opium? An article in the Sydney Morning Herald just the other day reported that out of every 100 Chinamen in the colony, 62 are primary producers of wealth. Of every 100 Europeans, however, only 20 are thus self-employed. The thump of the Bible hitting the lectern startles me back to attention. Peaksnit's lecture has concluded with a bang, and with much relief I walk outside into the sunny day. It is several weeks since Tommo and I arrived in Sydney, and sadly I already have reason to be preoccupied with the subject of opium and its effects. My little brother has taken up the pipe, and I am in two minds as to what I can do. Tommo is happy enough as a professional gambler in partnership with Mr. Sparrow, and I cannot help but feel buoyed that some of Ike has come back into our lives in this way. It is sentimental of me, I know, especially as I have some misgivings about Mr. Sparrow's intentions as concerns my twin. I have been warned that Mr. Sparrow is a hard, even dangerous man, and that Tommo will not in the end benefit from the association. But he has taught Tommo much about gambling with the rich, and how to conduct himself in an acceptable manner with such people. This means that at least he is not forced to play with rough sorts in rough situations. These days Tommo is quite the dandy, and he bathes and changes his linen twice a week. While he still craves the brandy bottle, Mr. Sparrow watches him carefully, with one of his lads always on duty to see that Tommo does not drink during the day. At night, at the card table, he is permitted to imbibe, but only at a level which does not damage his concentration, and this only so he is seen to do his fair share of drinking with the other players. As Tommo points out to me, no punter will play cards with him unless he is prepared to go along with the grog shout. It seems nothing is done here in Sydney without the nobbler, the name used for a portion of spirits. Every merchant keeps a black bottle in his desk drawer to aid in his business with customers. Drinking is seen by many as the mark of a man, and is certainly more prevalent than any sign of religion. Within 2 miles of Semicircular Quay there are 6 churches and hundreds of public houses. The clergy may denounce the drinking habits of the citizens at every opportunity, but very few heed their call to higher things. People seem to live only for the present, not the afterlife or the past, for not far away are memories of the rattle of leg irons. I am so taken up with thoughts of Tommo that I am almost run down by a carriage as I cross the street away from Peaksnit's church. I can think of no other place where the streets are in such a state of confusion. This includes London, which at the time of my visit was said to be the most congested city in the civilized world. Here in Sydney, wheels are all important. Those who in any other society could not imagine a means of locomotion beyond placing one foot in front of the other, here demand to be transported to their destinations. Such transport is provided by as motley a collection of doddering old horses as you can imagine. Most of these poor nags are long past their appointed hour with the knacker's yard. Every day I see some poor beast, its ribs sticking out like tent poles, collapsed on the street, with its owner kicking and lashing it in a vain attempt to raise it from the dead. Carriages consist of contraptions of every sort, many of them most peculiar in construction, the work of some backyard mechanic. Even dogs are used to draw carts piled high with newspapers. These are led by newsboys, who dodge in and out of the traffic on the way to their accustomed corners. I feel sure that if cats or rats could be trained to the task, they too would soon enough be put into harness. There is even the story of a retired ship's captain who harnessed his African ostrich to a milk cart and caused the traffic to come to a tangled standstill as the bird panicked and rushed headlong up George Street on its way to Parramatta. The streets here resound with the curses of cab drivers and cartmen, who turn the air blue with their invective. Coach horns and rattles blast away, and the drivers of bullock drays will even take their whips to other vehicles on the road. Every few minutes some form of accident occurs with its attendant altercation. There is talk of a horse-drawn tram commencing next year, which will run on tracks from Semicircular Quay down to Pitt Street to Redfern Station. Today's Sydney Morning Herald speculates that once this is established, no Sydney-sider with 3 pennies to jingle in his pocket will have to walk anywhere, bringing about the total collapse of the bootmaker's trade. It is claimed that the entire 1.75 miles of the journey will take no more than 10 minutes. The Sydney lads are as wild as the Sydney traffic. I have grown up with the wild youth of Hobart Town, who in concert may become a dangerous mob, but who individually lack wiles and nerve. The lads of Sydney are a different kettle of fish altogether. There seem to be two types of physiognomy amongst them. One lot are slim, dark-eyed, olive-complexioned. The other are carrot-topped and blue-eyed, with much accumulated dirt obscuring their freckles. The Sydney lad's hair, whether ginger or dark, is shiny with grease and falls across his brow so that he is constantly brushing it away from his eyes. A cabbage tree hat clings precariously to the back of his head, and from this a snip of black ribbon dangles like a rat's tail. The knees of his breeches and the elbows of his jacket are always covered in grease. If he is younger than 10 years of age, he is likely to be barefoot. If older, he wears scuffed boots with no hose. All are up to no good. The Sydney lad is insolent to everyone, particularly servant girls, police officers and new chums. He pushes and shoves his way along the street, not caring a whit for the small child, dainty female or elderly. He fears no one in authority and has no regard for any man, unless a cricketing hero or a challenger at chuckpenny. The Sydney lad is no coward, and at the least excuse he will remove his cabbage tree hat and greasy jacket, wipe the snot from under his nose with the back of his hand, and have a go. He will often take on someone older and bigger than himself, with a cussing and swearing that would take the paint off the Queen's mailbox. Should he have a halfpenny to spend, the lad will buy a thin black Mexican cheroot. This he will light immediately upon meeting an acquaintance, and then, after taking a single puff and blowing out the smoke in a lofty manner, he will extinguish it so that it may be saved for his next assignation. Sydney lads call all their female friends after the ships in which they arrived, hence Susie Blue Wren, Mary Yorktown, Jenny Memphis, Mary Armageddon. And they refer to all policemen as Israelites, after a ship named the Exodus, which brought a large consignment of English constables to the colony. At the age of 10, the Sydney lad is out in the world on his own. By this time he believes himself master of his own destiny, and a man in all respects, earning good wages by some clandestine means or other, which does not involve manual work. By the age of 12 or 13, long before he has the slightest blooming of manly hair upon his grimy cheeks, he has tasted most of the joys and sorrows of existence. Mr. Charles Dickens, the English writer, has much lauded the genuine Cockney lad, but for shrewdness, effrontery, truculence, and the affectations of manhood, the Cockney lad pales beside the young gamins of Sydney. Much of what I know of the Sydney lad I have learnt from my brother. Tommo already knows many of these lads in their cabbage tree hats. It seems that Mr. Sparrow commands the nastiest of these scoundrels, which he addicts to grog early. They cannot be good company for Tommo, but of far greater concern to me is Tommo's wounded head, and his increasing reliance on the angel's kiss, the dreaded celestial poppy. Tommo insists he take opium only to relieve the pain of his injury, which certainly remains a serious condition. But I am much afraid that the angel's kiss will eventually turn into the devil's smoke, and he will become addicted. He's been using the opium pipe since the first night we arrived. I waited all afternoon for him outside the world turned upside down that day, and then made urgent inquiries at the bar when he failed to emerge. But all who worked there claimed not to have seen him. Naturally, I was distraught, and even close to panic. I searched the rocks half the night, and then went up to Hyde Park to see if he was there, perhaps lying under the gum trees with the other drunks. I missed my meeting with Maggie Pye, although I left a note explaining my predicament, hoping she would not be angry and that we might with luck meet again. I spent a most miserable night looking for Tommo, only abandoning my search when the Currawongs called at dawn. Hoping that Tommo might find me in the rocks once he'd recovered, I went back there to look for accommodation. I soon found a decent enough room with 2 mattresses, and after paying the landlady 10 shillings for the first week's rent, I left our belongings with her and went straight to the public bathhouse. There I paid a penny for soap and another for the hire of a razor, and shaved for the first time in a fortnight. I also gave myself a good scrubbing and washed my clothes, wringing them out as best I could before returning them to my body damp. I spent a penny more on 2 loaves of bread, and went to sit in the sun, watching the boats on the magnificent harbour as I breakfasted. I meant only to stay until my clothes were dry, but I must have fallen asleep. I woke to hear 2 chimes of the post office clock, and realised with a renewed burst of anxiety that it was past noon. As the last chime faded to silence, I felt a small hand on my shoulder. My heart leapt, and I swung around, hoping to find Tommo. Instead, a scruffy lad with a cheeky grin stood beside me.
"Your name's Solomon? Hawk Solomon?" he demanded.
"Why do you wish to know?" I replied, looking as stern as I could.
"Here."
He thrust a piece of folded paper at me. It was a note in Tommo's unpractised hand, telling me that he was well. I was to meet him outside the same pub in Bridge Street at 7 o'clock the following morning. Not content with so little information, I looked up to question the lad further, only to discover that he had disappeared. I was furious with my errant twin, a night wasted with worrying. It was then that I resolved to visit the hero of Waterloo, where Maggie Pye and I had agreed to meet. Maybe I could make inquiries, and perhaps find my new friend again. The pub, when I arrived, was crammed with customers, and my heart, which had taken to thumping faster as I drew near, sank as I scanned the crowd. Suddenly, in the far corner, I caught a flash of black and white, as Maggie's magpie bobbed cheekily up and down. I quickly made my way through the crowd. Then I stopped short. Maggie was talking to someone. A customer, perhaps? She looked up, and our eyes met. With a big grin and a look of welcome, she waved me over. I smiled and pushed my way through the crowd to her. "I'd not have spotted you if it wasn't for the bird."
"Me trademark,"
she replied sweetly. Then she climbed up onto a nearby bench and promptly kissed me on the lips, a soft, welcoming kiss which made my knees tremble.
"You'd better not be late again, Hawk, but I'll forgive you this once. Now come and meet me friend. Mr. Isaacs, this be Hawk Solomon, what I told yous about."
Looking down, I saw a small, round man, neatly dressed, who was about 50 years old. His head was so bald and polished that his pate reflected the glow from the gaslight on the wall. He had a tape measure about his neck, and held out a plump, well-manicured hand. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Solomon," he said.
"Mr. Isaacs owns the slop shop in Pitt Street. He's a tailor. Do you up a treat,"
Maggie explained. "How do you do, sir?" I extended my hand. "Hawk Solomon? Your name is Solomon? But surely you ain't a Jew?" The little man looked puzzled. "I was christened a Jew," I explained. "Not possible. Jews ain't christened." I laughed. "Pardon me, sir. It's a figure of speech. My brother Tommo and I were born to a Jewish mother, who died. Then we were given the name Solomon by Mr. Ike Solomon, who was our father of sorts." The little man sniffed in disbelief. "Well, he must have been colourblind, if you'll forgive me saying. A Schwarzer for a Jew, I ain't heard of that before." As he talked, he measured me. Like Maggie when she kissed me, he stood on the bench to get the width of my shoulders, my neck, and the measurements under my armpits, making me feel most foolish all the while.
"We wants the best, Mr. Isaacs,"
Maggie instructed. "Maggie, it will have to wait." I thought of the few coins left in my pocket. "Mr. Isaacs, I'm afraid I can't afford new clothes."
"Who said anything about money?" Maggie grinned. "Did I say anything about money, Barney?"
She didn't wait for his reply, but turned back to me.
"I have a long-standing arrangement with Mr. Isaacs, Hawk, and none of it your business, sweetheart."
Barney Isaacs had hopped down from the bench, and at Maggie's words he shook his head forlornly. "What?" Maggie had one eyebrow raised and her hands upon her hips. "I can't oblige you, my dear," Barney said, his face serious. "Can't do it." "Why ever not?" Maggie demanded to know. "Too much cloth and stitching, my dear. Mr. Solomon here be the biggest man I've ever been called upon for to fashion up a set of gentlemen's apparel." The little man looked up from under his eyebrows at her. "Couldn't honestly see myself doing it for less than—" He shrugged and spread his hands. "3?" "3?"
Maggie screamed. You dirty bugger! Christ, you've already had a down payment and all. But he's a giant, the little tailor protested. Biggest man ever I seen. Maggie took 2 steps forward so that her pretty face was right up to his. You trying to cheat me? You got the wrong oar, Barney Isaacs. What if I says no, eh? Or I gets the nigger here to wring your bloody neck? Or I even does it myself? How you going to give me back what you's already spent? Answer me that. The tailor shrugged again. We could come to another arrangement. Maybe a silk shawl embroidered from China? Or a new coat. What do you say, me dear? A nice warm coat for the winter, best worsted. Maggie, I interrupted, what's going on? I told you I can't pay. Send him away. Maggie turned on me suddenly. Oh, for Christ's sakes, will you shut your gob? This is between his nibs here and me. He's trying to rook me. Tell you what, Barney added, as though he hadn't heard anything. Make it 3 and I'll toss in the blouse and hose. I had heard enough. I was halfway out of the pub when Maggie called out. Oi, where you going, Hawk? I don't need your charity, Maggie. Especially not that sort, I replied, angry now that I began to understand her method of payment. Maggie sighed. Oh, Hawk, stop being so prim and bloody proper. Let me sort this bastard out and then I'll explain everything to you. She moved purposefully towards the tailor, who retreated until he bumped against the bar, holding his hands up to his chest to protect himself. Give him one, Maggie, someone shouted. Kick him in the bollocks. Maggie, come on now. He's 7 foot tall and broad as a ship's mast, Barney yelled. I swear it'll take twice the cloth and sewing, and I'm only asking half again. Be reasonable. It's a most fair offer. Maggie stopped suddenly and tapped the little man on the chest with her finger. Righto, she says. I admits he's a big bastard. I ain't going to fight you, and I ain't going to pay you 3 either. She took a step backwards and looked him directly in the eye. You've already had one, fuck. That's for the jacket. You'll get 1 more for the blouse and the hose, and I'll go down on you for the waistcoat. 2.5, that's me final offer. Barney nodded eagerly, then pointed to my broken boots. Tell you what, Maggie, the lad's going to need a new pair of boots. What do you say, my dear, the other half and I throws in a pair? Too late, you bastard, Maggie cried, clapping her hands happily. I already has an arrangement with the Italian in Bly Street what's bootmaker to the governor. The tailor shrugged and departed, and Maggie and I went to sit in a corner. She ordered a large gin and asked if I wanted something to drink. I declined and sat silently. What's the matter? Maggie touched my arm. Cat got your tongue? Maggie, I don't want any charity, and I don't want you to keep me. I've always made my own way, and always will. If we become friends or more, then it should be I who keeps you. I mean, once I'm back on my feet. I don't want you to do it to that man, you hear me? Maggie leant over and kissed me. Hawk, that'd be the nicest thing what's ever been said to me. Lots of men wants to fuck me, but ain't never been one what wanted to keep me. She smiled. I don't blame 'em neither. I'm a whore. An expensive whore, but still a whore. But when all's said and done, darling, Barney be a regular, and I always takes me just reward in kind with him. Maggie, I don't want you to do that for me. You'll be the same, Hawk. You'll see. Once you've put your big black snake into me, you'll want it regular too. Need comes first, then greed. First the free fuck, then the free dinner. Maggie, don't talk like that. It isn't nice, I protested. Talk like what? She tilted her head at me. Talk dirty like that. What do you mean? She asked, genuinely astonished. I'm a whore. Dirty? Talk dirty? Have I said anything what hasn't already crossed your mind, Hawk Solomon? Well, yes, you have. It had not crossed my mind to... Fuck me? Well, yes, that I admit, but not then to live off you. Oh, what's your plan to do then? Fuck me and piss off? Maggie, I don't feel that way about you. Yeah, of course you don't, now. But after you've had it, that's when you can't get away fast enough. Take me word for it, darling, and don't get too fussed. It's what I expect. You pays your money, has your way, and then you buggers off. Some might do that, I protested, but not I. We will be more than that to one another. You said yesterday we could be friends, good friends, who help each other through thick and thin. That's what you said. Hawk, it's me standard patter. I says that to all the punters. Men enjoy a lasting arrangement, provided it don't last much beyond when they gets their breeches back on. Maggie made me feel like a schoolboy. In such matters, I suppose I am. Maggie, I don't understand all this. I don't understand why you would do what you plan to do just to get me a suit of clothes. It makes no sense if I'm just some bludger like the rest of you are. Customers? Yes, customers. I admit I desire you, Maggie. You're beautiful, and I can't help what's in my nature. But I am no bludger, and I would never exploit you. Why not? What you going to do instead? Pull yourself off? Maggie, stop it! I was suddenly angry. You don't have to speak like that, and you don't have to do it with that tailor fella for my sake. I looked down at my ragged apparel. I can get my own clothes, thank you. It will take a bit longer, that's all. That's just it, see? I don't want to wait. Oh? Maggie grabbed my hand. Hawk, listen to me. There's a big prize fight Friday night, and I wants yous on me arm and all. I wants a 7-foot beautiful black nigger on me arm. She grinned up at me. I admit, it's to show off. Me screwing Barney ain't no charity to you. It's well worth it to me. Oh, Christ, Maggie. What's a man getting himself into? I said, rolling my eyes heavenwards. Maggie laughed. With a bit of luck and a fair wind, you're getting yourself into the warmest little bed a man ever sailed into. I blushed and didn't know what more to say, so changed the subject instead. You likes the fights then, do you, Maggie? Loves them, darling. All the Crinlin cruisers will be there, the toffs, the squatters, strike-it-rich Johnnies, but I wants the best on me own arm. Crinoline cruisers? Whores, stupid! Maggie, you don't have to buy me clothes and take me to your bed to have me company. I'll come to the prize fight with you anyway, I said, though I knew full well that I secretly desired to make love to her more than anything in the world. Maggie looked at me, her blue eyes blazing. You mean you doesn't want me, is that it? You're too high and fucking micey to be with a slut? She was furious. Well, fuck you, Hawk! Throwing what was left of her glass of gin into my face, she stormed out of the pub. The drinkers standing near were suddenly quiet. Then I heard one say, Go get her, mate. Beat the living daylights out of her. This brought me to my senses, and I wiped the gin from my face. The fellow who addressed me was the same bloke who wanted Maggie to go for Barney Isaacs. He was a big fella, but I barely noticed this as I grabbed him around the throat. Lifting him off the ground, I threw him halfway across the pub, where he knocked over several stools before landing against the wall with his eyes glazed and tongue lolling. Watch your dirty mouth, I growled, as I went out after Maggie. I caught up with her halfway down the street as she strode towards the Argyle Cut. Maggie, wait! Maggie, please! I didn't mean what you think! Bugger off, Hawk, she cried. Please, Maggie, listen to me. I put my hand on her shoulder. Don't touch me, you bastard! She shrugged my hand away and started to beat her fists against my chest. How sweet and clean she smelt as she hit me, the magpie jumping up and down in its nest as if it were about to fly away, wanting no part of her temper tantrum. I began to laugh at this, then I held her tight. I care about you, Maggie, I said, surprised at my own words, but also liking the bold sound of them. Let go of me, you shit! Maggie yelled, then started to weep against my chest. I stroked her hair carefully so as not to disturb the magpie. After a little while, she pulled away. Bet I look a proper mess, don't I? She sniffed, and taking a small handkerchief from her handbag, wiped her big blue eyes. By Christ, no. You're beautiful. I held her by the shoulders and looked down at her. She laughed, and then began to sob again. Oh, you bastard! Ain't nobody ever said that before, she bawled, It ain't true, you silly bastard. But I loves you for it.
She sniffed and laughed and cried a bit, then laughed again and finally dried her eyes. Then she tilted her head and asked,
Friends?
Friends, I repeated solemnly. And that's what we've been ever since. Friends. Almost every afternoon we have a drink or a chat at the Hero of Waterloo, with no more said of me sharing her bed. Thinking of Maggie has nearly driven all my worries about Tommo from my mind, and I'm smiling as I enter the bar to meet her again. Today, Maggie is scrubbed of all her paint and dressed in a grey gown and a black shawl, neat and clean. By contrast to her appearance most afternoons, she looks decidedly modest, and might easily be mistaken for a servant girl on her day off, except for her hair, which still sports the magpie sitting in its nest.
Don't you look fine? She says with a grin, after greeting me with her usual kiss. Has you eaten?
I shake my head.
You must be starving, darling. Come on.
She leads me out of the pub, and we stroll down to a chop house just the other side of the cut. I've never been here with Maggie before, though they all seem to know her and greet her most cordially. A young lass wearing a mob cap and an apron comes up, and Maggie gives her a hug.
This be Florence. Flo, this be Hawk.
Maggie's got a smile like the proverbial Cheshire cat.
What's you think, eh? She says to Florence.
Florence looks up at me and brings the tips of her fingers to her lips and giggles.
Crikey, Mags, you gone and done it proper this time, ain't you? She says. You betcha, Maggie exclaims. 100% black magic. I told you so, didn't I?
Flo giggles again and runs off. I follow Maggie to a table, and Florence soon reappears with a loaf of bread and 2 large soup plates, spoons and a ladle. She sets our places, trying all the time not to laugh.
Don't be stingy now, Flo. Mr. Black Magic here takes a whole heap of feeding,
Maggie instructs and then laughs.
And by crikey, he's going to need all the strength he's got.
Is Florence your friend then, Maggie? I ask.
More like me little sister. Stopped her from cruising when she were 12 and saw that she and her folks got work here instead. Tom, the grocer's son, is going to marry her.
Just then Florence returns, carrying a large pot of stew, which she places on the table.
Me papa reckons if the nigger can eat it all, it's half price on your tab, Maggie.
Flo winks. She looks at me, wiping her hands on her apron.
He wants to know how tall you is, Mr. Hawk.
7 feet and 1 inch last time I was measured, I reply. It isn't always convenient.
And it's all in proportion,
Maggie laughs happily.
The parts what can't be shown to an innocent little girl like you be just as big, I'll betcha.
Flo's eyes grow large with surprise, and she runs from the room back into the kitchen, where we can hear her laughing fit to burst. Maggie, you must be careful, I admonish her, thinking how lucky I am to be black so that she can't see my own embarrassment. But still I love being with her. Here I am in the middle of this noisy chop house with a pot of stew in front of me, and suddenly I realise that I love Maggie Pie. I sit stock still.
Come on, darling, eat your tucker. I got big plans for you after this. What will have yous grinning like a butcher's dog.
Maggie leans over and with the back of her hand strokes the side of my cheek. It is so lovely I want to cry. But even in love I am ravenous, and Maggie keeps filling my plate from the pot of mutton stew, which I must say is delicious. Soon enough the pot is empty, and I'm full as the governor's prize pig.
Come, Hawk, Maggie says finally. I lives upstairs. Time to make yous a nice cup of tea.
I follow Maggie upstairs to her home. She has 2 rooms, and when she opens the door on her landing, I am almost forced to crawl into a small kitchen with a hearth. Even when I am seated at her small table, the ceiling is not much higher than my head. But Maggie can stand up straight, and as I look around, I see that her home is as neat as a pin. Everything is scrubbed clean, with pots and pans hanging from the wall and a flower pot on the windowsill. A grey striped tabby, which she tells me is called Sardine, hops off the windowsill and comes a-meowing the moment it sees her. Maggie feeds the cat with a scrap of stew meat she has brought from downstairs. Then she puts the kettle on the hob and lights a set of twigs and a bit of coal she's obviously made up earlier. Now I'm starting to feel nervous. I don't know what's going to happen after the cup of tea, or what Maggie has planned, and I don't know how to behave. I'm not willing to tell her that I am almost a virgin either. I well remember what happened that wonderful night with Hinetitama, but it may be nothing like whatever might happen with Maggie, should she decide to take me to her bedchamber. Besides, Maggie has often made jokes about having her way with me, and I'm not sure she isn't just joking. I know what I would like to happen, but I'm not sure how to proceed, even supposing Maggie wants to. I would like to treat her like a proper lady and not a tart, but is that what she'd expect? It's impossible for me to think of Maggie as a tart. She says she is one, but I can hear the sadness and longing for something else in her voice. Suddenly I have a picture of Mary, tucking Tommo and me into bed when we were little uns. "I loves you, Mamma," Tommo says. Mary looks at the two of us and a tear rolls down her cheek. "That's all I've ever dreamed of, Tommo," she says softly, and then kisses us. "Just remember, all a woman ever wants is to be truly loved." "Are you truly loved by Ike?" I ask. Mary smiles but doesn't say anything. "Course not," Tommo exclaims. "Mamma loves Mr. Emmett." "Hush, Tommo. Don't you ever say that. Mr. Emmett be a married man," Mary admonishes him, but we both see she's gone beetroot in the face. Well, I now say to myself, I truly love Maggie. I know this is stupid and that I barely know her. Yet I feel something which I suppose will someday prove foolish and young, but now seems certain. If folks knew of it, they'd probably laugh. Other men would no doubt wink at each other, thinking that only a callow youth could fall for a whore. Despite all this, Maggie makes my head spin. She makes my heart so happy that I don't even think of Tommo when she's near. Maggie claims me completely, and I am besotted. She fills my being, and even if I should try to cast her out of my thoughts, I cannot. How should I behave then? "Hawk, you are a gentleman." Mary's words, which she has said so often to me, come into my head. "Not a tough. Not thinking yourself special or putting on airs, pretending you be a true merino, which you ain't, but a true gentleman." I have always tried to live up to my mamma's words. Mary, who has seen and been everything, but who wants me to be a gentleman. I sense there is something of Mary in Maggie, and perhaps it is this in her which I so dearly love already. Then I have a shameful thought. Can a gentleman, even mamma's sort of gentleman, love such a woman as Maggie? Hinetitama was different, a Maori princess, a ghost in the night. Maggie is so rudely alive, so loud and truthful and coarse. If Hinetitama were the shadow cast by the moon, Maggie is the blazing sunlight, every inch of fire. Yet underneath I sense she is sad and wistful. Perhaps I imagine all of this, I think now. Perhaps I should concede to Ike's theory that there's no such thing as a good whore. What I do admit is that Maggie is altogether too much for me, and I don't know what to do next. I feel like a bunny that should bolt down its burrow while there is still time. Maggie has put the kettle on the hob and brings me a cup of tea. The cup is dainty, and my big clumsy fingers can hardly grasp the handle. The tea is of the best quality, and she has served it black with a slice of lemon. It is not sweetened, which I am unused to, but I find that it soon clings my palate of the fatty mutton stew. "Would you like a bottle of ale?" she asks. I'm surprised at her voice, for it is suddenly shy and softer in tone. It is as though here in her home she can be a different woman. "Fetch you one from the pub on the corner. Won't take a minute," she volunteers. I shake my head gently, and she comes over and sits on my lap. A woman has never sat on my lap before, and I am immediately overcome by the consequences. A terrible boldness grows between my thighs as Maggie holds me tightly and kisses me all over my face and neck. I feel her sweet lips touch mine, demanding I should open them. And then her tongue is inside my mouth. My whole body is aflame, and I find my arms encircling Maggie, drawing her ever in towards me. We kiss, she like an angel, and I more clumsily.
I think I must burst through the fabric of my breeches. She must, I am sure, feel the hardness under her buttocks, and she squirms about on my lap until I think I shall faint with the pain and the ecstasy of it. I am beyond thinking when Maggie stops kissing me. Drawing back, she looks into my eyes. "Come, darling, into Maggie's nest." She rises and takes my hand. I am afraid to stand up for the straining in my breeches, and am most grateful that the ceiling means I must remain stooped over as she leads me through into the other room. Here the ceiling is a little higher, but not by much, and I am amazed at what meets my eye. I have never seen a whore's bedroom before, but this is unlike anything I have heard described by my companions at sea. Maggie has created a veritable Aladdin's cave in her tiny attic room. The first thing that comes to mind is the Palace of Purest Pleasure, which Ike and Mary once possessed in London. It was, Ike told me, filled with Persian carpets, silks, brocades and erotic statuary, so that it resembled nothing so much as a Maharaja's harem. But Maggie's boudoir has not entirely been taken over by the notion of titillation. There is a certain warm homeliness here as well. The room is very pretty, with lots of shiny bits, satin cushions and brocade curtains and a carpet, all in red. But there are white lace half-curtains to the single attic window, just like Mary's at home. It is the bed, though, which commands my attention, and which I now observe with a mixture of purest terror and delightful anticipation. Maggie's bed nearly fills the room, and I cannot imagine how it could have been brought up here, unless it arrived in pieces and was built in the room. It is a large four-poster of the best cedar, resplendent with a red canopy, silk tassels hanging from each corner. There are no blankets, only red silk sheets and cushions to match. Lying at the centre, propped up against one of the cushions, is a gollywog doll with his round black rag face, red jacket and striped pants. Maggie scoops the rag doll up into her arms. "Seahawk, I always were partial to darkies. Many's the night I've slept with him in me arms." She holds the gollywog up so that its face is looking into hers. "Ain't no secrets between us, is there, Golly? We've been lovers a long time now, hasn't we?" She shakes the doll's head so that it appears he is agreeing. "You can watch us, you're a good boy," she says to him, and props the doll against the bottom of the bed. Maggie turns and smiles at me. "Truth is, when I holds Golly in me arms and pleasures meself, he's the best fuck I've had all day." I'm shocked at this admission, which somehow seems more coarse said in this pretty room. But I'm also excited at the vision it brings to mind. I can see Maggie's slim little body naked as she hugs her little black Golly to her lovely breasts, her urgent finger stroking her pretty pussy as she arches in pleasure. Maggie has removed her shoes, but she is still dressed when she jumps onto the bed. She crosses her legs beneath her and pats the mattress. "Come sit, Hawk," she smiles. I'm still half stooped over, and I sit on the bed beside her, hoping she won't see my erection, though I don't know how she can miss it. It feels like a tent pole sticking up beyond my nose, a great tent of lust rising from my groin. "Maggie, I haven't had much experience of women," I stammer. "You know, making love to them," I say, deciding I should come clean before she finds me out for the duffer I am. Maggie laughs and stretches up to kiss me on the cheek. "I ain't had much experience of loving neither, Hawk." "What do you mean?" I'm surprised. "I'm a whore, darling. Not a cheap whore, but a whore. I've been fucked hundreds of times, thousands, but ain't nobody's never made love to me." She kisses me again and asks softly, "You going to make love to me, Hawk?" Maggie has the end of my belt, and now she pulls against the buckle to loosen it. Then she turns me around and draws my blouse up over my head, so I'm sitting with only my much loosened breeches on. She throws my blouse on the floor beside the bed, and then suddenly yells, "Oh, me God!" What is it?" I try to rise from the bed, but Maggie has grabbed me by the shoulders from behind and has buried her head against my shoulder. She turns my head to look at her. "Who done that?" she asks. "What?" I ask, still mystified. "Your back. Who done that to your back, Hawk?" A tear rolls down her cheek.
It was a flogging on a whale ship, but it was a long time ago, I tell her, not wishing to distract her from other things. She is stroking my back and kissing the scars, which run like old wickerwork from my neck to my waist. I confess it is a wonderful feeling, Maggie caressing and kissing my back. I want to throw her on the bed and rip her dress off and make love to her, but I don't have the courage.
Lie down, darling,
Maggie says. The bed is big but not long enough, and my feet stretch several inches over the end.
That's right, Maggie says. Now lift your bum.
Leaning over me, she grabs my breeches on either side of my waist and pulls them down. They get stuck on my stiff cock, and I think I must die of shame. But Maggie laughs and takes hold of me. She pushes downwards and pulls with her free hand, and down go my trousers. I have closed my eyes at her touch, praying to whatever gods there be. Now she pulls my breeches over my ankles, and I am naked.
Oh, Jesus, you're beautiful, Hawk,
I hear her say. Then there is silence but for the rustle of a garment, and I must open my eyes to look. Maggie has loosened her gown, and it has fallen to her waist. Slowly she pushes it down further still, until it pulls at her feet, and she steps out of it. She stands naked, with only the magpie still perched on its nest of hair. "Oh, Maggie," I venture to say, my voice trembling. "You are beautiful."
"Nah, only cute," she says,
stroking her lovely breasts, and then running her hands down the curve of her slim waist and over her thighs. She touches her breasts again, pushing them upwards, so the two little nipples look like rosebuds. I ache to do the same, to touch and then lick them. I take a quick peek at the neat little upside-down triangle of fur between her legs, but I'm not brave enough to let my eyes linger.
My, Hawk, that be a maypole worthy of a dance or two,"
she giggles, climbing onto the bed so that she is leaning over me. I hope she will kiss me again, lie on me and kiss me, but if she does, I don't know how I shall hold out. I feel her lips on my chest and then my stomach, soft little kisses like a butterfly's wings touching against my skin. Then her hands reach out for my cock, which lies hard against my stomach. She lifts it and her mouth closes over it. With her hands and with her lips, Maggie begins to stroke up and down. "Maggie," I gasp. "Oh, God, Maggie."
"Shh," she murmurs. "Hold on, Hawk."
Just as I think I'm gone, she stops.
Not yet, darling. It's Maggie's turn. I want some black magic. Show me your tongue."
Mystified, I do as I'm told and stick out my tongue. Maggie's leaning over me, and she and the magpie are having a gander down into me gob.
"Further."
I stick it out completely, feeling foolish.
"Now wiggle the tip, up and down and sideways."
I laugh, but do as Maggie says.
"That's good. Now put it deep into my pussy, darling, right here."
She rolls over and lies on her back, guiding my hand to the triangle between her legs. I'm completely confounded. Tommo has told me about 69, but this is 34.5, a sum I don't know how to do. Maggie grabs me by the hair and pulls my head towards her, so I have no choice but to go down between her beautiful legs, not knowing what to expect. Well, it doesn't take a moment to see why my tongue is needed, the way she begins to pant. I caress her with my tongue for all I am worth, not knowing if I am doing it right, but anxious to please.
"Gentle, Hawk. Talk to me, pussy, with your tongue. Talk soft, rub nice and slow, and... Oh, yes, oh.
I'm amazed at how soon I get the hang of it, and how nice it is, Maggie's taste on my tongue. I put my hands under her bottom and lift her gently to my mouth, so that her back is arched and more of her is open to me. Soon her legs are gripped about my neck as I eat from her delectable dish, exploring her hidden places. She begins to moan and whimper as my long tongue moves and flicks over her. Then I find a little button, a sweet, hard little button, which I begin to stroke with the very tip of my tongue. Maggie gasps.
"Hawk, oh, Hawk, yes, you bastard, you've got me. Oh, I'm coming home, darling. Oh, Jesus, oh!"
Her hips grind frantically into my face, and my tongue darts and moves deeply inside her as she moans loudly and spills a great sweetness into my mouth, all the while whimpering and sobbing. Then she collapses back into my hands, and I lower her gently to the bed, where she rolls away onto her side, still moaning with pleasure. My darling Maggie. I spoon her with my body, her back against my stomach, my hard cock resting between her legs, and my arms about her so that my hand cradles her left breast. I rock her like she's a little girl, kissing the back of her neck where her hair is damp with heat. Maggie rests a while, breathing hard. I can feel her heart beating under my palm. Then, as we lie spooned together, her hand takes me by the stem and guides me deeply into her. She takes every inch of me as she moves her beautiful derriere against me, pulling the whole of me into her, then out again to the very tip, then sucking me slowly in again until I think I must die of ecstasy. It is all done slowly and firmly and tightly. She is panting again, and I am too, as she leads me into a state of bliss I have never known before, not even on that night with Hinititama. Then she pulls away from me and turns to lie on her back. She takes up my glistening branch and feeds it slowly back into her softness, her hand holding my throbbing stem. I can hardly bear the pleasure of it. "Me breasts, darling. Kiss Maggie's tits," she says. I put my lips over her right breast, rolling her nipple on my tongue. In a moment it grows hard, and her breast seems to swell and stiffen under my tender kissing. "The other. Kiss the other, please, darling," she urges, and I can feel her starting to pump against me as her legs wrap about my waist. I'm trying to remember every second of it in case this should never happen to me again. I want to touch and suck and stroke and make love to every part of her glorious body. Maggie is now surging against me. It is magical what her pussy can do, and a miracle I have lasted this long. "Now," she says abruptly. "Now, Hawk, hard, hard." I lift my head from her breast and put both my hands on her shoulders. Arching my back and neck, I drive downwards so strongly that I fear she must surely split open or the bed must break. My body is drenched with sweat. It runs down my neck and chest and into my eyes. I have become a wild animal, possessed of some instinct which cannot be contained. Maggie is thrashing under me, crying out, and I cannot think but to ride her up and down, my urgent shaft driving with all my force. I am about to burst asunder when Maggie cries out, "Take me, Hawk! Take my pussy! Fuck Maggie! Fuck me!" I explode into her, thinking I must surely die, and that if I should, how happy I would be. Maggie cries out, panting and gasping, and I am laughing and crying, so pleased to have made her so happy. It seems to me that I have discovered something two people may do together which allows both to touch the face of a loving God. And then I see it looking at me. Maggie has lifted her head and reached out her arms to me, and I see her damn magpie still on its nest. Though her pretty curls fall every which way from their former neatness, somehow that blasted bird remains undisturbed. It looks at me with its hard, bright eyes, and I shudder. "Maggie, that bloody bird is still upon your head." "Of course. Where else should it be? I told you it's me trademark. Goes everywhere with me. Maggie Pie's magpie." I try to laugh, yet I don't like it one bit. "But it's seen everything. You and me, us making love." "Hawk, that bird's seen more fucks than you've had hot breakfast." She laughs. "It's a magpie, not a sticky beak." She stretches out and grins wickedly. "Don't worry, lovey. It's too busy on its own nest to be bothered with you on yours." She points to the bottom of the bed to where the gollywog lies sprawled. "He's the one what's got the dirty mind." Maggie, is that all it was? You and me? Just another trick, like another hot breakfast? I'm hurt, even angry, though I know I have no right to be. Maggie has been most generous. Why should I think I hold a special place in her affections? Maggie looks at me, and for an instant I think she is going to cry. Then she sniffs and brushes the underside of her nose with her forefinger. "Hawk, I'm a whore. That's all I am.
All I'll ever be. You hear me? Maggie Pie is Maggie Pie, and don't you forget it.
Chapter 17. Tommo. The Rocks, March 1861.
Two things happen at the Rocks on the Sabbath what always tells me it be Sunday, even when I has the worst head after a heavy night. The first be the church bells, of course. They don't only call folks to worship, but also from the crack of dawn onwards they toll for the week's dead. 1 peal for a child, 2 for a woman, and 3 for a man. Though I don't know why a man gets 3 and a child 1. I reckons there ain't nothing what makes you any better than anyone when you've snuffed it. The second thing about Sunday is the delicious smell of roasting meat. It'd be the only time in the week when the Rocks don't smell of the shit what comes from the houses of the wealthy, who lives above us in the big houses on the cliffs above the Argyle Cut. Us lot, what lives at the bottom of the cliffs below them, receives gratis and free of charge the sewage what runs over the cliffs into our streets and homes. There's talk of building sewage pipes to go out to sea, but it ain't happened yet. Maggie Pie, Hawk's sweetheart, says she can't wait for them pipes to go into the briny, so's when the rich eat a fine fish, they'll find it stuffed full of their own shit. In the meantime, when the church bells toll, it is mostly for the poor. Still, some folks here below at the Rocks like to keep up a bit of decency. If they save a spare florin by the week's end, they'll have a proper Sunday roast. Few, if any, goes to church, knowing themselves to be of no consequence to God. Instead, while the rich kneel at prayer, the poor partake of the ancient ritual of the Sunday roast. The cottages and skillings here don't have no stoves nor colonial ovens, only open hearths. So the women buys a joint of meat at the butcher shop and takes it to Berry's bakery, what on a Sunday turn their ovens over to meat roasting. Coming home from me cards one Sunday morning, I happened to pass the bakery and I see women standing in a long line outside, each holding a baking dish with a piece of meat and lots of taties. Some even has Yorkshire pud. They all be waiting to cook their roast, though it's no more than 10 o'clock in the morning. I stopped to have a gander. Inside the bakehouse stands 2 tables what run the length of the room, and on these you can see 2 great rows of dishes with more than 100 baked dinners in the making. 2 bakers push the dishes deep into the oven with long poles. The women bring their roast in no later than 11 o'clock and call for them at 1. Each woman is charged 3 and given a tin disc with a number on it. Another disc, what's got the same number, is stuck into the roasting joint. Many's the fight to be seen when the time comes to collect the tucker. Some of the women has gone down to the pub to wait, supped a few drinks and lost their number discs meanwhile. Others remember their particular joint as being a much nicer cut of meat than what they gets back. Often there's a bit of a set to amongst the women, and the bakers are called on to sort it out. Then they make the offenders wait till last, in case they are just chancing their arm, hoping to steal another's dinner. Mostly, though, waiting for the roast is a friendly time, with poor folk catching up on a bit of gossip. And later, every street and lane smells of mutton, pork and roast beef, as the women hurries home to their families, so the joint still be steaming hot for their triumphant arrival. After I sees this, I tell Hawk about it. What a damn fool idea that were. A do-good expression comes upon his gob like God's touched him on the nose or something.
Righto, Tommo, says he. The first quid you win at cards on a Saturday night goes to the butcher and the grocer for meat and potatoes. We're going to feed the urchins with Sunday roasts.
I'm none too happy about this. Sometimes the first pound is hard-earned, and then, quick as a flash, it's purloined by Hawk, and I has to begin grafting and relocating till I've earned it back again, knowing that if I don't take a quid right off, them brats will go hungry is a bother I don't need at the card table. Hawk don't mind reminding me of my responsibility neither.
Don't forget my urchins, Tommo, he always says before a Saturday game.
Hawk's bought 10 roasting dishes, and every Sunday he's up at dawn peeling spuds. By 7 o'clock he's at the butcher's, haggling like a fishwife over the size and quality of the meat, demanding with that big scary smile of his that a portion of crackling and basting lard be thrown in for free. By 9:30 he's in line outside the bakehouse, along with 20 or so dirty little ragamuffins, each pair holding a dish with meat and potatoes set out pretty as a picture. There's our Hawk, mother of the unloved and unwanted, standing 2.5 foot taller than all the old biddies in line. They're teasing him about the size of his brood and what's in his breeches, all of them having a grand old cackle like people do when they's expecting a good feed. Soon as it be ready, there's Hawk and Maggie Pie down by Semicircular Quay, carving meat for 50 or more little brats, what guzzles on the proceeds and me toils like a pack of starving dock rats. Mr. Sparrow were anxious that we finds ourselves better lodgings as soon as we was able, in a more respectable part of town. But Hawk would have none of it. He seems to want to stay here and look after his urchins. And me. All he agreed was that we should get better rooms, nearer the Argyle Cut, which is where we be now. Hawk loves his brats, and they loves him, following him round like he's the Pied Piper, a ragged army of starving kids what he tries to feed best he can. Every chop house knows him, for he goes knocking on doors to beg for leftover scraps for his ragamuffins. In the evenings, down by the ferryman's wharf, he can be heard telling them tales of derring do. They listen enchanted, and for a short time seem to forget the hunger gnawing at their bloated bellies. Today, though, it's going to be Flo what feeds them their Sunday tucker, for Hawk, Maggie and me are going up the Parramatta River to a prize fight. In the evening, Mr. Sparrow has arranged a game of stud poker at the Woolpack Hotel. Some of the Irish gentlemen, he cocks an eyebrow, if there be such a commodity, fancy their luck at the card table. I count on you to oblige them and to win handsomely. He sticks a bony finger in me chest. So mind you do, lad. I confess there ain't much left what I likes about Mr. Sparrow. I ain't all that happy about Hawk and Maggie Pie being sweethearts neither. After all, she is a whore, or as the sporting gentleman of Sydney would call her, a crinling cruiser. This is the name for a somewhat higher class of slag, but still a slag. Crinling cruisers hang about sporting occasions where respectable women ain't found, like dog fights, bare-knuckle bouts, cockfights, card games, and the horse races at Homebush. I has to admit, though, that Hawk seems a happy man these days. He and Maggie has been together more than 6 months now. When I warn him about catching the pox from her, he nods with a serious sort of look on his face, but I know he ain't going to take no notice of me. He's talking about taking Maggie back to meet Mary, for God's sake. In fact, the two of them women ain't so unlike. Maggie's bright, but also has a terrible quick temper like Mary, and a tongue to put many a tar to shame. But she's witty with it, and good company. Maggie likes her gin, though I'd be the last to judge her for that. After all, grog comes with the job for us both. Gin and women is often an ugly combination, though, and it don't seem likely to lead to connubial bliss. But Hawk, so sensible and solemn, won't hear no ill spoken of Maggie Pie, and thinks the world of her. I tell him not to mention the prospects we has in Tasmania, for he is a man of potential wealth. He promises he won't, and I know it be most important to him that Maggie loves him for hisself. I just hope she ain't a gold digger looking for a life of ease at Hawk's expense. I'm going to keep a good eye on that Maggie Pie. As for yours truly, I can't say I fancy any of the women round here. Me darling Macareta has spoilt me for the average tart, I reckon, though I don't let me thoughts dwell on her much these days. Nor me daughter, Hinetitama, neither. Me new mistress, the opium pipe, be a great help in that regard. It takes away much of me desire for female company too. It's a blessing that it does, for good women be thin on the ground in these parts of the colony. Any respectable girl what reaches the age of 16 gets herself married quick smart. If you sees a younger girl on the arm of a man, you can safely guess she be a slut in apprentice, or one what's been on the game for a few years already. The rocks don't hold much hope for the bloke what seeks a lady's companionship. Instead, the botanical gardens is where the fashionables of Sydney's fair sex may be found. This be where young toffs go to meet the members of the opposite sex. For a laugh, I go up there myself one day. Hawk tells me they ain't really botanical gardens, not like the Kew Gardens of London, what's a grand creation with exotic trees and shrubs of great variety, growing in a green and watered landscape. What we has in Sydney is 2 rows of stiff gum trees in a long avenue leading into a wasteland of dusty ground. When it's dry, the slightest breeze blows up clouds of sand and dirt. But if you go up to these scrawny old gardens today, you'll see many gay parasols surrounded by young coves dressed in their Sunday best. The female specimens beneath these bright sunshades only show themselves if you can push through their admirers for a closer look. Most has long since passed the summer of their life, and make much use of powder and lip rouge and extravagant bonnets. They is expensively attired and bejewelled, their gold trinkets no doubt the gift of admirers who failed to make the final journey to the four-poster bed. At Semicircular Quay, the boats from Europe are always met by scores of young swells, hoping to find, for the purpose of marriage, any single female within 5 years of their age. At card games and the like, I has heard many a bachelor say there ain't much choice among Sydney's unmarried ladies. The demand is great, the supply small, and Europe a long way away, so that the poor specimens what does exist are quickly snapped up by the sons of the goldocracy. But like I said, I ain't much worried by all this. I'm busy with me cards, me pipe, and when I can get it, me bottle. The life I've taken up with Mr. Sparrow don't let me drink during the daylight hours, and only a little during my card games at night. Still, I usually glug down the better part of a black bottle before dawn. But I always keeps me senses about me, especially now I has a new way to ease me pain. I found the Angel's Kiss the very first night I played cards for Mr. Sparrow, in a gambling den owned by Mr. Tang Wing Hung. He's an important man among the Chinese, what comes to Sydney from the gold diggings. He's tall for a Mongolian, 6 foot, and thin as a rake. He don't say much, but Mr. Sparrow reckons there ain't much business among the Chinese what he don't control, and says his bony yellow fingers may be found in many a pie concocted by a Sydney broker or merchant. That first night in Chinatown, I did exactly what Mr. Sparrow told me. I acted the country bumpkin, a wealthy settler's son from Tasmania, innocent of the ways of the world. There were no need for Mr. Sparrow to blow a smoke ring so that I might resort to other methods of winning. Me skill proved sufficient. I cleaned up a pretty penny and earned £5. By dawn's light, when the game finally came to an end, me head was so painful I couldn't bear it. When he heard about this, Mr. Sparrow talked to Tang Wing Hung, and I was took into a small room and given the opium pipe. The pain lifted at once, and I came away most grateful to the Angel's Kiss. Hawke is most worried about me new medicine, but I has assured him I use it sparingly, and only when me head hurts. The black bottle is still old Tommo's first love. I am now a solid member of Mr. Sparrow's sporting fraternity, and Hawke and me is well set up. I earn a fair bit from me card games most nights, though not always so much as £5. Mr. Sparrow is talking of a partnership, now that I've learnt much about what he calls the predilections of sporting gentlemen. Mr. Sparrow dabbles in sports of all kinds: horse races, dog races, cockfights, dog fights, gambling, and of course women and opium. He promises that I shall be part of all of this if I play me cards right. In all these months I ain't found a broadsman what can better me, and it's grand to have a quid or two. After me first night at the game in Chinatown, I were very glad to see Hawke's smiling phiz outside the pub, as me note had asked. Hawke takes £3 of the 5 I've earned. We goes off to a tailor in Pitt Street by the name of Barney Isaacs. There Hawke pays for a suit of clothes, 2 blouses and 2 pairs of hose what he's had measured up for himself. He said something about paying his own way, what's a bit of a laugh, as it's my earnings what's paying for it. But I don't begrudge him none. As soon as his clobber were made up and boots bought from the Italian bootmaker in Bligh Street, Hawke gets a position as a clerk at Tucker & Co. in George Street. Hawke got the job because of his experience in Mary's Brewery and his knowledge of hops and beer. Captain James Tucker, the brother of the founder, William Tucker, is a wine and spirit merchant. Even though Hawke knows little of this side of the liquor trade, Captain Tucker seems pleased to have me brother in his employ. He were once a ship's captain himself, and likes the fact that Hawke has been to sea. My twin has proved a careful bookkeeper, and is always happy to help out, loading the drays and stacking shelves when times is busy in the warehouse. This counts for a great deal with Captain Tucker, what ain't a man to stand on ceremony, and would himself roll up his sleeves when needed. And so we've made our lives in Sydney. Hawke is still my keeper, though I don't see that much of him. Only at breakfast when I returns from a game, not always sober, and then again at supper. He puts me to bed after a breakfast of eggs and bacon or fish, and gives me a good dose of Seidlitz powders, so that when I get up on his return from work, I ain't got too much of a hangover. Often, when it's just the two of us, he reads to me from newspapers and books. He gets me to do the same, so that I be ever improving, catching up on what I lost all those years in the wilderness. This morning, I ain't retiring to bed, though, for we are on a family jaunt, making our journey up the river. The prize fight be organised by none other than Fat Fred, Mr. Sparrow's henchman, and the colony's principal procurer of prize fights. Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred can always depend on a big crowd, as they are the only proper prize fight promoters in the colony. Prize fights is against the law, and most comes about as a result of a direct challenge from one recognised fighter to another. Then a venue is hastily arranged behind a pub or sly grog shop. When news of the fight spreads by mouth from pub to pub, the bookmakers and amateur oddsmen turn up, and the betting begins, the odds changing constantly during the progress of the contest. Often the ring is simply marked out with stones on the grass, and the crowd what gathers round the fight surges backwards and forwards into the ring as the fighters advance and retreat. Mr. Sparrow, however, will tolerate no such higgledy-piggledy setups. He licenses, some would say owns, all the bookmakers at his fights, and rakes in a percentage from each, closing the betting after the start of the bout. At other fights, it ain't unusual, if a favourite looks like he'll be beat, for some of the crowd to storm the ring and declare the fight no contest so as to get their bets back. But Fat Fred has the rings well guarded by ex-pugs and bothermen, what are prepared to spill considerable claret if a member of the crowd comes too close. A prize fight what's organised by Fat Fred be a most popular event, and despite today's fight being writ up for weeks beforehand in Bell's Life in Sydney, the police don't seem to know of it. Maggie is much excited at the prospect of the fight and an outing in the country. She has packed a large basket of cold mutton, roast taties, a fresh-baked loaf, 3 bottles of the best beer, and some other tidbits from Flo's mum, what is a most excellent cook. Even if the fight be stopped by the Parramatta traps, Maggie promises we shall have us a lovely picnic. Maggie never works the fight, even though they be a rich fishing ground for Sydney's tarts. Instead, she dresses up in her finest black crinoline with a black and white silk bonnet, her magpie colours, as she calls them. She takes a great deal of pleasure from being seen on Hawk's Arm at these events. Maggie Pie's become a right dolly bird, cocking her snook at the other girls as they show their tits in their gaudy silks and wiggles their hips, trolling for a goldfish, what in their lingo means searching out a rich bloke. We're all set to go upriver to Parramatta Town aboard one of the little Billy steamers leaving from the quay. Maggie has persuaded us not to take the railway, what has recently reached Parramatta Town, but is still somewhat a novelty. Hawk reckons it will be nice to be out on the water again, and I don't give a bugger which way we goes. Our steamer seems decked out as though for a festive voyage. She's brightly coloured with a copper funnel and a wide-rimmed chimney, and her shade awnings are of a bright purple and ochre. We're in for a merry time, the boat being full of folk what's going to the fight, though we're calling it a picnic so as to fool any copper who's aboard in disguise. Just as we're about to cast off, a great noise is heard from the wharf, and we see a small tribe of blacks running toward the steamer. They comes on board panting, laughing and cussing, carrying and dragging small children. Several are pulling chains of kangaroo dogs behind them. They're nearly all drunk, and some of the passengers shout to the crew to offload the niggers. The newcomers climb up the ship's ropes and stumble about the decks. We is hardly clear of the wharf when some of the black women take off their blankets and start fighting. They's cussing and screaming, rolling, kicking and punching, their blood and snot all over the deck. The kangaroo dogs are barking, and the little black urchins are howling their heads off. To the cheering and yoiking of the rougher folk among the white passengers, the women sets to hurting each other. They's pulling out tufts of hair, and one of them, a fat gin with breasts hanging to her waist, bites a large piece off her opponent's ear and dances about, holding it aloft for all to see. Meanwhile, their husbands go round with their hats and begs tuppences off the spectators. Some of the passengers reckon it's all a grand lead-up to the prize fight this afternoon, but Hawk puts a stop to it. He takes 10 shillings from his purse and gives it to the bloke what looks to be their leader, asking that the women stop their scratching and caterwauling. There is some protest from the whites when they see what he's doing, but Hawk ignores them. One fat rowdy shouts, "Go on then, nigger, leave it off! Let's have a bit of sport from the black bastards!" Hawk stops and walks over to this cove. "What say you and I have a bit of sport, then?" he suggests, and a sick smile grows upon the bloke's phiz. "Begs your pardon," he says, backing away, as the rest of his mates laugh at him. The Aboriginal chief carries a large stuffed snakeskin coiled about his neck, and seems most impressed with Hawk, what's as black as he is, twice as wide and 2 foot taller. Hawk ain't afraid to stand up to the white devils neither, as they can see. Grabbing a big stick from one of the other men, the Aborigine beats the women over their heads and backs, shouting at them in their tongue, till they stop fighting and stumbles away to lick their wounds. The chief signals that he wants Hawk to take back his money, and for the sake of peace, Hawk finally accepts it. After this, the journey is pleasant enough. I look about the little steamer with interest as we make our way towards Parramatta. Dozens of live ducks, tied by their bright yellow feet, has been thrown upon several trusses of hay. Aft, 4 pigs grunt and snuffle amongst a pile of cabbage leaves, and a donkey and 2 nanny goats are secured by their hind legs to the railings. In one corner, I count 20 wicker baskets of fish, some still alive, bars of silver in the sunlight. On either side of the river, the land slopes gently upwards, green from the recent summer rains. The gum trees what grew here not so long ago have all been rooted out, and many a stump lies with its tangled roots sprouting like Medusa's head out of a great ball of red clay. Along the riverbank, poplar and willow has taken their place, and the hand of civilization is everywhere to be seen. Farmers have cleared the bush and tilled the land to beyond the horizon. Each farm is much like the one beside it, a homestead sat upon a farmyard square, the borders made up of a windbreak of fruit trees. These be lemons and oranges for the most part, though here and there I see some quince and pomegranate. In every vegetable garden is cabbages, what must fetch a good price at the market to judge by their numbers. Everywhere there are rows of green cabbages, each in its own nest of leaves. Sometimes there's a rose garden, what makes a circular patch of flowers at the very centre of the vegetable garden, and Maggie thinks this most romantic. When we reach Parramatta town, several of the passengers get off, including the Aborigine tribe. Yowling Brats is taken by one arm and dragged off the boat by cursing gins, some still bleeding from their wounds. The old chief strikes willy-nilly at the brats and the dogs, and the motley mob tumble together down the gangplank. The rest of us continue 2 or 3 bends upriver, some 4 miles southwest beyond the town. Here we pulls into shore, and the steamer moors beside a crude wharf made up of a few slippery logs. The skipper announces that the billy steamer can't go no further as the river ahead is silted up. We has to walk from here. The countryside about us is heavily timbered, scrubby terrain. The captain points to a small hill what has been cleared of trees, atop of which sits 2 fair-sized buildings, neither showing no sign of life. He explains these be a school and a church for the Irish navvies what's building the railway west to the Blue Mountains. Their camp lies beyond the hill and cannot be seen from the river. We're told to walk round the hill to the Katoomba Road, turning right to a Beckett's Bridge and the Vauxhall Inn half a mile or so away. There we is to turn left into Dog Trap Road, what we're to follow beyond the Irish camp. And so we sets out with 2 or 3 dozen others to find the location of the prize fight. Hawk and me is dressed in coats and collars, and Maggie turned out in all her finery. We ain't dressed for a hike and are most uncomfortable trudging along. Soon our coats are placed on top of Maggie's basket what Hawk carries, and our collar studs loosened. To our surprise, Maggie, never the sensible one, has brung old boots to wear until we gets to the ring. It's wet and muddy underfoot, and by the time we reach the road, the hem of her dress is soaked all the same. The road, when we gets to it, is busy with folks walking from Parramatta Town railway station. Added to those of us on foot are the hacks, sulkies, drags, carriages and carts all heading for the fight. A coach filled to the gunnels with merry punters passes us by. The coves inside laugh and joke at us what walks, and many an insult is hurled back in return. It is only when we reach Dog Trap Road that we see the true size of the crowd. It be so full of punters that we must walk at snail's pace. Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred has chosen their venue with a good knowledge of the district. The Irish are all round here, and these merry punters pause out of their shacks to join the Sydney and Parramatta Town throng. There were never a keener sportsman than an Irishman with a dram or 2 of whiskey in his belly and a week's wages in his pocket. The navvies' camp on Dog Trap Road is a miserable sort of place, with huts made mostly of slab and bark. Mangy dogs, snotty children and hard-faced women comes out to stare at us. Many of the smaller brats are naked and much in need of a wash. These are the people brought in by the government to meet the labour shortage what's been caused by the colony's men flocking to the goldfields. Some folks now reckon the bog Irish, as they's known, is lower than all but the Aborigines, but I wonder who they be to judge. Dog Trap Road is rutted and rocky, and the many conveyances what have thundered down the Katoomba Road are having trouble travelling along it. They hinder our progress and gets a fair amount of curry from the mob on foot. The road ends suddenly, well short of the spot where the fight will take place. The various vehicles can go no further, and the toffs and sporting gentlemen will need to huff and puff a good quarter of a mile through thick scrub. The place Fat Fred and Mr. Sparrow has picked for their fight is an inspiration. It turns out to be a sort of treeless hollow, what Hawk calls a natural amphitheatre. The prize ring lies at the centre, and there is room all about for several thousand folk to look down upon it. Fat Fred has built a roped enclosure directly about the four sides of the ring for the swells. It must have took a good many hours to get the place ready for the sporting gentlemen. Compliments of the 3 red tickets given to me by me lord and master, Mr. Sparrow. Hawk, Maggie and myself is numbered among 'em. As we make our way to the enclosure, Hawk, with Maggie on one arm and the basket on the other, becomes the focus of the crowd's attention. "Who's the nigger on stilts?" someone calls out. "It's 2 niggers, one atop the other, dressed in a suit," some wit replies. "No, it's Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf," cries another. "Look, he's got his dinner on her bonnet, the last of the 24 blackbirds," offers the first, all to the merriment of the crowd. Hawk smiles, but I know all this attention don't sit well with him. Still, the crowd is friendly enough. Hawk stands 2 foot taller than most, a black giant with Maori markings on his phiz and a young tart on his arm with a magpie nested in her hat. We must make a funny old sight as we join the fat sportsman what's paid good money to be here. Maggie has her pretty nose in the air and wears a big smile. She knows she's watched by folks on every side of the enclosure and acts every inch the respectable woman. All the other working girls in their ribbons and bows is here to troll for sporting gents, what might take a girl to one of the inns along the Parramatta Road for a glass and an hour or two of dalliance. Today, Maggie ain't working. When a gentleman sportsman tries to catch her eye, she ignores him, giving a superior sniff. I laughs, thinking to myself that her just being at a prize fight tells all there is to know about her. She's happy, though, and as we take our seat, she flashes me a smile. The ring is 24 foot square, roped in 2 spans and raised 2 foot from the ground so all can see. It's hard to believe the Parramatta traps could miss an occasion of this size, and I chuckles when I recalls Mr. Sparrow saying how 2 of the 3 troopers responsible for law and order in town found an urgent need to visit Newcastle this very day. The one left in charge has had a severe attack of the trots and may not move further abroad than the ship pit in the backyard. Much of the excitement about today's fight is because it be between 2 heavies, most fighters being in the range of 8 and 9 stone, little fellas like myself. But today, Ben Dunn, the Sydney heavy, takes on a Welsh miner by the name of Thomas. The Welshman is but a week in the country, though Bell's Life in Sydney declares him a serious contender. He has 8 fights to his credit, and all of them won against well-known English opponents. The betting is heavy on Dunn, for his form is well known. Among the heavies, there ain't no boxer in the colony he ain't defeated, and several more than once. But some in the crowd reckon that the local heavies be soft backwater fighters, and that Dunn has yet to face a real opponent. They think a bloke from the old country will give the currency lad a lesson in the art of fisticuffs. Today's fight will prove them right or no. The 2 fighters are called to the ring at 3, with the noonday heat now gone, but with plenty of daylight left. Mr. Sparrow is ever present, clasping Morleys and spouting opinions, ever the jovial host. He is as busy with the nabobs and toffs as a one-legged man in a kicking contest, and has no time to greet the nigger, the tart and the card sharp. Fat Fred is the referee and announcer, and stands in the ring in a lather of sweat. He holds a hailing funnel, and constantly wipes his gob with a large red miner's bandana. We all stand as the fighters enter the ring. Maggie is on her feet at once, hopping from one leg to another. She's on tippy-toes with excitement, having given up all show of respectable womanhood. Her bet of £5 is on the Welshman, what's at long odds, and I reckon a risky gamble. He's only a week off the ship, and must be out of condition after the 2-month voyage. The 2 men is stripped to the waist, and wear spiked boots to hold their grip in the ring. The fight is at catch weight, so their weights ain't announced. The Welshman is much bigger than Dunn, what ain't large for a heavy, being estimated at around 13 stone with no lard on any part of him. This can't be said of his opponent, what looks a stone and a half heavier, and carries quite a belt of fat about his waist. His titties wobble as he jumps about the ring to warm up. "Don't look good for your man, Maggie," I says. "Ben Dunn be much the better looking specimen." It's the heavies, Tommo. Speed don't count. Reach and power is what does it. The Welshman's got 3 or 4 inches on Dunn, and he's a minor, ain't he? She points to Thomas. Look at his arms. They can pump all afternoon. I has a quid on Dunn, but there's something to what Maggie says. Nah, he'll not be able to take it in the bread basket, I say hopefully, patting me stomach. Look at Ben Dunn, every inch the wild colonial boy. Wild? Jesus, Tommo. He'd be about as wild as a nun's confession. What do you mean? Can't get it up for the girlies. I look quickly at Hawk to see how he takes this, but in the middle of all the excitement he's sitting reading a book. He ain't taking no notice of nothing till the fight proper begins. You'd know about that, of course, I say now, sarcastic-like. Maggie ain't the least offended. Oath I'd know, she agrees. I went to Johnny Sullivan's sparring rooms in Pitt Street. You know Johnny, the champion of the lightweights? We's good mates. Mates? Ha ha, I laughs. Come off it, Maggie. You're talking to old Tommo here. Maggie stares at me hard. You know what's your problem, Tommo Solomon? You've got a dirty mind. Mates, that's all. Johnny and me grew up together in the same bloody gutter. We're mates and always will be. I takes another glimpse over at Hawk to see if he's heard Maggie telling me off, but his eyes is fixed on his book. Sorry, Maggie, says I. No need, Maggie replies. If Johnny wants it from me, he can have it for free any day except Sunday when it belongs only to Hawk. Johnny's a champ of more than fisticuffs. So what about him? I asks, pointing to Dunn, what's standing in the middle of the ring, throwing punches in the air and snuffling like a prime porker. What's he got to do with your mate Sullivan? Oh, yeah, him. Well, he were working out at Johnny's rooms last summer, see, and I hears about it. At the time, he were my hero, and I figures I'll drop by. See him in the flesh, so to speak. It ain't unusual for a tart to be seen hanging round a prize fighter. The cove at the door, what knows I know Johnny, says he ain't there. But I tell him I've come to see, Ben Dunn. So he lets me in. Maggie stops and sniffs, as though she's about to tell what she'd rather not. I goes in, and there's a few fighters sparring and working at the bag. So I sit at the back of the room. Ben Dunn's in the ring, sparring with a big hairy bugger, a fighter what I've never seen before. Then after a while he climbs down from the ring and goes into the changing room. Maggie gives a little smile. It was stupid and all, but you know me, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So I walks in behind him. Hello, says I. He turns about. Who are you? He asks. Maggie Pye, I says, smiling. I'm one of your greatest admirers, Mr. Dunn. You a whore? He asks. I'm in me glad rags, showing everything I've got. Ribbons and bows and tits near popping out. Well, I ain't the governor's wife, I says, cheeky, giving him another flash of me pearly whites. How much? He wants to know. This ain't a business visit, Mr. Dunn. It's just that I admires you very much and wanted to tell you in person. But Dunn's got a look in his eyes, what I've seen often enough when a man's going to do something bad. And suddenly I'm frightened. He spits on his hands and rubs them together. By now I'm walking backwards towards the door. Quick as a flash, he's moved round me and stands blocking the doorway. Not so fast, Maggie Pye, he says, smiling. But it ain't the right sort of smile, and believe you me, I knows every kind of smile a man can give. If you're not to be paid and you're here on a social visit, then you wouldn't mind obliging. He wiggles his hips and thrusts them forward to show what he means, holding his hands out like he's hanging onto me hips. It ain't convenient. I don't do knee tremblers. I ain't that sort of whore, I says. Let me go, please. I try to push him aside so I can pass by. But he sticks his arm across the doorway and looks over his shoulder. Lads, he shouts, come and get your Christmas box. Maggie looks up at me. Don't need to tell yous the rest, do I? They rapes me, all 10 of the bastards. She's quite matter-of-fact as she speaks, though her voice is soft. She points to the ring where Ben Dunn is still snuffling and punching the air, glaring at the Welshman. All except him, your wild colonial boy. He's sitting on a bench against the wall with his dick in his hand. The mongrels. They's always there waiting, I whispers to myself. What's you say? Asks Maggie. Nothing. He's a mongrel, Maggie. I put £1 on him, but I hope he gets the daylights knocked out of him by the Welshman. Maggie laughs. Thank you, Tommo. But I ain't finished yet. You know what he says? After them what's raped me is scarpered, when I'm trying to put me torn dress in order. I shake me head. Please, Maggie, you've told enough. But she goes on. He says, Maggie, if you wants tickets to me next fight, come see me again. Fuck off, I tells him. I might be beaten, but I ain't broke. What did you say, girlie? He asks and grabs me nose between his finger and thumb and twists it. His half-hard cock still hanging out of his pants. Maggie shrugs and grins. I know I should have kept me gob shut. I can either cry or lose me temper, so of course I gets it wrong, don't I? I lose me temper. Fuck off, arsehole! I wouldn't shit in your mouth case I got bit by something poisonous, I screams at him, scratching at his face. I feel the first haymaker to the side of me head, and down I goes. I knows well enough to stay down, and so I plays possum and he kicks me till he thinks I'm out to it. Then the big hairy bloke comes back in, and Dunn fucks him from behind, right there beside me, the two of them grunting away while the blood runs down me head. It's been a long time since I took a worse beating. Maggie sighs. I must have eventually passed out because Johnny Sullivan finds me an hour later. He's scared every bone in me body is broke. But it turns out that only most of me ribs are busted and 2 teeth at the back is missing. The rest is only bruises and blood. Though I couldn't walk for 2 weeks, nor earn a penny for nigh on a month. It was Johnny what looked after me. I wonder if Hawkes heard any of this sorry tale. Maggie has kept her voice low, and there's a lot of noise from the crowd anyway. Sure enough, me twin's still happily reading his book, as though he's sitting in some quiet library and not among 5,000 screaming punters. When Hawk carks it, I'm going to put a book in his hands and 6 more in his coffin, in case it's a long journey to heaven. Well, the fight begins, and it's all bluff in the first round. The 2 heavies walks round each other, sniffing and snorting, and Dunn lands a good blow to Thomas's chest. This is returned a minute later to the side of Dunn's head. Then Dunn grabs Thomas and throws him to the ground. End of round 1. Round 2 is more of the same, but this time the Welshman catches Dunn a tremendous blow on the chin, and the local boy goes down. He's back up on his feet quick smart. A knockdown means the round be over. It looks as though Maggie's picked the right bloke. During round 3, Dunn spends most of the time staying out of the way. Still, he manages to hit the Welshman 2 good blows to the stomach, and Thomas grabs him and pulls him down. By round 5, Dunn can see the Welshman is tiring, so he steps up the pace. In return for 3 weak blows to the shoulders, he manages 6 of his own into his opponent's breadbasket. Suddenly, Thomas clutches at his stomach, and Dunn unleashes a big uppercut, what knocks the Welshman sprawling to the canvas. It's clear to all that he won't get up, and his ringman throws in the sponge. The fight's all over in 5 rounds. It's taken less than an hour, and the punters ain't happy. They boos and hisses, the toffs included. Many has come a great way, and they wants more for their money. The booing gets louder, and many around us shout that the fight's been fixed. I puts an arm around Maggie. Bad luck, love. The good uns seldom win in this world. At this minute, Ben Dunn comes to the ropes near us and signals to Fat Fred. They talk a moment together, and then Fat Fred nods. Signalling to his minders to lift him into the ring, he grabs a hailing funnel and calls for quiet. Gentlemen and ladies, your attention please. He keeps at it till the crowd shuts up. Mr. Ben Dunn, heavyweight champion of the colony, is aware of your disappointment at the duration of today's bout, and he agrees to fight anyone here for his purse won from Thomas of £100. The contender puts only £5 down as a sign of goodwill. Winner takes all. Fat Fred pauses, looking over the heads of the crowd, and then, as though he feels he should add something to his offer, shouts, The winner gets the title as well. The crowd bursts into laughter and more jeering. It's a joke, of course. No man, unless he be drunk or a fool, will pay £5 to have his head knocked off. Is there not an Irishman among you who's game enough? Fat Fred taunts.
I imagine there be plenty of Irishmen game enough, but none big enough. Them poor bastards been starved by the English for generations, and this lot being the poorest physical specimens of them all. Have we got £5, Tommo? Hawk asks suddenly. Sure, it's me stake for tonight's poker game, I replies. Give it here, he says, putting out his hand. Hawk, are you mad? You're not gonna... I point to Ben Dunn, what's dancing about the ring. Come on, Tommo, he says, impatient. Pass it over. I hand him the £5 and he walks up to the ring and holds it out to Fat Fred. It'd be the first and probably last time I sees Fat Fred smile as he takes the money and holds it up. Over the hailing funnel, he announces, Gentlemen and punters, we have a contender! There's a roar from the crowd as Hawk lifts himself into the ring. Maggie is sobbing and laughing and jumping up and down and biting her little clenched fist. She digs in her handbag and holds up a £1 note. Who'll give me 10 to 1 odds the nigger wins? She shouts. The punters rush to the enclosure to take up Maggie's odds. Maggie, don't be a fool, I yell as I climbs into the ring to be beside Hawk. Mr. Sparrow follows me, and we stands beside Hawk as he undoes the buttons on his blouse. He pulls it off and hands it to me, and the crowd sees him proper for the first time. He stands a foot above the heavyweight, and is 6 inches broader at the shoulder and 6 inches narrower at the waist. There ain't an ounce of fat on his shiny black torso, what's all power and muscle. As for me, I'm plain terrified. He's going to get the hiding of his life from the Sydney Bruiser, what's had more than 50 fights with only 4 lost. Hawk knows nothing of fighting with his fists, and his size will only make it easier for Dunn to hit him. The fight begins, with Fat Fred the referee. Just as I expected, the champion of the colony hits me twin at will. I scream at Hawk to grab Dunn and bring him down so that the round may end. But Hawk don't hear me, or don't care to listen, and they fight for 15 minutes, though he barely lands a blow. Dunn has a grin on his face as he smashes blow after blow into Hawk's body and head. Soon Hawk's left eye is closed, and claret streams from his nose. But me brother won't go down. Nearly half an hour has passed, and the crowd, what admires his bravery, is beginning to yell for the nigger. Dunn ain't used to staying on his feet this long without a rest, and he begins to slow somewhat. I reckon there's less strength to his punches, but still he's making mincemeat out of Hawk. Go down, take a rest, I shout at him. But Hawk stands defenceless in the ring and won't move. I can't bear it no more, and I look for the sponge to throw into the air. Where's the bloody sponge? I scream at Mr. Sparrow. We got to end it now! Then I see Hawk starting to move around his opponent. It's like he's slowly come to life. Suddenly, his arm shoots out and he hits Dunn on the nose. The champion's face seems to cave in as he drops to his knees, a look of utmost surprise on his gob. It's 35 minutes after the start of the fight and round 1 is ended. The mob howls with delight. Hawk comes to his corner. We're going to stop it, you hear? I yells at him. He's killing you! Have you had enough, lad? Mr. Sparrow asks. Course he has, I scream. We're stopping now. Where's the bloody sponge? Hawk is panting and don't say nothing. There's blood in his mouth and a steady flow from his nose, and I still can't find the sponge. I takes up his shirt and dipping it in the bucket of water washes his face. Then I squeeze water into his mouth for him to rinse. He spits out the water into the bucket and his breathing starts to come back. Dunn has also tottered to his corner and sits there glowering. It's all over, Hawk, I say, patting his huge shoulder. You fought good, mate, but you can't go back in there for more. Hawk looks at me through his one eye. I must, Tommo, or the mongrels win. Tell Maggie the next round is for her, he pants. I cannot last beyond it. I shake my head at his stubbornness, for my body aches with his, and I know how bad he hurts. Sometimes being Hawk's twin be a most painful affair. The second round is called 5 minutes later, and it's as though Hawk has it all figured out in his head. Dunn is recovered, but is very cautious. Hawk walks around him, always staying on the western side of the ring. He won't let Dunn out of the eastern half. Then I realise what he's doing. Hawk's making Dunn face into the sun, what leaves him half blind. He sets about him now. There ain't much polish to Hawk's punches, but they come straight and hard. Each blow seems like it must break something inside the champion. Dunn hits Hawk several times, but the strength seems to have left him.
Hawk just walks through the champion's punches and keeps coming, sometimes hitting Dunn twice in as many seconds. The smack of his enormous fist into the flesh of the other fighter makes the ringside crowd wince and moan. Dunn tries to pull Hawk down, but Hawk's too strong and throws him off. Then, with the Sydney fighter slightly off balance and his arms spread wide, Hawk hits him on the chin with a clean right cross. It starts from way back and is so well timed and so hard that it lifts the heavyweight champion of the colony off his feet, and some will later swear 3 feet into the air. Dunn's out cold before he hits the deck. His corner can't do nothing but throw in the sponge. The fight is over. Dunn won't be rising to his feet again till well after sunset. "Well now, my dear Ace of Spades," Mr. Sparrow says to me, taking the missing sponge out of his coat pocket. "I think we found ourselves a true champion." Fat Fred is laughing, and I don't reckon nobody in the history of the world has ever seen Fat Fred laugh. He grabs the hailing funnel and holds Hawk's arm up. "Ladies and gentlemen, in a winner-takes-all contest, I give you Hawk Solomon, the new heavyweight champion of the colony of New South Wales. And future champion of the old bleeding world," Mr. Sparrow shouts beside me. I rushes up to Hawk and hugs him about the waist. Then I sees Maggie climbing up into the ring, crying and laughing, as she too rushes into me brother's arms. "Hawk, I loves you, she sobs. The crowd is yelling and trying to reach the ring to shake Hawk's hand. The minders kick at them wildly. It's all they can do to keep them at bay, for the mob is determined to carry Hawk off on its shoulders. The din is something terrible, but I still hears what Hawk says to Maggie. "Maggie," he pants. "Please, Maggie, next time, stay away from Johnny Sullivan's sparring rooms." Chapter 18. Hawk. The Rocks, May 1861. Life has become most tedious for me of late. Everywhere I go, I am followed by the Sydney lads, who see me as their hero. In fact, when one recalls that prize fighting is against the law, it seems strange that there is hardly a soul in Sydney who doesn't know of my fight with Ben Dunn. Merchants lift their hats as I pass, and many a toff bids me good day. I have become a curiosity, well nigh a fairground exhibit, and I find it exceedingly uncomfortable being the subject of confabulation in every tavern. Every man now claims to know me. Only today I heard that the cove who insulted my Maggie and the hero of Waterloo, whom I threw across the room, now boasts of our fight. He is enjoying a low fame accordingly. Even Bell's Life in Sydney has waxed lyrical about my native abilities as a bare-knuckle fighter. It predicts that with training I could be a future champion of the world. This is quite ridiculous, of course, and I am amazed that grown men talk everywhere of such a nonsensical possibility. I am big and clumsy, and know nothing of the art of fisticuffs. Moreover, things do not sit well with myself and Mr. Sparrow, who would arrange my life for me since that day at Parramatta. After the fight with Ben Dunn, Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred were most anxious that I should fight again, and that they should handle my career in this regard. I was then, and still am, most anxious not to enter the ring ever again. I have been stared at almost all my life for my size and blackness. To further encourage folks' attention is more than I can bear. Only amongst the Maori did I feel comfortable about my size. Here it is a wretched nuisance. The average male in the colony is about 5 foot and 3 inches tall. Ben Dunn, the heavyweight, is considered a near giant at 5 foot and 11 inches. If he is a giant, then I am a freak of nature. Fat Fred says I would make a fortune 10 times over should I become a fighter. But I can see little sense in being knocked about for the sake of a few pounds. What's more, I feel fairly certain that a great deal of money would end up in Fat Fred and Mr. Sparrow's own pockets. As Ike would say, "If you cannot turn a man with words, and you agrees to fight him and should win, you would have lost anyhow. The hero dies young on some soon-forgotten battlefield, but a good coward dies in bed with his own bugs to bite him." But Ike's continued influence in our lives, in the form of Mr. Sparrow, has caused me much aggravation of late. Perhaps there was more to Ike than his gems of wisdom, which I now recall. I was bruised for a fortnight or more after fighting Dunn. I think he broke a number of my ribs,
for I coughed up blood for several days after, and my sides and kidneys were particularly painful. My teeth seemed to rattle in my head, and my nose was twice its usual size. My fists, which have never been cured in brine, were so sore that I could not hold a pen for 4 days. While my employer, Captain James Tucker, was most understanding, it is not my intention to let him down again. With Tucker & Co., I feel myself achieving something, whereas I fail to see that my striking down of another man, or he of me, offers any valuable lessons in life's progress. "Oh," said Mr. Sparrow, when I told him that the purse did not merit the punishment I received from Ben Dunn, and that I did not wish to enter the prize ring. "That was only because you lacked the skill to avoid such blows. We will teach you the art of fisticuffs, so that you will take little punishment. At most, a few rib ticklers and pats to the jaw from the most belligerent pug. It's Johnny Sullivan's sparring rooms for you, lad. We'll soon have you ready to take on your first customer." Fat Fred nods most solemnly at this advice. I wonder how much punishment he himself has taken, other than the dozen meat pies and Cornish pasties I witnessed him eat after my fight with Ben Dunn. As for Johnny Sullivan, it was Maggie's visit to his sparring rooms which caused the whole furore in the first place. Tommo, I know, is under some pressure from Mr. Sparrow to persuade me to fight again, but he will not speak on their behalf. I receive more than enough persuasion from Maggie, who wishes me to fight, thinking only of the excitement and believing me invincible, bless her bright eyes. "You will be a hero, and me on your arm," she laughs happily. "More likely a lamb led to the slaughter, and you ashamed of me," I reply. "No, no," she protests. "I has it on the best authority you will be the champion of the whole world." It is useless to try to put reason into her magpie head. Maggie has become quite famous after the fight at Parramatta, as well as making a large amount of cash from my win against Dunn. She collected nearly £50 in total from those who honoured their bets. A great many made themselves scarce, melting into the jubilant crowd as soon as she climbed into the ring to be with me after the fight. Thank God I was fortunate enough to win. At 10-1 odds to all takers, had I lost, Maggie would have been on her back 10 hours a day for the next 10 years paying off her debt. She has spent some of her winnings on a new outfit from Farmers in Pitt Street. A great deal more went on a spectacular bonnet from Mr. Israel Meyer's Emporium in George Street. She has had this hat fitted with a newly stuffed magpie, which sits resplendent amongst ribbons, bows, and artificial flowers of every colour of the rainbow. But much the better part of her winnings was spent on me. She paid to have a solid 18-carat gold ring made for me, of the signet style. On the face is a magpie, and inside is inscribed, "Maggie Pie loves Hawk Solomon, champion of the world." It is the most beautiful gift I have ever received, and I shall cherish it all the days of my life. Maggie, who can scarcely read or write, does not see why I should wish to work 8 hours a day at Tucker & Co. when I could earn 50 times my weekly wage with one fight. Of course, she doesn't know about Mary and the brewery, and how it is in my best interest to learn all I can of the liquor business before we return to Hobart Town. But although I haven't told her of my plans, I find myself hoping she may even accompany Tommo and me. Meanwhile, Maggie weeps in my arms and begs me to take up prize fighting. I'm afraid it will come between us if I cannot resolve the matter soon. Now, 7 weeks after the fight, she plain refuses to make love to me and bursts into copious tears. We have fed the brats their Sunday roast and have gone up to her rooms, where it is our custom, after taking a meal downstairs, to make love. But she pushes me away when I would take her in my arms. "No," she says, her mouth turned down. I have learnt something of women, and so ask her gently if it is her time of the month. "No," she says again, and a tear runs down her pretty cheek. "Maggie, what is it? What have I done?" "The girls mock me," she wails. "About me?" She nods, unable to speak. "Why? Because I'm big, a nigger. What is it, Maggie?" "They say you're a coward," Maggie wails. She flings herself onto the bed and begins to howl in earnest. "A coward? How so?" I ask. Maggie's eyes glisten with tears, and she catches a sob in her throat. "'Cause you won't fight!" Then she buries her face in her arms and sobs fit to break a man's heart. I sit down on the side of the bed and put my hand on her shoulder, but she shakes it off. Maggie, beating another man senseless won't make a man a hero. You should know that. Maggie sniffs. It'd be humiliating. The girls say you're a big black cock with a chicken's heart. Oh! She cries, burying her head in a red satin cushion. A big black cock with a chicken's heart, eh? I laugh. That is amusing. Maggie, come along, sweetheart. You know better than that. It's obvious, isn't it? Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred have put this about. They've put all the tarts up to it, trying to get me to fight. Johnny Sullivan says it too, she replies, looking up quickly. Maggie, surely you haven't been hanging about Johnny Sullivan's sparring rooms again? Only the once, to see the lightning bolt, the heavyweight champion of all Ireland, what's been landed a week from Belfast. And that's when Johnny Sullivan called me a coward. I shake her softly again. Look at me, Maggie. Maggie lifts her head from the pillow, then props herself on one elbow. Well, no, he never said you were a coward. What, then? He said he could train you up to beat the bolt, but he don't know if you've got what it takes. What's that, then? Internal fortitude, he called it. Maggie gazes up at me, her big blue eyes still wet with tears. Oh, Hawk, you has got it, hasn't you? I'm forced to laugh again. Internal fortitude, I think, comes straight from the vocabulary of our friend Mr. Sparrow, and not from the likes of Johnny Sullivan. I look at Maggie, thinking how much I love her. Maggie, I'm no coward, but I'm no animal either. Beating a man with your bare fists until he is half dead, what does that make you? Rich! Maggie yells, jumping up on the bed and grabbing me around the neck. Stinking bloody rich! Oh, Hawk, you could take me to England to meet Queen Vic or Lola Montez. I stifle a laugh. £100 to be beaten senseless. That's not rich, that's plain foolish. Anyway, what if I should lose? I'd be beaten stupid with nothing in my pocket. No, not £100. Johnny says there's £500 to be won. He reckons there's plenty of folk what will cover your stake. What's half of the prize money, with all the papists betting on the Irishman and all the Protestants on you. Maggie, I'm a Jew. Them too, Maggie answers, quick as a flash. Mr. Israel Meyer and them lot in George Street, they'll back you. To the tune of £250, eh? That's a lot of money, Maggie. A lot of gelt to wager on a bloke who's had just one lucky fight. Johnny says you's a natural. She pauses, then adds, if you has the internal fortitude. Yeah, that. He says you're fast for a big bloke, and you uses your noggin. He says your ploy with the sunset in Dunn's eyes were a stroke of genius. That comes straight from Bell's life in Sydney. I read it to you myself, Maggie. No, it's the truth. Johnny said it too. The only sunset I'm likely to see against the Irishman is the sunset of my life, I say. Mr. Lightning Bolt is not only the Irish champion, but the English as well. If you leave out the Americas, that makes him practically the world champion. I shrug. Maggie, can't you see? He's come out here to clean up the locals, to fight Ben Dunn and the like, and then take home a pretty penny, because the stupid colonials think their man can win. That's right. That's what Johnny said, and Barney Isaacs. And, no doubt, Mr. Sparrow, I interject. I don't know about him. Maggie, you know there isn't a sporting venture goes on in the colony that he and Fat Fred don't have a finger in. No, listen, Hawk, listen to me. It ain't like that, she pleads, then jumps off the bed so she's standing up and has her face close to mine. The Irishman's going to fight all comers. Ben Dunn and Fred Woods, Jack Robbins of Victoria, Jimmy Shanks of Queensland, and what's his name? You know, that bloke in South Australia what beat Jericho Joe, the darkie. Excusing me. They's all coming here to fight him. The punters, them what's Church of England, will bet on the locals. And of course the Tipperary men will bet on their man and be most chuffed at the sight of their own Catholic champion from the Emerald Isle beating the living daylights out of the local proddy lads. But wait a minute. Maggie, aren't you Irish too? Yeah, I am and all. A fat lot of good it's done me, she shoots back. Then without drawing breath, she continues. When the bolt's cleaned up like and thinks he's fancy free, that's it, ain't it? That's what?
That's when we challenges the bugger to fight for a prize of £500. That's more than he's made beating the living daylights out of the local lads. It's £500 to win against someone what's had only one fight. He can't say no. So all the smart money bets on the Irishman, and I gets my brains boxed. Maggie draws back. Maybe Johnny's right. You are scared.
Damn right I'm scared, I snort.
Well, if all the smart punters are going to bet on the Irishman, how come there's some like Johnny what's willing to wager on you? Answer me that, Orc Solomon.
Maggie, it's called a sting.
A sting?
I explain. See, Mr. Sparrow has most likely arranged a consortium of sporting gentlemen who are well known to the punters, a few toffs, merchants, squatters, to put the word about that I can take the Irishman. I pause. By the way, where do they plan to hold this fight?
Johnny reckons one of the gold diggings. They can't say exactly where as yet because of the police.
Yes, the goldfields make sense. Somewhere where there's lots of money and stupidity. All of it available at short notice. It's perfect for a sting. What are the chances that the only bookmakers allowed to take bets are in the employ of Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred? The odds given on the lightning bolt would be... I think for a moment, remembering what I've heard around the pubs. 4 to 5 on. Short odds, so as to discourage your ordinary punter and to make sure the Irish don't win too much. Then on me, it's 10 to 1. Maggie looks a little puzzled by all of this, but I continue. If I'm not mistaken, there will be a great deal of secret hullabaloo stirred up about me. You know, whispers into hot ears in pubs about my secret training, how I'm punching tall trees to the ground. An incident is reported where some man swears he's seen me lift a dray cart single-handed to rescue a child in Pitt Street and then wander away into the crowd so I can't be given the credit. I've been spotted pulling a 4-in-hand drag down the street, and all for a wager of a sovereign. It's said I can arm wrestle 6 men 2 at a time, all in a row. A punch thrown in training near kills my sparring opponent, who as a consequence lies unconscious for a week. There'll even be a tale that when I was a brat, some Irishman, believing me to be the very devil, put me in a sugar bag, tied the top, said a brace of Hail Marys, and threw me into the river to drown. And to back all this up, there'll be the famous Parramatta fight, which by now will have me lifting Ben Dunn 10 feet off the ground with a single punch that lands 15 feet outside the ring. Maggie giggles.
I've already heard some of that sort of thing.
I chuckled too at my imaginings and at Maggie's smile. Well, anyway, enough of that nonsense. But what will happen is that all the miners and the little punters will be taken in by such stories and will bet heavily on me as a result. And there you have it. The sting is in. I take Maggie into my arms so that her head is tucked snug into the crook of my neck. It feels wonderful. Will you be there, Maggie Pye, to sweep up all the broken feathers of the dead orc and to watch the sparrow fly away with his fortune made? Maggie struggles away from me.
Hawk, you're wrong. It ain't like that at all. I trust Johnny Sullivan. We was brats together. He wouldn't do no wrong by me.
Not by you, my darling. By me, the big stupid nigger.
But he knows I loves you,
Maggie protests, most perplexed. Of course, I say. Who better?
Who better what?
She asks. Who better to help set up the sting? I say gently.
You know something, Orc Solomon? I'm glad I ain't got no brains. There's £500 going begging, and you're full of bullshit about a bee sting. Listen to me, you stupid bastard. I thinks you can win.
She looks about her room, her precious home, and waves her arms to include everything in it.
See this? It's took me 4 years on me back to get this. 4 years to sleep in a decent blanket what's got no bugs and fleas, in a room where you don't wake up with rats running over yous. It cost me £200 to make this place beautiful.
Maggie, £200? Why, you could own your own house for 100. Maggie clicks her tongue at me.
I ain't completely daft, you know. I do, don't I? I owns this building and the chop house below. How else do you reckon I got jobs for Flo and her folks?
She bounces on the bed.
This bed once belonged to William Charles Bleeding Wentworth, or at least his family, one of his sisters. Now it's mine.
She knocks on the headboard with her fist.
Pure cedar, that is.
She smiles at me, and I am taken by the lovingness of her expression.
I'd sell it all tomorrow and put every penny I gets for it on yous beating the lightning bolt. I means it, Hawk. Every sodding penny.
I hug her tight. Maggie, you haven't even seen the Irishman fight. You'd bet on me without even seeing his form. Maggie grins.
I seen your form, Hawk, and not only against Ben Dunn.
And she begins to pluck at the buttons of my blouse. Later, when we're lying there together, I am reminded again of how big I am, and how careful I must be holding her. But Maggie seems happy enough, content to be loved and in my arms. I know little of the fairer sex, but what I'm learning is that they need to be held and cherished, stroked and kissed, long after you are empty of passion. This is when kissing has no other purpose but to tell them you love them. I have discovered that in the business of passion, a man's arms are just as important as what's between his legs.
Hawk,
Maggie says suddenly.
The Irish didn't really put you in a sugar bag and throw you in the river, did they?
No more than I pulled a four-in-hand dray quicker than a team of 4 thoroughbreds. I laugh. Maggie laughs too. She has a lovely laugh, a sort of tinkle, like a silver bell ringing. It's the kind of laugh you'd expect from the governor's wife, a toffee-nosed tinkle, soft as a sunlit morning.
Hawk, how does you know? I mean, that it be a sting and all?
Maggie asks. Maggie, I took on Ben Dunn because I overheard you and Tommo talking. I was so furious at what he'd done to you, I don't believe he could have brought me down no matter what he did. He'd have had to kill me standing upright. Maggie kisses me, her lips soft against the silver scar around my neck.
Ain't nobody done that for me, nor will again. I ain't worth it, but I loves you, Hawk Solomon.
I smile, and my heart is full of love for her. But I cannot tell her I love her. Not yet. If I come up against the Irishman, I won't hate him. I won't feel anything. It'll just be one man against the other. The difference is that he's an experienced pugilist and a champion, and I'm just a big nigger with clumsy feet and fists.
But what about your noggin? Johnny said you think's real good.
I grin. It doesn't need Ikey's brain to work out that a fast noggin and a slow body is not as good as a fast body and a slower brain.
But Johnny said for a big un you moves fast and ain't clumsy.
As fast as an elephant dancing the Irish jig, I laugh. It'd be no contest, Maggie. I'd get my teeth knocked through the back of me throat, and the little people would lose their shirts. Only Mr. Sparrow, Fat Fred, and various sportsmen, toffs and swells, including your precious Johnny Sullivan, would benefit. Maggie is silent a while, and then announces,
Hawk, I've changed me mind. Them bastards can't have you. Not even for £500.
But a mischievous thought has crossed my mind. An idea quite out of character. Perhaps Tommo and Maggie have encouraged in me a daring I never thought to have. Hold still a minute, Maggie. As Ikey would say, my dears, one good scam deserves another. I think we should talk to Tommo. On these sorts of matters, he is much smarter than I am. After all, he's beaten Mr. Sparrow at cards, which Ikey said was not mortally possible. Maggie looks perplexed but shrugs, and returns to her nap, leaving me to ponder. Should I raise with my twin the possibility of a sting within a sting? And do Tommo and I want to get into another scrape? What would our dear Mary think? Since we've been back in Australia, I've written to her every week, telling her of our various doings. I've given much thought to our homecoming, and how Tommo and I would fare in Hobart Town. Though he denies it, my brother is in the grip of opium. It is no longer the angel's kiss, and I can feel the hot breath of Tommo's devils from the wilderness closing in again. I'm beginning to think it could be time to leave Sydney, for there is no opium that I know of to be had in Hobart Town. But Tommo, still struggling with his demons, says he is not yet ready to return home. Nor, I confess, am I. There's Maggie Pye to think of for a start. I'm not sure she'd like Hobart Town. I would also like to try my hand at shopkeeping, A venture that is of my own doing, not Mary's. Something which would allow me to feed the many hungry children who roam the streets in every place I've been. And I can see my little bowerbird, Maggie Pye, doing very well in such an enterprise. If we could acquire the capital, we could open a shop, perhaps in the goldfields. I have kept all the £100 I won from the Dun fight for this very purpose, though not without some argument from Mr. Sparrow. When the money was handed over, he demanded 60% of the purse. "Wait on," I said. "Fair go. 60% for what?" "Expenses, my dear. You were fighting at my venue, engaging in fisticuffs with my fighter," he replied imperiously. "No fear," I said, amazed at his audacity. "You had a near riot on your hands because the Welshman couldn't fight. Though it was unintentional, I saved the day and saved your hide." "But this is the agreement I have with your brother. It's what Tommo gives me from his poker winnings as my commission." 60%? "Aye, there are a lot of expenses to this game." "None ventured on my behalf, Mr. Sparrow. I have no agreement with you, and you'll receive no commission from me." I stood my ground. "I see," replied Mr. Sparrow. "In that case, you can go to hell, and your brother with you." "What about the future championship of the world you were so keen on an hour ago?" Tommo mocked. "Business is business," Mr. Sparrow sighed. "Oh, didn't Ikey Solomon teach you nothing?" Then his mood grew darker. "You know what, Ace of Spades? You're getting too big for your boots." He pointed to Tommo's feet. "My boots? The nigger don't take care of you, lad. I does. You best remember that. You'd have been nothing. A starving bloody drunk without me and Fat Fred here." "And I'd be a lot less than nothing without him, Mr. Sparrow." Tommo pointed to me. "You get 60% of me card games, me twin gets 100% of me life." "We'll see how you go without me," Mr. Sparrow sneered. "There's not a card game in this colony you'll be part of, son." He flounced off, and Tommo waved him away with a backward flick of his fingers. "Toodaloo, then." "We'll talk again, my boy," Mr. Sparrow murmured to me on his way past, wagging his finger. He didn't say anything further to Tommo, but spat to the side of his boots. Not 5 minutes later, he came and apologized to us both, all smiles. Straight away, I wondered what he was up to. "It'd be the excitement of the fight, boys. Me nerves were on edge in case the police arrived and stopped it," he explained. "I lost me temper. You see, it cost me a pretty penny to stage. What I asked you for be the commission Ben Dunn would have also had to pay." "Shall I go and ask Ben Dunn, then?" I replied, not willing to accept Mr. Sparrow's smarmy apology. "No point," he cackled. "You took all the gelt." He brought out a Cuban cigar, bit the end in his yellow teeth and fussed about, lighting it up. Then, through a puff of smoke, he remarked, "What a fight, eh? Worth losing my commission just to see it, lad." But Mr. Sparrow's eyes narrowed as he said this, and I could see by the way he chewed his cigar he didn't like losing his commission one bit. I realized he was the type to sweep insults under the carpet in order to tidy up, that he would come back to the dirt at a later time, never minding who got brushed aside then. I felt certain I had not heard the last of this business. I knew Mr. Sparrow still intended to get the 60% of my prize money, with a great deal of interest added, before he was through with me and Tommo. But on the surface, Mr. Sparrow was all smiles and forgiveness. He wanted Tommo to sit back in on the poker game that night, too. "Plenty of rich pickings, lad. The gold finders pay in kind, nuggets and dust. It'll be a most profitable enterprise." I thought of Ikey, who would never have lost his temper and then come crawling back. Mr. Sparrow is not a patch on his old teacher. "I'll come, but only for an extra 10% of the action," said Tommo, cocky as hell. "From now on, we shares 50-50, including tonight. What's you say, Mr. Sparrow?" "Oh, no, Tommo. I can't agree to that, lad," Mr. Sparrow murmured, nice as pie. "I'm in business with Mr. Tang Wing Hung, and must first discuss everything with him." He took a puff of his cigar and exhaled. "You do understand me, don't you?" I saw at once what he was getting at, and my heart sank. More and more, Tommo has been visiting Tang Wing Hung's opium den before going to his poker game. Now I knew that Mr. Sparrow had Tommo in his tiny claws. One word from him and the opium pipe would be withheld from poor Tommo. I closed my eyes and held my breath, ardently hoping that Tommo wouldn't give in to the threat hanging in the air. It wouldn't be the worst thing that could happen should Tommo be denied the pipe. I would be with him and would stay at his side however long it might take to rid him of his new addiction. Tommo grinned foolishly. "Sorry, Mr. Sparrow," he said quietly. "I begs your pardon. 60-40 as always, and no harm done, eh?" "Ah," smiled Mr. Sparrow. "That's much better, Tommo. I only wish your brother could see it as commonsensical. A little cooperation and all's well with the world, ain't that so?" I wanted to weep. For the first time I saw how weakened Tommo was by his need for opium, for it had him grovelling to this overblown gnat. I could still taste the blood in my mouth from the fight, but I was almost overwhelmed by fresh rage. I wanted to crush Mr. Sparrow, and for the moment Tommo with him. I had an urge to wring Mr. Sparrow's scrawny, miserable neck with my bare hands, and to put Tommo out of his misery too. I knew then that my brother had succumbed to his old despair, even though I would have done anything to prevent this. "Tommo, tell him to go to buggery. We don't need him," I pleaded quietly. But Tommo looked down at his boots and stayed silent. I felt deeply ashamed for my twin. How was it that I wanted to kill him and love him and hold him and protect him all in the one moment? "Tommo, tell the bastard no, Tommo!" I yelled, the words coming from deep inside. Tommo looked at me, and I could see he was crying. "I can't, Hawk. The mongrel's got me," he wept, burying his head in his hands. I turned to Mr. Sparrow and grabbed him by the coat front, picking him up off his feet. "Leave us, before I lose my temper, you bastard!" Then I threw him to the ground. Mr. Sparrow lay at my feet, cringing. He covered his face with his hands, thinking I would kick him. Now it was not the great Mr. Sparrow, a sportsman game as a fighting cock, but Sparrow Fart, little brat who was terrified. I leant down and took him by the collar, lifting him back up to his feet. He came no higher than my elbow, and I could feel his whole body trembling. "Please, Hawk," he grovelled, "don't hurt me." He closed his eyes, expecting the blow to come. "I'll give him 50-50, whatever you want." I let him go, disgusted. "If any grief comes to Tommo, any harm, I'll come for you," I growled. "I'll see you pay, no matter what it takes." And so here is Sparrow Fart once again in our lives, become Mr. Sparrow as if no longer Ikey's little pupil. He's got Tommo in his clutches, and now he wants me. The sting is his revenge on our getting the better of him. He's using Johnny Sullivan, who is using Maggie, the innocent party, in all this. I am pretty certain Mr. Sparrow's vengeful mind is pitting me against the visiting Irish fighter so I can get my brains knocked out and he can clean up at my expense. Ikey would see my idea of beating Mr. Sparrow at his own game as an excellent way to get even, with a bit of solid business added. I feel in my bones that I am right, and that it is not some crazed idea I have constructed out of my overheated imagination. How I have grown to despise Mr. Sparrow. If he has learned his ways from Ikey, then I must think carefully about what this means for Tommo and me, Ikey's sons. Sunday is usually Tommo's night off. On the Sabbath, the toffs, merchants and senior government officials, who enjoy the sportsman's life on all other nights of the week, generally settle down to Sunday roast with their respectable families. This is their time to pat the heads of their offspring and to grunt while their wives attempt polite conversation. They must also be seen at the evening service, for many will have missed the morning one because they were sleeping off hangovers gained from a night of gambling and carousing with the likes of Tommo and the ever-present Mr. Sparrow. I know Tommo will have risen at about 5 this afternoon. He would have gone to visit Tang Wing Hung's opium den, and will be returning shortly to have his evening meal with Maggie and me downstairs at the chop house run by Flo's father. I will ask his opinion of my plan then, for Tommo has lost none of his wits. This is the curious thing about opium. Whereas brandy will cloud the brain, the same is not true of opium, which is said by some to promote great clarity of thought. Caleb Soul, my friend and colleague at Tucker & Co., is of this opinion. A pharmacist by profession, he speaks of opium's powers to promote intellectual thought, and cites, for example, the work of Lord Byron, Percy B. Shelley, and De Quincey, among other English luminaries. This is still no reason to embrace opium, nor will I for one moment condone its use for anything other than alleviating pain. These days, Tommo cannot live without the devil's smoke, and it is my sad opinion that he could not give up the celestial poppy, even if he most sincerely desired to. Nonetheless, Tommo is in fine form when we meet for dinner, smiling and sipping quietly at a glass of his favourite Cape brandy. Though it tears at my very soul, I have accepted that he must drink. Accordingly, I have offered him the very best brandy imported by Tucker & Co. He will have none of it, preferring the rough Cape grape to all else. I have noticed that after taking opium he drinks less, though this only in degree. "So," Tommo says, when I raise the subject of Mr. Sparrow's sting, "have you decided to fight then, Hawk?" I nod. "Only this once, and only if we can think up a way for me to win, and the money to be made is, as Maggie says, £500. "Maggie's right," Tommo says. "Mr. Sparrow is most confident of the winnings to be had. With the Protestants and the Jews against the Catholics, it be an holy war of sorts," he says. "What a strange thing. Here we is, brought up with no religion to speak of, and you's going to be promoted as a Jew." Tommo chuckles. "I reckon Ikey would have had a good laugh at that. But, Hawk, tell me, why'd you want to do it?" "The gelt," I say. Tommo grins and shakes his head. "Pull the other one, Hawk." I look at Maggie, who appears to be most interested in her bowl of Irish stew. "It's true, I want the money. The reason being, I want us to open a shop. You and Maggie and me. We could make a tidy sum from this fight, enough to set us up with a shop, perhaps at the goldfields, where I've heard there's a fortune to be made." "Come on, Hawk. You're talking to me, Tommo, your twin. It ain't in your nature. Since when would you take up fisticuffs to earn money?" "What's wrong with that?" Maggie asks sharply. "Ain't nothing wrong for a man to earn an honest crust at prize fighting." "Like I said, it just ain't in Hawk's nature, Maggie," Tommo sighs. "You've seen him with the brats. He'd rather give it to others than keep it for himself. Besides, he's going to take a terrible hiding in that fight." "No, he ain't," Maggie replies, looking furiously at Tommo. "You can't win," he says to me. "This bloke's the champion of Ireland and England, for God's sake." "Hawk could be the champion of the world," Maggie protests. I cut across them both. "You're right, Tommo. It's not just about the money. Though it's true, I'd like us to open a shop. In the end, though, it's not that." I pause, not sure that even Tommo will understand what I'm going to say next. I take a deep breath. "It's about getting Ikey out of our souls." "What? What about Ikey? What's all this got to do with him?" "To my mind, everything." I lean forward across the table. "Don't you see, Ikey lies at the heart of our troubles." "Hawk, you're talking nonsense. What do you mean Ikey's the reason for our problems? He's our father. Without Ikey's voice in me head, I'd never have come out of the wilderness." "Without Ikey, you'd probably never have been taken there in the first place, Tommo." Maggie rises from her chair and picks up her bowl of stew. "If you two are going to fight, I'm going into the kitchen," she says, marching off. We ignore her, and I continue. "Tommo, it all started with Ikey's greed over what was in the safe at Whitechapel, not wanting to share his half with Hannah and his children." "What the hell is you talking about, Hawk? What safe?" In my excitement, I'd forgotten that Tommo knows nothing of the safe full of stolen treasure, which Ikey and Hannah had left buried under the pantry floor of their Whitechapel house. I'd also forgotten my oath of secrecy to Mary, though I suddenly recall her every sharp word as if it were yesterday.
Hawk, you'll not talk to no one about the money, Ikey's money, ever, you understand? Not even to Tommo, you hear?
I look up at Tommo. He has to know. My loyalty to my twin is greater than to Mary. And so I tell him the whole story of how Mamma and I conspired to win Ikey's fortune for ourselves. How, while in England to learn about hop growing, I found the safe and secretly emptied it of its contents, stealing the fortune from under Hannah and David's nose, and leaving only a ring and a note which said, "Remember, always leave a little salt on the bread." Tommo burst out laughing.
That were clever to use Ikey's favourite saying.
I recall how David had fallen defeated to his knees, clutching the ring in his fist.
"Whatever can it mean? We are done for! My family is destroyed!"
he had wailed.
"Ikey Solomon has beaten us all!"
But it was Mary and I who'd beaten Hannah and David and the rest of Ikey's family. It was Mary's revenge for our kidnapping, I confide to my astonished twin.
"Why'd you never tell me this before?"
he asks. Tommo, forgive me, but Mamma made me swear I wouldn't tell you. When you came back from the wilderness, and I pause, all was, well, not right between you two. She felt she could not trust you with the secret of Ikey's money, and so she asked that I keep it a secret. I didn't want to, but in the end I agreed. I'm sorry, Tommo.
Never mind, Hawk. You done the right thing. You didn't know how I'd be.
He smiles.
I didn't know how I'd be myself. How rich is Mary?
Very.
All from Ikey's safe?
No, not all. She's done well for herself, as you know. But still the larger portion by far is Ikey's money from the safe. So now you know what happened, Tommo. It was greed that led to our kidnapping. I swallow. The same greed that made Mary take all of Ikey's money and then throw us out of our own home. While David Solomon will never know what truly happened to Ikey and Hannah's fortune, I fear he may have concluded that Mary now has all his parents' hidden wealth. That's still the same greed working to destroy us. Even Mr. Sparrow putting in the sting is more of Ikey's greed at work. Ikey, who taught him all he knows. It's like a curse working over and over again, from which we must somehow escape. I want desperately for my brother to understand, but Tommo isn't listening.
You sure us being kidnapped were David and Hannah's work?
He asks abruptly. I can't prove it, but who else would do such a thing? Mamma wasn't rich at the time, and there was no cause for anyone else to kidnap us.
But what happened to us, Hawk? How were we parted? Can you remember? I can't. I've tried 1,000 times. I don't have no memory of what happened after we was took on the mountain.
I didn't either. At least not until I got my voice back, I say to him. Since then it seems to have slowly come back to me bit by bit, like pieces in a child's kaleidoscope. Of course, I don't know what happened to you after the wild man took me away into the mountains. Tommo leans forward across the table.
Tell me, Hawk.
His voice is urgent, and his eyes bright with hope.
Maybe I'll get better if you tell me.
I close my eyes and slowly draw back the past. Then I begin to tell my sorry tale. We were climbing down the mountain where we'd been to see the snow line, when 4 men grabbed us. They blindfolded and gagged us, and stuffed us into hessian bags after binding our feet and hands. Then they lifted us onto some sort of stretcher. They must have struck out across the mountains to a road where they had a cart waiting. All I remember is that when they take us out of the bags, we're both crying. They take off my gag and give me some water and a crust of bread. Then we're both put back into our separate bags and onto a horse cart. I must have slept some, because the next thing I remember is hearing a voice shout, "Stand to!" and the cart coming to a halt. Then there are 4 rapid shots, and a man screaming and crying out for mercy. Then another shot, then silence. Soon enough, a hand opens the bag, and I'm pulled out by my hair. When the gag and blindfold are taken off, I can't see anything for a while. Gradually, I make out a man holding me. Beside the cart lie 3 of our captors dead, and another further away a bit. All look like they are sleeping, all except one who lies on his back with his arms and legs sprawled and blood coming out of his mouth. Already there are ants around him. I begin to cry again and look about for you, but you're still hidden in your sack and I can't reach you. Then the man who shot them comes over and hits me on the side of the head. "Nigger!" he spits. Just the one word. Nigger! He is dressed entirely in kangaroo and possum skins, but for a trooper's high-topped white cap, and he is filthy. His beard falls almost to his waist, and his hair is wild and knotted on his shoulders. What can be seen of his face is dark with dirt, the skin weathered and crisscrossed with scars. His nose is flattened like a pig's snout, and from it a stream of yellow snot trails down to broken and lopsided lips. His tongue constantly darts out, licking the snot. He is barefoot, too, with the soles of his feet cracked and the long toenails all broken. "A wild man," Tommo says, and I nod. Then I realize there is another man mounted on his horse. He is dressed in skins and ragged breeches and boots, ancient and cracked. He too has a ragged beard, and his dirty face is deep burnt to a copper colour. "Was he bald?" Tommo questions me. I think not. I think hard for a moment. No, he wore a hat, a bushman's hat. I remember he took it off to hide whatever it was he'd taken from the dead men's pockets in it. He had dark hair and a deep scar across his left eyebrow, running into his hairline. "Well, it weren't Sam's slit," Tommo says. "Sam were bald, and no scar. It's most likely this bastard sold you the slit, because he takes the cart and horses and you. You were still wriggling in your bag when the wild man takes me away. The wild man puts a rope around my neck and ties me behind his horse. I can't walk because my ankles have been tied and have lost all circulation, so he drags me along by the neck, me in the dirt and him not looking back. I'm screaming your name, blubbing and choking from the noose about my neck, stones cutting into me. I just want to get back to you." It is the first time I've spoken aloud about what befell us. And now I begin to weep. Tommo reaches out and puts his hand on my shoulder. "Hawk," he says. "Oh, Hawk." Then I see he too is weeping. I'm grateful it is Sunday night and well past dinner time by now, so that the chop house is empty. Tommo and I sit and have a good old cry over the past. I can hear the clatter of dishes and laughter in the kitchen as Maggie makes some joke. After a while, we're all right again. "Can you remember the rest? When Mary come to find you?" Tommo asks, once our tears have dried. I nod. This is the darkest of my memories and has only returned to me recently. "Can you tell me?" Tommo gazes at me. "Or don't you want to?" "I do remember, and I will tell you," I say gently. "But first, you. Do you not remember anything of what happened when we were parted?" "There must be something. Something what I remembers." Tommo gives a bitter little laugh. "Though I don't know why I want to. It were all so bloody awful." He seems to be thinking, and he looks up to the ceiling as he speaks, his blue eyes glistening with tears again, his voice unsteady. "I remember going up the mountain, you and me, the first snow, racing up to the snow line." Tommo smiled through his tears. "Me winning because I was smaller and faster, and you a bit clumsy on the rock and shale. Then coming down again to return to Strickland Falls to Mama." Tommo stares straight at me for a moment, his expression so very sad, like a little boy who doesn't understand what he's done wrong.
And then slit. Slit, and the sweet sticky smell of the whiskey still. And the wilderness all about, stretching forever, darker and darker. It'd be as though I blinked me eyes and everything changed. One moment I were playing with you on the mountain, and the next I were with Slit in the wilderness. Slit beating the daylights out of me most days. Tommo, poor Tommo. Let's not speak of it any more, I say, trying to comfort him. I'll tell you how Mary found me some other time, eh? No, tell me now, Tommo presses me. That silver scar round your neck, it haunts me. I needs to know. I close my eyes tightly and feel warm tears run down my cheeks. Every day the wild man led me behind his horse through the high mountains with the rough rope pulling tight about my neck, so that it bled and festered constantly. This went on for months until my neck was worn almost through. At night he'd tie me up, beat me, the rope still around my neck tied to a tree. I couldn't move away from his blows or I would choke myself. I hoped I would die. He was a monster worse than any in the books Mama read to us. Finally I lost my voice. Tommo was in tears again. I could feel it, he sobs. In the wilderness with Slit, I could feel your pain. I swear it. When did you lose your voice? Towards the end, just before Mama came. I don't know, 5 months, maybe a bit more. Why, Tommo? I remember how Slit beat me for weeks because I couldn't answer him. Me throat were closed up, shut tight. I knew I could talk, but then again I couldn't. It were our twinship, I suppose. We both pause. But how did Mary rescue you? Tommo urges. Well, we're climbing up a mountain one day. It's early morning and very cold. I was never warm in all that time, not once. I don't know where we're going, but the wild man keeps stopping and looking up at the track, a narrow path which seems to me all stones. He's sniffing, testing the air, his tongue darting out like he's tasting it. He sucks his finger and holds it in the air above his head, testing the wind. Then up we go, climbing the mountain. Suddenly he stops and turns his horse, and we descend into a small box canyon. And then I see Mary. She is sitting up, holding a blanket to her neck, and I realize that she has seen the monster and is filled with terror. Next she spies me, standing behind the horse with the rope around my neck. "Hawk!" she screams. But I've got no voice and cannot answer her. I just stand trembling in the bitter cold morning. I raise my hands to confirm it is me, to tell her that I've heard her. I speak to her in the sign language that Ike's taught us, and which Mary knows also. "Mama!" I say. "Hawk! Mama's come!" she screams. Then she looks up at the monster. "He's my boy, my precious boy! Give me him!" The monster jerks at the rope, so I am thrown to my knees. Loosening the rope from the saddle, he drags me to a rock and ties me to it. And then he drives his fist into my face, and I fall to the ground. Mama is still yelling at him. "You bastard! You fucking bastard!" I look up in my daze to see the monster, his tongue darting in and out and licking at his snot, ties his horse to another boulder and walks towards Mama. He's got her trapped, blocking her escape. He throws her to the ground and leaps on top of her, pulling his breeches down. He's grunting and puffing and tearing at her clothes and skirt, one hand around her throat. Then I hear the shot, and 3 more, and the wild man slumps down over Mama, vomiting and shitting himself. She shot him. Mary is covered in guts, shit, blood and vomit, but she pushes him aside, drops her pistol and comes running towards me, arms outstretched. She grabs me and howls like some primitive creature. Then she weeps and weeps, and I with her. I am exhausted at this telling, and Tommo is once again reduced to sobs. "Tommo," I say, clasping my hand to his shoulder. "Mama found me, but she never gave up looking for you. Not one day passed that she didn't try to find you. She offered a king's ransom if anyone should report your whereabouts.
She put your likeness and description on the back label of every bottle of Tomahawk beer she sold. She questioned me for years about what happened and where you might be, all the time you were away. Think, Hawk, she'd shake me by the shoulders. Think, darling, the man what took Tommo, what did he look like? Can you remember anything, darling, the smallest thing? But of course I couldn't, not then. I gripped Tommo's shoulder hard. It's all so clear now. I can see him, the man with a scar across his eyebrow. The scar went deep into his hairline, as if it had been done with an axe. Black eyes, dead like lumps of coal. Another scar across his mouth, intersecting his bottom lip. That's who took you. It weren't slit, Tommo mutters, and stares into the distance for a long time. So why must we get Ike out of our souls? He asks at last. Don't you see? Ike's greed is at the root of all this misery. It wasn't his fault. He wasn't evil. But life was hard, and that's how he survived. He had to be greedy just to live. That greed is still with us. It haunts us, Tommo. But we're of Ike's making, Tommo says wonderingly. He taught us everything. All we needed to know to survive. We're of Mary's making too, Tommo. It was Mary who brought us up, who gave us decency and love. But I loved Ike, Tommo says sadly, as if I'm taking away one of his few pleasant memories. Without him in me mind, I couldn't have survived. Not in the wilderness, nor out of it, for that matter. Me neither. There was much good in Ike, Tommo. But we must also put his greed behind us. Ike's greed lives on in Mr. Sparrow, in the opium pipe he feeds you. It's going to kill you, Tommo. Tommo looks down, examining his nails. So now you wants to fight the lightning bolt, what'll beat you to a pulp, so's you can defeat Mr. Sparrow and rescue yours truly. Is that it? He speaks quietly, but is plainly angry. I nod, knowing that I must step carefully here. But I can control my own anger no longer. He has turned you into his slave. He can't be allowed to do that. The mongrels can't keep on winning. Somebody must stop them. Ho! That's my saying, Hawk, and it ain't got me nowhere. You can't win, Hawk. You can't win against the Irishman, and you got even less chance against Mr. Sparrow. Tommo, listen to me. I loved Ike too, but we must be rid of this curse once and for all. How? By getting thrashed by an Irishman? That's precisely what Mr. Sparrow wants, to see you killed and him get rich at your expense. Tommo, you've got to think up a way I can win the fight. I must win, for all our sakes. I don't tell my brother the last reason behind my determination to take on Mr. Sparrow and succeed. I have received another letter from Mary, in which she tells me all that has happened. The more I think of it, the more I know the time has come. If we are to make lives of our own, if my dream of a shop is to come to pass, Tommo and I must first make our peace with Mary. The time has come for Tommo, Maggie and me to prepare to go home. The Potato Factory Brewery, the Cascades, Hobart Town, Tasmania, May the 8th, 1861. My dearest Hawk and Tommo, I count each day you are away as though it be a year. Every morning when I rise, I go out into the yard and look up at the mountain. I have it perfect timed so I see a flock of green rosellas as they fly each day from the mountain across the Derwent River to some place too far for the eye to follow. How they screech and carry on as they pass overhead. These emerald green parakeets have always been the birds of my good fortune. The very first morning I arrived in Van Diemen's Land, a flock flew over the ship's high mast, and I knew then that I would survive. I clasped my Waterloo medal and swore that I would begin a new life, and that the green birds would be my talisman. This morning I waited for them to fly over, preparing to call out, "Bring back my boys," like I always do. They came, just as they do every day, but this time, to my astonishment, they wheeled and came to rest in my garden.
some on the peach tree what's in blossom, and some on the washing line, screeching their hearts out. "It's a sign!" I yell. "A sign!" I clasp my hand, and with that sound they's gone, up and away, taking the same route as always. This be the first time they've wheeled and stopped, and I found myself crying, though for joy or sorrow I cannot say. Is it a warning? I fear for my boys, that one of you might be armed. Or should I fear for myself? David and Hannah have bought up the entire hops crop on the island this year, and our own planting has failed. There is word that David will start his own brewery soon, and he vows to take away my business. Buying hops from the mainland makes my tomahawk pilsner and my temperance ale most expensive to brew, and if I pass the cost on to my customers, I fear it may lose me many a working man's custom. Still, I shall manage, though I feel I haven't the heart if my boys don't soon return. With you and Tommo here, we could buy land further up the Huon Valley, where hop growing is more reliable. I have also thought we might open a brewery in Melbourne or Ballarat to supply the diggings, and that you and Tommo could undertake this task in a year or two, after you are once again acquainted with what is required. David Solomon meanwhile spreads vicious rumours, ably aided by Hannah, that I have long been Mr. Emmett's mistress, and so have gained favours and concessions from the government. How else, he asks, can a woman prosper over a man in the brewing business? This has caused me the greatest distress, for accepting my love for my two boys, I treasure Mr. Emmett's friendship above all else. He is retired from the government, and so David is now able to talk openly without fear of reprisal. There are plenty here, too, who are willing to believe him, even though I'm innocent. To make matters worse, Mrs. Emmett has died recently, and already there are those who say it was brought about by grief at the knowledge of our alleged association. I cannot protest, for to do so would give credence to this wicked accusation. Nor can I go to my dear friend and offer him comfort, for fear that it will be seen to confirm their gossip. Though I don't give a fig for their good opinion, I would not wish to cause Mr. Emmett the least embarrassment. I admit I did not care for Mrs. Emmett one little bit. I find it hard to credit that a man so noble of spirit could have loved a woman so determined to look down her long and imperious nose at those she thought inferior, such as myself. I hope and pray that dear Mr. Emmett will forgive my not attending the funeral service, but I'm grown too old to turn hypocrite now. I did send flowers out of the respect I hold for him. I took to the mountain and picked wildflowers and made a wreath twined with the honeysuckle that grows there. I'll venture it was the only one of its kind among the pompous floral tributes on her grave. My dearest boys, I think of you 100 times each day, and my heart aches with longing for your return. How I wish to hold you each by the hand, as when you were young, and tell you how your mamma loves you. Please write to me soon. I long for news that you are well. Your loving mamma, Mary Abacus.
Chapter 19. Tommo. The Rocks, May 1861.
When Hawk tells me he's going to fight the Irish champion, I'm most terrible worried. Hawk don't have the nature of a true fighter. He's a man of peace. If he takes on the lightning bolt, he won't be fighting the true object of his anger. In his mind, he'll be entering the 24-foot ring against Mr. Sparrow, and that ain't enough. Hawk knows this himself. And yet he says I got to help him win. He wants me to come up with a plan what will undo Mr. Sparrow and his sidekick, Fat Fred. Somehow he also has to raise the money for the stakes. £250 in a prize of £500, winner takes all, so that we won't have to forfeit any of what we makes to Mr. Sparrow or his gang. So far, my plan is this. I'm going to go to Mr. Sparrow and tell him I have persuaded me brother to fight the Irishman. This will keep me in his good books, as I depends on him for me living at cards, and of course for the favours of Mr. Tang Wing Hung. If only it were possible to play in a Sydney card game what the bastard don't control, then I'd soon enough have the stakes for Hawk's fight with some to spare. But how am I to tell Mr. Sparrow that Hawk don't require Fat Fred as a manager and trainer, nor Johnny Sullivan's sparring rooms for training? It's going to be awkward enough explaining that Hawk plans to raise the stake money himself, without me master's friendly involvement. I'll have to tell him flat that Hawk ain't yet buried the hatchet over Mr. Sparrow demanding 60% of his prize money from the Ben Dunn fight. Mr. Sparrow will be miffed, but in the end, he'll accept Hawk's terms, knowing that me twin has little chance of winning. Besides, the true profit for Mr. Sparrow is in the betting ring, what he controls, and such a deal will make him a clean skin. He may now promote the fight and fix the betting ring to his advantage. When Hawk, after much huffing and puffing, loses to the Irishman, Mr. Sparrow can't be accused of arranging the outcome. Maybe I'll say that the stakes for Hawk's side of the prize is being raised in secret by Captain James Tucker, Hawk's employer, what's known to be a sporting gent with the horses. This ain't something Mr. Sparrow could go sniffing out the truth about, as it ain't proper for a gentleman of Captain Tucker's standing and a member of the Union Club to have an interest in an illegal fist fight. I'm also going to have to tell Mr. Sparrow that I won't be keeping him advised of Hawk's progress. What worries me is that he'll withdraw me supplies of the Angel's Kiss. But I'll tell him that Hawk won't fight if he does this, and I reckon he'll give in to his own greed. There's big money to be made from this fight, and nobody knows it better than Sparrow Fart. That's as much as I've got planned at present, and there's two questions still facing me. How does we raise the stake, and how can I make Hawk a certain winner? What Mr. Sparrow wants above all else is that Hawk gets beaten near to death. He reckons he's been cheated and humiliated by me twin. He wants his revenge, and he wants it at a profit. I ain't even begun to come up with a certain double sting. I think about this problem for several days on end, but naught comes to mind. Me head wound, the pain of which never quite leaves me set with opium, starts hurting something awful. And then the answer hits me like a flaming bolt out of the blue. Mary! Our own mamma. Hawk has told me of Ikey's stolen fortune, what's now in Mary's possession. If I could do a deal with Mary and get me hands on some of that money, I could offer the Irishman twice his winnings to lose the fight. For a sum of £1,000, he'd surely do it. We'd set up what looks like a grand fight to the punters. A fight in which both men shows good scientific points, and there's much ballyhoo in the ring, an excellent circus all round. We'd lodge the money in a trust account in England, to be paid to the Irishman in the event of a deal well done. And if I was to offer him some cash up front, so that he could bet against himself at good odds, he'd be even further tempted. He'd take our bribe, let Hawk win, and go home happy enough besides. The Bolt ain't a young man, and he's well past his prime, though he'd still thrash our Hawk, no matter how strong me brother be. And he wants that prize purse bad. Bell's Life in Sydney reckons the Bolt's come to the colonies to get his snout into the money trough one last time. The Irishman talks of retiring from the game and opening a pub in Galway, inviting all from the colonies to visit him. This be the ambition of just about every prize fighter what ever lived. I've already seen the Bolt twice at the card table in Chinatown, and has come to know a little about him. He's a fair enough player, game enough to win the occasional pot. He'd be just the sort to lose in the company of a player such as yours truly, and stupid enough to believe his loss has come about through bad luck on the night. On both nights, Mr. Sparrow told me to let him win enough to pay his grog bill and a bit more. I've also heard him boast that he ain't once had to pay for the pleasures of the sweet colonial lassies what visit his rooms above Mr. Hull's Shipman's Hotel at Brickfield Hill. Maggie says she'll bet London to a brick these girls work for Mr. Sparrow, for the Bolt ain't no charmer to get it for free. What this means is that Mr. Sparrow's softening him up. He plans to own all, or a good part of all, the Irish fister before he takes on me brother. The Bolt's well loved by the Tipperary men, and they follows him wherever he goes. On Saturdays, the Irish navvies come in their hordes to drink all day in the Shipman's Hotel, just to catch a glimpse of the champion of the Emerald Isle and conqueror of the English bulldog. Some has even painted a large banner sporting a crude likeness of the Bolt, standing with one foot upon the stomach of a bulldog, lying on its back with its legs in the air. The dog's tongue, which has the stripes of the Union Jack painted upon it, lolls out of the corner of its mouth. Blood spouts like a fountain from its nostrils, and falls into a glass held waist-high by the champion, who's smacking his lips. This banner they raise on poles, and carry about as proud as you like, with 3 men to the front, one beating a drum and the other 2 playing the cornet and fife, and any number of Irishmen marching behind. If anyone mocks the Bolt, he's at once challenged to a fight by each and every Tipperary man within hearing. The shipman's hotel has become a dangerous place because of these shenanigans. The townsfolk keeps well away from the drunken men what mills about the station at Strawberry Hills, waiting for the late Sunday night train home to Parramatta Town. Imagine the hullabaloo when we declares Hawk's fight with the Irish champion. Hawk, the Black Jew, fights the blessed son of Erin, who was baptised in the holy waters of the Shannon River. What a banner that will be. Now that I've worked out the sting, I must get Maggie Pye's help to put it in place. Of course, it ain't worth a pinch of shit unless I get Mary's money to bribe the Irishman with. Without saying nothing to Hawk, I writes to Mary in me best hand, what Hawk would be proud of if he could see it. Sydney, May 25th, 1862. Our dearest Mamma, Hawk and me be in a spot of bother. Please come to Sydney and bring £500. You can leave a message for me at the Hero of Waterloo in the Rocks. Your obedient son, Tommo X. Solomon. I don't know if that will do the trick, but I hope so. I feel bad about keeping the sting a secret from Hawk, but I tells myself it ain't worth bothering him with till I know if it might work. As Ikey says, first get the most important agreement, my dears, then use it to obtain any others you may need. It'd be most difficult to persuade a partner when you has nothing of substance held up to advantage. And so I wait till Mary agrees before I tell Hawk she's coming to Sydney. In the meantime, I try to come up with a way for Hawk to beat the bolt, if Mary won't give us the bribe and we has to do it kosher. Something comes to me in Tang Wing Hung's opium den in Chinatown, though it's still mostly chancy. Mr. Tang Wing Hung has a place what's entirely for opium smoking 2 doors down from his eating house. Those of respectable European background goes to a private room at the eating house and escapes through a hidden doorway into the alley behind. A signal is given from 2 doors down, and the opium den is opened. Mr. Tang Wing Hung's opium den is no filthy hovel inhabited by creatures half alive what slither and crawl about in a dark and fetid atmosphere. His room is a grand place, with 6 couches in maroon brocade, what has dragons leaping and twisting, and exotic flowers about the place. The couches has curtains drawn about them for privacy. The customer never gives his true name, even if he be the governor himself and known to all. Only Europeans what can afford Mr. Tang Wing Hung's price may enter. I am greeted by an ancient celestial with a pure white pigtail. He wears an oriental cap upon his head, and a gown of silk down to his ankles. His long pointed beard flows to his waist, and his moustache droops downwards to disappear into the fall of his snowy beard. His yellow skin is creased like crumpled butcher's paper, and his narrow eyes show barely a glint of light. This is Ho Kwong Choi, what's always silent and always ready to prepare the opium pipes. The pipe be a piece of bamboo cane about 1.5 inches in diameter and 2 foot in length. The bowl is fixed about 1/3 of the way down from its end. It's broad and flat at the top, with a small hole in the centre where the opium paste sits. All is quiet here. Outside there's the call of children playing, a hawker's cry, or the busy rattle of a hackney in some nearby street. But these are dull and seem far away. A small bowl of paste is placed on a lacquer table beside my couch. Next to it is a lamp. It's glass like an upside-down bell, the shape of an Easter lily, so that the opening is pointed uppermost with the flame licking at its centre. I watch as Ho Kwong Choi dips a long steel needle into the bowl and quickly winds up a small amount of paste, what's somewhat like treacle on its end. This he holds over the flame until the precious pearl of opium begins to bubble. Then he places the smouldering opium into the bowl of me pipe, and I pull the glorious smoke into me lungs, letting it float in dragon tails through me mouth and nostrils. Each pearl of perfection allows only 3 or 4 puffs before Ho Kwong Choi must roast another. He does this for near on an hour, until I feels like I'm in heaven. I'm here enjoying me smoke when the peace of the den is suddenly shattered. The door is battered open, and 6 lads, much the worse for grog, charge into the room. There are 3 of us within, not counting Ho Kwong Choi, all drawn deep into ourselves from our smoke dreams, what are now broken by these louts. They pulls out truncheons from their belts, and one wields a rattle what makes a fearful racket. Then they seize Ho Kwong Choi as he comes from behind a curtain into the centre of the room. They storm towards the old Mongolian, what stands alone and defenceless, I'm in a cloud of confusion, not even capable of standing up. I ain't sure if what I sees is part of me opium dream or real. But the old man seems to grow into some sort of peculiar human spider. His arms and legs flashing through the air with grunts and hisses. He don't make no noise, apart from a grunt or two when he delivers a few chops with the side of his palms to one of the fellas. Another he holds in such a way that his eyes roll back in his head and his knees buckle as he drops to the floor. In a few moments, all 6 lads is out cold or trying to stagger up. Ho Kwong Choi stands calm among them. 4 of the blokes slowly rise. They drag their 2 unconscious mates behind them, and the frail old man bows politely as they stumble out the door. I'm amazed at what I've seen. If I can get Ho Kwong Choi to teach Hawk, perhaps me brother might bring some of the venerable Mongolian skills to bear on the Irishman. This be our only hope for Hawk to win, if Mary don't agree to pay for the fix. It is also the plan I tells Hawk about.
Within the rules of bare-knuckle fighting, is such a method permitted?
He wants to know. I'll lay a bet that such a thing ain't never been seen in a fight before, says I. You can't forbid what's unknown now, can you?
You mean it will come as a complete surprise?
I nod.
I must see this Mongolian method only as a part of my success. The other part must be competence in the true business of fist-fighting.
You'd be right in that, I agree. At best, we got 3 months to teach you the fighter's trade.
3 months? Can we do it?
Hawk asks. It's all we got. That'd be the time it will take the Irishman to fight with all the big men coming here from around the country, including Ben Dunn. So you better start training, Hawk.
Yes, so I see. I told Maggie that we would not work from Jimmy Sullivan's sparring rooms, and she is most concerned, thinking him the best trainer in the colony,
Hawk says. Hawk, your training's got to be a mystery, taking place in a hideaway so that we can build a frenzy of rumour and speculation about your form. We has to make the punters think that you can win, I says to him. That's what Mr. Sparrow wants, and that's what we wants also. Only difference is that he must be made to think you can't win, and we knows you can.
That should not be too difficult. Mr. Sparrow already thinks I can't win. He just wants me punished.
Yes, but he's got to be absolutely certain you can't win.
How are you going to do that?
I don't know, I says. I'll think of something. The most important thing Mr. Sparrow wants right now is to build up the expectations among the punters that you can win. I'm going to make that very difficult for him.
How so?
Well, we're in secret training, ain't we? I ain't telling him nothing, so he's got no news coming out of your camp. I spreads me hands. How's he going to get the stuff to feed the punters about your prowess?
Make it up,
Hawk offers. Nah, that won't wash. The sportsman will catch on that it's all bull. He's got to have a reliable source.
You got any ideas?
Yes. Maggie.
Maggie? That's ridiculous. Everyone knows she's my sweetheart.
That's right, says I. Here's the shot. Maggie goes to Mr. Sparrow and offers to help him for £5 a week. Pay on results end of each week. That way he won't think it's a scam, and he still thinks he's in control.
And what exactly does Maggie do for him?
She starts rumours in the pubs about your secret training. But she does this most reluctant, only letting a few stories slip out after a few drinks. Never meaning to say nothing. Know what I mean?
That's fine, but how do we know that's what Mr. Sparrow wanted to do? Why should he trust her?
She's a whore. He'd trust a whore to see an opportunity to make something out of it. It's how Mr. Sparrow thinks himself.
What if he doesn't?
Hawk, you got to learn to think like a confidence man. It's obvious, ain't it? Maggie's on the inside. She knows what's happening in your training. She agrees to spy on us, and he tells her what rumours she must spread when she's in the pub.
And the punters will trust her?
That's right. She's known to be your woman, but she's a woman all the same, what can't never keep a secret.
Tommo, are you sure that's how it will work?
It'll work better than that. Don't you see, Hawk? Maggie will tell Mr. Sparrow how things is going real bad for you. You know, you ain't learning nothing, you've took sick, you won't work at training, you've broke 2 fingers on your right hand, that sort of thing. That way, we build his confidence that you can't win.
And he gets Maggie to spread the opposite information. He'll ask her to drop little tidbits about my awesome prowess.
Hawk chuckles.
And then, close to the fight, Mr. Sparrow offers very good odds against me winning.
You've got the idea, I says, patting him on the arm. The excitement's been building for weeks, and Mr. Sparrow dangles great odds. All the punter fish take some hook, line and sinker. Set the Parramatta Irish. Hawk laughs.
Tommo, I hope to hell you're right.
Then he looks concerned.
But if Maggie agrees to cooperate, there'll be no harm come to her, will there? I mean, if we win the fight.
Can't see any likelihood of harm. If we wins, it'll cost Mr. Sparrow every penny he's ever owned. He'll be ruined, and there's plenty waiting to see it happen so they can put the boot in. Then he'll have no friends to protect him anymore.
Well, we must ask Maggie about all this herself,
Hawk says.
If she's one bit worried, you're not to push her, Tommo.
You're on, I says. But to myself, I'm hoping our Mary comes in to save us. This whole ploy's too bloody risky for yours truly. I think's what Ikey would say in such a situation, and I can hear him clear as a bell.
Never let no wrongs and rights creep into a deal, my dears. Who's wrong, who's right, that ain't the answer to the question. It's who profits at the end of the day.
Now we's embarked on a scheme what's all about wrongs and rights, and the money question only comes after. By Ikey's rules, we've got it arse about face. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. On Sunday, after Hawk and Maggie has fed the wild brats their roast dinner down the quay, I gets up from me bed to join them at the chop house. I has a hangover to end all hangovers. Maggie tries to get me to eat a bowl of Irish stew, but the thought of it damn near makes me puke. Hawk eats my tucker as well as his, and we puts the whole plan to Maggie. It don't take her long to agree. "It'll give us another £50 towards the steak, too," she says. "All the better coming from his nibs, Mr. Sparrow." "Maggie, it could be dangerous. He's a rough 'un underneath," I warns. "So's I, Tommo," grins Maggie. "And not too far underneath neither. If Mr. Sparrow buys it, we'll use the folk what live here on the rocks. They's always in the pubs, and will warm to the task of spreading news from a most reliable source."
What reliable source will that be? Hawk teases.
"Me, of course," Maggie laughs. "Maggie the Mouth. What with women being notorious for gossip, and me being well acquainted with fighters and their form, I'm a perfect choice. Folks round here be most respectful of you, Hawk. They'll be happy to spread news about their hero."
Maggie, Tommo and I are only supposing how Mr. Sparrow will react. Perhaps he'll not trust you after all.
"He will," Maggie says. "He'd expect a whore to change sides for profit, just like he would himself."
The punters, will they not suspect Maggie? Hawk now asks me again.
I sigh. "You know what your problem is, Hawk? You always think men is mostly intelligent, when the truth is they's mostly stupid. Course they knows Maggie's your doxy. That's why they'll question her. She'll pretend to know nothing, naturally, being the very picture of female innocence. But wait. With her tongue loosened with a shout or two of Bombay gin, she'll tell 'em just a little. With each drink, she'll tell 'em a little more. Until, by the end of the evening, the dullest dunderhead in the pub will feel sure he's heard it from the horse's mouth. Men's always willing to think women is stupid and can't keep a secret." "Tommo's right," Maggie says, smiling at us both. "There ain't a man in the world what don't underestimate the intelligence of a woman. 2 of 'em sitting right here in front of me." We laugh. "Maggie, we never doubted you for a minute," says I.
"And my trainer, who will he be if not Johnny Sullivan?" Hawk asks.
"That's it!" Maggie exclaims, clapping her hands. "That's who I'll get to front Mr. Sparrow for me. Good old Johnny Sullivan'll tell him Maggie Pye requires an urgent and confidential with Mr. Sparrow Fart, Esquire." "Perfect," says I. "As to trainers, there be 2 of 'em. We've got the services of an Aborigine and a Maori, both top-notch fighters in their time." Hawk and Maggie look startled at this news, but I continue. "Just imagine the talk when it comes out that the Black Jew has an Abo and a Maori to train him. It will set 1,000 tongues to wagging." Hawk looks bewildered.
"Tongues to wagging, as may be, but will they get my fists to fighting? Who are these 2 men?"
"Bunjarabi Jack and Johnny Hickey. The Abo were a lightweight and the Maori a heavy. Both copped a lot of punishment from white men, and they's most anxious to help you out against the Bolt, Hawk.
And the old Chinaman, have you asked him?
He said he'll train you on the sly on Sunday mornings when his opium customers are all at church with their wives. As long as Tang Wing Hung don't get wind of it, we'll be right. I've seen him, Maggie chimes in. Funny old bugger. Looks like he's come straight out of me nightmares.
Can he speak English?
Hawk asks. Not much, but he's sort of fighting his show more than tell. Maggie's got to go. She kisses Hawk goodbye, then me, her lips soft on the side of my cheek. I waits for Hawk to ask the final question, the biggest of them all. And now he does.
We have the £100 from the Dunn fight, Hawk says slowly. That will do for a down payment, but how will we obtain the rest, the other £150?
If Mr. Sparrow pays Maggie a £5 a week to be his informer, that's another 50 or so. She reckons she can also get a loan of another £100 on her property if she throws in the chop house. With your money, that's all we need.
No, says Hawk, shaking his head. Maggie must not get a loan on her property for my sake.
Hawk, she loves you. She wants to give you the money.
No, Tommo.
Hawk bangs his fist on the table. She thinks you'll win. It's only a loan. Besides, she'll be bitter disappointed if you don't let her. She'll think you don't love her, I jokes.
It's because I do that I don't want her to risk her money,
Hawk shouts at me. Oh, says I, me eyes wide open in surprise. Loves her, does ya? Loves Maggie Pie? Hawk's eyes drop to his hands, what rest in his lap. His hands, what used to do all his talking. Then he looks up slowly and asks quietly,
What if I do?
Nothing, I shrugs. Me brother loves a whore, that's all. Nothing wrong with that, I suppose. I raises an eyebrow. After all, our mamma were a whore, weren't she? I don't know whether what I'm saying is good or bad, comforting to him or an insult. It's all mixed up in me head. But I'm shocked more than I can say. I likes Maggie, it's true, but always in the back of me mind is the thought that she's a gold digger. If ever she hears of Hawk's prospects at home, she'll dig her claws in, she'll suck him dry. You hasn't told Maggie about Mary in the brewery, has you? I asks. Hawk looks up at me, and I see a tear run down his cheek.
I haven't told her anything, Tommo. She doesn't know that I love her, nor does she know about Mary's brewery.
Hawk, you remembers what Ikey says about whores, don't you? Once a whore, always a whore. There ain't no good ones, no matter what.
Ikey!
Hawk yells, banging his fist down on the table.
Ikey's dead. Why must we always kowtow to Ikey Solomon?
Because he were a first-class villain what got most things right, I says. Ikey knew more whores than you've had hot dinners. Hawk clenches his fists for a moment, then sighs.
Look at me, Tommo. I'm a nigger. You know what white people think of a big nigger? They think I'm going to rape their wives or harm their children. They think I must be stupid or inferior. And when they find out I'm not, they like it even less. Now here's a white woman who loves me for myself.
Hawk, if women knew about Mary's money, they'd be lining up for you.
That may be, but it's not enough. I want someone to love me. Someone I can love back.
And so you think only a whore could love you for yourself, is that it?
I think this one loves me, Tommo.
But you won't let her help you. Hawk glares at me.
Do you know what it took for Maggie to buy her home in the eatery? Most of the brats she grew up with are dead from violence or drink or opium. She survived to get her own place, own a small business, make things nice. That was done the hard way, but she did it.
The hard way? She done it on her back.
How else could she do it? Our society doesn't educate Maggie's kind. How many parlour or kitchen maids do you know who owns their own rooms and business? None, that's how many. Whoring was Maggie's only way out of the gutter.
So why don't she stop now she's a person of property? She's still a whore, ain't she? Says I. Hawk shrugs.
Maggie has the right to choose how she lives, Tommo. This is a good time for a young and pretty woman like her, providing she doesn't go to her ruin on the gin or the poppy. The gold diggings has made many a poor cove rich and generous, and many a rich man very indulgent. Maggie's taking advantage while she can, knowing it won't last forever. I understand this of someone who's had her difficulties in life. She wants to give up one day, though.
What then? After she's done her share of gold digging, she'll retire the magpie off her hat and marry a squatter, or even become Mrs. Hawke Solomon?
I haven't asked her, Tommo. I don't expect she would if I did.
Hawke, ask her. Go on, ask her to marry you. There's a method in me madness here. If Maggie hears the true story of Hawke and me before he asks her, we'll never know if she said yes because of the money. If she says yes before she finds out, that'd be quite another matter.
I can't,
Hawke says in a low voice. Why not? You just said you loves her.
It isn't possible right now.
Why? Because of me? What's you trying to say, Hawke? You won't marry Maggie because of me? Hawke folds his arms across his chest.
Tommo, when you came back from the wilderness, I swore I'd never leave you again, that we'd be together no matter what. If I married, I'd need to settle down, and that would mean returning to Tasmania for good. No more adventures, not even a shop in the goldfields. It would break Mary's heart all over again if I were to stay away once I married.
I look at me brother and thinks how much I love him. You know what your problem is, Hawke?
Yes, you just told me. I think men are mostly intelligent when they're mostly not.
And you are the stupidest of them all. You try to please everyone when it can't be done.
Hawke smiles. Tommo, I won't leave you.
You're talking rubbish, Hawke. Ask her. Ask Maggie to marry you. If she says she will, then I'll go back to Hobart Town with you both. I stares at him, furious. Hawke stretches out his hand to me.
Tommo, will you?
I realise what I've just said and stop short. You cunning bastard. I grin. But I'll go back on my own terms, understand? I'll give it one more go. 1 year in the brewery, but if it's no good with Mama, that's it. I'm off, and you stays with Maggie, that's the deal. The whole thing's bloody stupid. Hawke's fighting the Irishman to get even with Mr. Sparrow for what he believes he's done to me. He thinks this will get the bad bit of Ikey's inheritance out of our lives. But Mr. Sparrow didn't put the opium pipe in me mouth, and Ikey didn't give me a thirst for brandy. Yet Hawke believes that what's happened to me is evil what started with Ikey and got carried on by Mr. Sparrow. If he destroys Mr. Sparrow, he thinks that somehow I'll be safe, but the bad stuff in me life will all somehow go away. I want to tell Hawke here and now that I don't want him to fight the Irishman. Mr. Sparrow does own me. Tang Wing Hung's opium owns me, and the poppy is stronger than me love for him, stronger than anything. I'll go back to Mary like I promised, but it won't last, even if I can get opium in Hobart Town. I can't be trusted to do the right thing, not even by myself. I want Hawke to marry Maggie Pye, so he'll leave me alone. Yours truly never was no good, never will be. But I knows Hawke. Once he gets an idea, there ain't no shaking it loose. Deep inside me, I knows Hawke has to fight the Irishman. Has to try to destroy Mr. Sparrow. It's like a sign that all ain't lost with his twin, that I can yet be saved. If he don't go through with the fight, he'll never be able to live with himself, thinking forever that he's let me down. Why has I got to have such a big, dumb, stupid, wonderful nigger bastard for my twin?
Tommo,
Hawke says.
Thank you for agreeing to come home. But you are not ready to go back to the brewery, and nor am I. If we win the fight, we'll go to the goldfields. You to gamble, and me to open a Johnny Allsorts. Caleb Soul from Tucker & Co. says to be a shopkeeper at the diggings is where all the real gold is. I've always fancied being a shopkeeper. We could do it on our own. Not with Mary's money and not with Ikey's. You and me, Tommo.
And what about Maggie?
Maggie wants to come with us.
Oh, I see. Hawke the shopkeeper, Tommo the gambler, and Maggie the whore.
No, Tommo. As I said, Maggie wants to give up the game.
She does, eh? What about the chop house?
Flo's family will take care of it. Maggie thinks maybe she could open an eating house at the diggings. Caleb Soul says miners will pay good money for a simple meal.
Christ Jesus, Hawk, how long's it been since Maggie done a day's work of that sort? She's like me, a creature of the night. Can she cook?
Flo's mother will teach her.
Hawk must be in love to be thinking such foolish things. Maggie, a respectable woman, cooking dinners. He's a dreamer, that's all, and always will be. Hawk, we ain't even got the stake for the fight yet. And then, if we gets it, we still has to win it. You could lose your bloody shirt. Mine, too. Hawk laughs.
You're right, Tommo. But we could also make a go of it together. What do you say?
I'm silent for a while.
What do you say, Tommo? Hawk asks again.
You forget one thing, I says softly. Me head. Hawk sighs.
Tommo, there is opium at the diggings. The place is swarming with Celestials. The angel's kiss will be there for you.
I don't say nothing. What Hawk doesn't know is that Mr. Tang Wing Hung controls all the opium in the New South Wales diggings. If Mr. Sparrow has a word to the Chinaman, that's the end of yours truly. Without me pipe, I'll die. I know it.
Now, says Hawk, full of hope, let's think how we might find the remainder of the state money.
Well, if he wants to go on with it, I've got to help him. I've already thought of how we might get the money ourselves without Mary's help, but it's not certain that we will. And if we do, it will only be enough to make the stake. Hawk will have to win for real. Do you think Caleb Soul would let me go with him next time he travels to the goldfields? I ask.
Why? Says Hawk.
I think I could win the difference at cards, playing on the diggings. There's plenty of patsy marks waiting to be fleeced there, so they say.
Will Mr. Sparrow let you go?
Hawk wonders. I shrug. He'll have no choice. Come the time, I'll just scarp her and be back soon enough. He needs me at the card table, so it'll be all right.
And the poppy for your head?
Hawk asks slowly, like it hurts him, but he knows I've got to have it. As you say, there's opium to be found there, or else I could try and take some with me.
Maybe you'd be safer that way, says Hawk. Caleb Soul worked as a chemist when he were in the old country. He'll know how to get opium for medical supplies. He sometimes helps out in the dispensary at the hospital in Macquarie Street.
Hawk thinks for a moment and smiles.
Tell you what, Tommo, I'll come with you. I feel sure Captain Tucker will allow me to leave.
That's it, ain't it? Says I. I'll tell Mr. Sparrow he's going to the diggings at Lambing Flat to drum up interest in the fight. That'd be where he wants to hold it anyhow, or somewhere near. The place is full of Irishmen. I'll tell him it's a chance for the Fossicers to see you for themselves. That'll suit his plans. It'll encourage the proddy miners to bet big on you come the day of the fight. How long will it take to get there and back?
About a week, and the same back, if we take the 2-horse trap. Then you'll need at least 3 or 4 days there to get the lay of the land and set up a game. 3 weeks in all, near enough,
Hawk replies. How soon can we go?
There isn't much work at Tucker's this time of year. Captain Tucker might even let me go with Caleb when he makes his next trip. That's only a couple of weeks away.
I'm worried, of course, that Mary might come to Sydney while he's away. It's over a week since I've written to her, but there ain't nothing I can say to Hawk. I went to the Hero last night to see if there were a message from her, but so far nothing's come. Perhaps she won't help. If she don't come to Sydney or send the money, Hawk and me must be off to Lambing Flat and get back to Sydney in time for him to train with Banjarabi Jack, Johnny Hickey and Ho Kwong Choi. We'll need another £30 to pay for them lot, plus premises for training. Next day, Hawk tells me that Captain Tucker said that he may go with Caleb Soul, and he's given me the nod to go as well. As the time draws near, and there's still no news from Mary, I decides I has no choice. I has to tell Maggie what's happening. I've thought a lot about her and Hawk, and if he should marry her. I reckon that if she's a gold digger and not truly in love with me twin, it'd be better to flush her out now, rather than be sorry later. I makes a time mid-afternoon to see Maggie at her chop house, the cut below, there being another chop house above the Argyle cut called the cut above. Hawk gets home from work at 6 o'clock, what gives me enough time to see Maggie and be back in me bed for him to wake me up later. Like me, Maggie don't start work till late at night. We meet at 3, with the sun still shining bright as a new silver shilling on the arbour. "God," she says, coming into the eatery where I'm already waiting. "I ain't seen a Tuesday arvo this bright since I were a brat begging halfpennies in Hyde Park. You hungry, Tommo?" "Nah, Hawk'll cook me something when he comes home from work. If I don't eat, he'll fret. By the way, I don't want him to know we're meeting." "Oh?" Maggie says, suspicious. "I'll explain soon enough." Maggie pulls up a chair and sits down opposite me at the small table. "You know something, Tommo? Your brother's too bloody good for the likes of you." She stabs a finger at me. "You knows that, don't you? He's too bloody good for me too. For the both of us." Maggie smiles to herself as though she is remembering. "The bleeding Virgin must have smiled on me the day we met at Mr. Smith's eating house. Jesus, he were beautiful. Sitting there, digging into his grub like it were the first tucker he'd had in a week. Him in rags and split boots and no hose, but bloody beautiful, with all them lovely circle marks on his face, like a savage what wants to eat you up. Crikey, that's for me," I says to myself. "And it'll not cost the nigger a penny. Stay as long as he blooming likes." Maggie giggles. "See if I care if he eats me up." That's what I said. I laugh with her. "You done Hawk the world of good, Maggie." "Yeah, maybe," says she. "But it won't last." Her pretty mouth turns sad and her eyes are downcast. She's a lovely little bird, all right, that I can see. "Hawk be most fond of you, Maggie. Why do you reckon it ain't going to go on? You ain't planning to leave him, is you?" I asks, against me own self. "Nah, I loves him with all me heart, Tommo. But sooner or later I'm going to do something stupid. Chase him away, say something he can't forgive." She looks at me fit to break me heart. "We's the same, Tommo, you and me. Hawk ain't like us, that's all. What's bad in us ain't in him. Two of a kind, whores the both of us." I nod. Suddenly a picture of Maggie in her bed chamber comes into me mind, and I wonders what her punters see. Then I quickly puts it to the back of me mind. She's Hawk's woman, I remind myself. I clear me throat. "Hawk don't give up easy, Maggie. He's stuck with me, come what may. If you do something to hurt him, he's got a lot of forgiveness in his heart. I should know." She sniffs. "That's different. You're his twin." For a moment I think she's going to cry, and then what'll I do? "Anyways, he's still a man," she says, smiling brightly now, her eyes wet. "Sure you don't want to eat something? Tea? Nice cup of tea?" She touches me arm. "Do you the world." "Flo, bring us a nice cuppa, will you, darling?" she calls out loud. "A pot, 2 cups." Then she turns to look at me. "So, why's you robbing me of me well-earned sleep, if I might ask? Why's we here without Hawk knowing?" "Maggie, have you seen Mr. Sparrow yet?" "Tomorrow. Johnny set it up. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock at his place." "Do you think he'll fall for it?" "Sure, why not? I'm a whore, ain't I?" "Maggie, what does you really think Hawk's chances are of beating the bolt?" Maggie looks at me suspicious. "What's you saying, Tommo?" "I mean, you know about prize fighters and their form. Do you think me brother can take the bolt?" Maggie looks at me strangely. "Tommo, what's this nonsense?" "Hawk's going to take a fair walloping. He's going to be thrashed." It's like I've smacked her gob with the back of my hand. "No, he ain't. No, he bloody well ain't. Jesus, what's you getting at, Tommo?" I reaches over and grabs her by the arm. "It's true, Maggie. The Irishman's going to be too good for Hawk." "No, no!" Maggie shakes her head. "You're wrong, Tommo. Look what Hawk done to Ben Dunn." "Maggie, the Irishman could take on Ben Dunn with one hand tied behind his back." Why do you think he's come out here? Let me tell you, he's come out here to take up a collection for his old age. There ain't a heavy in the colonies what can match him blow for blow, even go 5 rounds if he's serious. Bull! Maggie shouts. Flo brings the tea and hurries away, leaving a plate of scones and jam. Maggie, I urges, you say you loves Hawk. Do you want to see him killed? Be sensible. You know him, he'll keep fighting till he's mincemeat. Maggie's hands are shaking as she pours the tea. Tommo, I've been around the fights a good while, ever since I was a brat. First cove what screwed me when I were 10 years old were a fighter. Only a featherweight, thank God. I know form when I sees it. Hawk be a champion, maybe the world champion. The blow what knocked out Ben Dunn lifted him 3 foot into the flaming air. Maggie, I know it, I saw it. In New Zealand he killed a Maori in a card game with just such a blow. Well then, what's this talk of him being made mincemeat? Hawk were angry then. Just like he were angry with what Ben Dunn done to you. When Hawk's angry because he thinks something's unfair or evil, he can't be stopped. The devil himself couldn't do it. But that ain't the case here. Hawk ain't angry at the Irishman. He's got no reason to hurt him. Yes, he has. Mr. Sparrow, he's reason enough. It ain't the same thing. Hawk won't see that beating the living daylights out of the bolt be the same as beating Mr. Sparrow. He'll want to win, sure enough. But without his terrible anger, he's got no chance to beat him. Hawk is a gentle soul at heart. He ain't naturally mean, and he ain't got the skills in the ring. Put together, that's a recipe for disaster. He can learn to be mean, Maggie says stubbornly, but her eyes show she sees some sense in what I've just said. Johnny Sullivan could teach him. Johnny Sullivan be in cahoots with Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred. He can't train Hawk, not for a fair fight anyhow, you know that. He's me mate, and I know him to be his own man. He'd listen to me, I know, he'd change sides, Maggie protests. He's a poppy head, I've seen him at Tang Wing Hung's. He'd be in the pay of Fat Fred, and that's the same as being owned by Mr. Sparrow. Tommo, what's you saying? Are we going to stop Hawk fighting the bolt? Throw up the sponge before he even gets in the ring? Forget the sting? Nah, nothing like that. What then? We got to fix the fight. Get the Irishman to lay down. Maggie bursts into laughter. And how's he going to do that? Jesus, Tommo! And that's when I tells her the lot. All that Hawk's asked me not to. I tells her about Mary and us, and about the brewery. And I tells her about me idea for Mary to give us the money to bribe the Irishman. Maggie listens, never taking her eyes off me own, and then, to me surprise, she begins to blub softly. What's the matter? I asks. I told you, didn't I? She sobs. I thought it'd be something wrong what I'd do. But it ain't me. It's him. What do you mean, Maggie? I says, confused. Nothing's wrong with Hawk. She sniffs, trying hard to stem the tears, knuckling them away from her eyes. Yes, there is. He's rich, the bastard. That changes everything. She gulps, then hiccups. Oh, shit. She howls. Oh, Maggie. I puts me hand on her arm and tries to comfort her. But I never was too good at that sort of thing, even with me poor Macareta. Now I can see Maggie ain't no gold digger. She loves Hawk any which way. I can't tell her Hawk loves her if he ain't told her himself. It ain't my place to tell her. But to me surprise, I wants to. I sit helplessly till eventually she calms down. God, I must look bloody awful, she says, blowing her nose. So what's you want me to do now, Tommo? Why did you come here? Does I still see Mr. Sparrow? Nothing changes with Mr. Sparrow. We've still got to get the punters betting on Hawk, and I can't be sure Mary's going to come good with the money. Hawk and me is going to lamb in flat so's I can try to win the money at cards. You think you can win what you needs to bribe the Irishman at the gold diggings? She looks at me astonished. No, of course not. If I'm real lucky, with a bit of relocation, I may win the rest of the stake and training money for Johnny Hakey and Bunjaraby Jack. Poppy money more like, Maggie snaps. You mean Hawk will have to fight straight if your mama don't come good? I shrug. Well, yes, that's about it. Maggie smiles. Well, you forgot me £100, what I'd put in from the loan on this dump. I swallows hard. Maggie, Hawk won't take it from you. Ha! See, I told yous. Rich man don't want to owe no favours to a whore, that's how it is. Maggie, that ain't fair, I protest. That ain't it at all. Hawk knows he might lose. Maggie shrugs. So, I've been broke before, but I ain't never loved someone like I loves him. I've got no answer to this one, so I try to change the subject. Maggie, will you meet Mary? Look after her if she comes to Sydney while we're away, I asks. Maggie's eyes grow large. She's coming here? Oh, Jesus, no. She brings both her palms up to cover her mouth. I couldn't. She shakes her head. Her, a rich lady, finding out her nice boy has been bedding a whore what says she loves him. Oh, can't you just see it? Her dumping a bucket of shit over me? No, Tommo, anything else, not that. Maggie, please. Mary ain't like that at all. If you love Hawk, you'll do it, I begs. Maggie begins to cry. Damn you, Tommo, she owls. He don't need his mama's money. Hawk could win on his own. I know it.
Chapter 20. Hawk. New South Wales, June 1861. Tommo and I are on the road to Lambing Flat. We have been most fortunate, for we have been given permission by Captain Tucker to accompany Caleb Soul in the Tucker & Co. trap to the goldfields. With the right introductions from Caleb, who knows everyone of importance in the diggings, Tommo will be able to arrange a card game quickly. Our hope is to be back in Sydney in no more than 3 weeks. Once I had told him about Tommo's terrible pains from his head wound, Caleb Soul kindly procured opium for my brother to take on our journey. I know that he will not talk to anyone of Tommo's addiction. I also hope Caleb will introduce Tommo to some of the big gamblers here, and I do not want his reputation tarnished, so I ask Tommo to employ no relocation in his card games. Tommo is, of course, most indignant that I would even think he might use such tactics when playing with a bunch of minors. Tommo, I warn, there are men here from all around the world. If there are not 1 or 2 card shops among them, I would be tremendously surprised.
And if there is, you still want me to play kosher?
If they're not on the straight, then you must make up your own mind. It's just that I do not wish Caleb's good name hurt. Caleb's Soul is of a sanguine disposition, a man who is most interested in sports. He doesn't know yet that I intend to challenge the Irish champion, unless the rumours already circulating in the rocks have reached his ears. However, I shall tell him of my intentions further down the road, and thus explain why we need introductions to a card game where the betting is high enough to earn us some of the stake money. I must confess I am full of dreams about the diggings, though I have no desire to search for gold. It seems to me that the true rewards are to be obtained by supplying the men with their needs. If we should win the fight against the Irishman, I have in mind to open a Johnny Allsorts store, with Maggie and Tommo alongside me. How happy we should be. Winning the fight is essential to my dreams for the future, although I do not like my chances against the Irishman. But I tell myself, for all our sakes, I must win. If Ho Kwang Choi can teach me the Oriental fighting art, and if I can absorb sufficient of my opponent's blows long enough to keep me in the fight, I hope that my endurance will see me through. I need to learn enough skills to soften or sidestep some of the Irishman's harder blows, until he tires and I can get a decent crack at him. I'm well aware that I won over Ben Dunn because he had already gone 5 rounds with the Welshman, while I came fresh to the fray. He is demanding a return bout so that he may regain his title. As he puts it, "I will break every bone in the nigger's overgrown carcass." For my part, I believe that the title belongs rightly to him, and have said so publicly. But he demands an opportunity to earn both his title and his revenge honestly, and will not hear of taking the champion's belt. This I've returned to its makers, J.J. Cohen of George Street, asking them not to engrave my name upon it, but to keep it until Ben Dunn chooses to claim it. I know that the Bolt, who is vastly more experienced than both Dunn and I, will come well rested to the ring. With the encouragement of the Parramatta Irish ringing in his ears, he will be keen to make a fool of me. Tommo reports that the Bolt drinks deeply of Irish whiskey, each dram chased down with a pint of beer. He spends most of his nights at cards, and thereafter with various of the women procured for him by Mr. Sparrow. He has a drinking toast, which he often recites to the amusement of all. "You doctors may boast of their lotions, and ladies may talk of their tea, but I envy them none of their potions. It's a pint of best Irish for me. A doctor may sneer if he pleases, but the recipe for keeping me frisky is the physic that cures all diseases, a bottle of good Irish whiskey. So to Colleen, Bridget and Mandy, you may prefer brandy or gin, but to make a good Irishman randy, pour a pint of good whiskey in him." Maggie keeps a close eye on all the Bolt's doings, at the same time as she prepares to talk up mine. Mr. Sparrow has accepted her as his informer, and she is already busy in the pubs laying the groundwork for tales of my prowess. I fear she herself may even begin to believe the outrageous stories she concocts in bed of a Sunday. Her favourite is the story of my Zulu ancestry. It seems I am the true grandson of one of the greatest fighting generals of Africa, the mighty warrior Dingane, or so the legend goes. Now that I have decided on prize fighting, to hear Maggie tell it, my natural instincts have come to the fore, and those who would enter the ring to spar with me should tremble in their boots. I can fight 2 at a time, and such is my speed and ferocity that they seldom last 2 minutes before crashing to the ground, spitting out teeth as they fall. In truth, I cannot hope to learn even the most basic rules of fist-fighting in the few months available to me. How will I defend myself against an opponent who is a wily old campaigner, seasoned in every dirty trick of the trade? While I listen with interest to news of the Bolt's slapdash training, I also know that he has more than 60 bouts against his name, some of them against the best prize fighters in the British Isles and Ireland. Even if he has passed his prime, for a purse of £500, he will be sure to give himself a good margin of safety when he enters the ring. Stamina will be my only chance of success. My legs are often enough described as tree trunks. I hope they will see me through as many rounds as are needed. My strength and endurance must help me to survive in the boxing ring long enough to win. With this in mind, I have developed my own training schedule, quite apart from what I shall be taught by Banjaraby Jack and Johnny Hickey when I return to Sydney. At Tucker & Co., much of the liquor is stored in a great loft and pulled up by pulley, with 50-gallon barrels of rum and whiskey being hoisted by 3 average-sized men on the rope. Each afternoon, I lever the large casks up to the loft, working the pulley single-handed to strengthen my arms. Then I run up the inside stairs to this same loft, carrying 2 10-gallon firkins of port each time, one on either shoulder. Every day I spend longer at these exercises. Captain Tucker knows that I plan to fight the Irishman, and has announced himself my keen supporter. He has even employed the services of a physician, Dr. Nathaniel Postlethwaite, to check my weekly progress, and allows me to train secretly in the loft. The road to Bowral and beyond, on which we now travel, is in very poor repair. Since the discovery of gold, it has seen much more traffic than was ever intended by its original builders. We pass hundreds of men who are making the journey on foot. Most carry only a swag, although some are equipped with a pick and shovel as well. Moreover, I count 57 drays and carts before we reach Mittagong. These are heavily laden with tents, sluicing rockers, mining tools, bags of flour and sugar, large tins of tea and all sorts of stores and utensils. The drays contain as many as 8 men, and there are seldom fewer than 4 aboard a cart. Most men bear firearms, having read in the newspapers that bushrangers abound in these regions. With their equipment, the men of each dray may set up a camp, from where they hope to earn an easy fortune from the generous earth. Some of these gold-getters look eager and impatient to arrive, while others are thoughtful, or wear a dogged, abstracted air. A few men smile sheepishly as we pass, as if half ashamed of their errand. These men tend to be of the syndicates with cash behind them. Their equipment is new, and their firearms look unused, the butts glossy with varnish. Their horses, too, are stout, and wear harnesses fresh from the saddler's hands. But as Caleb Sole observes, these smartly turned-out men are no more likely to find luck than the humblest man they pass on foot. Some of those on foot are still in their city clothes. They're clearly clerks and shop assistants, their coats over their arms, and their once white shirts grimy with the dust and dirt of the open road. It's as if in the middle of adding a column of figures, or while selling a customer an ounce of shag tobacco or a set of suspenders, they had cast aside the task at hand and set off to seek their fortunes down the Parramatta Road. Others are working men, wearing trousers tied with a lace below the knee. They already seem hardened to the pick. No doubt they too dream of finding enough gold never to have to return to their previous station in life. Several push wheelbarrows loaded with all their possessions, and such miners' tools as they can afford. Those who have already adopted the clothes of the miner wear gay-coloured woolen shirts and comforters and Californian sombreros of every hue and shape. All these men have one thing in common. In every head resides a dream of riches, of castles in the air with flags flying from the turrets. Alas, most will return to their homes poorer than when they left, to find their wives bitter and their children starving. All this I'm told by Caleb Soul, who has observed every aspect of life on the goldfields, and has not yet been tempted to give up his job at Tucker & Co. for it. In fact, as he reveals to us, Caleb has quite a different ambition. He hopes one day to return to the art of pills and potions, to work as a pharmacist as he was trained to do.
Liquor makes him sick, and my pills and potions will make him well again.
He'll work at selling grog to the goldfields until he has sufficient to start in the chemist business. He laughs.
It's the same business, but at different ends, so to speak.
Caleb now suggests, though perhaps only half seriously, that we should both come in with him in the chemist business, as he knows a great deal about medicines and selling, but very little of keeping books.
Hot, you will be the bookkeeper. I hear naught but good things about your penmanship and accuracy. Captain Tucker says your ledgers are a veritable work of art.
And me, jokes Tommo.
What a partner I would make. Good for nothing but cards. I'm most grateful you got the poppy paste for me, Caleb, but that's about all I ever wants to know about chemicals.
It seems as good an opportunity as any, and so I tell our friend of my decision to turn prize fighter and the real reason for our journey. Caleb greets my announcement with enthusiasm, and my fight becomes the focus of many a discussion. We move southwest on the road to Lambing Flat, along with a vast troop of men. There are almost as many men returning from the diggings as there are going to them. Their clothes are tattered, and they appear half-starved. They are sullen and withdrawn, and seldom respond to our greetings. Occasionally one will shake his head and spit at the ground as he passes those headed for the diggings. Mostly they stumble on unseeing, too disillusioned to care about the many fools who follow in their footsteps. Still, I notice that not one of our gold-seeking compatriots turns back at the dismal sight of these broken men. After 6.5 days on the road, we are well past Goulburn and have entered gold country. We hope to arrive at Lambing Flat shortly past noon. In the morning, we travelled through forested countryside, but it is now as if we have taken a journey to the moon. Dirt mounds and holes abound, and not a single tree can be seen. What was once a wilderness of green and living stems has been chopped down to become hoists, crude shaft heads, sluices, cradles, cabins, rough fences. Dry sticks doing service to man's greed for gold. It rained last night, and the dust has settled, which from all accounts is something to be most thankful for. I am amazed to discover that a town, albeit constructed mostly of shanties of canvas, has risen so quickly on what must have been a wild and sylvan landscape not so long ago. There must be 10,000 tents here, some with crude huts adjoined to them, most with bark chimneys of every sort sticking out from the canvas. Some even have small yards with fences and chicken coops, while others are not much more than bark and flour bag humpies. A few shanties have walls of no more than 3 feet, made from stones piled up together with a pole at each corner and a canvas roof. We pass a wattle and daub cottage with a single glass window set somewhat askew in the wall, the most solid residence to be seen. For every tent or shelter, there appears to be 100 holes in the ground. If you were to look down from one of the rolling hills which frame the valley, and which themselves are almost as pocked, punctured, and scraped raw as the flat ground below, It might seem as though some ragged alien army is camped here. The town itself is chock-a-block with miners in woolen shirts and Californian sombreros, these items of headwear being almost as numerous as the ubiquitous cabbage tree hat. Visitors and newcomers are easily recognized, dressed as they are in their grey or black city clothes, looking as drab as a convocation of curates. The main street, if the largest of Lambing Flat's bumpy thoroughfares may be so called, was churned to mud early in the day. Now the noon sun has baked it dry, and it is so rutted and crowded that we cannot proceed any further. Caleb Soul pulls up beside a large tent.
"We'll stay around here," he announces. "Find a spot to pitch our tent nearby. The tucker here is good and the helping's plentiful. It's only mutton and damper mostly, Hawk, but I know you'll fancy their bread pudding with plenty of plump raisins. They also makes an Afghani curry, which is delicious taken with rice."
"How do we reach the centre of town?" Tommo asks.
"I'm not sure there is such a place, lad."
Caleb Soul laughs. Then, understanding why Tommo asks, he adds,
"Tommo, you must allow me to find out about a card game for you. Don't do it yourself, or it will be immediately concluded that you are a card sharp. A mining camp may look like mayhem, but it has its own rough kind of order that must be observed."
Tommo has grown to respect Caleb Soul during the course of the journey, and nods at this advice.
"Why don't you accompany me on my rounds tomorrow and get the feel of life at the diggings?" Caleb suggests.
He takes out his hunter watch and clicks it open.
"I will meet you back here for dinner at 6 o'clock. In the meantime, perhaps you lads could pitch the tent and tether the horses. I'll arrange for hay to be brought, as there's no green grass anywhere about. It'll be a little cramped for the three of us in the tent, but we shall manage well enough, if you can bear my snoring."
He moves away, then turns back to us.
"Oh, mind you don't pay more than 2 shillings a night rent to the cove on whose claim we stay. Explain to him why we're here, or he'll become suspicious."
He grins.
"Everybody in the diggings is suspicious of everybody else, and doubly suspicious of a couple of faces they don't readily recognise."
"Such as a 7-foot nigger and a little dandy?" I ask. Caleb Soul laughs uproariously on his way as Tommo punches me hard in the stomach. We soon find a cove nearby who agrees we may put up our tent on his claim, and after some argument agrees to a rent of 3 shillings. I'm about to pay him when Tommo stops me.
"Wait on,"
he says to the man.
"Show us your claim licence, then." "What licence would that be?"
replies the man cockily. Tommo points to a board nailed to a small post which has a figure written upon it.
"The licence what shows that number." "Oh," he says. "That licence. Me mate what's working another claim has it in his pocket. I'll show it to you at sunset."
"Right, I see," retorts Tommo.
"That must be the mate what struck it rich in the claim what he staked out on the other side of sunset. Garn, piss off, will you?"
The man grins.
"Bit were worth a try. Couldn't lend me a shilling, could you?"
"Bagger off," says Tommo, "before me brother belts you one." So we wander on until we comes across a woman outside a bark shanty. She's feeding a cat scraps from a tin plate, and it's questionable who looks mangier, the cat or the woman. For 2 shillings she agrees we may pitch our tent, and for another we may tether the horses to a stump on her claim. She goes in to fetch her claim licence and asks upon her return if we'd like a cup of tea.
It's bush tea, but not too bad if you closes your eyes and holds your nose.
We laugh but refuse politely. Our bones ache from sitting too long in the trap, and we are both eager to stretch our legs and look around.
There'll be a cuppa here when you get back then, she says. No sugar, though. Run out weeks ago.
We set off and find what we take to be the centre of the town, though as Caleb has said, it's hard to think of it as such. It's a hodgepodge of shacks and holes and people. Many more people than I had ever supposed. Caleb Soul has told us that Lambing Flat, known to all as the poor man's diggings, is the most profitable market for Tucker & Co. outside of Sydney. As he explained, almost every man who is prepared to work hard and who owns a pick and shovel can make a wage here, and some occasionally make much more.
In the grog business, he observed, a lot of men with a little money in their pockets is much more advantageous than a few men with a lot. There are over 15,000 souls in this district, nearly all of them drinkers.
Caleb does not have a very high opinion of the folks to be found here. He says Lambing Flat contains the human dregs from all the other diggings where fossicking for gold is more hazardous. Here, the easiest gold can be found at 3 feet or less, and the very hardest from 60 to 80 feet. Every soul in these diggings can make a go of his claim if he is willing to put in a good day's work. Unfortunately, many are not prepared to make the effort. While the Chinaman is not afraid to bend his back and does not expect to come by his wealth easily, his European counterpart is not so fond of small earnings and hard work in the hot sun. Every day he looks to strike it big and will take up a new claim with great expectations. He works it for a few weeks, grows impatient at the small pickings, and abandons the site for what he believes is a more propitious one elsewhere, whereupon the Chinaman, who seldom starts a claim from scratch, moves in to rework the ground the European has abandoned. When the European is again disappointed and returns to his old quarters, he finds the Chinaman has worked it at a nice profit to himself, and so he demands it back. Their hard work has made the Chinese the subject of the white man's resentment and hatred. The Miners' Gazette scurrilously describes them as filthy, immoral, treacherous and quarrelsome, heathen celestials who waste water, steal gold, ruin good digging ground, spread leprosy, and practice secret vices on the bodies of white women and white boys. It is firmly believed by many that the Chinese rape white women and children at every turn, without an ounce of evidence to support it, although some men will swear blind they've seen them. Caleb Soul takes umbrage at this. It is often enough said that the Chinese are lesser beings than the white folk, but I count them a better breed than most of the European rabble at Lambing Flat. This particular diggings has the worst class of men of any goldfield I've seen. It's crawling with adventurers of the lowest type, he confided to us before we arrived. I had hoped for the worst class of man with a pocket full of gold to lose at the card table, Tommo had replied. Poor men with a little to spend may be good for your trade, Caleb, but for mine they'd be a disaster. Caleb Soul laughed at this. There are sufficient here who've struck it rich to fill your pockets 10 times over, lad. Some of these men did not once have £5, and are now worth thousands. Poor men who grow rich overnight are careless with their money. At my suggestion, Tommo and I go into one of the general stores to see what the trading is like here. The shop we enter is a tent like any other, but a bit larger and squarer, with a flag flying from the tent pole to denote that it is a shopkeeper's establishment. I am unprepared for the scene that meets us within. Laid out before us is a collection of every known object used by man in the course of living. How such an accumulation of contradictory merchandise may be gathered in a lifetime defies the imagination. Yet the storekeeper has obviously managed to bring them all together here, to one of the remotest regions of New South Wales, from all corners of the globe. From sugar candy to potted anchovies, East India pickles to bottles of Bass's pale English ale, slippers to stays, babies' booties to picks and shovels, every form of mining equipment, household essential, foodstuff and frippery is here. A pair of herrings hangs over a bag of sugar. Nearby lie raisins, dried sausages, saddles, harnesses, ribbons and bonnets. Cheeses in the round and loaves of bread are stacked on the floor next to bars of yellow soap. Tins of every conceivable type of vegetable, fish and meat, and even a crate of champagne line one side of the tent. All this I see in my first casual observation. A closer inspection would reveal 1,000 more of these et ceteras, I'm sure. The shop is crowded with men swearing and guffawing, children bawling and squealing, and women wagging their tongues, their shrill voices rising above the buzz. Banter, blubbing, brouhaha, laughter and earnest talk fill the tent. In one corner stands the shopkeeper. He seems undismayed by the cacophony around him, and is buying gold from a miner, no doubt using every trick known to cheat a free fraction of an ounce from the precious hoard for himself. The storekeeper has put a priority on dealing with the miner, and ignores the crowd waiting to be served. Not wishing to buy anything, we take our leave. Tommo and I visit several of these stores in the course of the afternoon. They all have a great variety of merchandise, much of which I would never have thought necessary at a gold diggings. One shop has a tailor's dummy, on which is displayed a dress purported to replicate Queen Victoria's wedding gown. It is of a cream-coloured taffeta silk, and glorious to behold, with many pearls stitched to it, though I don't suppose these are real, as in the original. It is a trifle dusty and soiled in places, where curious fingers have plucked at the material, but it still wears a price of £50. A notice is pinned to the frock. His Royal Highness Prince Albert's wedding clothes are also available upon inquiry. Alterations made within the week. I am much bemused by all I observe, and wonder how as shop owner I should ever know what to order beyond those things normal to every store. I purchase a pound of tea and the same of sugar for our new landlady, and am shocked at the price. I perceive at once how a shopkeeper's fortune is so readily made. The profit is upwards of 400% on each item. Tommo and I return to our landlady's shack, and I give her the tea and sugar. She fumbles at the hem of her petticoat to find a small knot.
"I must return your rent, then," she says.
We refuse as gently as we can, whereupon she brings her soiled pinny to her eyes, and sobbing rushes into her miserable little shack. We walk down to the creek and have a wash. The water is muddy and cold. What appears to have once been a wide river is now the merest trickle. The miners have used up the water for sluicing in their long toms, cradles and panning dishes. Tommo points to several tree stumps, rooted out and tossed upon the scarred banks.
"That's wattle,"
he observes.
"It would have looked a treat flowering here once. Now it's nothing but mud and gravel."
As the sun sets, it grows cold, and I realise I am famished. I have not eaten anything other than 2 cold chops and a pannikin of tea at dawn. My twin, however, shows no sign of hunger. He sips from a black bottle he carries with him, one of several I have brought for him from Tucker & Co. Tommo has grown fidgety, and his eyes take on a vacant look I have come to know when he craves opium. On the road to Lambing Flat, Tommo would simply take himself away from our camp and return in an hour or so. Now he will probably go quietly to the tent and light his little lamp, seeking salvation from his poppy pipe. When I suggest it is time for dinner, he shows no interest.
"Bring me something,"
he says absently. "Will you be in the tent?" I ask, but he is already walking away from me. "I'll see you in an hour, then," I shout, and he lifts his arm to acknowledge he's heard me. As he goes, he rubs the top of his arms, as though his skin has a terrible itch upon it. His head is bowed, and he has acquired a sort of shuffle, and looks weary of life. There is a lump in my throat as I watch him depart. He is so small that his shoulder can snuggle under my armpit, and so fragile in appearance that it seems as if he might blow away. In the past few nights I have become aware as never before that Tommo cannot live without the dreaded Chinese drug. I ache with the pain of knowing this, and my eyes blur at the sadness in him. I would give anything that my brother might be cured. I resolve again to do whatever it might take to win against the Irishman so that I can destroy Mr. Sparrow and his vile greed. Surely then Tommo will escape the grasp of this evil addiction. Poor Tommo. I love him so very much, and yet can do so little to help him. The more I try, the more I seem to fail. I think of Maggie, my heart's delight, who makes me laugh and who loves me. How very much I would like to take the magpie from its nest and place a bridal veil in its place. I sniff back my tears and chuckle at this thought. The white lace of purity and chastity for my Maggie Pie. It seems ridiculous, yet there is a purity and openness in her loving heart which I have not observed in anyone else. It is as though, having faced the worst in life, she has come through the flames and the dross has been burnt off, leaving only the pure gold remaining. But sometimes I think I must be deluding myself, that whatever virtue I ascribe to her, Maggie is still a whore. And once a whore, my dears, always a whore. I beat back Ikey's words from my memory. I love Maggie and wish to be with her all the days of my life, but not at a cost to Tommo. I shall never leave Tommo as long as he needs me. For the 7 years he was lost in the wilderness, even Mary believed him dead. But never I. Every day, at the moment of waking, I could feel him alive, the pulse of him within me. I could hear him breathing in the silence of my own breath, and when feeling my heart beat under my palm, I could feel 2 beats for every one. 2 hearts, his and mine. It's just gone 6 when I reach the large tent where Caleb left us this afternoon. My friend is waiting for me in a long line of men. He indicates for me to join him, turning to those in the queue who grumble. "He's the heavyweight champion of the colony. Would any of you lads care to have a go? Anyone game?" He points to one of the complainants. "You, sir." The crowd laughs, and a chorus of voices bids me keep my place, though I worry it is not fair. Some wag shouts, "Well, he paid double for the size of the supper he eats, 'cause he ain't getting mine." "What's your name, then?" someone else asks. "Your fighting name?" I think for a moment. Hawk Solomon does not sound too exotic to the ear. "Black Hawk," I say on impulse, remembering my Maori name. Caleb's soul looks delighted. "Black Hawk, heavyweight champion of the colony," he shouts so all may hear. This is repeated by several of the men around me and passed up and down the line. "Who's you fighting next?" someone asks. "The Lightning Bolt, the Irish and English heavyweight champion," Caleb Soul answers for me again. "Jesus!" a voice nearby exclaims. "You be the blighter what knocked Ben Dunn out the ring, right over the bleeding ropes out of the lap of a whore. I read it in the Gazette." "Not quite," I reply, surprised at how quickly the story has spread and grown. "I was lucky to hit him at all." "Yes, with a sledgehammer," Caleb Soul laughs and holds up my arm. "Take off your jacket. Make a fist now, champ." I feel most foolish, but realise it is all for the good of the coming fight, so I remove my coat. "Roll up your sleeve. Let the lads see," Caleb instructs. I think to refuse, but he's a decent sort and means well. I pull up my sleeve and clench my fist, bending my arm at the elbow. "Holy Jeremiah!" someone shouts, and all around us laugh and exclaim. I am most relieved when at this moment a man comes to the entrance of the tent, holding a large metal triangle which he beats with a bar. "Tuckers up!" he shouts over the clanging. "Pay at the door. Then what's weekly show your grub card." "That were a good start, lad," Caleb says as we move forward. "News of your arrival will be all over the diggings by morning. Shouldn't be too hard to get a card game going for Tommo." He looks concerned. "He is coming to eat, ain't he?" I'll take him something, for his appetite is poor. "He should eat more," Caleb worries. He has said the same thing to Tommo himself every night on the road, with Tommo always replying with a little poem of his own. "I eats like a sparrow and drinks like a fish. Brandy's me water, thin air's me tasty dish." Inside the tent, I take my mind off my little brother, knowing that worrying will achieve nothing. Caleb points out 2 of the gold commissioners among those around us, as well as several bankers, squatters and swells who have come to see the rush. The room is mostly occupied by diggers, sweat-stained and dirty. Shopkeepers, bullies and loafers are there too. The diggings is a great leveller of men, and all mix happily enough together. The kitchen is on the other side of a wall of logs. It is built like a cabin, with a porthole set at waist height through which the various comestibles are pushed. The cooks within scream out to the waiters as each plate comes through. "Irish stew! Liver and bacon! Roast mutton!" This mingles with the clatter of plates, the rattle of knives and forks, and the sounds of hungry men demanding to be served. All over the tent, plates are held aloft and voices are raised to the waiters requesting a return, which Caleb explains is a second helping. I eat everything that is placed before me, leaving nothing for Tommo. As soon as my plate is wiped clean, I too hold it up and yell for roast mutton, this being the easiest food to carry away with me. Just as the waiter places my second helping down, a fellow at the next table takes the plate. "Oi, that's not yours," says the waiter. "Is now," retorts the cove. "It is not," the waiter reiterates and goes to grab it back. The cove smashes him in the face and down he goes. 2 miners next to the plate snatcher also jump up and kick at the waiter, one hitting him in the head. Another ruffian leaps from the next table and lashes out at the fallen man's ribs. Several more rush to the fray. I rise from my seat. "Stop it!" I yell, pulling some of the ruffians away, but more come, kicking and stamping on the poor wretch with evil satisfaction. The man on the floor is now in a state of insensibility, his features battered beyond recognition. Another heavy boot lands toe first into his face, and several teeth depart from his jaw. I'm still trying to pull people away, and now grow furious. With a roar, I land my fist into one villain's face, and then again into a second man. Both drop to the ground, but are immediately replaced by others. I hit them too. 5 more men come running. I grab the first by his belt and neck, and lifting him above my head, throw him at the other 4, sending them all sprawling. In the process, several tables and the people seated at them go flying. It is all over, and a deathly quiet falls over the room as I pick up the little waiter and carry him in my arms to the porthole. The other diners gasp as they see what has been done to him. He is taken by hands I cannot see, and I walk back to Caleb's soul, stepping over the 5 ruffians who are either unconscious or playing possum. "I think we should leave, don't you?" I say, panting slightly from the fight. We turn to walk out, when almost as one, the men in the tent stand and begin to clap. "Good on ya!" someone shouts. "Well done, lad!" yells another. "Hooray!" A small door set into the log wall opens. "Mr. Blackhawk! Mr. Blackhawk!" It is the chef, whom Caleb has told me is also the proprietor. He is hurrying towards us from the kitchen. "Here's trouble," I mutter to Caleb, thinking the man must want me to pay for the broken crockery. But as the owner comes up, I see he is carrying a plate piled high with mutton and potatoes. "You've not had your returns." He proffers the plate. "Here, lad, eat up." "I think we'd best leave, Felix," Caleb Soul says. "We've caused enough trouble for one night." "Trouble? No trouble at all, mate. I've been hoping something might happen to them bunch of bully boys." "Is the waiter all right?" I ask. "Not good, lad, not good at all. But we've sent a boy for Dr. Bullmore. Let's hope he ain't too drunk to attend." Felix holds the plate of food out for me to take. "Bring back the plate tomorrow, will you, lad? You're welcome to come back any time. Your grub's on the house." We walk out into the night. It is near freezing cold, with a full moon fuzzy at the edges. I think there'll be a heavy frost in the morning, though the stars are amazingly bright. I wonder at the grandness of nature and the depravity of mankind. Why is it we reduce everything to greed and hate and try to settle all with our fists? Caleb Soul chuckles quietly beside me. "What's the joke?" I ask.
"By Jesus, if the mob didn't know before, they'll certainly know Black Hawk is in town by breakfast tomorrow. If we'd paid those ruffians, they couldn't have done any better for us."
When we get to our tent, I can see no light from inside, and I wonder if Tommo is asleep. But he is not there, and I can only think he has gone someplace else to smoke his opium. The landlady's cat comes up, and I feed it a slice of mutton. Then the woman herself appears, rubbing her eyes.
"Too late for tea. No fire, I'm sorry, lads."
It is bright moonlight, and she can see the plate of meat and potatoes I hold. Her eyes grow big. I take 2 slices of mutton and a large potato as Tommo's share, and hand the rest of the plate to her. She snatches it and scuttles back into her bark hut.
God bless you, God bless you,"
she murmurs as she goes. The tabby follows her back into the hut, no doubt thinking to get himself another share, though I don't like his chances. It is not much past 7 o'clock, and I take some of the hay Caleb has ordered to the horses. Caleb joins me, and we sit in the trap while he smokes a pipe. Since Caleb has learnt of my plan to fight the lightning bolt, he has become my most ardent supporter. He knows that we are on this trip in the hope that Tommo will raise the money for our stake at a card game or two, and that promoting the match will bring the punters to Tommo's table. My brother has arranged with Mr. Sparrow that we be allowed to drum up interest in the fight, though this is normally his and Fat Fred's domain. He readily agreed, no doubt thinking it a sign of how vainglorious I have become. Caleb does not like to see anything approached in an ad hoc manner, even gambling, and he now turns his mind to how best to stir up interest in the fight before Tommo sets up a game.
"There's a cove who does printing in Yass. We'll have handbills printed,"
he says eagerly, then leans back.
"I can see it now."
He enthusiastically describes it for me.
"Prize fight. Heavyweight championship. Black Hawk, heavyweight champion of the colony of New South Wales, to fight the lightning bolt, champion of all Ireland and Great Britain. Time and location soon to be announced.
Caleb looks well pleased with himself and takes a puff from his pipe.
That ought to get the tongues wagging. I'll take the trap into Yass tomorrow, get the handbills done, and announce that you'll meet the punters on Sunday morning at 10 o'clock outside the George Hotel.
Caleb knocks his pipe out against the heel of his boot.
I'll leave before dawn. I better get some sleep.
I clear my throat. Caleb, it is most kind of you to help us, but Tommo is in charge of all the plans. I'd be most obliged if you would discuss it first with him. Even in the moonlight, I see the look of disappointment that crosses Caleb Soul's face. I feel sure Tommo would agree with your idea, Caleb, I say quickly, and it will help us find punters for Tommo's card games as well. That is, if you see fit to take the handbills on as a project. It's just that I don't like to do things without my brother being involved. Caleb is silent for a moment.
Quite right, Hawk. I didn't mean to interfere, he says at last.
Caleb, please, we are most grateful that you should care enough to assist us. My friend seems suitably mollified.
I'll wait you in the morning. See what Tommo thinks, eh?
He climbs down from the trap and disappears into the interior of the tent. There is no wood for a fire, so I take my blanket from the carriage and wrap it about me. I sit on a tree stump, waiting for Tommo to come home. The cat appears again to keep me company, purring and brushing against my leg. By 9 o'clock it is eerily quiet. As we have seen, the river has run near dry, and its banks have been churned to clay, so there are none of those sounds of the night which are usually heard near a stream. No crickets hum or frogs croak. I hear no hoot of an owl nor the throaty hiss and rattle of the opossum. The miners, who work from dawn to dusk, are asleep only moments after they eat. The diggings are brutally hard work, and men spend most of their days up to their knees in mud and water. Bouts of dysentery caused by poor water are common, along with a terrible eye condition known as sandy blight. Because their tents are roughly made, usually just a single tarpaulin held aloft by wattle poles, the miners often sleep in wet blankets, even in the freezing cold of winter. Some do not even trouble to remove their muddy boots, and foot rot is a complaint common to all. Though Caleb Soul assures me there is gambling and drinking aplenty in the grog shanties, brothels, eating tents and pubs, there is absolute quiet where we have pitched our tent. I go to fetch another blanket. I can do nothing to find Tommo, who could be anywhere. The diggings stretch 5 miles in any direction. The full moon's silver light spreads over the desolate landscape. As 10 o'clock draws near, an idea comes to my anxious mind. I go into the tent and waken Caleb. He sits up quickly.
What is it?
He asks groggily. Caleb, how much opium did you give Tommo for this trip? Caleb Soul scratches his head.
A few ounces. All I could obtain.
How long would that last?
Depends. For severe pain, a few days.
And for smoking in an opium pipe? I try to pull the answer from him.
I can't rightly say. I have never smoked it.
I think back on Tommo's state of agitation when he left me today. It can mean only one thing. Tommo did not have a sufficient supply of opium. The craving has come upon him, and I would guess he has gone to the Chinese encampment to try to get more. I decide I cannot wait here any longer and must go after him. I have a strong feeling my twin is in danger. I go to the trap, and from among Tommo's things I take his fighting axe. He has not used it since we have been in Sydney, but still keeps it razor sharp. I push the axe into my belt and pull my 2 blankets over me. Then I set out in the bright moonlight towards the celestial encampment, which is about a mile to the north of the diggings and somewhat clear of the European settlement. A heavy frost has fallen. The ground clunks under my boots, and though I now have both blankets wrapped about me, a chill seeps into my bones. I walk over a short rise and come upon the camp of the Mongolians. All lies perfectly still in the moonlight. 2 Chinamen, about 30 feet away, guard the camp. They huddle in their blankets near a small brazier to keep warm. As soon as they see me, they leap to their feet, their blankets dropping from them as they flee, yelling strange imprecations at the top of their voices. Soon there are people everywhere as they rush from their tents and humpies, while I stand quite still, not knowing what to do next. "Ho!" I say. "Ho there!" I lift my arm out from under the blanket. "Don't panic!" I shout. "I mean no harm." It dawns on me how I must appear. I'm just over 7 foot tall, and the blankets drape about my shoulders like a ghost's cloak. My face is clearly visible in the moonlight, black with strange signs carved upon it. I must look like a monster. Some of the Chinese have stopped a little distance from me, no doubt thinking themselves safe with plenty of time to run should this ghost devil suddenly advance upon them. I remove the blankets so that they might see me standing like a human. "Friend!" I shout. "I am friend of the Chinaman." Nevertheless, some at the back of the throng start to run, perhaps seeing Tommo's axe stuck into my belt. But some of the braver souls hold their ground. "Friend of the Chinaman!" I shout again. In the earlier panic, an old man has fallen on the path near me, and no one has dared to go to his rescue. I carry this ancient Mongolian back to where my blankets are, and I cover him with one of these. "Friend of the Chinaman," I repeat as I rise. One man breaks from the group and walks towards me, to the shouts of warning from those watching. He stops perhaps 10 feet away and brings his hands together to his chest, bowing deeply. I can see that his knees are shaking. "Friend," he says, trying to smile. "Aye, friend," I assure him, smiling. He moves forward to shake my hand, and in an instant I am thrown onto my back, my head hitting the ground hard. It is some moments before I recover, to find 6 men sitting upon me and a dozen more crowded around. I think that maybe they will kill me. Curiously, I am not afraid, and through my mind flashes an imagined bill poster. "Giant nigger Jew killed by Mongolian hordes." I start to laugh. After what Tommo and I have been through, this is a stupid way to die. To my surprise, the Celestials crowded about me also begin to laugh. I get up and dust down my breeches, looking for the Chinaman who has thrown me to the ground. I pat him on the back and grin. "Good, very good." Then I lift him into the air above my head and twirl him around before putting him down again. This time we shake hands like gentlemen. "Friend," says he. "Friend," say I. It is too cold to stand around, and slowly the crowd disperses, but for 4 whom I take to be the leaders. Now I find myself in difficulty. How shall I tell them I am looking for Tommo? "Do any here speak English?" I ask. "English? Speak English?" It is soon apparent that none do, even my newfound friend. One of them hands me a black bottle. I do not as a rule drink spirits, but now I take a deep swig. I cough as the brandy burns down my throat and warms my stomach, and hand it back with a smile. My hosts smile too. They give me back my blanket, the one I used to cover the old man. Still, I have no way of asking them how he is. Then, from nowhere, a woman is pushed towards me. I can see she is European, but cannot judge her age. She is wrapped in a torn blanket, and her eyes are sunk deep into her skull, so that I cannot see them but for bright pinpricks within dark sockets. Her skin is drawn yellow and taut, and her nose is half eaten away. Her lips draw back in a snarl to show black, rotting teeth. One of the Chinese prods her and jabbers something. "English," he says to me. "Do you speak English?" I ask the woman. "What's your name?"
"Sally, sir,"
she answers in no more than a whisper. Her face may be that of an old crone's, but her voice is a young girl's. "How old are you, Sally?"
20, I think, sir.
I have heard how young women are caught up in the craving for the devil's smoke, and how they come to the Mongolians for opium and then cannot leave, paying for the poppy with their bodies until they die in some wretched hovel. I know full well that there are lots of Sallys, but this is the first of them I've seen. She is clearly beyond all hope of recovering from the addiction. I know I am speaking to someone who will soon be dead, and that she seeks no salvation from me beyond the price of her next pipe. I feel desperately sorry for the poor creature, but I am also relieved. Possibly she knows where Tommo is. "I am looking for my brother, who seeks to buy opium. Have you seen him, Sally? I say gently.
There's no nigger here, sir.
No, he is not black. A small man, not taller than you, fair hair and blue eyes.
I dunno, sir. I can't rightly say.
Sally shrugs. Can't say what? You have not seen him?
Sir, I need 2 shillings to eat, she whispers.
I take a florin from my pocket and hand it to her. Sally's hand comes out to grasp it, but the moment she takes the coin, the Chinaman standing beside her strikes at her wrist, and the florin goes flying. He picks it up and hands it back to me. Sally cowers and whimpers. I'll give it to you later, I assure her. Have you seen my brother?
There's someone like what you said,
she replies. She is shivering, rubbing her arms, just as I've seen Tommo do. Can you take me to him, please? She looks at the men around her, as though to ask permission. So I point to her, then to myself, and then back to Sally. The Chinamen laugh. They must believe I want to sleep with her. They nod their heads, and I bow to each respectfully. Now I take Sally by the bony shoulder, and she leads me through a maze of tents, until we come to a miserable hut made of bark slabs and hessian sacks. She parts the sackcloth, and I must stoop to enter a smallish room, the floor of which is covered in filthy rags. In the light of 3 wax candles placed on an upturned log, I see 2 naked females lying on the floor. Their carcasses are stripped so bare of flesh that I can see their veins through their translucent skins. Between them lies Tommo, also naked. One of the wretches is holding a pipe to his mouth. Though his eyes are closed, his lips make a soft sucking noise, like that of a newborn pup. White smoke curls slowly upwards from his nostrils.
That him?
Sally asks, her voice now bolder than before. I nod, unable to speak.
Give us the money, then.
She holds out her claw, and I give her the florin.
More,
she demands. I am too shocked to resist, and hand her a £1 note, not caring. As she takes the money, a bundle of rags and hair and ancient skin scuttles from a dark corner to snatch the note from Sally's hand. It is a Chinaman, or perhaps a woman, I cannot tell. It hands Sally a pipe and a small wad of opium, and as quickly as it appears, vanishes back into the darkness beyond the candlelight. Sally unclasps her ragged blanket, and I see that she too is naked. She does not look at me, but sinks to her knees beside the candles. She begins to work a small daub of opium around the point of what looks like a steel knitting needle. Then she holds it to the candle flame. Tommo, I call. Both hags look up at me but say nothing. Tommo does not respond. Tommo, I say again, this time more gently, bending down over him. Pushing one of the wretches away, I kneel beside my twin and shake him. My brother is as limp as a rag doll.
He dreams, says one or other of the hags. He'll not wake in an hour or even 2.
She reaches across and touches me on the shoulder.
You want me? 2 shillings.
Where are his clothes? I say through clenched teeth. She shrugs and points. I rise and move into the corner she indicates, and now I see the creature there, toothless, its mouth open with fear. It holds out Tommo's clothes in its claws. I take them and search through the pockets for his purse. It is missing. I grab the creature and hold my hand out, but it does nothing in response. Then I see it has been squatting upon a small lacquer box about 12 inches square. I take up the box and force open the lid. Inside is Tommo's purse. The rest of the space is filled with small parcels of opium tied in bamboo leaves. I scoop up 2 handfuls of the opium parcels and put them in my pocket, dropping some money into the now half-empty box in exchange. Meanwhile, Sally has fixed her pipe and is on her haunches, pulling at it. The two wretches have the other pipe, which is spent, and now they pester Sally until she hands them the wad. They have forgotten I am here, and can think of nothing but their craving. I wrap poor Tommo, still unconscious, in both blankets. His clothes I stuff inside my shirt, stained and stiff with blood from the fight at the eating tent. I tie the laces of his boots together and hang them around my neck. Then I pick up my twin, horrified at how light he is. I push aside the Hessian sack door and carry him out into the night. The moon is at its zenith, and it is almost as clear as day as I begin to walk out of the camp. By some miracle I am not lost in the maze, and soon find my way back from whence I came. To my surprise, the 4 Chinese are still standing beside the brazier, and they rise as I approach. I put Tommo down, though he is light enough, and shake their hands. They now know why I have come, and nod their heads in sympathy.
Me Wong Ka Leong,
says the Mongolian who threw me to the ground. Me Hawk Solomon, I say.
Friend, they all chorus.
It is not these men's fault, I realize, that Tommo suffers so. It is the fault of greed. Goodbye, Wong Ka Leong, I say, and shake his hand solemnly again. We both bow deeply to one another. I pick up Tommo and sling him across my shoulders, walking over the small rise. As soon as I am out of sight, and beyond the hearing of the Mongolians, I burst into tears. Tommo breathes deeply, then sighs against my back. I think of Mary and all her hopes, of her love for me, for Tommo, for both of us, her 2 precious boys. Oh, Mama, whatever shall become of us? I sob. Chapter 21. Tommo. Lambing Flat, 30th of June, 1861. It is early Sunday morning, and we've been in the goldfields just over a week. I've slept badly and am up early, wandering through the diggings. The day's very still, and several of the miners I pass reckons there might be snow in the air. The Sabbath be the one day of the week the authorities don't allow work at the diggings. What's very funny when you thinks about it, because the miners use this day to get themselves drunk as lords. Then, of course, they fights and carouses for as long as they can. Sunday be the most unholy day of the week. Just last Sunday, a priest comes up from Melbourne to hear confession and say Mass for the Irish. They was given plenty of warning of the good father's arrival, and a church and confessional was specially erected out of canvas, but not a single bloke presented himself for the absolving of sins and the taking of the wafer and wine. Some wag reckons that the Pope, upon hearing of this shameful event, will rename Lambing Flat Sodom and Tomorrow. The Sodom is for not attending Mass, and tomorrow, the day after the Sabbath, is when they'll all be excommunicated and condemned to hell. Caleb Soul returned from Yass earlier in the week and brought with him the handbills announcing a meeting for the punters to see Black Hawk. The venue is the Great Eastern Hotel, as it's one of the few proper buildings at Lambing Flat. It's away from the diggings and the river, and is a favourite meeting place among the miners. Caleb has arranged a rough timber platform for Hawk to stand on. Thank God, though cold, it's a day of bright sunshine, otherwise my brother might be a little chilly. He's to strip to the waist and wear a bright red cummerbund, so that all may see he's in the very best physical condition. To show his strength, he'll challenge anyone in the crowd to arm wrestling, taking a new opponent every 10 minutes. Hawk don't much like the idea, saying it'd be boastful, but Caleb and me told him that was the whole idea. Anyhow, he's agreed to do it. We've put up the anvils everywhere, in the grog shanties, brothels and pubs, as well as the chop houses and about the miners' fires where they cooks their meat and damper. Already there's a strong rivalry among the men, with the Irish going for their own man, the lightning bolt, and t'others going for Hawk. Hawk's become somewhat of a hero after giving the ruffians a walloping the night they attacked the waiter. Turned out they was Irish, and now all the Irish has made the nigger their sworn enemy. As Caleb Soul says, "It could not be a better situation if we tried." Since that night, there's been some muttering about the Irish boyos taking revenge. Hawk's been warned to have a few stout men with him when he presents himself this morning. I'm a bit worried for him, but Hawk insists we go ahead as planned. I can't scuttle away like a cockroach on the Nankin Maiden when they make the slightest threat. I must face this if I'm to face the bolt.
This morning's turnout promises to be a big 'un. The Miners' League, what has been formed to protest against the presence of the Chinese at the diggings, will be there. The League has as many as 2,000 men in their membership, along with a brass band, for they likes a bit of a march. I've heard how it's made up of different chapters, each with a banner showing the diggings they hail from. There's Blackbuck Gully, Tipperary Hill, Possum Creek and the like. They'll be marching behind their leaders and carrying their bright banners with pride, so the whole thing will look like a bleeding carnival. Caleb has even paid him to play a tune or two at Hawk's appearance. One of the leaders of the Miners' League, Mr. Cameron, told Caleb that if the payment were a subscription fee for the three of us to join, they'd play the whole morning for naught. But we has refused, being most wary of those who are against the Chinese, what we thinks has done nothing wrong other than to be a different colour. A special correspondent from the Sydney Morning Herald has come out here incognito to report on the Miners' League and their battle against the Celestials. He's said to lurk about the diggings, making up scurrilous lies about the miners. Caleb reckons we should recruit him to our cause, but we don't know who he is. Still, if we could encourage the special to add a few lines about Hawk and his fight, that would stir the possum nicely. The special's pen has already struck some hard blows against the diggers, telling his readers that the Chinese ain't done nothing to the miners and is a most peaceful group. The special also points out that the rough element in the diggings is the real culprits behind the uproar. They make trouble with the Chinese and then steals their claims. Hawk reckons this is a very fair point of view, but the mob don't like it one bit. Meantime, I has had myself 2 card games, thanks to Caleb's introductions. The first were with the various shopkeepers, what's among the richest folk in the diggings, and the second were with the sly grog shop owners and publicans, what's not short of a bob either. Yours truly won at both. Me winnings were £10 each time. £20 is bloody good wages, but it falls far short of our ambition. These blokes ain't true gamblers, and is too timid with their wagers. We still need another £80 towards the stake, and that don't even begin to cover the cost of Hawk's training. I've got to get one really big game if I'm to have any hope of making this. Tonight I've a game with the Irish. It ain't one set up by Caleb, who has warned me against playing poker with these boyos. Tommo, there will not be an honest cove in the game, and all of them broadsmen, he warns. I can hardly tell him that I won't be adding even 1% of honesty to the game myself. I'd rather take me chances and pit me own talent against villains than play with the duffers what he's lined up. With only 2 games played, the word about Tommo is already out among the respectable folk, and they's all gun-shy, even though I didn't cheat once. At least the rough mob play for big stakes. Besides, I got no choice. We must leave on Tuesday morning to return to Sydney, so this is me last chance. I'll first come across this mob I'm going to play with while passing out handbills at a place called Possum Creek. They's not working a claim, and they don't look like they intend to, neither. They all sit outside a bark hut playing the flats. I put down a handbill and stopped to watch them a while. They's playing whist, and one of the players what's thrown his hand in picks up the poster. "What's it say?" he asks, holding it upside down. I read the handbill out to them, and they all stops to listen. "By Jesus, that be clever and all," says one of them. "The Irishman cannot be beat." "Oh, who says?" I asks. "He says," he replies. "You work for the nigger then, does you?" "Aye," I replies. "I helps Mr. Caleb." Still seated, he grabs me by the shirt front, so I'm standing up against him. I'm looking into his foul, grinning mouth of broke teeth. "That black bastard be asking for a hiding, and my oath he'll be getting one at the hands of the Irish champ." He shakes me. "I'm inclined to give you a taste of what he's in for. How'd you like that, eh?" "Not much," I admit. "But I tell you what, if the Irish fight as poorly as they cheats at flats, your man ain't going to win." "What's you mean?" he growls. I take out an ace of hearts from his sleeve and a jack of the same from behind his collar and throws them down in front of his mates. "Why, you right bastard, Mickey!" they chorus. "Dunno why you bothered. Whose deck is that?" I points to the cards on the table. All eyes turn to another of the Irishmen. "Well, it's shaved, ain't it?" I says. It's a guess, of course. I can't tell from where I'm standing. But the moment I says it, I see the sly look in the eye of the one they're all looking at, and I know straight away I'd be right. "What's going on, then?" one of the ruffians shouts, throwing his cards down and rising from the bark table to glare at his mate. "Right-o," I says, me heart in me mouth. That's 2 of you what's cheating. How about the other 3, eh? Each man looks at the other narrow-eyed. Tell you what, I suggest. Let me sit in on your game. I'll play you all together, the lot of you against me. What say you? A shilling a point? But if I catches any of you cheating, you drops out of the game. If you catches me, I'll double any winnings on the table and it be all yours. Are you game then, gentlemen? Me suggestion's just silly enough, and them's just stupid enough to accept. An hour later, 3 of 'em's been tossed out of the game. The other 2 I clean out too. They look fit to kill when I rise from the table, scooping the pool. Then I hand them back their money. Sorry, gentlemen, but the nigger lover don't play with amateurs. The one what's grabbed me in the first place has grown very red in the face. He balls his fist. "Mind your mouth, laddie," he growls. I pretend I ain't scared. "No, a big game then? High stakes?" I asks. "Among your mates? Someone maybe you don't like, someone what owes you? Or perhaps you want revenge, eh? Tell you what, gentlemen, if you has the nous to set up a big game, high stakes, I'll cut you in on 10%. But it's got to be real big. How's that then?" 20, says one of 'em. 15, says I. They agree, and we shake on it. I share me black bottle with them and then goes off, telling them they can contact me by leaving a message at the Great Eastern. As I leave, I yell, "Oh, and gentlemen, take me advice. Put your winnings on Black Hawk." "Bullshit," one of them shouts, but this time they laughs. "See you right soon, Tommo," another yells after me. Well, since then, they've found me a game with the Callahan mob, where the stakes are £10 in. It's to be held in the Great Eastern Hotel, starting 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Me and Jonah Callahan, what's leader of the mob, made the booking. Him and me went to see the proprietor of the Great Eastern, Mr. Makepeace Chubb. He's a little cove, fat, bald, and always with a coating of shiny sweat to his florid face. We inspect a room upstairs to the back of the hotel. Each of us pays the publican £1 for the arrangements, and then we arrange for him to get in 2 brand new decks of cards. "I've got him on sale here," he volunteers. "Give us a look then," Callahan asks. The publican returns with 2 packs of Mermaid brand. "What's the shite?" Callahan growls. "He's right," I says to Chubb. "They has to be De La Rue and Sons." "Oh," says Chubb. "That serious, is it? I'll have to get him in. Jeremiah Neep has him in stock, as I recall." "We'll be in on Sunday morning to inspect them," Jonah warns. "Have pen and ink ready, much obliged." Though Jonah Callahan's words seem mild enough, the way he says 'em ain't at all pleasant. So 10 o'clock this morning, accompanied by Jonah Callahan, I goes to the Great Eastern. Makepeace Chubb is busy out the back, and we sends a message we wants to see the flats. A few minutes later, he comes huffing and puffing to the bar and puts 2 packs down on the counter in front of us. "Where's Pan and Quill?" Callahan demands. The publican sighs and leaves to fetch same. I orders 2 nobblers of Cape brandy, and when they comes, I push one of them in front of the Irishman and invite him to inspect the decks. He looks down at the brandy in front of him. "What's the shite?" Before I can open my mouth, he pushes the drink over to me. He throws his head back and shouts to the barman, "Hey, you! Irish!" "Suit yourself. Only trying to be friendly," I says, a trifle miffed. "Yeah, well, don't waste your breath," he replies. "2, with a pint of best to go with it." He knocks 1 nobbler of whiskey back, chases it with half the beer, then the other Irish whiskey follows and the remainder of the beer. All of this is done straight off, no pause between. Good, I thinks. He'll be drinking whiskey and beer all night at the game. It's got to catch up with him, unless he be made of cast iron. Callahan wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. He then picks up a deck and examines it closely, picking gently at the seals with his fingernail to make sure they's tight closed. He does the same to the second pack of De La Rue. Satisfied, he dips the quill into the ink pot and makes his mark across the seals. I does the same, spending even a little more time at examination before I signs. We call for the publican and makes him sign across the front of each pack. Then we follow him out the back and into his office, where he has a small safe for miners to keep their gold in. He fiddles with the combination, groaning as he stoops down low with his back to us. With the safe open, he steps aside so that we can see it's empty, in case we got any ideas. He puts the 2 decks into the safe and closes the door, scrambling the combination once again.
There, he says, puffing. All safe and sound, lads.
You'll be sure to see there's plenty of firewood and the hearth be well lit and the room warm, I asks. We'll be playing in our shirt sleeves rolled up to here. I indicate the top of me arm. No hats to be worn either.
Eh, what's this then? Callahan scowls.
Just helps to know there ain't no handy sleeve or hat about. I've known cards what had a natural affinity with sleeves and hats. Hand goes under a hat to scratch a louse, never know what it might find lurking. Could be the king or queen herself, or an ace may pop out of a coat sleeve, know what I mean? Jonah turns and stabs a hard finger in me chest.
Think we's gonna cheat you, does ya?
It's been known to happen, says I. But I'll find you out if you does.
Like hell you will. Steady on now, lads, says Makepeace. There'll be no cards played in this house if you's going to fight. A drink on the house with my compliments will settle yous down. Cape and Irish with a chaser, if I remember rightly.
We follows him through to the bar, and he pours the drinks.
On the house, he repeats, looking a bit pained. Oh, yes, and the house takes 10%, lads. What? Callahan grumbles.
Makepeace shrugs, safe behind his bar.
As you wish, take it or leave it.
It'll be fine, I says.
Bloody hell it will, Jonah growls. Fine, is it? It'll be just fine for you to pay it, laddie. Oh, and another £5 to cover breakages. Returnable, of course, if nothing's damaged, Makepeace adds.
After each of us puts down our share, Callahan and me walks out into the bright, crisp sunlight, and I sticks out my hand. See you tomorrow, then. He ignores me, spitting to the side of his boots as he walks away. Charming, I exclaims. Real nice to know you, Callahan.
Fuck off,
he says, not looking back. Well, I thinks to myself, everything's going just right and dandy for yours truly. Now I'll go and see how Hawk's faring. Hawk still worries about me too much, I reckon. When I tell him about me game coming up, he looks most worried.
Tommo, Caleb's soul says these men are dangerous. They don't dig for gold, but live by robbing others of their dust. 2 of the brutes I subdued in Felix's eating house were from their gang, or so I was told.
I shrugs. Cards is funny. If you can win against a villain and they think it's kosher, or they can't work out how you done it, you got their respect. It's sort of honour among thieves.
Do these men know this? Hawk asks. I'd best come with you to make sure.
Hawk, let me go on my own.
What if something happens?
If you comes with me, of course something will happen, I says. This time you've got to stay a mile away. Them Callahans don't know I'm your brother, only that I works for Caleb.
What about today, then? They'll see you with me, won't they?
Caleb can handle the show with you. He'll love to spruik it. I'll just be in the crowd, watching, cheering you on, Hawk. I can see Hawk ain't happy about letting me go alone to the game, but he knows that it's our best chance to raise the gelt.
Tommo, be careful, won't you?
Course I will, big brother, I say. It's near noon, and already there's a big crowd outside the Great Eastern Hotel waiting to see Hawk. A brisk trade going on at the bar. It's about time for Hawk to meet the punters. He walks out, and I can see his head sticking up nearly 2 foot above the crowd. His black shoulders, scarred from O'Hara's knotted rope, shine ebony in the sunlight. He turns and smiles, showing a row of gleaming white teeth. They be most unusual at our age, when most men's teeth is yellow from tobacco chewing and pipe smoking. Hawk's Maori tattoos give him the look of a black prince or warrior. As he wades through the crowd, I admire his huge shoulders and narrow waist. His legs is like tree trunks, but he is trim at the ankle and can move surprisingly quick for such a big fella. He's bulging with muscle everywhere, a result of all his work hoisting barrels at Tucker & Co. And his stomach's like a washboard. I can't believe the Irishman won't tremble when he sees him in the ring. Hawk climbs the platform to cheers and boos from the crowd. I can tell from their murmurs that they struck with his massive size. Just as I walks up to join the mob, the Miners' League marches in, and their band strikes up. I reckon there must be more than 2,000 of them all up. They play a marching tune with cries of roll up, from those behind the banners.
It is a grand sight, and everyone claps as they comes to a halt. The single drum marks time, and at the command of each section leader, each group falls out. Meanwhile, Hawk stands on the platform like a black general surveying his troops. With blokes from the Miners' League joining in, the crowd is huge. Caleb Soul has got up on the platform beside Hawk. He brings a hailing funnel to his mouth and calls for silence. When at last the mob settles down, he nods to someone at the foot of the platform. There's the roll of a kettle drum. "Diggers and gentlemen," he proclaims, "I give you the next world champion in the division of heavyweight, the inestimable, pugilistic, ferocious and undefeated Black Hawk, champion of the colony of New South Wales." The crowd cheers, and then a voice near the platform calls out, "Go on, tell us how many fights he's had." "Only recently discovered, the Black Hawk has beaten the redoubtable and famous heavyweight, Ben Dunn," Caleb bellows over the crowd's laughter, not missing a beat. "Who?" shouts the same wag, to more laughter. "You, sir," says Caleb, pointing to the man. "Step up and let's see your form. Up here, lad." He indicates the platform. A small man, not much bigger than me, climbs up, with Caleb lending him a hand. "What's your name?" Caleb asks. "Pat Malone," the little cove grins. "How about you arm wrestle Black Hawk, Pat Malone? £5 to you if you win," Caleb says. The little cove don't back down. "Can I stand up and use both arms?" he asks, quick as a flash. Caleb looks at Hawk, who nods. I ain't so sure it's a good idea. Though small, the man's a miner, hardened to manual work. With the use of both his arms and his body weight, he won't be easy to beat. The crowd goes quiet as Hawk sits at the arm wrestling table. The miner takes up his position, his legs wide apart, and grasps Hawk's hand in both of his. Caleb holds up his bandana. "Take the strain!" The bandana drops. "Go!" The little cove is no shirker, and he keeps Hawk's hand vertical. Then me brother's arm starts to go down, and the crowd begins to shout their encouragement. The miner is gaining on him, and the mob thinks he's going to win, so they shouts him on. Hawk's knuckles is about to touch the deck when he gives a great grunt and swings his arm up. He pushes the little bloke backwards, so hard that the miner loses his balance and goes flying off the edge of the platform into the crowd. It's an amazing feat of strength. Hawk rises quickly to see if Pat Malone's been hurt. He pulls him gently back onto the platform. The little miner seems no worse for his fall, and Hawk lifts his challenger's arm as if declaring him the real winner. Then me big brother lifts Mr. Malone high above his head, and the crowd cheers at this show of sportsmanship. He puts the miner down, and they shake hands like the best of friends. Caleb holds up a £5 banknote for all to see. £5 to Pat Malone for having a go," he shouts. "Let's have 3 cheers for the miners, lads." The crowd is completely won over. "Shit, that's another £5 I has to win," I mutters to myself. But Caleb has done good. The band strikes up a rousing song. Caleb now announces that Hawk will talk. "Hear from the champion himself." He hands the hailing funnel to Hawk. The crowd draw closer so that they hears his every word. "Gentlemen, I thank you for your time. It's grand to be among so many friends." There's more cheers and boos. "Let me tell you about the Irishman, the lightning bolt." The fighter's fellow countrymen raise a great swell of noise at his name, and Hawk waits till they has quieted down. "My worthy opponent is better known as the Bolt, because he can take a great hammering to the head and yet remain true to his metal." The Irish like this remark, and I can see they'll store it up to repeat 1,000 times. "He is the champion of Ireland and Britain, and there is much speculation that he cannot be beaten by anyone in this colony or any other in the Empire. He is a most formidable adversary." Hawk points to Pat Malone, what's sitting on the edge of the platform. "It is quite true, as my little friend here says, that I lack experience in the prize ring, and my stamina has yet to be tested. Some say it was a lucky punch that knocked out Ben Dunn." Hawk pauses a moment. "Ben Dunn himself has been heard to espouse this theory." A roar of laughter goes up from the crowd, and I can see they is warming to my twin. He waits for it to die down before continuing. "I admit Mr. Dunn was most tired, having just fought 5 rounds. But those who speculate on these things, and know better than I, say that the Irishman will take Ben Dunn with one arm tied behind his back and a glass of good Irish whiskey in the other."
The Irish in the crowd cheers wildly.
So if you are an Irishman, I will reluctantly accept that your wagers will not be placed on me. If, on the other hand, you are an Englishman, you may well be in two minds, not wishing the Irishman to win, but not too sure of the big nigger either.
Most know what Hawk says is true, and they admires him for it. Hawk takes the hailing funnel from his mouth and smiles, till the laughter and clapping settles.
But if you are an Australian, then you will know we are a new breed of men, and not given to easy surrender.
The crowd rises to a new peak of excitement at this, and it takes some time to calm down again.
In my favour, I have my size, and if you will allow me to say so, a great determination to win. I trust you to make up your own minds about me, and not to be swayed overly much by the bookmakers' odds. I thank you for hearing me out. May your efforts reward you with gold aplenty.
Thunderous applause and cheering follows as me brother ends, and the band strikes up the wild colonial boy. There's men about me what has tears in their eyes. It's a brilliant piece of work. Hawk's pulled off what no amount of vainglorious bragging could do, for these ordinary blokes know sincerity and the honest truth when they hears it. Hawk arm wrestles half a dozen or so miners, one directly after t'other, with no rest in between. He beats all 6. But the 7th, the big man, wins 'cause Hawk is knackered. These are men what works hard with picks and shovels and ain't no milksops. "Look at the Irish!" Caleb shouts as he hands over 5 quid. He thanks the crowd once more and the show is over. Now it is left to me to do the rest with Jonah Callahan's mob. The meeting of the Miners' League is to take place at 2. The men has been drinking steadily all morning, and many is starting to fall about. Hawk wants me to rest in our tent, for he sees how tired I am after my bad night's sleep. I don't say no. Sleeping during the day comes natural to me. I stops at the butcher's on me way, and buys 2 pounds of chops and a quarter of chopped liver. When I gets back to the tent, I calls out to Lucy, our landlady. She be a widow what tries to make a living as a washerwoman. If she has a surname, she ain't giving it to us. "Just Lucy," she replied when we asked. "Me husband were a right bastard when he were alive. I don't see I has to carry the burden of his name now he's dead, does I?" So our private name for her is Just Lucy. "Lucy, I brought something for the moggy," I shouts as soon as I gets back. She's out of her bark hut quick smart, carrying the mangy cat what seems to be our only company. "Morning, Tommo." She squints up at the pale sun. "Or is it afternoon? It's me day off, no washing on the Sabbath, so I was kipping in a bit. Here, chopped liver and chops for the tabby." I hand her the meat, and she lets the cat jump from her arms. She unwraps it careful, like it were a late Christmas present. "Cat can't eat 6 chops, Tommo," she says soft. "Sorry, Lucy, I doesn't know much about cats. You'll have to find some other use for them chops." Just Lucy don't like charity. Since the tea and sugar Hawk bought her, she's been trying to do our washing and cooking. "You're a good boy, Tommo." "Nah, I just likes cats. They don't give a bugger for no one, like me." "A likely story. How'd you go with the packs of cards at the hotel, Tommo?" she asks, dropping a lump of chopped liver at her feet for the cat. "Perfect, Lucy. Matter of fact, couldn't have done better myself." I take out £1 and hand it to her. "It's what I promised if it worked, so this ain't charity." 10 shillings you promised, Tommo." 10 shillings a pack," I says. Just Lucy shakes her head but takes the money and puts it in her pocket. I see her eyes getting a bit wet. No, don't cry, Lucy," I says in alarm. "It's yours, well earned. How long did you have to wait in Jeremiah Neep's shop?" "All Saturday afternoon, almost. About 5 o'clock, in comes a young lad and asks for 2 packs of De La Rue cards." "De La Rue, eh?" Mr. Neep says. "Where's you from, lad?" "Great Eastern Hotel," the boy says. "Mr. Chubb sent me, sir." "Must be an important game. Sold a couple of the self-same packs yesterday. Don't get much call for De La Rue. Too expensive, they is." "Don't know how come, sir," says the boy. "Mr. Chubb just said they must be them cards, no other." I'm standing, like yous told me, right next to the shelf where the playing cards is kept. I puts your 2 decks where you said, on the top. Then Mr. Neep comes over. "Here we are, then.
Right on the top they is, the last two.
He takes your 2 packs and wraps them up proper and gives them to the lad, what pays him 10 shillings. He sends the boy away with the bright red sucker from a jar. And Mr. Neep ain't suspicious, you standing in the shop all afternoon? Nah, says just Lucy. He be a decent man. I asks him if I can stay there so as to ask customers if they wants their washing done. She grins. I got 2 new customers out of it too. Took Mr. Neep's dustcoat home to wash for his kindness like. Well, it were nicely done, Lucy. Just Lucy looks at me. Tommo, why'd you give Jeremiah Neep back the 2 packs of cards you bought yesterday? Them brand new and not ever been opened. I points to the moggy what's busy eating the liver. Cat's got me tongue, Lucy, I says, laughing. Oh, sorry, always were a bit of a sticky beak. Too curious for me own good. It ain't that, Lucy. What you don't know, you can't be hurt by if someone should come asking questions. You mean I didn't never go into Mr. Neep's shop, except to find new customers for washing?
That's right, Lucy. That's the bonus earned for keeping your gob shut.
Happy to oblige, Tommo. Fancy a nice chop for your tea?
Maybe when I wakes up. Got to get a few winks.
I'll see you're not disturbed, she promises.
Well, I does get disturbed. About 3 o'clock, just Lucy herself sticks her head in and shouts,
Tommo, it's the miners. They're marching on the Chinaman's camp.
I don't know how, but I know straight away that Hawk's there, and he ain't marching with the miners. I runs to the trap and fetches me fighting axe.
Be careful, Tommo,
she shouts after me as I trot down the path to the celestial encampment. It'd be a good mile or so to the Mongolians, and I'm half running. As I draws near, I hears the mob shouting and the band playing, and some musket fire in the background. Smoke billows up on the horizon. The running has made my head ache real bad, and it's near time for me smoke. But all I can think of is that Hawk's in danger. I can feel it in me gut and in the back of me throat. I get to the camp to find half of it already destroyed. Tents and huts up in flames, people's belongings strewn on the ground. 2 Chinamen lies face down with several miners kicking at them, though I soon enough realise they're dead. I run towards the noise, and suddenly I'm in the middle of the fray. Men on horseback are firing pistols into the air and running down Celestials, what are fleeing in every direction, screaming for fear. 2 horsemen corner an old Chinaman with a scraggly beard. A mob of 10 or so men runs over and drags him to the ground. They're yelling and laughing like wild things. 4 men roll the Mongolian onto his stomach, and 2 of them holds him down by sitting on his legs. The other 2 plants their boots on him, on each shoulder and each wrist. Then they both grabs a hold of the Chinaman's pigtail, and to the counter, 1, 2, 3, they rips it out of the back of his head. The men all cheer as one holds it aloft, bright drops of blood dripping steady onto his dusty boots. Then they begin to kick the old man to death. I keep running, looking for Hawk, and pass several more dead Chinamen. All is lying on their stomachs with crimson patches to the backs of their heads, the blood still running down their necks and shoulders. One, what I thinks is dead, gets up and starts to stagger away, holding both his hands to his gut. But he gets only a few feet before he collapses again. Someone has sliced his gut open, and his intestines spill out as he falls. In the smoke, white miners shout excitedly as they come across stuff they want in the Mongolian tents. Some carries armloads of loot, piled up to their chins, lamps and picks and lacquer boxes and every manner of thing you can imagine. One has a sack of rice over his shoulder. It leaks out the bottom where some wag has stabbed into it, so that he leaves a white trail as he dashes this way and that. Up ahead I see a mob of about 50 miners, shouting and throwing their fists in the air. I run through the smoke towards them. I'm exhausted by the time I get to the circle of rioters. As I draw near, I sees Hawk standing right in the centre. Oh, shit. I force me way through the yelling miners, pushing them away with the handle of me axe till I gets to the inside. There stands Hawk, with the white woman what's holding a Chink's baby. 4 other Chinamen stand close beside him, 3 younger men and an older bloke. They's whimpering and shaking from head to foot, all except for the old bloke who stands calm to Hawk's back. Hawk is holding a pickaxe handle. Most amazing of all, he's calm and smiling. "Come on then," he cries. "Who's willing to die first? I'll take 10 of you before you take us." I push through the last of the crowd to join him. "Tommo!" Hawk shouts. He reaches out and grabs the axe from me.
Now it's 15. 15 men will die before you arm these people. Who will it be among you, gentlemen?
He points with the axe.
You holding the pigtail. Like to be scalped?
He hands the pick handle to me and whispers, "Cover the side." Then he raises the fighting axe and takes a step toward the cove with the pigtail. The mob tumbles backwards, falling over each other in their haste to get out of his way. The bloke with the pigtail drops it and runs. Just then, a man on horseback rides up, raises his pistol and fires at Hawk. His horse shies as the mob runs towards him, and the bullet misses, hitting the ground. I use the pickaxe handle like a Maori fighting stick, and a second later the bastard is on the ground, with all his teeth smashed and his nose missing. The pistol has gone flying as he falls, and quickly I rush to pick it up. The horse gallops away, whinnying, and the cove with his face missing gets up and runs blindly into a hut what's burning fiercely. Soon his clothes are alight and he's screaming blue murder. Hawk is moving forward with the axe, and me with the pistol. The woman and her brat and the 4 Mongolians keep close. There's smoke everywhere, and not a tent or hut left standing. All around us the miners say and do nothing as we make our way out of the burning camp, passing dead men lying in the dust. In the distance we hear the band playing "Cheer Boys Cheer." The woman holding the chink baby begins to sob. One of the Mongolians takes the child in his arms and lays its head against his shoulder. He puts his arm round the woman as we walk towards the Yass Road, with no one daring to follow. When we reach the road, Hawk stops beside the stump of what was once a big river gum. It's been burnt and blackened, but stands solid beside the track. "Tommo, go get the trap and meet us back here. Whistle when you get back. We'll be lying low nearby." I hand him the pistol. "Here, give me back the axe. I don't care for this thing. Reminds me of Sam's slit." Hawk takes the pistol and gives my axe back. In my hands, the pistol felt big and clumsy, and I doubt I could have fired it. In his fist, it looks like a child's toy. Almost an hour later, I'm back with Caleb's trap. It's turned dark, and I whistles for me twin. Soon enough, Hawk, at first a huge dark shadow, appears. He calls to the others.
"Tommo, I want you to take them into Yass. They'll be safe enough there. Then head back here as soon as you're able. It's a hard pull for the horses with 6 people, but they'll make it well enough."
"No, sir," I said. "It's 12 hours to Yass, and I've got a game of cards to play tomorrow with the bloody Callahan mob. I'll never make it back in time. Bet your boots they was in the front of the Miners' League this Arvo."
"Tommo,"
Hawk exclaims, looking cranky.
"I'm the weight of 2 men. I can't go. It's too much to ask the horses to pull."
"They're game enough. Good nags, them 2. Take it slow." I fold my arms. "I ain't doing it. I ain't going to let them Callahan bastards off the hook."
"It isn't safe to play cards with them,"
Hawk yells at me. "It's safer than rescuing chinks," I yells back. Hawk tries to argue some more. I shrug. "I ain't had me stuff. I'll be useless in an hour." Hawk stops, knowing he can't win. In fact, I had a pipe of poppy when I returned to get Caleb's trap, but I ain't going to tell him that. Hawk calls to the Mongolians to climb into the trap. The woman and her baby, the old man and the smallest of the remaining men gets in the front. The other 2 stands on the back platform, what Caleb uses to carry a couple of cases of sample liquor. Hawk climbs in and takes up the reins, and I can see it's a tight squeeze. The woman ain't said a word all along, and now she's feeding her brat by a tip what don't look too promising a sauce, if you ask me. The baby's little mouth is working overtime. One of the Chinamen steps down from the back platform. He comes over to me and bows low. It's the man what earlier took the woman's baby and put his arm about her. He looks up at me in the moonlight and smiles. "Me, Wong Ka-leung." He sticks out his hand and shakes mine up and down several times. "Very good, sir." He bows again and then climbs onto the back of the trap.
"I'll be back Tuesday,"
Hawk calls. "Yeah, see ya," I says. He hasn't once mentioned the camp or what's happened, just gone about the business of doing what needs to be done. I watch him move off. I'm about to turn and walk back to Lambing Flat when I sees him reining the horses.
"Tommo!"
"Yeah, what?" I shouts back.
"I love you!"
Then he's off in a clatter of wheels and hoofs down the rocky road. Jesus, I thinks. 4 useless bloody chinks, a wore-out white whore with a half-caste chinky brat, and me twin risks his life to save them. When is that big nigger going to grow up some? I begin to walk back to the camp and the card game. Oh, it's bloody cold.
Chapter 22. Hawk. Lambing Flat, 1st of July, 1861. I returned to Lambing Flat from Yass shortly before noon on Tuesday, having travelled through the night. As soon as I arrive, our landlady, Just Lucy, tells me that Tommo is still at the Great Eastern Hotel. Just Lucy inquired after him at 10 o'clock this morning, as soon as the bar opened for business. The barman said that Tommo and the lads were still upstairs. Some of the lads had ordered kidneys and hard-boiled eggs at dawn, but Tommo and Callahan played on at stud poker. This is somewhat alarming news. I unharness the horses, and Just Lucy gives them a feed of hay. Meanwhile, I take myself off to the hotel to see Mr. Makepeace Chubb. The publican is in a regular sweat when I find him. For the past 8 hours, 2 of the Callahan mob have been stationed in the passage outside the upstairs room where the game is taking place. They will not allow anyone to enter. The publican is afraid they are holding Tommo captive. Since midnight, several bottles of Irish whiskey have been ordered, but no Cape brandy, which he knows Tommo drinks. All the bottles must be left halfway up the stairs, where they are collected by the 2 ruffians guarding the door. "Should we not call the troopers?" I ask, concerned. "You won't find them, lad," says Makepeace Chubb. "They're all busy investigating the miners' riots on the Chinese encampment. Besides, I hasn't got a gambling permit, and if the traps find out, I'll lose me liquor licence," he adds. "They'll put your little mate in jail too, with his winnings in the pocket of some good officer." I thank him and return hastily to our camp. The road leading from the hotel is strewn with sleeping drunks. Others sit with vacant expressions, mumbling or shouting insults, each nursing a black bottle and often covered in their own vomit. Back at Just Lucy's, I take the pistol gained on Sunday from the horseman in the Chinese camp. I reload it and place it inside my blouse where it cannot be seen. Next, I find Tommo's fighting axe. It's where he usually keeps it, wrapped in an oilcloth in his blanket roll, together with his opium pipe and lamp. How I wish I could smash these last 2 objects, and his addiction with them. I take some comfort from knowing that Tommo does not have his axe with him. He is deadly with this weapon, and could easily take 4 or 5 men at once with it. But under the circumstances, he is much better without it. On consideration, I too decide to leave the axe where it is, telling myself the Callahan mob would not kill him on the hotel premises. Tommo is safe enough while he remains at the Great Eastern. And so I return to the pub and ask Chubb to direct me to the upstairs room. He takes me as far as the base of the stairway and points upwards before he tiptoes away. The short, narrow stairway is made of timber and without the benefit of a carpet, so there is no possibility of a stealthy approach. Instead, I prepare to bolt up the stairs, hoping to take Callahan's 2 guards by surprise. I pull a large breath of air into my lungs, and taking the stairs 3 steps at a time, reach the top only moments before the 2 villains get there themselves. I knock them both to the ground, and they go sprawling, their knives clattering from their hands. Picking up the knives, I kick one villain in the ribs and the other in the small of the back, hurling their weapons down to the floor below. Then I charge the door. The lock cracks from the doorframe, and it flies open. 3 of the Callahan mob lie asleep on the floor, while Jonah Callahan and Tommo sit at the card table. Tommo has his back to the door, and another member of the mob stands beside him holding a bowie knife. I smash my fist into his jugular as he turns his head at my sudden appearance. He staggers backwards, cracking his skull hard on the wall behind him, then slides to his knees and plunges forward onto his face. A loud explosion fills the room. Jonah Callahan has fired a pistol, which is still pointing at me, though the bullet has missed. His hand waves drunkenly, and he squints to aim a second time, just as Tommo pushes hard at the table. Its edge shoves into Jonah Callahan's guts, spilling his chair backwards. He falls, knocking the back of his head against the floor. Somehow he still holds the pistol, which goes off again, the bullet passing through the ceiling. Tommo jumps from his chair and stamps on Callahan's wrist, then kicks him hard in the jaw. The 3 who were sleeping on the floor are now awake, but still drunk. They come to their feet, dazed and unsteady. I pull my pistol and point it at them. Meekly they put their hands upon their heads. Tommo has now got hold of Callahan's pistol. "There are two at the door! Mark them!" I shout to him. "They scarpered," he replies. "Bastards!" I make the three men face the wall and put their hands flat against it. Tommo takes the bowie knife from their belts, and as he does this, I see that each has a pair of Chinese pigtails hanging from his belt. No doubt Jonah Callahan and the other cove who lies unconscious also have these gory trophies, ripped straight out from their victims' skulls. "Tommo," I say, "take only what winnings are yours. Leave what's rightfully theirs." Tommo seems remarkably sober, though his eyes are bloodshot and his face pale from fatigue. "It's all bloody ours," he snorts. "Callahan took me winnings and made me play for them a second time at gunpoint." "Well, if it's rightly yours, put it into my pockets. Take the cards as well. Call the publican and tell him to bring some rope so we can tie this lot up." Tommo is soon stuffing my coat pockets. To my surprise, the loot feels very heavy. Then I realise he's stashing small bags of gold dust and nuggets. These are followed by a fistful of banknotes and gold sovereigns until both my coat pockets bulge. "I've took the cards too," he says, and goes off to call Chubb. Puffing for breath as usual, the proprietor of the Great Eastern Hotel arrives with three of his men. He walks cautiously into the room, which is a sorry sight. The table upturned and the hearth strewn with broken whiskey bottles and plates, chopped bones, eggshells, spent tobacco and Mexican cheroot butts. Chubb takes in the scene and wipes his red face with a bandana from his back pocket. "It'll cost a pretty penny to set this straight. Lock's broke too," he complains. From downstairs, others have come to the doorway to peer at the disturbance. "Leave it off, all of you downstairs. You got work to do." Chubb snarls at them, then he closes the door. "Mr. Chubb, I want you to call a trooper to place these men under arrest. But first, tie their hands." I point to the pigtails hanging from their belts. "There is plenty of evidence to suggest that these men are implicated in the murder of several Chinese in Sunday's riots." Chubb frowns. "What about the card game? I'll lose my licence, lad. Besides, miners drink here. They won't like it if I gets their mates arrested for a bit of rough and tumble with the Celestials." "What card game?" I say. "Do you see any cards? It's clear these villains have been drinking and have smashed up the room. You've broken down the door, very brave too, and made an arrest in the interests of law and order." Tommo laughs at this. "I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get a medal for this, Mr. Chubb. Anyways, these men ain't miners, nor mates of 'em neither. They's thugs and standover men, Callahan's mob. They'll get no sympathy from the miners." "Aye, I get your drift," the publican says with a sly grin. "They can be the troopers' scapegoats for causing the riot." One of the men with Chubb begins to tie up the villains, who are still standing facing the wall. Not a word is spoken as their hands are secured behind their backs. Then the same is done to the two lying on the floor, and their ankles bound for good measure. I think Tommo's boot must have broken Jonah Callahan's jaw, for it has a peculiar lopsided look, and blood runs from the corner of his mouth into his beard. The cove I punched in the throat is now making rasping sounds. I'm most relieved I have not injured him fatally. It is good, however, that neither man will be able to tell tales of what has happened for some time. The publican is examining the table and the chair. "Both broken," he says mournfully, and he waves his hand vaguely about the room. "Lot of damage done overall, ain't there? A lot of repairs will be needed." There is probably not much that couldn't be fixed by a maid with a bucket and a mop, or a carpenter for £1 worth of work, but I know what he's getting at. "How much for the repairs?" I sigh. Chubb looks around again, pursing his lips. £4 would clear it nicely, I should think." I nod. "What about my 10%, lad?" Chubb asks my twin. "What 10% be that, Mr. Chubb?" Tommo asks politely. "The house takes 10% of the winnings of the card game." "Card game?" Tommo queries ingenuously, scratching his brow. "I thought you just agreed there were no card game. Only villains what's murdered Mongolians. A respectable pub owner like you wouldn't take a chance on losing his licence for gambling, now would he?" Chubb looks down at his boots and shakes his head slowly. "Aye," he says. "I can well see your point." I hand the publican my pistol, and Tommo gives his to the man who has supervised the tying up. The three Irishmen now sit facing the far wall.
You'll be wanting to send a lad to fetch a trooper, Tommo suggests to Chubb. Citizen's arrest. Your name in the Sydney Morning Herald for sure.
Brave publican arrests Irish murder gang, I quip.
Single-handed, Tommo adds.
I pull out a handful of Tommo's winnings and select a £5 note issued by the Oriental Bank and push it into the publican's vest pocket. For the repairs, and a bit extra to buy the lads a drink. We're off to Sydney within the hour, and I'm sure we'll not be needed at the inquiry. After all, you've captured the Callaghan mob all by yourself, isn't that so? I pluck £3 more from the bundle in my hand and give one to each of the hotel employees.
Much obliged,
2 of them say, and take the money shyly. The third, who still holds the other pistol, grins.
I'm going to bet it on you beating the lightning bolt, Mr. Hawke. In the meantime, we ain't seen you two, that I'll guarantee. Blind as a bat we is, eh, lads?
The others nod their heads. I'll thank you to call the police after we've gone. Give us 10, perhaps 15 minutes, I say to Chubb. He wipes his face again with the rag and smiles greasily.
Another £5'd seal my lips, and a sov more to each of the lads would settle them down nicely.
It ain't necessary, the man with the pistol protests.
Not for our part.
Chubb glares at him. I dig in my pocket and give £1 to each of the men. That's so your men will not feel inclined to falsely report that a card game has taken place, and so get their master into trouble with the police, I say to Chubb.
Much obliged to you, Mr. Chubb, Tommo says. We'll be off then. Never trust a nigger,
I hear Chubb mutter as we leave. When we return to our camp, we find that Caleb Soul has harnessed the horses again to the trap.
I'm anxious to get going, lads. It's chaos all about. We must get back to Sydney.
He points to the horses.
They're good for a stint before they're done for the day. Hawke, you don't seem to have pushed them too hard.
I nod, for I'd taken them slowly, knowing Caleb would be keen to leave upon my return.
We'll camp a few miles out, Caleb says, and let them graze the night. I've purchased provisions for the road.
I think what a good man Caleb Soul is. He has already pulled down the tent and packed our belongings. Tommo and I do not have much gear, a blanket roll, a shirt or two, shaving tackle and the like, but Caleb has carefully loaded it all, ready to leave. Tommo goes quickly to the trap and takes out his blanket roll to check to see his fighting axe, opium pipe and poppy lamp are there. Poor Tommo. All that is precious to him is destructive. We take our farewell from Just Lucy, and Tommo gives her a £5. She waves us goodbye, blubbing all the while. I note that her moggy is nowhere to be seen. It's most likely asleep in some sheltered spot, catching the best of the afternoon sunshine. Cats don't give a damn for farewells, even though this one's been fed like a king since we've been here. As soon as we're on the road, I ask Caleb's forgiveness for using the Tucker & Co. trap to help get Wong Kar Leung and his family to Yass. But he is most kind, saying we are heroes for it. This I cannot agree with. Tommo is a hero, yes, for he fought a hostile mob to be at my side. But as for me, it was simply a debt repaid. Wong Kar Leung, or Ah Wong, as he said I may call him, helped me with Tommo. I owed him a good turn.
What a day. Look at that blue sky.
Tommo smiles as we move along. I'm only grateful that he is able to see this glorious day, and is not dead in a pool of blood in that stinking hotel. I know now that in his drunken fury, Jonah Callaghan would have killed my twin without thinking twice about the consequences. The brilliant blue sky reminds me of Maggie's eyes. We've only been away for just over 2 weeks, but oh, how I long to return to her. She has found a place in my heart so that I think of her 100 times each day. I do not think I could bear to be parted from her again. Every morning and every night I take off Maggie's magpie ring and read the inscription. Maggie Pie loves Hawke Solomon, champion of the world. Then I kiss it and put it back on my finger. Soon enough I spy a magpie carolling away, high up on a dead branch of a gum tree, as we pass by. Maggie, I'm coming home, I say silently to the bird. Tommo's got our steak and all's well, my darling. We've not been on the road long when Tommo takes to shivering. He complains to me in a whisper that his head wound is giving him merry hell. After a while, he drops into a fitful sleep, moaning and waking and falling asleep again. Though he is exhausted, I can see he is also in pain and will soon need his pipe. As he sleeps, I wipe the sweat from his face, though the air is cold. He's been up all night, I explain to Caleb.
Poor lad, Caleb says. I know a nice place with a running stream. We'll camp there for the night. Not too far to go now. It will give Tommo a chance to recover.
He asks me how the card game went, and I tell him more or less what happened. He cannot resist reminding me that he had warned Tommo against playing cards with Callahan and his mob.
They could have killed him, Caleb says, nodding his head at Tommo's slumbering form, and most likely got away with it, leaving his body in the Chinese encampment. He would have been just another corpse, the lone white man to die in the riots.
What happened to the man who was burnt? A white man, I ask, thinking of the horseman Tommo clobbered.
He lives, though he's badly burned all over. There's some justice, though God knows it's little enough, Caleb observes.
Well, we were lucky. We got away and got our stake to boot. I take a small bag of gold dust from my pocket. Would you know its worth? Caleb switches the reins into one hand and judges the weight of the bag in his palm.
I'll put it on the scales when we stop for the night, but I'd judge it at 50 pounds, give or take.
He hands the bag back to me. Well, Tommo's won 6 of them, and 3 small nuggets as well. There's also some banknotes and gold sovs, what I haven't counted yet.
Exactly the same size bags? He asks.
Yes, I reply. Caleb nods.
Well, there's no doubt where Callahan got these from. They're Chinese, see, made from rice sacks.
I look at the small bag and see it has been neatly stitched with a drawstring pulling it tight.
Open it. You'll see it's lined with silk. Gold doesn't stick to silk, Caleb says.
I work the drawstring open and see that he is right. The gold dust gleams in the afternoon light. What are we to do now? I ask, concerned.
Nothing, lad. The true owners are dead or fled. Callahan's mob looted it, but Tommo won it fair and square.
I suspect that Tommo won the loot thanks to a couple of marked decks, but I refrain from saying so to Caleb. Privately, I resolve to give 1 bag to Ah Wong when we meet as arranged in Sydney. You must let me pay for all your expenses. We have enough, I say to Caleb, holding up the bag again.
I'll take a pinch tonight when we weigh it. It'll pay for the handbills.
Yes, and what about the £10 you paid to Pat Malone and the Irishman who beat me? Caleb chuckles.
Righto, seeing you're so flush, I'll accept.
I pay him what's due, and he jams the notes into his vest pocket with his thumb. There is much more we owe you, Caleb. I've kept a record.
No, Hawk, no more. Caleb smiles. It's been a long time since I enjoyed such company. I'm in your debt for the good fellowship you've provided me on my last trip to the diggings.
This is your last trip?
Aye. It ain't been bad work, and the recompense is fair, but it's a hard life, too. For a start, I have to drink too much with the customers.
But I've never seen you intoxicated, I exclaim.
Not ever quite sober, either.
He jigs the reins, and the horses move a little faster.
It's time for me to take out my pills and potions. Time to settle down. Have a family. I've put a fair bit away, and pharmacy is what I really want to do.
I think on this. If Caleb is correct, I calculate that Tommo has won about £400, most of it in gold. Caleb, you asked Tommo and me once, I hesitate, if we'd be partners with you in your pharmaceutical company.
I did. He looks at me. I'd be proud to have you in with me, Hawk. Your brother, too. Though I don't know quite what he'd do.
What would such a partnership cost?
I thought you wished to try your hand at being a shopkeeper at the diggings.
Caleb, like you, I think it's time to settle and have a family. But now I see that the gold fields are no place for a woman and children.
You're not wrong, he says. Then you consider coming in with me.
I clear my throat. Caleb, I haven't been entirely forthcoming with you. Tommo and I must go back to Tasmania for a while. Perhaps even longer than a while. I'd like to be your partner and maybe work with you later, but I would be joining you as a silent partner for the present. There's the fight, and then there's my duties in Hobart Town.
Your lass, she's down there, is she?
No, she's from Sydney, but I'll have to present her to our mamma. I must have her blessing.
Quite right,
Caleb murmurs. We don't speak again for 15 minutes. Then Caleb says,
Hawk, I'd rather our partnership was 50-50, with us both putting in equal amounts of capital and working together. But if you want a 1/3 share as a silent partner for now, with this to be revised to a half share should you come as a working partner within 2 years, it will cost you £150.
Will you measure it out on the scales in gold dust tonight? I ask. Plus, of course, my share of the legal expenses, including the cost of drawing up the papers for Tommo and me. Caleb Soul leans over and offers his hand.
You'll not regret it, Hawk. 2 things are certain in this life. People will always need grog, and they'll always need potions.
So my course is set. I have resolved to marry Maggie, and I must somehow persuade Tommo to return to Hobart Town with me. Mary's last letter was most unhappy. She misses us terribly, and I know she fears she may never see her boys again. I sink back into silence, much preoccupied by how I shall bring together all my loved ones at last. Our friend is true to his word, and we camp by a pleasant stream late in the afternoon. I help him set up the tent while Tommo goes away to attend to his pipe. Later that evening, Caleb brings out his gold scales, and after considerable reckoning, he declares that we have at the very least £500. When I ask him to accept a little more for the trouble he has taken on our behalf, he adamantly refuses, requesting only that he might help with the preparations for the fight. This I readily agree to. A week later, we are back in Sydney, where Maggie receives me with joy and tears. I, too, am overcome. Oh, dear, how very much I love her, and from her joyous reception it seems she loves me, too.
Oh, Hawk, you lovely bastard, I loves you,
she says, jumping into my arms. Maggie, what would you say to giving up your work? I ask her after we've made love.
What do you mean?
She asks, horrified.
Become respectable, like?
Well, yes, sort of. I cannot quite imagine Maggie completely respectable.
Jesus, Hawk, what's you on about? Respectable? Is you ashamed of me?
Her lips begin to tremble, but then she gains control and her big blue eyes come to fire.
You bastard! You nigger bastard!
I hold her tight against my chest as she yells at me in anger.
Let me go, you black shit! Let me go!
Maggie! Maggie! Hush! I'm asking you to marry me. To have my children. Maggie goes totally still in my arms, and I release her.
Pratt?
She asks. I.
Me own Pratt? Oh, Jesus!
Maggie begins to sob. I don't know what to do. I thought to see her anger or scorn, but not these tears. I pat her on the back. You'd like to have children, then? I query, anxious that I may have said completely the wrong thing. Her head buried in a pillow, Maggie nods. Then her sobs begin afresh.
Brat!
She howls.
Oh, shit! Oh!
I continue patting her, and then begin to stroke her back and thighs. My hand wanders over her tight, sweet derriere to the inside of her legs, and I let my fingers slide into her warm and creamy place. Maggie opens up to receive me, and I push her gently onto her back and enter her. Her sobs turn to whimpers and moans, and I think how beautiful she is, and how much I love her.
Oh, Hawk,
she cries, wrapping her legs tight about me.
Oh, darling, Maggie's coming. Oh, Jesus, you bastard, you lovely bastard. Brats, me own.
Afterwards, she sits up almost immediately.
You wants me to marry you? Be respectable, like?
She wonders.
I ain't never been respectable. Don't suppose I got the knack.
You'll get the hang of it soon enough, I laugh. Maggie makes a pair of dainty fists and knuckles away another rush of tears. She's sitting cross-legged on the bed, her blue eyes red-rimmed from crying, but her pretty mouth is set firm.
On your wages, no bloody fear, mate.
Respectable takes money. I ain't going to be respectable washing the bleeding floor, scrubbing pots and pans. I'm a respectable whore, not a bleeding respectable scullery maid.
She looks at me fiercely.
You can shove your respectable up your arse, Hawk Solomon. I'll work and keep you till you make something out of your life.
She stops and thinks for a moment.
And not out of fisticuffs neither. I ain't marrying a prize fighter. Of course you can fight this once against the bolt.
Then you'll marry me. Oh, Maggie! I go to embrace her, but she pushes me away.
Only if I stays what I am till we can afford better. I ain't going to scrub no floor for no one. I loves you, Hawk, with all me heart, but I ain't going to go down on me knees for no bastard.
Maggie, it doesn't matter to me what you are. I love you with all my heart too.
Yeah, she says. It don't matter to you. I know that now. I didn't never think it could happen to me. Oh, sweet Mary, Mother of Jesus, I loves you, Hawk Solomon.
I hold her for a while. Maggie, I say eventually, now you must meet our mamma. Maggie draws back.
But she don't like me.
Of course she will. Mary will love you, you'll see. Then I see Maggie has brought her hand to her lips and wears a look of consternation. I hear again her last words in my mind. What did you say? I ask slowly, my heart pounding.
I said, what if she don't like me?
Maggie, that's not what you said. I frown.
All right, Maggie says tremulously. We has met. I'll tell you the whole story. Tommo thinks you're going to get beat. Hurt bad. He asked your mamma to come up here.
What, here? To Sydney? Maggie nods and sniffs.
We needed her help.
What for?
Oh, Hawk, don't you see? There's only one way yous can win. The bolt's got to take a dive. At least that's what Tommo thinks.
And you? Do you think that? I ask her. Maggie drops her eyes but says nothing, her fingers playing with the corner of the pillow. I grasp her by the shoulders. Answer me! Is that what you think, Maggie?
Let go! You're hurting me!
She cries, but I continue to hold her.
Please! You're bruising me, Hawk!
I cannot bear the idea of hurting Maggie, and all the anger goes out of me. I sigh. I can't possibly win, no matter how much training I do, so Tommo's going to fix the fight. Is that it? Maggie's eyes grow big.
Hawk, you're the bravest man I've ever known. It's just...
Just what?
Well, Tommo says you can't learn enough technique in time to fight the bolt, no matter what. I know prize fighters, and I thought you could win. But he's made me believe you're going to get hurt.
She tilts her head at me.
Oh, Hawk, I don't want them to hurt you. The Irishman will be too crafty and cunning. You don't have the skill to take him on. You said so yourself, remember?
Yes, but I've changed my mind.
That don't change nothing, Maggie exclaims. Think the Irishman's going to shit his pants because you've changed your bleeding mind?
You're wrong. It changes everything, I say. We're going to set it up so that Mr. Sparrow lays down all his money against me. And then I'll take on the lightning bolt fair and square and win. Even if I get killed in the process.
But why? Maggie pleads. I can take care of yous. And you'll soon get on in your job, get a raise. We don't need to do this bloody fight.
Maggie, you forget what Mr. Sparrow's done to Tommo. He's a mongrel. You can't let the mongrels win.
Oh, bull, Maggie exclaims. What's been done to Tommo, he's done to himself. There's always a Mr. Sparrow. Get this one and another will take his place soon enough. World's full of bastards what you calls mongrels. Always has been, always will be.
It's more than that, Maggie. It's what happened to Tommo and me when we were brats. Mr. Sparrow's a part of that. It's time to change our fate.
I don't know what you're talking about, I'm sure. Maggie sniffs.
Yes, well, be that as it may, Tommo's got to answer for himself, and so do I. Part of the answering is believing the mongrels don't always win. You can't just give in to evil, you have to fight it. If you don't, it destroys you. If I have to fight the Irishman to beat Mr. Sparrow, then I shall, and I mean to win.
But you will win, Maggie insists. That's it, ain't it? We bribe the Irishman to take a dive and Mr. Sparrow loses all his loot on the betting ring. Abra bleeding cadabra. You've won.
I sigh. Maggie, you have not heard a thing I've said. I can't win by cheating.
Shit, why not? What's wrong with cheating all of a sudden? What's Tommo been doing these past weeks to raise your stakes if it ain't cheating?
Maggie asks. That's different. To bribe the Irishman to lose is to be just like Mr. Sparrow. All the things that have destroyed us, me, Tommo, even you, are the result of good men standing by and watching while mongrels like him corrupt the human soul. Maggie shrugs.
Well, I shouldn't worry about it too much. Nobody's going to bribe nobody. She ain't got the money.
She? Who hasn't?
Mary bloody Abacus.
Maggie, you've met our mamma, then? Maggie sticks out her chin.
Yes, I has. Tight as a squid's bum, that one. I don't mean to insult your mamma, Hawk, but Tommo said she'd be willing to pay the bribe.
Maggie pauses, then meets my eye.
Well, it ain't so.
Maggie, what has Tommo told you about Mary?
He told me she were rich.
Oh, Lord. And then?
I started to cry. 'Cause if she were, and you also, then you wouldn't love me when you went back to Hobart Town. Rich blokes fuck alls, but they don't marry 'em. But now I know's different. She told me she ain't got no money.
Maggie looks at me, still near to tears.
She don't like me, Hawk. She said I were a whore.
Well, you are, aren't you? I say, cuddling her. You say so yourself.
Yes, but the way she said it were different.
Tears begin to roll down Maggie's cheeks.
At least she can't think me a gold digger if she ain't got no money to give you.
I can see in me mind what's happened. Mary's arrived dressed in a simple black dress, hair brushed tight under a dark bonnet, looking plain as a crow, hoping to seem a respectable working-class woman. She's taken one look at Maggie and made up her mind in an instant. So she cried poverty, thinking to send the little gold digger away. I sigh at these thoughts. Maggie, you aren't marrying Mary Abacus. You're marrying me, Hawk X Solomon.
I suppose, she says doubtfully. But I'm glad she ain't rich after all. I can look after you, Hawk, honest. I'll work harder. We'll save a bit. We've got me rooms and we won't starve.
How long has Mary been in Sydney? Does Tommo know she's here?
Tommo knows. She's at the Hero of Waterloo. She only came in last night. Mr. Harris sent a lad to tell me. I got her a nice room, paid a week's advance myself, full board.
Maggie looks accusingly at me.
She didn't even say tar.
I'm sorry, Maggie. Mary's pretty plain-spoken, that I'll admit, but she's not usually rude. She's a good woman, Maggie, you'll see. Did she truly call you a whore?
Good as. It was the way she looked at me. I wore my best outfit, too, and my new magpie hat from Mr. Myers' Emporium. It was me red silk gown what I bought from Farmers after the Ben Dunn fight. I wanted to do you proud, Hawk, so your mamma would think I were pretty enough for yous. I even wore one of them Chinese silk shawls what Barney Moses give me, so she wouldn't see me tits.
I closed my eyes. I can just imagine the set of Mary's thin lips when she first set eyes on my darling Maggie in all her finery. As to what she'll have to say to me when we meet, I am loath to think. Chapter 23. Tommo. The Rocks, July 1861.
Hawk's flaming mad about our plan to bribe the Bolt. He says I've lost me marbles. He even threatened to get Caleb Soul to take charge of our side of the arrangements. I tried to tell him I didn't think he could win no matter what, because he don't have the experience to fight a pug like the Bolt. And Ho Kwong Choi's turned out to be no help to us. On my first visit to Tang Wing Hung's opium den, after we gets back from Lambing Flat, old Ho tells me he can't help us none. He said he couldn't remember nothing what could be useful to Hawk. But I reckons it's a set-up. He spoke to Mr. Tang Wing Hung after all, what told Mr. Sparrow what warned the old man not to help Hawk. I should have saved me breath, trying to persuade Hawk to my way of thinking. Hawk's a stubborn bugger, and once he's made up his mind, he don't change it too often. He reckons if we win by cheating, we ain't beaten greed, greed's beaten us. And if it ain't a straight victory over the Bolt, then we'll still be in Mr. Sparrow's power, and he'll have won after all. As usual, he's done a measure of practical thinking about the whole setup, too. What he's come up with isn't half bad, even if it won't be of any use in the end. Hawk points out that the Bolt has now fought and won against most of the champions of the various states. He's already beat Ben Dunn, as well as Fred Woods and Jimmy Shanks, and all of them stopped well short of 20 rounds. Ben Dunn did best, lasting 19 rounds before his corner threw in the sponge. Bell's Life in Sydney reckons the local champs have given the Lightning Bolt no trouble whatsoever. His ringcraft and cunning has had them well and truly beat.
The Bolt boasts he hasn't done a lick of training, and that against Jimmy Shanks he took a bottle of Irish whiskey into the ring to drink between rounds.
Hawk looks at me most earnest.
Don't you see, Tommo? He's well cashed from the bouts and from betting on himself. He's ready to return home after one last easy fight. Maybe I can't match his cunning, but I've got height and reach and strength. I reckon I can outlast him, wear him down till his legs give in.
Hawk smiles.
The Bolt hasn't yet had an opponent who could do that. All of them have been old pugs, not one of them a day younger than 35, and not trained for stamina.
Hawk, it won't come to that, I argues. Bare-knuckle fighting's a dirty business. There ain't no rules for sportsmen. It's a free-for-all in the clinches. He'll stamp on your insteps, knee you in the bollocks and headbutt you as he pulls you in. It ain't about stamina or about outlasting him. It ain't even about punching. It's about fighting cunning. But Hawk won't listen to none of what I tells him, and so I've done my best to see he gets the right training. Most of the past 2 weeks I've been waking early so I can watch him spar before I goes for me smoke and night of poker. It ain't left me much time for Mary, what's been in Sydney since we got back from Lambing Flat. She's still at the Hero of Waterloo, and after telling me she ain't going to get involved none till she's seen for herself what's going on, we've barely spoke. What suits me just fine, thank you very much. Since he started training proper, Hawk's built his strength up, and has shown himself a quick learner. Banjaraby Jack and Johnny Hickey, the Aborigine and Maori blokes what's training him, are old-timers, and knows all the dirty stuff what's likely to come his way. Johnny Hickey loves Hawk like a brother, and they chatters away together in the Maori tongue for hours. Hawk has Maori tattoos of a very high order, and so is much respected by Johnny, who imagines me brother is fighting for his people's honour. In a way, that's true. I reckon Hawk's fighting for all of us what's been wronged, all what's been taken advantage of as he sees it. Johnny tells Hawk how the dirty fighting's done in the clinches, when the referee's to the back of you so he can't see what's going on below the belt. He shows Hawk how to stand with his feet wide-spaced, so that he can lean against his opponent and still keep him from getting too close. Johnny Hickey and Banjaraby Jack reckons the Bolt will try to draw Hawk in, and that's where Hawk can do his best work. They teaches him how to use his knee and a groin and grab his opponent's bollocks. But it's not the kind of fighting me brother takes to. It's too low down and dirty for him. Instead, Hawk must learn to avoid having these things done to him. So his trainers show him how to rest his head on his opponent's shoulder when he's pulled close to prevent a headbutt. Hawk must keep his head above his opponent's shoulder at all times, because if the canny Irishman can lower it to his chest, he'll surely poke his fingers into Hawk's eyes, or get 2 fingers up his nostrils, tearing his nose so bad the fight must be stopped for the blood what's pouring out. Everything, Hawk's coaches explain, happens in the clinch, in the hugabug. So Hawk must use his reach and strength to avoid the clinch. Both blokes teach Hawk how to defend himself from body blows, and in particular from blows below the belt. They reckons Hawk can only learn one good combination punch in the time they've got, so they teaches him how to lead with a left and follow through with a right. Banjaraby Jack calls this the one-spot, two-shot, left-right, bang-bang. He makes Hawk practice this combination over and over again till he can do it without thinking. Hawk's left can drive a man back several paces, and the right hook what follows, up and under the heart, will lift his opponent's feet off the ground. The Aborigine slaps his palms together as though he is dusting them. 10 times, boss. One spot, two shot, left, right, bang, bang. 10 times, one fight, all over. Sleepy time. Banjaraby Jack reckons if Hawk can land a good left and a right under the heart 10 times during the fight, he'll stop any man on the planet. They also school him to keep hitting under his opponent's heart, what's much better than trying to hit him in his head, where Hawk could easily break his hand and leave himself defenceless. Same spot, boss. Banjaraby Jack keeps repeating, as he drives his fist under Hawk's heart. Keep hitting him, same spot. Time come he can't stand no more. Same spot, eh? Then just a few days ago, things really began to look up. Hawk were hauling barrels up to the wine loft as part of his training, when a boy apprentice comes to say there'd be a Chinaman at the gate. He hands Hawk a scrap of paper what the man has given him. Hawk sees that the note is in his own handwriting and has his name and the Tucker & Co. address. It's the note he gave Wong Kar-leung, or Ah Wong as he calls him, when he left him in Yass after they'd fled from Lam Flat. Hawk goes immediately to the gate to greet the Chinaman. Me big brother is most anxious that Ah Wong should get one of the bags of gold I won from Callahan. Yours truly argues against it. After all, I won it fair and square. It ain't the Celestials no more, and Hawk's done enough by rescuing Ah Wong and his family. But Hawk, as usual, sees it quite the opposite.
We've profited, but he's lost everything. He can't go back to Lambing Flat. He's skint, poor bastard, with a wife and child to support, and we're rich. It isn't fair he should suffer more while we benefit from his misfortune.
So what about the other 5 bags of gold? They must have been took from the Mongolians too, I says, just to make trouble. Hawk sighs.
There's an old Chinese proverb, Tommo. Every journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. We don't know the others who lost their gold, but we do know Ah Wong. He is our first step to making things right.
Where Hawk's learnt a Chinese proverb, I'm buggered if I know. Them books he reads go straight into his head, and he don't seem to forget nothing. Stuff comes out when you least expect it. So Hawk goes to the gate to welcome Ah Wong, and gives him money for food, and arranges to meet him later that night in Chinatown, at the scrag end of the rocks. When Hawk gets there, he finds Ah Wong and his family sharing a filthy cellar room with 11 other men. The property belongs to an importing merchant, what has a go-down on the wharf. All these men works 18 hours a day just for food and a corner of the room. Ever the bloomin' mother, Hawk takes one look and immediately buys food, clothes and blankets, as well as all sorts of oriental paraphernalia like chopsticks, cooking woks and bamboo baskets. He buys a bolt of black cotton for clothes, boots for their feet, and everything what's needed to set up Ah Wong and his family. Then he rents them a room what's only for them. After all this, when they safely moved into their new home, he gives Ah Wong the bag of gold to get him started out in life again. 2 days later, an uncle of Ah Wong's family turns up at Tucker & Co. to see Hawk. He can't speak no English, so it's all busy hands and sign language between the two of them. Hawk can't make head or tail of what the old man's on about. Suddenly the Chinaman takes a step forward and brings the fingers of his right hand up into the top of Hawk's throat and presses. Hawk feels the strength leak out of him and he sinks to his knees. So now, with Ah Wong's uncle teaching Hawk the ancient celestial arts, we has our replacement for Ho Kwong Choi. And this time, Tang Wing Hung and Mr. Sparrow don't know nothing about it. I begins to feel that perhaps Hawk can win the fight against the Bolt. It ain't much of a chance, but it's better than a kick in the arse. Meanwhile, Maggie's been going all out in the pubs and sporting houses. Anywhere people might listen, she's letting drop her rumours, where they spreads and spreads. Her latest story is that Hawk's been running 100 yards with a grown bullock across his shoulders, not even puffing at the end. Some of the likely lads even swears they've seen it with their own eyes. Most of the stories we come up with are so wild and ridiculous you'd reckon people would die laughing, but the punters lap 'em up and clamour for more. There's even tales what we didn't invent spinning about. Each one's stranger than the next. Mr. Sparrow is delighted. He offers most attractive odds on Hawk, while keeping them short on the Bolt. The smart punters ain't took in by the brouhaha, of course. Bell's Life in Sydney still rates Hawk as no chance against the Irishman. They ain't seen Hawk spar, and so they concludes he is hiding the defects he plainly suffers as a fighter. They reckons he ain't game to be named for the mismatch they feel sure this prize fight will be, and given all of this, rates me brother at 40-1. The views of Bell's Life in Sydney don't seem to matter to the little punters anyways. The average bloke is all for Hawk, and Mr. Sparrow's booking shop is taking a king's ransom in bets what favour him. Fat Fred is now claiming to be Irish and has opened another booking shop in Parramatta Town, where the Irish bets their weekly wages on their own champion, the Bolt. Meantime, Mr. Sparrow has his betting agents in all the goldfields surrounding the district of Yass and 40 miles beyond the Victorian border, where they're doing a roaring trade. The Irishman is still taking on the local fighters to the tune of one a week, and each time he wins against the champions of the various colonies, there's trouble. Extra police is called out to control the Irish mob, what comes from all about to celebrate. When the story come out about the Bolt drinking whiskey between rounds, Tucker & Co. trebled their regular sales of the liquor. That were on top of sales which were already doubled since the Irishman arrived in the colonies, and still the pubs has been drunk dry by midnight. The Bolt is the darling of the publicans, what has named a new drink for him, Irish Sunrise. It's Irish whiskey and creme de menthe in equal measure, took straight. The gold of the whiskey and the green of the creme de menthe be heaven's golden light upon the green and pleasant land of Erin, so I hears. I don't know how much golden light a bloke could enjoy in the gutter after a dozen of them. Maggie's been reporting back on all her doings to Mr. Sparrow. She tells him most convincing that Hawk is at the point of complete despair. "He ain't got the nature to be a fighter," she confides to me master. If our Maggie's to be believed, Hawk hates to go into the ring for sparring, and the two broken-down pugs what's training him can hit him almost at will, for he's too slow to parry their blows. Twice she has gone to Mr. Sparrow seeming at the end of her tether. "Hawk wants to give it away," she wails the first time. "He don't lack the courage, mind. It's just he can't learn the craft of it. He's strong as a bull, but just as clumsy. The Abbo, what's half his size, can put him down any time he likes, and the Maori sits him on his arse a dozen times each sparring. He's took to speaking to no one, and he seems most down in spirits." Maggie brings tears to her eyes. "He don't even want to take me to bed no more," she howls. "Mr. Sparrow, honest, I don't think he's going to hold up. What shall I do?" Maggie reckons that's when Mr. Sparrow started to tremble. "You keep him in the fight, Maggie, you hear?" he shouts. He fumbles in his purse. "Here." He hands her another £1. "I don't care what it takes. You keep him matched up." The second time Maggie goes to him with the same story about how Hawk wants to quit, Mr. Sparrow don't even waste time trying to bribe her. "You keep him in!" he screams. "Don't know that I can, Mr. Sparrow. He's that forlorn," Maggie says, her blue eyes wide and misty. "He don't listen to me no more." Mr. Sparrow speaks very low and calm now. "Maggie, you keep the nigger in the fight. Don't let me down now. You know I'll hold you responsible." "I'll try, Mr. Sparrow, but I can't work no miracles now, can I?" "Maggie, let me tell you something." "Yes, Mr. Sparrow?" "If the Schwarzer goes, you go. Know what I means?" "No, Mr. Sparrow." "Then I'll leave you to think about it, girlie." Mr. Sparrow points his bony finger with its big diamond ring at her, before bringing it back and drawing it across his throat. "It ain't no idle threat neither," he warns. Maggie gets a real fright at this. "I ain't done nothing. I only done what you asked, Mr. Sparrow. It ain't fair." "Life ain't fair, Maggie. That's my last word. Keep him in or you're done like a dinner." Poor old Maggie, she ain't having a great time of it. She don't say much, but I guess Hawk ain't doing his duty by her in the bedchamber. He's plain exhausted by the time he's finished with his sparring and lugging the barrels. He's still trying to do some clerking, even though Captain Tucker says it ain't necessary till after the fight. But Hawk's dead proud of his books, and he don't want someone else messing up his ledgers all marked up in his own beautiful hand. On Sunday, when he and Maggie are together, Hawk can hardly get himself out of bed to buy the roasts and take them to the bakery for the orphan brats at the quay. He keeps falling asleep while he's waiting in the line, much to the amusement of the housewives. Maggie's took to carving the roast herself, in case Hawk cuts himself. Sunday be Maggie's only day off, and she treasures it, for it's the only time she gets to see Hawk properly. When they're through feeding the brats, they usually goes to the cut below. There they has themselves a late dinner before popping upstairs. But these days I reckon Hawk would be asleep before he gets to the bedroom. And now, to add to Hawk's load, our mamma's decided me and him should have our Sunday roast dinner with her every week. Mary has arranged with the publican, Mr. Harris, for a special room to be made into a dining room for her on Sundays at the Hero of Waterloo. She's even brought a snowy white tablecloth like the one from home, so as we can have our white tablecloth Sunday dinners again, or so she hopes. This Sunday will be the first of the new setup, but Mary ain't invited Maggie, and Hawk says he ain't coming if she don't. The two of them, Mary and Hawk, are standing toe-to-toe, and I can see Mary ain't going to give in, despite the fact her boy's towering over her. "She's a slut," Mary snaps at him. "Mamma, don't speak like that. I love Maggie." "Humph," Mary snorts. "Love? My son loves a whore." Quick as a flash, Hawk replies, "You were a whore, Mamma, and I love you." I ain't never seen Mary so taken aback. Her jaw drops and she sits down with a bang, then begins to weep. But deep down she ain't upset. She's pleased at what he said in a funny kind of way, pleased he loves her. Mary is still Mary, though, and underneath she's made of steel. Soon as she stops crying, she says, "Hawk, don't throw your life away. Come home, lover, you and Tommo. There's many a fine young lass in Tasmania what would be proud to call herself Mrs. Hawk Solomon. Mrs. Tommo Solomon, too, I've no doubt. The both of you be most eligible young men."
Hawk says firmly, "Mamma, I don't want any of those fine young lasses. I want Maggie."
"And she wants your money," Mary retorts. "Mark my words, I know her sort. She'll bleed you dry, then leave you for some pimp with a celluloid collar and a set of gold teeth. That one ain't done a day's honest graft in her life."
"Mamma, she ain't like that," I says in Maggie's defence.
"Oh, what would you know?" she snaps at me.
"That's not fair," Hawk says. "Tommo had his doubts about Maggie too, Mamma."
"It's true, Mamma, but I've changed me mind. She's a wonderful girl." I blush at myself when I says this, but it's true, I reckon. As soon as she sees she can't win this one, Mary changes tack and smiles up at Hawk. "Please, Hawk, just this one Sunday, just the three of us. Tommo and you and Mamma, just like old times. Look, I've even brought me big gravy boat from home." "Is God coming too?" I asks, trying to lighten the mood. But neither takes any notice of me quip. Hawk shakes his head slowly.
"No, Mamma. Maggie's my betrothed. If you won't have her at your table, then you won't have me. Maggie comes on Sunday or I won't."
Hawk is laying down the law, and Mary can see he ain't messing about. Still, she tries again. "Oh, Hawk, I've missed me boys something terrible. It ain't been easy on me own, with David and Hannah Bloody Solomon on me back all the time. Me arthritis is playing up something terrible. I don't suppose I've too long left. And I ain't seen much of you these last couple of weeks." She looks at both of us with pleading eyes. "All I want is for me two boys to be home again. I don't ask nothing more. I've got the brewery built to give you something in your life what's your own. I've done it for the both of you. I've had a hard life, and you two boys has been the only joy in it. Come home, I beg you. I'm begging you, on me knees." Mary strings all these reasons together, like if she can find enough of them, we'll be convinced. But she don't go down on her knees like she says. I don't reckon Mary would go down on her knees for the Almighty himself. She might make him Sunday dinner, second helpings and all, but that's about as far as she'd go. In me head, I hears her putting him in his place. "Help yourself, God. Plenty of mutton left, gravy and onions. Here, have another tater. Bleeding cold up the mountain, ain't it? Soon be warm in here. That's a red gum log in the hearth since morning. Soon warm the cockles of your heart." Then God says we ought to give thanks for our blessings before we tucks in. "Hang about," says Mary. "Thanks to who? Who done all the bleeding cooking then?"
"Well, you did, my dear," the Almighty says. "And very nice too. Nobody does them little onions in gravy like you."
"Well then," says Mary with one of her sniffs, wiping her hands on her pinny. "Anyone going to give blessings round here can bleeding well thank me, and I don't need no thanks neither, thank you very much. Go on, tuck in and don't be so high and mighty."
"Quite right, my dear," says the Father of Heaven. "Couldn't have put it better myself. Would another slice of mutton be out of the question, do you think? Splendid. Pass the gravy, please, Tommo."
Afterwards, God always says thank you most polite to Mary in case he don't get invited back. Now here's Mary, who ain't afraid of God himself, saying she'll go down on her knees for us to come back. She won't, but even for her to say it is quite something, for she's the proudest person I've ever known.
"Mamma, I love you. We both love you," Hawk says softly, glancing at me. "But I will not come home without Tommo and Maggie, and I will not come on Sunday without her either."
Mary sighs. "All right, then. I'll set the table for 4. Don't be late. I've spoke to the cook. Leg of mutton be ready 1 o'clock sharp." Then she manages a smile. "Where do you reckon I'll get them little onions round here?" Mary may have given in, but our first family Sunday dinner looks like it ain't going to be the most pleasant gathering ever. We're all in the saloon bar of the hero. God's definitely missing. Mary's looking down her nose at Maggie, and Maggie's scared to death about the whole thing. It all starts to come apart while we're still having our drinks before dinner. Mary's having a lemonade and Hawk a beer, me a Cape brandy, and Maggie a double of gin for Dutch courage. I've come to realise that Maggie ain't in fact a big drinker. She can nurse a single gin an hour or two,
and often she'll make it look like she's tippling by arranging with the bar for 'em to give her plain water instead. Maggie's wearing a plain black dress made of what she calls bombazine, buttoned up to the neck. All the same, it's fitted tight to the waist and shows off what's hers to show up top. It's her hat what's the problem, though. She's wearing a black bonnet, except it's been fitted with a bird cage, like they sells down at the markets to keep your songbird or canary in. Maggie's got a young magpie in hers, and it's chirping and jumping and bumping against the wires, shitting everywhere. It clearly ain't too happy about it all. Hawk, of course, don't notice anything's wrong. He probably thinks his little magpie is very clever, but Maggie should have known better than to wear this trumped-up bonnet today of all days. It's all show, I reckons. She's frightened, and this be her way of pretending she ain't. Maggie don't take no lip from no one, but I reckon she were expecting a heap from Mary. She's done the magpie deliberate so as to get it all over with. Now, Maggie don't know it, but Mary has a special love for birds. She just about worships them green parakeets, and she can't abide birds being kept in cages. She once spent time in the dungeons of Newgate Jail in a cage of haws, and she reckons that's exactly what a bird cage must be like for a little winged creature what's born to fly free. "Stupid girl," I hear Mary muttering under her breath when Maggie's back is turned. But she don't say no more, and we goes into the dining room. Mary's already been into the pub kitchen to make sure the cook's done the leg of mutton to her liking. Now she says that she don't trust him with the gravy and must make it herself. "Them little pearly onions must be cooked just right, simmered in the gravy made with the dripping from the roasting dish, just the way my boys like 'em." While she's away seeing to the gravy, Maggie downs another double of gin. Hawk don't say nothing, and I ain't game. By the time Mary returns, with the cook carrying in a monster leg of mutton and her behind him with a large gravy boat, Maggie's 3 sheets to the wind. During the dinner, she giggles and snorts and whispers into Hawk's ear, making a terrible mess of her plate. There are drops of gravy splashed all over Mary's white tablecloth. Mamma's forehead is as furrowed as a new ploughed hill paddock, and things definitely ain't going too good. "Oops, pardonnez-moi," Maggie giggles in the Frenchy lingo as she spears at one of the little gravy onions, and it shoots off into Mary's lap. Mary stays stum and picks up the onion and puts it to the side of her plate. She's wearing white gloves to conceal her poor hands, and now the finger and thumb's got a big brown blotch on the tips. But Maggie don't quiet down even at this. She's got the giggles again and stabs at the next onion on her plate. This time the whole plate wobbles, spilling more gravy. 2 sprouts roll off, and half a dozen little onions merrily follows across the tablecloth. "Shit," says Maggie, not speaking the French no more. Hawk, too, is now scowling. Perhaps it's because I'm anxious for him and Maggie, but I'm pissing myself with laughter inside and trying not to show it. A shame God ain't been invited. He'd get an almighty laugh from what's happening. Maggie becomes aware there's silence all around her. "What's wrong with yous all?" she asks suddenly, jamming the handles of her knife and fork down on the table. "It ain't my fault them stupid little onions ain't growed up yet. How's I supposed to eat them, the slippery little fuckers?" I can't hold me laughter in no more, and I bursts out, and Maggie with me. She's shaking her head up and down, and the bloody magpie is chirping and fluttering, and there's feathers floating down onto the table. Then the door to the cage flies open, and out jumps the little magpie straight into the gravy boat, landing in gravy up to its neck. Out steps the birdie into the middle of the table and shakes itself like birds do after a bath. There's bloody gravy everywhere, and Mary's face is spotted. It looks like she's got a bad case of brown chicken pox. The bird tries to fly away, but it must have got gravy in its eyes or something, because it's banging into everything. Maggie says, "Oops, pardonnez-moi," again, then gets the hiccups. We both goes after the flaming magpie, but we's laughing so much we falls over each other, and the bird escapes our clutches. It's still flying about, leaving splotches of gravy on the walls and everywhere. Finally, I catches it, opens the window, and lets it go. Off it flies, dropping globs of Mary's best gravy as it leaves. Maggie runs to the open window and yells after it, "Come back! You forgot the bloody onions!" Then she turns and sees Hawk's face, and her bottom lip begins to tremble. She reaches up and pulls off the bonnet with its empty cage and throws it on the floor. "Oh!" She sobs and slides down with her back against the wall. She starts to howl, her head between her knees. Mary bangs her fist against the table so that everything rattles. "She's a whore!" she screams at Hawk.
Our mamma ain't wiped the gravy from her face and it's gone pale with rage. The scar down her cheek be bright purple and her beautiful green eyes is on fire. There follows complete silence, except for Maggie's crying. Slowly, Hawk gets up and walks over to Maggie. He takes her gently under her arms and lifts her to her feet. Then he swings her up so that she's got her arms around his neck and is sobbing into his chest. He turns to Mary.
"Perhaps she is, Mamma," he says quietly. "But she's mine and I love her."
He carries Maggie out of the room, out of the pub and down the street towards the Argyle Cut as I watches from the window. Back in the room, Mary's still sitting like she's got the headmaster's cane stuck down the back of her black dress. I can't see her expression because she's got her back turned to me. "Mamma," I says, trembling in me boots as I does so. "Maggie's a nice girl, truly. She don't drink much as a rule. She was scared, that's all, and took a drop too much." I go to sit in my chair, though I feels like running away, scarpering out of there like Hawk and Maggie. I looks up to meet Mary's eyes, and to me surprise, she's smiling. "Hawk's got himself a good un, Tommo. Lots of gumption, that Maggie. Ain't scared of life like most. Bit narrow in the hips, though. Birthing won't be no picnic, but we'll get a good midwife to attend." Mary's laughing now. "Mr. Harris says she's got a good head on her shoulders. Owns her own chop house and the building it's in." She's laughing while she wipes the gravy from her face. "Bit headstrong, mind. She'll need a bit of straightening out, but I reckon she'll get there." "Mamma, Maggie ain't easy to push around," I say, starting to like Mary for the first time. "I dare say we'll learn to live with her, and her with us." Mary dabs the napkin to her lips, then folds it carefully and puts it on the table. Her eyes fill with tears as she looks at me. "Tommo, please come back to Mamma. Come home, lovey." "Mamma, I ain't no good for you." "Oh, no," she protests. "You're good enough for the likes of me, son. I weren't an angel myself." Her eyes glisten with tears, though she tries to smile. "Fancy me, Mary bleeding Abacus, calling Hawk's Maggie a whore. Me, what's been the very same. That's funny, that is. Me, the respectable one." Then she stops and clears her throat. "I know about the opium, Tommo," she says, very quiet. I'm shocked. "Who told you?" I asks, trying to look like I don't feel guilty. "Hawk. He made it a condition." "Condition?" "Well, a condition if you were going to come back. Him too. If ever you was to come back, I'd have to accept that you're—" She thinks a moment, trying to find another way to say it, but Mary can't not call a spade a bloody shovel. "Addicted to the poppy." Then she adds quickly, "He told me about your wound. I mean, how it gives you great pain and you need the opium." "Mamma, I told you I was no good," I says. "But Hawk ain't got no right to be telling you about the opium." Mary sighs. "Tommo, he had to tell me. He won't come back less you do. He's said that to me time and again since I've been here. He's told me that if you two was ever to come back, it would have to be on your terms. You'd have to agree, and me too." Mary smooths the tablecloth in front of her with both hands. "Well, I do. I agree." She looks into me eyes. "Mamma, how long would it last? I can't work in the brewery. I ain't the type. I'm a gambler. Cards is me life." Mary reaches over and pats me hand, then leaves her hand covering mine. I look at them together, mine all mangled from the wilderness, hers from the bad things what happened at the docks. "Tommo, I ain't gonna judge you," she says, giving a bitter little laugh. "Me, judge? I ain't got no bleeding right, have I? I was addicted myself to the stuff once. Opium and a few other things what I don't care to talk about." Her voice is very soft now. "I love you for what you is, Tommo Solomon. What I done after you come back from the wilderness were wrong, and I beg your forgiveness. but I never stopped loving you.
The tears are rolling down her cheek, and I feel a lump in my own throat.
Never for one moment, through all the dark years, did I ever stop loving you. Tommo will come back, I'd say to myself every morning as I woke, and every night before I closed my eyes. And wherever you was, I'd always say, "Good night, Tommo. Mary loves you, darling."
Oh, Mama. I burst into tears. I can't help it. It's like a dam in me's just burst, and I can't hold back the flood. All the loneliness of the wilderness comes back. The cold, the beatings, what the timber getter's done to me when I were a little brat. I blubs and blubs, and Mary rises from her chair and comes to hold me. Then she starts to cry, and the pair of us is howling and hugging, and I'm 7 years old again. And Mary's got me in her lap, and I'm safe. Tommo's safe again. Mary orders a bottle of Cape brandy for me, and I has a drink as she begins to talk. It's like it's all been bottled up in her as well. We already knows from her letters that things were bad between her and David and Hannah, but now Mary pours it all out like she wants me to hear it straight. It seems old man Madden, what's now married Hannah, is stricken with the gout and crippled with arthritis, so he spends all his days in bed or in a bath chair. Hannah and David has took over his timber and wheat milling business, with David proving a sharp businessman. It ain't long before he and Hannah sees their chance to make things difficult for Mama by making it hard for her to get her supply of brewing hops. New Norfolk, where David and Hannah lives, be the best climate for the growing of hops, and they buy up land and plant hops. They also purchase in advance, at guaranteed prices per bushel, the crops of all the other hop growers. They even gain control of all hops imported from New South Wales and Victoria. Soon Hannah and David have got a monopoly, and Mary can't get her hops from nowhere lest she imports them from England, and sometimes from Cape Town, what's both unreliable and expensive. Then David does nearly the same thing with Mary's supply of glass by buying into the Tasmanian Bottle Company. Now Mama can only obtain her bottles from Melbourne, what adds greatly to their cost. He's even building his own brewery in Launceston to compete with her. Mary tells me all this and shrugs.
I've only got one pair of hands,
and none what I can trust or ask for advice except Mr. Emmett.
I need my boys to come home. Hawk tells me you've got a quick mind, Tommo.
Well, of course I'm pleased by this, as well as worried for her. But Hawk says Mr. Emmett's always helped you lots, Mama. Can't he keep an eye on David and Hannah? See what they's up to?
He did help me a great deal, it's true. But with the death of his wife, God rest her pernicious soul, he's retired, so he can't no more, Mary replies. I knows Mary has a soft spot for Mr. Emmett, what's always helped her from the very beginning when she was in the female factory. Whenever she was with him, she were like a young girl, giggling and flirting. Even as brats, we knew that beside us, Mary's only great love were for Mr. Emmett. She cared for Ikey too, but that were different. For days before she was going to see Mr. Emmett, she'd be in a regular dither, burning the porridge and dropping things. And her, what's always rushing around, would take to standing about and daydreaming with half a smile on her face, her head tilted to one side. What with Mr. Emmett being a true merino and a married man, and Mary thinking herself a common ticket to leave, there weren't much chance of their friendship turning into something more. But now Mary's wealthy, and Mr. Emmett's a widower on a government pension, so perhaps it ain't impossible after all. Mama, what about Mr. Emmett and you? I asks, screwing up me courage. Mary goes quite scarlet. Tommo, mind your tongue,
she gasps, like I've just used a dirty word in front of the vicar. I laugh at her embarrassment.
Well, you loves him, don't you?
Mind your own business, Mary retorts, but she won't meet my eye. Why don't you ask Mr. Emmett? No harm in asking, is there? Him alone and you alone, two lonely people. It don't make no sense not to.
You think I should ask him?
Mary ain't too sure she's heard me right.
Propose to Mr. Emmett? Me?
Aye.
Don't talk nonsense, Tommo. Mr. Emmett's a gentleman, and me, common as muck, chalk and cheese. It ain't possible for them two things to get together. The old bleeding island would sink under the shame of it. Mamma, Hawk says there ain't no one person better than another. It's how he lives what matters, not how he's born. Hawk's right, too. But try telling that to the governor's wife, what calls me Miss Abacus like some reptile hissing it out. The nabobs don't marry the thingamabobs in this world, Tommo. All right, well, at least put Mr. Emmett on your board of directors. Hawk reckons you should. At least that's what he said to me. Ain't no harm in that, is there? It'll keep his wise head working, Hawk says. Hawk said that? Mary looks pleased, and I can see she thinks it's a fine idea. Never in me life have I talked like this with Mary. When I comes out of the wilderness, she thought me a bit of an idiot. She talked to Hawk about the brewery and the business, but never to me. Now she's treating yours truly like she wants my opinion. And I must say I likes it. Perhaps, she says, folding and unfolding her napkin again. Anyway, that's quite enough nonsense about Mr. Emmett. She throws her napkin aside. With the finger of her glove, she picks at a spot of dried gravy on her bodice. Now listen, Tommo. I wants to talk to you about Hawk and the Irishman. The more I sees, the less I like of this fight. We must stop it at once, at all costs. How do we do it, Tommo? Mamma, we can't. Hawk's got it into his noggin that this be a fight between good and evil. He reckons the evil began with Ikey and carried through to Mr. Sparrow, what's got me under his thumb now. That Sparrow's bad news and no mistake. But Hawk blames Ikey for all this, Mary asks, surprised. Not Ikey himself. Hawk loved Ikey, we all did. It be what happened to us because of Ikey's greed. That's what Hawk says he's fighting. Oh, me God. Mary thinks a while. Ikey were not the only one who were greedy. Hannah were even worse, and now David. She pauses, then says softly, even me. That's just it. Like Hawk says, it's a canker. It festers and turns everything rotten. Greed destroys everyone it touches. Mary's lips are pursed as she listens. Tommo, let's not forget the hard things what happened to Ikey, too. He were a creature of the times, a survivor. To be a poor Jew in London when Ikey were a child was to be treated as dirt, lower than dirt. The lowest villain there was would think himself better than a Jew and spit on him. That ain't no way to treat another human being, but Ikey survived all that, and he beat all who would destroy him. Mary looks at me. Don't forget how much he gave me and you boys. Ikey were a truly remarkable man, Tommo. Mamma, I've told Hawk that. It's not Ikey what's the problem. If it weren't for Ikey, I couldn't have survived the wilderness. But Hawk says if it weren't for Ikey, we wouldn't have been took by the wild men in the first place. If Ikey had shared his fortune with David and Hannah, we wouldn't have been kidnapped, and there wouldn't have been no wilderness for me and for Hawk. It weren't quite as simple as that, Mary protests, though I can see from her expression that this line of thinking ain't entirely new to her. It were Hannah wanting more than she were entitled to. It were her greed more than anything. Mamma, how is we to know what Hannah really deserved? Who knows what went on between her and Ikey? I shrug. I'm just telling you what Hawk thinks. When Hawk gets an idea in his head, nothing's going to shake it out. He thinks Mr. Sparrow's another example of greed, destroying everything it touches. And he's got a point. Mr. Sparrow turns everyone what works for him into addicts and drunkards, and when there's no further use, he throws them out onto the street to die. Now, with the fight, Mr. Sparrow thinks to take all the little punters to the cleaners. He's tempting them to bet every cent they has with his odds, when he knows Hawk can't win. For him, Hawk losing to the Irishman be a certainty. If he thinks Hawk's got a chance, he'll do something to stop him. Hawk says it's always the little people what gets preyed upon. I draws breath. He says somebody's got to stand up for the poor, and that if we expect it to be somebody other than ourselves, it ain't never going to never happen. The villains will win again. Mary sighs and remains quiet a long time. We could still bribe the Irishman to lose. Hawk don't need to know. The poor will get their winnings. Sparrow Fart, or your Mr. Sparrow as he now calls himself, will be ruined, and Hawk won't be hurt too bad in the meantime. Well, I says, there's a lot of wills in there, except the one you ain't thought about at all. You will lose Hawk forever if he finds out. I sees that now. I were wrong even to think of it in the first place, Mamma. Completely wrong.
Wrong to ask you to come, and wrong to ask you for the money to make the bribe.
I'm glad you did, Tommo. It's given me a chance to see you and Hawk again. And to help you, if I may.
Mama, if Hawk thinks you and me and Maggie don't believe in him, he would never get over it. He knows he's going to need a miracle to win, but our Hawk believes in miracles. Matter of fact, he works so hard at his training that I'm beginning to believe in him myself. He soaks his hands in brine every day, and they be as hard as mallets. He's training with Bunjarabi Jack and Johnny Hickey and Ah Wong's uncle, too. They's all saying that if Hawk can just stay on his feet long enough and keep out of the clinches, he might win the fight. I can see Mary ain't convinced by this, so I goes on. Best thing we can do is believe in Hawk. And hope, I says. Hawk be the bravest man I've ever seen. And he's awful strong, Mama. I'm coming with you to the fight, Mary says suddenly. If me boy's going to be hurt, he'll need his Mama. Mary looks defiant at me, thinking I'm going to object. And I want Hawk to know I does believe in him, with all me heart and soul. She grabs her handbag from the floor beside her chair. Tommo, I want you to put £500 on our Hawk to win. Mind you put the bet with our Mr. Sparrow so it costs him dear and he knows it when the time comes. We want him to know the true price of underestimating the underdog, eh, Tommo? Mary snaps open her bag and digs into it. She brings out a roll of banknotes as thick as me forearm and slaps it down on the table in front of me. Now take me to Maggie. I best make things right with her and start making plans for the wedding and all. You'll be Hawk's best man, and I'll ask Mr. Emmett to give Maggie away. Let's be off.
Chapter 24. Tommo. New South Wales, August 1861.
I walk around with Mary's 500 quid stuffed inside me coat for near on 2 weeks before I figures what to do with it. I can't just do what she reckons and put the whole lot on Hawk. Mr. Sparrow would smell a rat straight away. 100 quid placed on the Irishman by a squatter or a big merchant would be all right. But if 500 or even 100 were put on Hawk, all the sporting gents would want to know what rich fool made such a stupid bet. Or else they'd want to know what was going on with Hawk, in case they too should be sticking their money on him. Either way, it wouldn't be wise to plonk the whole lot down on me twin at once. Finally, I decides to get Caleb Soul and a few of his mates to dole it out for us in smaller bets of 20 quid or so. Even this be a big bet on Hawk, and in the days what follow, it causes noise enough. The fight's just a week away, but we must leave Sydney today to be sure of making it. Its location's a secret so's the law can't prevent it, but we has to go to Yass, where we'll find out where it's at. Mary's hired a coach and four for all of us, with full provisions for the 6 days' journey. One thing's certain, the fight ain't going to be at Lambing Flat. Since the riot there, the diggings have been crawling with about 200 military men, marines and police. We sets out on our journey, and I reckon Mary and Maggie, what's made their peace together, would be enjoying themselves if it weren't for the flies. We've had a bout of warm weather, and the flies are swarming everywhere. We take to starting out early to try and avoid them, but the moment the sun comes up, the little black flies comes to life again, and they keeps up with us all day. They stick to the horses so that scarcely a patch of horsehair can be seen beneath them. They gets in our eyes and noses and mouths. Luckily, Caleb Soul, in his trap behind us, has brought along netting what Maggie makes into veils and attaches to our bonnets and hats, giving us all a most mysterious appearance. But if the flies is bad, the blowflies is worse. They get into the woolen blankets by day and spoil 'em. They lay their larvae, and in a matter of hours the blankets is covered in patches a foot square with maggots, what are at once fried by the sun and stick to the blanket. Again, Caleb saves the day by wrapping the blankets up in lengths of oilskin before sunrise and protecting them against the blowflies. At first, Maggie and Mary stay in roadside inns overnight with us camped nearby. But soon they's complaining about the bedbugs and the noisy drunks, both of which be plentiful. They decides to camp with us, rough though it be. The road is full of people what's heard about the fight. Many reckons they'll go to see it and seek their fortunes in the diggings afterwards. Some have been walking for weeks to get to Yass. Lots of them cheer heartily when they sees Hawk. They run beside our coach to wish us well, stretching out their hands so that Hawk might touch them for luck. I can see Mary is thrilled to see all the fuss being made over her boy by the passers-by. But every now and then I catch her watching Hawk with an anxious, loving sort of look, as if she's seeing terrible things happen to him at the hands of the English and Irish double champion.
Some of the travellers around us ain't so pleasant, with a band of rough Tipperary men jeering insults at Hawke and his team, Bunjaraby Jack and Johnny Hickey, sitting atop the coach with R. Wong and his uncle R. Singh. But Mary brushes off the insults and is back quick enough to her staunch old self, declaring that of course Hawke'll win. Mary and Maggie is having a grand time together as we trundles along, which pleases Hawke very much, and me too. Maggie makes Mary laugh such as we ain't never heard. The two of them gossips from morning till night, swapping whispered stories about their work on the street. At least that's what I gathers from the way they huddles together, then bursts into giggles like two naughty little girls. Maggie's even told Mary the rudiments of bare-knuckle fighting so that she can follow the bout. When we arrives in Yass, our carriage is mobbed by every sort of human being you could imagine. Women, young and old, men from the city, men from the diggings, men of all nations. There's as much booing as cheering around us. Our carriage can hardly move an inch down the street for men hanging off the harnesses of the horses. It's said that our welcome be every bit as big as that of the Irish champion. The Bolt arrived the previous day and is now settled in at the Golden Nugget Inn. He's taken 3 rooms for himself and his 6 doxies, what I reckon's be mostly for the look of things. With his doxies on his arms, the Bolt is already a great favourite with the crowd. We hear that last night in the pub he challenged everyone there to down 1 drink to his too. He was the last man still standing at dawn, waving a whiskey bottle and singing Mother Machree and Danny Boy to the cockerels. They reckon he drank 4 bottles of Irish whiskey in all, followed by any number of beer chasers. The publican's made a fortune in drinks, and out of sheer gratitude has sent his wife to stay with a relative and given the Bolt their very own bedchamber for his visit. We're staying with the manager of the Oriental Bank, a mate of Caleb's. Mary and Maggie will stay in the house with him and his wife. We'll camp behind the bank in the yard, what has a high wall to protect us from them what wish us well and them what wish us dead. By nightfall, several thousand visitors are in town. The diggings for 100 miles around be just about empty of manpower. The Celestials has made their own camp a couple of miles out, so as to avoid harassment by the drunken revellers. R. Wong and R. Singh has gone to join them, and will make their own way to the fight. At 8 o'clock at night, a young boy arrives with a message from my employer. "Mr. Sparrow sends his compliments," he says brightly, and I brood darkly for a moment on what Mr. Sparrow's idea of a compliment might be. "The bout will take place at Black Billy Creek, about 5 mile out of town on the road to Lamming Flat, noon tomorrow. Fight is to be there an hour before," he tells us. Mr. Sparrow must be bloody confident of the Bolt to make his man fight in the midday sun. After that news, we all tries to settle in for a good night's sleep. But all night long, folks is arriving by whatever means possible and making a lot of noise about it too. It's hard to get a wink, what with all the hullabaloo. Hawke seems calm enough and sleeps soundly all night. I've learnt a long time ago that whenever Hawke's going to face some manner of danger, he draws into himself. In the Maori Wars, when every other bloke was shouting, singing and doing the haka to get a bit of courage, Hawke would be away on his own, sitting very still and quiet. He'd be at his most powerful then, and so it is on the morning of the fight. He ain't even got eyes for Maggie. "What's up with him then?" she pouts as we climb into the coach at 9 o'clock to go to Black Billy Creek. "He's getting ready to fight," I comforts her. "To win." "Oh, I hope he does," says Maggie, smiling and squeezing her arms with anticipation. "Then he might be ready to go a few rounds in the bedchamber again." "Maggie?" I look round to see if Mary's heard, but she just gives Maggie a little smile, and I reckon I sees a wink there too. The road is rocky and rutted, with a vast army of men walking along, and others on horseback or in carriages, traps and drays. We even pass a one-legged man what's been pushed in a wheelbarrow. It takes us nearly 2 hours to cover the 5-mile distance. Mr. Sparrow has a genius for picking locations, I'll give him that much. This one's right near a billabong, and is like a natural amphitheatre in a sort of half-moon shape. Several thousand men can be seated on the slope, with the prize ring built below. There's plenty of water for the horses and men, though already the banks of the billabong are knee-high deep in black mud, and several men are trying to pull a mare out what's got herself stuck. Rumour has it that Mr. Sparrow's arranged for all the local traps to be called to Lamming Flat to meet with all the militia, navy and police forces what's gathered there. What a piece of timing. Even though he's our sworn enemy, I still can't help admiring the way he operates. Me boss has his very own police, the fight stewards, what wears red armbands and carries truncheons, and they ain't reluctant to use 'em either. It's their job to keep the drunks under control and break up any fights between the two sides. But the atmosphere here is mostly one of goodwill, with lots of loud singing and good-natured chaffing from both sides. The Crinoline cruisers are all here, parading about in their finery. Some be from Melbourne, and others Maggie knows from Sydney. The rougher sorts from the brothels in the diggings is also trawling for business, and many an insult is traded between the city whores and the gold dust girls. Mary's the subject of much curiosity as she walks in. She's dressed in a respectable black gown, with a black veil over her face, looking like a good Christian lady on her way to church. She sits herself down on the small stool she's brung with her, as prim as someone's maiden aunt what's turned up at the wrong place but won't admit it. Maggie, seated beside her, is the only other woman in the ring enclosure. While Mary sits stiff as a musketeer's ramrod in her black dress, Maggie's as bright as a butterfly, in a blue silk gown what's displaying all the necessary. She wears a matching blue bonnet with her magpie roosting atop, a stuffed one this time. Maggie's nigh impossible to contain and keeps jumping up from her seat while we waits for the fight to begin, chirping like a bloody budgeriggar. From where I stands in the ring, I can sense both women's fears. Mary's silent and thoughtful like Hawk, and Maggie's a regular chatterbox, but both are worried. Caleb Soul is with them, and seems to be trying to keep them occupied. Bunjaraby Jack and Johnny Hickey are with me in the ring. Johnny Hickey is massaging Hawk's shoulders and torso with eucalyptus oil, and the Aborigine has a branch of coolabah leaves, what he's using to swish the flies away. Our corner is the red one, shown by a red bandana tied to the ring post. There's a green one tied to the ring post where the lightning bolt will sit. Hawk also wears a sash of red to hold up his knee breeches. No doubt the bolt will be wearing one of the best Irish green. It's nearly 11:30, but the bolt ain't yet arrived. Bloody cheek, I reckons. We've been sweating in the ring for half an hour. It could be a tactic, of course, to make us anxious. Finally, at 10 to 12, just before the bout is meant to start, the Irishman makes his way to the ring from a tent, followed by our dear friends Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred. The crowd is on its feet and roaring. The bolt's gained nearly 20 pounds a lard since arriving in the colonies. He's most flabby round the waist, his guts sticking out further than his great barrel chest. His knee breeches show the bottom part of his legs, the calves still thick, and the skin scarred from 100 fights. Scar tissue, what's built up on his shins, shines pink in the bright afternoon sunlight. His nose has been broke beyond ever looking natural again, and his ears are half the normal size, bunched up like cauliflowers. His head's fresh shaved and gleaming, and his broad smile glints with gold teeth. The Irish champion climbs up the crude steps and slips between the ropes and into the ring. He's followed by Fat Fred, what lumbers up behind. He's much too fat to fit through the ropes, and the bolt has to come back and hold him apart for Fred to climb through. Once in, Fat Fred takes up the hailing funnel what a fight steward's given him. With Fat Fred as referee, I wonder what chance have we got, but I keep my thoughts to myself. Mr. Sparrow's perched high on a special timber seat built up so he can see clearly how the fight progresses. He don't acknowledge Hawk or me, though he smiles when the bolt nods in his direction. The crowd hushes. Only the melancholy sound of a crow cawing can be heard as Fat Fred starts his announcement.
Gentlemen, sportsmen and punters, I welcome you on this grand occasion. Today is a tournament, the greatest bare-knuckle fight yet fought in the colony of New South Wales. Two truly great behemoths contesting for a purse of £500. Winner takes all.
The crowd gives a good cheer, after which Fat Fred declares,
This be the biggest purse in the history of the colony.
There is further clapping and yelling, and Fat Fred waits for it to die down before gesturing to the bolt, what's holding up his arms and waving to the largest group of his supporters on the centre of the hill.
In the green corner, we have the champion of Great Britain and Ireland, undefeated in the colonies, the most remarkable pugilist in the known civilised world, the one and only Lightning Bolt.
The bolt jumps up and down as the crowd roars. Then he catches sight of Mary and Maggie, and he blows a kiss at Maggie. Maggie lifts her veil at this, and the bolt blows her another kiss before wiggling his hips and thrusting him at her. Hawk's kept his eyes well down so far, but at the very moment the Irish fighter does this, he looks up and sees it. His whole body stiffens, and he begins to rise, taking the three of us to restrain him. Maggie makes matters worse by giving the bolt a knowing tap of her finger against her nose, as if to egg him on. Hawk don't see this, as he's too busy staring at the bolt, what gives another big thrust of his hips in Maggie's direction. Johnny Hickey has his arms around Hawk's neck, trying to hold him down, with Bunjarabi Jack hanging on as well, but Hawk's too strong for them both and brushes them aside. He rushes towards the Irishman. "Hawk, come back!" I yells, but he hears nothing. Reaching the bolt, he grabs him by the neck. He's holding him at arm's length and has started to squeeze. The Irishman's trying to tear Hawk's arms away, but he ain't got a chance, and his eyes is beginning to pop. Then Hawk throws him to the ground, and the bolt goes sprawling. Me brother bends down and says something to him, though I don't hear what. Then he walks calmly back to his corner. Mary's pulled up her veil the better to see all this, and has a huge smile on her face, what she tries to hide behind her glove. The Irish fighter rises to his feet. He ain't hurt, but he's angry. If half a dozen ring stewards hadn't jumped into the ring to hold him back, the fight would have started then and there. Back in our corner, Hawk's sitting down again, but his nostrils are flared and his breathing's a bit fast. "Calm, be calm," I says. "If you fights him with temper, he'll get the better of you." He nods and takes a few deep gulps of air. Meanwhile, the stewards have pulled the bolt over into the green corner, and his seconds have made him be seated. Fights are breaking out all over the hill, and the crowd is screaming and roaring, each side wanting blood. Up gets Fat Fred, sweating lots and keen to get the preliminaries over with. "Gentlemen, sportsmen and punters, in the red corner we have the Black Hawk, New South Wales champion and challenger for the British and Irish title. May the best man win." Before we knows it, the two men are facing each other alone in the centre. The fight against the mongrels has begun. Me heart is in me mouth as I watch Hawk prepare to meet the Irish fighter. The bolt's also reined in his temper and smiles as he approaches Hawk. Like true pugs, they spends the next few minutes walking about each other, sizing each other up. The bolt takes the first move, a good kick at Hawk's ankle, but he misses, and in that moment Hawk's left goes in hard, followed by the right. The one spot left, right, bang, bang is seated right under the bolt's heart, and it's plain to see Hawk's hurt him. The Irishman draws back and circles round. Closing in, he plants a punch in Hawk's belly. You can hear the smack of his enormous fist as he puts the full weight behind it. He has hit Hawk a blow what would put most fighters to the ground, or if not, leave them clutching their bellies, so that they's opened up to the uppercut. But Hawk don't even flinch. Now the bolt realises he's going to need every trick in the book to win against this opponent. He rushes Hawk, lashing out his leg. Over goes Hawk with a mighty thud. In an amazing exhibition of the fighter's craft, the bolt manages to headbutt Hawk at the same time, and my twin lies dazed on the ground, his eyebrows split wide open. Fat Fred begins to count, but Hawk is up by the count of 5, though dripping blood from the cut to his eye. The first round is ended after 7 minutes. The second round be a longer affair, as the bolt's much more careful in his approach. Hawk manages to hit him several times, though mostly on the arms. Twice the bolt lands good blows to me twin's ribs and stomach. The round has gone nearly 15 minutes, and I can see the Irishman's getting tired. Hawk's watching him most careful, expecting to be rushed, and sure enough, in comes the Irishman. He grabs at Hawk, ready to deliver his headbutt. This time, Hawk's ready, and in goes his fist. One spot, two shot, left, right, bang, bang, straight under the Tipperary man's heart again. The bolt goes down like a sack of potatoes, but manages to rise unsteady to his feet at the count of 9. Fat Fred quickly brings the round to an end. The next 15 rounds goes along much the same lines. I keep my eyes fixed on me twin, not looking at Mary, Maggie, Mr. Sparrow or the crowd, as if by doing this I can somehow help him. The Irishman uses all his dirty tricks against Hawk, butting and gouging. Twice he knees Hawk in the groin as they go down. He's awful cunning, and always has his back to Fat Fred so his actions can't be seen. Fat Fred ain't too eager to look neither. The bolt's having a grand old time at Hawk's expense. Several of the toffs and sportsmen in the enclosure complain about the dirty play, shouting, "Fair go!" and "Steady on!" but nothing happens about it. I complains twice too, but Fat Fred waves me away. "All in the game, lad. All in the game of fisticuffs," he says, smiling. Hawk's shins are cut deep by the raking of the bolt's spiked boots, and his left knee is much swollen where the Irish champion stamped upon it as he's pulled me brother to the ground. In round 12, the Irishman suddenly bites Hawk's ear, and Fat Fred is forced to stop the bout. The Bolt is all innocence and points at the corner post, what has some blood on it where he's pushed Hawk's head against it.
"The post done it, I swear," he protests.
Fat Fred accepts his explanation straight off and orders the fight to go on. Part of Hawk's ear has been completely torn away, and we has great trouble stemming all the blood, though a doctor stitches it up with horsehair. All the cloth rags we got is now soaked in blood. Between rounds, Johnny Hickey fetches buckets of water and rinsing cloths. But by the end of each round, Hawk's shoulder and chest is smeared crimson from the claret leaking from his ear and the cut to his eyebrow. The Bolt don't seem damaged almost at all, though he's huffing and puffing and starting to wear out. In round 20, he manages to get Hawk into a clinch, and he brings his head down to break me brother's nose with a mighty crunch. Now the whole crowd can see that the Irishman's fighting dirty, and as the blood gushes from Hawk's nose, a huge cry of protest goes up. It's the second time Hawk goes down himself to end the round, and his bleeding's getting worse. But the Irish pug ain't finished with him yet, and in the very next round he tries the same routine again. This time Hawk's ready for him. His hand comes up under his chin, and I see him make one of the Chinese grips what R. Singh's taught him. A moment later the Bolt's eyes roll up and he goes limp. Hawk lets go of him so quick that nobody sees what's happened. The Bolt begins to topple, his eyes wide open in surprise. It's like a mighty mountain crumbling. Now Hawk sees the spot clear, and it's the one spot, two shot left, right, bang, bang as the Bolt goes down. I can see the fear in the Irishman's eyes. To me surprise, the Bolt gets up again at the count of 6, and in the very next round gives Hawk a few more of his rotten tricks. He uses every pug trick in the book, gouging Hawk's left eye and biting his lip so it bleeds into his mouth. He's torn Hawk's ear again, and I can see me twins losing too much blood. In every clinch what follows, the Bolt makes sure to tweak his nose hard to make it bleed the more. Hawk's knee is paining him too, and the Irishman bangs his kneecap into Hawk's swollen cartilage at every chance. As a result, Hawk's knee is blown up like a balloon, and he's dragging his leg behind him. Now the Bolt's starting to hit Hawk more easily. If he weren't near exhausted himself, he'd quickly finish me brother off. Only Hawk's top physical condition keeps him going. The Irishman goes into a clinch and brings his hand up to hook into Hawk's nostril with 2 fingers. But he's a slow learner, the Bolt, and Hawk's hand comes up under his throat with another Chinese grip. The Irish fighter's eyes roll up, his arms fall to his side, and he tumbles backwards like a sack of spuds thrown from a dray. I think Hawk's killed him. Even those standing close by don't see what's happened, and they shouts at him to get up and get on with it. Most of the crowd now favours Hawk, for they sees how the Bolt be fouling him cruel at every chance. The Bolt stirs and gets himself on all fours, but can't rise any further. His seconds rush to help him to his corner, where he stays for nearly 10 minutes before the next round is called. Fat Fred's given the Irishman as much time as he can to recover. Only the crowd's jeers to get on with it makes him announce the next bout. From the way the Bolt rubs at his throat, it's clear he ain't going to risk fouling Hawk again, for fear of another of these secret manoeuvres. Even so, I fears Hawk has left his run too late. At the end of round 26, I'm weeping for him. He's hurt bad and bleeding everywhere. He can barely speak through his busted mouth. His nose is broken, spurting blood. One eye's been bashed and is closed up. His ear's almost ripped off, and the deep gash on his forehead's pulled open even more. "Hawk, you has to stop," I urges. He shakes his head as I sponge the blood away.
"No, he's slowing down, tiring. He can't last much longer,"
he gasps. "You neither," I cries. "Let me throw in the sponge." Hawk looks at me through his one good eye.
"No, Tommo. If we throw in the towel, Mr. Sparrow wins. We'll not get a second chance at the mongrels."
Hawk ain't forgotten why he's here. He tries to smile and nods his head toward the green corner.
"Besides, he mocked my Maggie."
For the first time I realise that Hawk will truly die in the attempt rather than give in. If this be an example of good versus evil, good seems to be getting much the worse of the deal as bloody usual. Fat Fred signals the fight to continue, and Hawk rises wearily, dragging his bad leg. Now we see the game change. Hawk begins to stalk the bolt, what's mostly trying to stay out of harm's way. His flab and lack of fitness has finally caught up with him, and he's all scarlet, puffing like a steam engine. Hawk's waiting for the opportunity he knows must come to him. Still, the Irishman's cunning. Whenever Hawk comes too close, he pulls him in and holds him tight, then drops to the deck to end the round. Hawk follows him doggedly, and in the next 3 rounds finds him time and again with the one spot, 2-shot left-right bang bang. Now he's brushing off the Irish fighter's feeble punches like they was flies. The bolt is on the run. Hawk is stalking his prey like a lion. He moves forward but slips on his own blood. He grabs wildly at the ropes to keep his balance, but as he does so, the Irishman kicks out viciously, landing his boot hard and deep into Hawk's crotch. Hawk gives a gasp and collapses in agony on the deck. Fat Fred counts to 9 before Hawk somehow manages to rise onto one knee, his hands cupped to his bollocks. He can't stand up. It must end. I pick up the sponge, and Hawk sees me. "No!" he screams. "No, Tommo!" We drag Hawk back to his corner. Fat Fred comes across, and I start shouting at him like a madman. "Foul! It were a foul, you mongrel!"
"One more word from you, lad, and you're out of the ring," Fat Fred hisses at me. "Understand? That were no foul, his foot slipped. It were an accident, no more."
"An accident? Listen to the crowd. They bloody seen it. Everybody's seen it except you fat useless bastard." Fred looks at me hard and points a sausage finger in me face.
"You'll keep, son. You'll keep."
He turns to Hawk, what's retching with the pain.
"Now, does you fight on or does you quit?"
Hawk spits out more blood and gasps through his broken mouth.
"I shall never surrender."
It's the words from Mary's medal.
"We fight,"
he says. I hold back a big sob. "Aye, we fight on," I says to Fat Fred.
"You sure?"
he asks. I can see he's hoping the fight will end now, and suddenly me temper gets up. "Tell the bolt me brother ain't begun to fight yet. Tell him we're coming for him. Coming for all of you mongrels." Fat Fred moves closer.
"We'll give you £1,000 if you throw in the sponge," he whispers. "You get 500, Tommo, and your brother gets another 500. You'll get 1,000 between you. I swear it upon my mother's grave," he whispers.
"Fuck you," I snarls.
"Right-o," he shouts, straightening up. "Your man's rested enough, it's back in the fight."
But Hawk ain't in no condition to go back just yet, and needs another few minutes. The bolt's been given 10 minutes for much lesser wounds. "Fair go," I cries, hating the fact I has to ask him for mercy.
"Fuck you, son,"
says Fat Fred, and goes to the centre of the ring. Meanwhile, the crowd's getting ugly. They can see what's going on. Fat Fred signals the fighters to come out of their corners, and Hawk, plainly half dead, rises slowly.
"I need 2 more,
he says, as though to himself.
2,
he mumbles, holding up 2 fingers and looking at Banjarabi Jack. 2, boss! You get 'em! The Aborigine shouts gleefully. It is round 30, over 5 hours since the fight began. I want to blub at the sight of me brother as he drags himself towards his opponent, barely able to stand upright. I'm sure Mary and Maggie would both be crying, though I ain't been able to look at 'em. The bolt hits Hawk with every punch he has at his command. Even so, Hawk only goes down 3 times, and each time to a foul what the crowd insists Fat Fred call. The stewards are looking worried. They knows they could have a riot on their hands. While Hawk can't last much longer, the real power is gone from the Irishman's blows, and he's struggling. He's hoped to finish Hawk off long before now, and it ain't worked. When Hawk comes at him now, he's dead scared and ready to run, if only his weary legs would carry him. Hawk manages to get in a one-spot, 2-shot left-right bang-bang. In his weakened state, the bolt can't stay more than 2 minutes at a time for the next 2 rounds. He drops willingly to the ground after Hawk taps him, so as to rest a moment and regain his breath. Then I sees why. The patch under his heart has become a horrible purple bruise. At the same moment, Banjarabi Jack starts dancing beside me. "1 more, boss! 1!" he is shouting at Hawk. "1 spot, 2-shot, left-right, bang-bang! Sleepy time!" Banjaraby Jack is boxing the air, most excited. He's seating his left and then his right into an imaginary opponent like he wants Hawk to do. "Open them!" I'm not sure if Hawk can even hear Johnny Hickey. "Now's the time! Hit him to the head to open him up!" Johnny Hickey shouts at Hawk in Maori. Never before has I heard Johnny tell Hawk to hit to the head, so I know something's up. Then I sees it happen. Hawk's great fist slams into the Irishman's face, right into the flattened nose, crashing into his mouth and jaw. The bolt's face appears to collapse under the impact. Bits of gold teeth go flying, and I hears the crack of bone as the Irishman's jaw breaks. Or perhaps it's Hawk's hand. The bolt begins to reel backwards, and Hawk comes in again. Wham! Wham! Left, right, bang, bang! The bolt is lifted clear off the ground and bounces hard against the rope. Hawk grimaces in pain, and I know his hand be broke. Somehow the bolt is still on his feet, but his knees begin to buckle as Hawk hits him again with a left, followed by a right, plumb on the deep purple spot under his heart. I can hear Hawk's howl of sheer pain as his broken fist smashes into the bolt with all the force he has left. The lightning bolt sails over the ropes, and after knocking several toffs over on the way, lands at Maggie's dainty feet. There he lies still. They be the two hardest blows I've ever seen struck. "Ho! That bugger never fight again in this life, Tommo," Johnny Hickey says with deep satisfaction. "Bloody beauty, eh?" Banjaraby Jack says, dancing about in delight. "It work! It work!" Maggie leaps over the unconscious loser and climbs into the ring, her petticoats flying. She is sobbing and laughing at once as she clasps her arms round Hawk's waist and buries her face in his bloody torso. Oh, I love you, Hawk Solomon, more than me own life," she howls, her birdie bonnet falling to the deck as she hugs and kisses him all over. With the last of his strength, Hawk picks her up and holds her in his arms, and the crowd erupts. They has a champion they will never forget as long as they lives. Even the Irishmen are crying, though it may well be for the money they's lost on their fallen hero. Mary's standing with her gloved hands pressed to her face, looking down at the bolt, what lies out to it. Then she looks up and gives me a watery smile as her eyes turn to Hawk and Maggie. She turns her face towards me and blows me a kiss. "I love you, Tommo," she calls out. "I loves you too, Mama," I calls back, me voice catching. And now I realise it be all over. We has won. We's beaten the mongrels. And I am very, very tired. Suddenly the hair on the back of me neck prickles. I glance up to see that Mr. Sparrow has disappeared from his perch in the fading sun. Me heart's hammering as I searches the crowd, hoping to see him. I turn towards the billabong, now dark against the surrounding bush. A currawong calls from the clump of coolibah trees. And then I sees him. He hops into a carriage what moves away into the night at a fast pace. "Wherever you runs, I'll find you," I vows. "This time Tommo ain't gonna let you win, you mongrel."
Book 4 Chapter 25 Hawk The Rocks, September 1861. Since returning to Sydney after the fight with Ben Bolt nearly 3 weeks ago, I find myself a hero beyond any possible reckoning. Bell's life in Sydney has proclaimed the event to be one of the great fights in history. It must also have been one of the great hide-ins in history, for I am somewhat of a mess. The surgeon has straightened my nose and stitched me lip, ear, and the wound above my eyebrow, but I still look like a gollywog that's been run over by a cart. Despite my appearance, people carry on as though I am an object of exquisite beauty. Maggie, Mary, Tommo and I have even been invited to a garden party held by His Excellency the Governor. The whore, the gambler and the nigger are now the toast of the town. Suddenly Maggie is called Miss Pie by shopkeepers and merchants who would have spurned her not so long ago. Their womenfolk still refuse to have anything to do with her, for she is well known as a whore, and we learn later that numerous members of Sydney society have refused the Governor's invitation. But Maggie is puffed up with pride for me, and takes no notice of such snubs. She parades down the street with her head held at a jaunty angle, her magpie perched high atop her pretty hair, and men doff their hats as she passes by. The Sydney lads think her almost as much a hero as they do me. I shall be most glad to return to Hobart Town, where Mary thinks we should have the wedding, well away from all this fuss and bother. Maggie and I are officially betrothed, our forthcoming marriage announced in the Sydney Morning Herald, and Maggie has given up working since Mary's come to town. She tells me of her decision to stop work the night after the fight, when we make the most tender and considerate love, and she uses her mouth gently so as not to hurt my many wounds and bruises. She kisses my face everywhere except the places that the surgeon has stitched.
Hawk, yours be the only body I shall ever again give me love to. No other man will lay a finger on me again, even if you should die before me, she says, looking solemnly at me with her big blue eyes. I swears this on me life. May God strike me dead this moment if I don't tell the truth.
Now she no longer sleeps all day, and by mid-morning is out and about with Mary, shopping and fussing about the wedding details, or having afternoon tiffin in all the best tea rooms in town. The only thing she hasn't forsaken is the magpie in her bonnet. And when she doesn't wear a bonnet, the bird still nests in her hair. David Jones and Farmers, the two great emporiums, are now well accustomed to Mary and Maggie's visits, and our mamma has been on a shopping spree, the likes of which she's never indulged in before. The Belgian lace and the ribbon and satin cloth for the wedding gown have all been purchased here, and the various department managers fawn over the two of them, as though they are the grandest of gentlefolk. On one occasion, Mr. David Jones himself came down from his office to serve them, and sent his compliments to the champion. He even donated 5 yards of the best French grosgrain ribbon with his good wishes. "A small nuptial contribution with my compliments," he said, fussing, "to remember a great occasion." He smiled when Mary shook his hand before leaving. "Delighted, I'm sure," he beamed. "Such a nice lady," Mr. Jones now tells all around him. Barney Isaacs, who made my first set of clothes at Maggie's behest, now begs to make the wedding gown for the cost of the workmanship alone, provided, of course, that he can display the grand creation in his George Street window. While Maggie and Mary spend their days together, we all meet as night falls. Tommo, naturally enough, is not working, for all Mr. Sparrow's card games have come to a halt. But he remains a creature of the night, and persists in his habit of sleeping all day, seeming to find games enough on his own. Because I have lost so much time with the fight, I have a great deal of bookkeeping to catch up at Tucker & Co. At 6 o'clock every afternoon when I finish work, we meet at the Hero of Waterloo to have supper together, and to hear all the gossip from the two women. It comes mostly from Maggie, as Mary seems to enjoy the retelling as much as Tommo and I. Maggie is like a small child in her excitement, chirping like the magpie she is at every new experience, and making an event or grand joke out of everything that's happened in the course of the day. It seems my great affection for her only increases every day, and I've come to love her with my very life. How very much things have changed since Tommo and I arrived from New Zealand on the Black Dog. On that same day I met Maggie in Mr. Smith's eating house after I'd had my fill of his best corned beef. I recall with a smile to myself how I came here in my whaleman's rags and split boots, with Maggie leaving a florin on the table to pay for my breakfast. I have much to thank her for, besides the special love she has brought into my life. While Maggie and I are not exactly the cream of society, the Sydney Morning Herald is all a twitter about the bride and groom-to-be. It has suggested a wedding in the Botanical Gardens, so that the general population may turn out to support the champion of the world among the spring blooms. The Herald has even reported that the military band from the New South Wales Regiment would be pleased to attend, with Sydney's Mayor, Councillor John Sutherland, handing us the keys to the city at a reception in the town hall. Meanwhile, this same newspaper has been raging on about Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred. The editor has put on a special, who has lost no time digging out unsavoury facts about boxing's two worst scoundrels, as he terms them. Not a single penny has been paid out to the punters who back me. Everyone is holding on to their betting tickets, which entitle them to their winnings, but to no joy. Mr. Sparrow is holed up with Fat Fred in his rooms above the world turned upside down, and will say nothing to the newspapers except that he is consolidating his assets so he can pay. "Assets?" snorts Mary. "I'll bet me own gravestone he declares himself skint. I know his sort. Ikey were of the same mould. What he's got, and it be plenty, you may be sure, he's got stashed. There'll be no bank account with money lying about in it. He lives in rented rooms above the pub, and if he owns property, it will not be in his name.
The sparrows of this world travel light. They keep their fortunes portable, of the kind that can be carried away in a saddlebag on a dark night or slipped aboard ship in a suitcase.
Mary pauses.
Blimey, I should know one when I sees one. I live with Ikey for Lord knows how many God-forsaken years. We'll have to be on our guard or our Mr. Sparrow will vanish.
There's little chance of that. Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred owe the townsfolk here a fortune. There's not a single street corner, a single laneway, where eyes are not searching for them and tongues telling tales. Every kitchen maid and barman, matalow and mechanic, hackney driver and barrowman is on the lookout should they make any move to leave the pub. Bell's Life in Sydney and the Sydney Morning Herald have both leapt to the defence of the thousands of small punters who put their money on me. It is estimated that 2,000 or so punters in the gold diggings alone have placed bets, and in Sydney nearly twice as many again. These are all small gamblers who placed their money on a local hero, much against the advice of the so-called experts, and won. That they should now bear the brunt of Mr. Sparrow's outrageous efforts to defraud the public is terribly unfair. The press also declare Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred ruined for life, and vow they will keep a watch on these scoundrels. If Mr. Sparrow doesn't meet his obligations, declares the Herald, then he must not be allowed to operate in any part of the sporting business again. A front-page headline shouts, F. Artie Sparrow, banned for life. The Herald is particularly keen on this idea, but points out that because prize fighting is illegal and gambling equally so, Mr. Sparrow may get away with his monstrous confidence trick. They ask that at the very least he should give the money he has taken to the orphanage fund. At Mary's white tablecloth dinner on Sunday, I propose a toast. We have ruined Mr. Sparrow, and so defeated one of the world's worst mongrels. He will never again live off the profits of greed and corruption. I lift my glass.
Oi, I ain't drinking to that, Maggie exclaims. It's the poor folk what suffered again, not Mr. Bleeding Sparrow. That bastard's still rolling in it. What about all the money he took in the betting shops? You told me yourself. The newspapers reckon it were nigh on £20,000.
But he is ruined, Maggie, I protest. Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred must find near £100,000 to meet their creditors. The loss of folks' gambling punts is a small price to pay.
Small price? Hawk Solomon, what's he talking about? Many of the folk here in the Rocks bet a week's pay, hoping to win a month or more's wages. They skint. Their brats don't have no food. Those that can get credit won't even be able to pay it back for months. No nice Sunday dinners for them, and the rest is starving.
We's dropped £500 ourselves, Tommo reminds her.
But we still eating our Sunday roast dinner, ain't we?
Maggie says sharply.
Everybody's lost. Even Mr. Tang Wing Hung,
Tommo sighs, thinking of his opium, no doubt.
Tang Wing Hung? But he's Mr. Sparrow's partner. Surely he's not been touched,
Maggie exclaims.
Oh, he's been touched all right, Tommo says. Ah Wong told me about it, so as I knew who I was dealing with. Seems Tang Wing Hung's the head of some sort of Chinese secret society called a Triad, what's thousands of years old. Most of Sydney's Celestials come down from the same place in North Shanghai, and they owns this Triad for all sorts of favours. In Sydney, Tang Wing Hung's the head bloke, the Dragon Master they calls it. All the fellas here has got to pay him a percentage of their profits, including what they makes gambling. In return, he's supposed to look after them, if you knows what I mean.
Tommo pauses and puts up his finger.
Now, from what I can make out, Mr. Tang Wing Hung went and told all the Celestials they should bet on Hawk. If Hawk had lost, like he was supposed to, then Tang Wing Hung would have shrugged his shoulders and said he'd made a mistake. He'd have probably told them he'd lost his money too. But now they's won and Mr. Sparrow won't pay. So Tang Wing Hung must get their money for them somehow. Even pay it himself out of his own pocket or he'll lose face. It ain't done for the head of a Chinese triad to lose face. Ah Wong says it'd be at least 100 years of shame brought down upon his head. Tommo, can we see this Mr. Tang, whatchamacallit?
Mary asks.
Tang Wing Hung, Mama, Tommo corrects. He's a big knob, so he has to use all three names. Blimey, it ain't half a mouthful, Mary exclaims. Would he talk to us? I mean, him being Mr. Sparrow's partner and all.
I dunno, Mama, Tommo shrugs.
What you have in mind? Well, it seems to me, says Mary, that Chinatown and the Rocks be the same kind of neighbourhood. Not if the folks in the Rocks can help it, Maggie interrupts. They hates them Mongolians. Yes, I know, I've noticed, Mary nods. But what if they has sudden cause to like 'em?
Mamma, I exclaim. However do you hope to bring that about? Folk here believe our Chinese friends caused the cholera that broke out 2 years ago. They blame them for spreading leprosy and every imaginable type of disease, despite the lack of evidence that it is so. And they reckon the Chinese are taking white men's jobs. They aren't going to suddenly take to the Celestials and claim them as good neighbours. But Mary is adamant.
I'd still like to speak with Tang Wing Hung if it can be done,
she insists. Through Tommo, we are granted an appointment with the rich Chinaman the very next day. I must confess I am curious to meet the man who people say rules the life of every Celestial in New South Wales. We go to Tang Wing Hung's chop house in Chinatown and are shown into a private room at the back. It is decorated in the Chinese tradition with opulent silks and painted lacquer furnishings showing cherry blossoms, dragons, colourful birds and peacocks. Tang Wing Hung sits on a couch of his own, while we share 2 others of the same size. I take up almost all of one of them, and Maggie must squeeze in beside me. I can feel her warm thigh comforting against my own. A servant brings jasmine tea, which he pours into beautiful little bowls. We all watch as Tommo takes his up, sips at it politely and then puts it down. I then do the same, and find that it tastes pleasant enough and refreshes the mouth. A plate of little dumplings is brought to the table, and chopsticks put about. Another plate arrives, this time bearing biscuits which look like small seashells. The little dumplings smell delicious, but we are not accustomed to using chopsticks and dare not try them. So we sit, not knowing what to do.
Them dumplings are most delicate to look at,
Mary breaks the silence at last. The tall Chinaman smiles.
This is dim sum. It means touch the heart. You try, please. Can't use them chopsticks,
Mary replies, forthright as ever. Tang Wing Hung leans over and picks up a little dumpling between his fingers. He dips it into a small bowl of dark liquid.
This soy sauce, he says.
He pops the dumpling into his mouth.
You try, please.
Mary takes one of the little balls, and as our host has done, dips it into the bowl of sauce. We all wait as she pops it into her mouth.
Delicious, she declares.
Tang Wing Hung looks at Tommo, Maggie and me, indicating the dumplings.
Please,
he insists. To my surprise, Tommo and Maggie pick up their chopsticks, and taking up one of the dumplings each, dip them into the sauce and bring them up to their mouths with ease. I know I could never use the delicate sticks as they have, and so I reach over and pick up one of the little shell-like biscuits. Just as I'm about to put it into my mouth, it smashes to crumbs between my fingers, and a piece of paper flutters to the carpet. I'm most embarrassed. Tang Wing Hung rises and stoops to pick up the paper.
This is fortune cookie, he explains. An American invention, but Chinese recipe. Very popular. Mostly we have after food.
He looks at the slip of paper.
You'll be very lucky, Mr. Hawk. True love will come to you, he reads.
Then he glances at Maggie and smiles.
I think this fortune cookie already too late, eh?
Then Tang Wing Hung takes a cookie himself, putting his thumb and forefinger to each end and bringing it up to his mouth. He pulls his head back the moment he bites at it, and the cookie falls apart in his fingers, its crumbs clinging to his mouth. He retains only the slip of paper between his lips.
Today a fortunate opportunity will present itself.
He smiles at Mary.
Perhaps we both get good fortune.
Then he calls the servant to take the plate of cookies away. Bowing, the man leaves, but reappears soon enough with a plate of good English wheaten biscuits.
You'd like better, I think,
Tang Wing Hung explains to me. Turning to Mary, he asks seriously,
Why you come to this humble place to see me? I not worthy, madam. I am grateful that you would see us, sir, Mary replies.
She does not tell him that she knows of his predicament as Dragon Master of the Triad. Instead, she speaks about the bad blood that exists between the folk of Chinatown and the Rocks, and how both the poor Celestials and the poor white folk have lost because they bet on me. She looks up, appealing to Tang Wing Hung, her green eyes full of sincerity.
Poor folk may have a different colour, but they have the same needs, she pronounces. They are always trying to find enough money to feed and clothe their children. It is the same with Joe Chinaman as it is with Joe English. Now both have won by betting on my son. They are owed a small fortune, and they stand never to be paid. It is sad, Tang Wing Hung shrugs. But what can I do? Yous can join us to put the squeeze on Mr. Sparrow, Maggie blurts out.
Tang Wing Hung is somewhat taken aback by her outburst.
How can I do this? A Chinese man cannot threaten a white man. Ah, says Mary, but white men and Chinese men can come together to fight a common enemy. Your people are owed how much in bets? 2,000? 3,000?
Tang Wing Hung appears to be in deep thought for a moment.
Perhaps £3,000,
he replies at last.
Right, and we reckons the folk in the Rocks and us are owed about the same. If we don't take what we've won and only what we've bet. You bet how much?
Mr. Tang Wing Hung asks.
£500,
Maggie answers, unable to contain herself any longer. Mary frowns. I can see she is a trifle annoyed at Maggie. I know she feels that some things are best left unsaid, but I don't know if my Maggie will ever learn this.
£500. You're very brave,
Tang Wing Hung exclaims, clapping his hands and affecting an expression of astonishment.
No, replies Mary. I have a very brave son.
Tang Wing Hung nods and smiles.
Too brave, perhaps.
Mary ignores this.
It were reported in the newspaper that Mr. Sparrow took about £20,000 in bets and now owes 100,000. Well, if he pays us, that be the folks in the Rocks and your folks here in Chinatown, back what we bet, that's only 6,000. We know he can pay us all from what he took all up. There were other expenses, Tang Wing Hung points out. To set up such a fight costs much money.
Mary smiles.
Mr. Tang Wing Hung, I weren't born yesterday. I know what it takes in bribery and corruption and miscellaneous expenses. That ain't my concern, though I'm sure he's got plenty.
Tang Wing Hung brings the tips of the fingers of both hands together and touches the end of his chin. His lips pout slightly as he thinks.
Madam, why I do this? I can make Mr. Sparrow pay only the Chinese people. Only £3,000, much easier for him. And a bleeding sight more expensive for you, Mary snaps. What do you think the white folk are going to feel about the Chinese folk then? They know you're Mr. Sparrow's partner, or if they don't, they'll soon enough be told by the newspapers. Imagine if all the Celestials gets paid and none of the Europeans. What do you think's going to happen then?
Tang Wing Hung laughs.
Ha ha ha, you think clever like a Chinaman, missus. Well, I'm plain spoken by nature, Mr. Tang Wing Hung.
Mary smiles.
If we work together and the white folk of the Rocks know they got paid because the Chinese helped, everyone will feel better all round.
Tang Wing Hung rises, bowing very slightly.
It's good plan. But what do you ask of me? You must tell Mr. Sparrow that you have bought all the betting tickets belonging to your own people, and also all those belonging to the folks in the Rocks. Now you want full payment, £6,000 in the next 48 hours. And if he will not? Then you will kill him, Mary says. I cannot. You don't have to do it, just say it, Mary explains.
She pauses and plays the ace in her hand.
If the head of a Chinese triad should threaten Mr. Sparrow, then he will believe he will die, and it ain't no use reporting nothing.
Tang Wing Hung draws back in surprise.
Where you hear about triad? I am businessman, madam. It don't matter much to me what you calls yourself, Mr. Tang Wing Hung. You're the boss of the Mongolians, ain't you? I have a little influence, maybe. Most Chinese come from same place as me. They know me.
Tang Wing Hung shrugs.
So where does that leave us, then?
Mary asks bluntly enough. Tang Wing Hung pauses.
I will do it,
he says at last. Mary smiles, and so do the rest of us. The Dragon Master raises a forefinger.
But I do it because the Chinese owe your sons.
He gives a little nod to me and then to Tommo.
For lambing flat where they help my people. They are brave men, and so we will do this thing.
Out of the corner of my eye, I see Tommo squirm in his chair a little at Tang Wing Hung's thanks, but I do not look at him. We had been worried that Tommo might be banned from Tang Wing Hung's opium den on our return from the fight, the Chinaman being in cahoots with Mr. Sparrow. Now I understand why this was not so. It seems the story of how Tommo and I rescued Ah Wong and his family is known among the Chinese of Sydney. Tang Wing Hung pauses, then returns to the subject at hand.
Not 6,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds. We will demand 10.
He claps his hand and then bows to Mary, deeper this time.
What is left we share.
Tang Wing Hung works a large gold ring from his finger.
Here, you take.
He hands the heavy gold ring to Mary.
It is a gift given to me by Mr. Sparrow. Give it to him. Tell him it is returned. Our partnership is broken forever. Tell him he must pay or he will die.
He grins.
Mr. Sparrow will understand. But will you not tell him yourself?
Maggie asks. Tang Wing Hung sighs.
I cannot be seen to go near Mr. Sparrow. There may be those who think I am still in business with him. No, you must go in my place. I will, then.
Mary puts the gold ring into her purse.
It's been very nice doing business with you, Mr. Tang Wing Hung.
She pauses, thinking.
But I need one more thing. I need a letter from you to Mr. Sparrow to put the wind up him. No, you do not understand. No letter. I cannot make threat to him.
Mary laughs.
You don't have to. All I want's is a letter written in Chinese. You can make it one of them poems by that bloke Confucius that Orc's always quoting. Anything you like, so long as it's written in Chinese letters and sealed with wax and a chop. Any chop. Then on the envelope you must put Mr. Sparrow's name in Chinese and English.
Tang Wing Hung smiles and bows his head.
Very clever. Mr. Sparrow, he cannot read Chinese, and he will think this letter a threat. Very clever. You give him ring and letter.
He claps his hands, and the servant appears. He speaks to him in rapid Chinese, and the man nods and is gone.
You will have such a letter in half an hour, and I will make sure no Chinaman tell him what it means. You wait here, please. Drink tea. I must go now. Thank you very much.
Mary has managed Tang Wing Hung wonderfully. She has shown him how to avoid losing face in front of his own people, and convinced him to serve our purpose as well. And it will not cost him a penny other than the gold ring. I am most proud of our mama.
How do we know the bludger will come good? Give us our share of the brass if Mr. Sparrow pays,
Maggie asks, as we make our way back to the Hero, where Mary has promised to buy us supper.
Face, Tommo says.
He'll lose face if he don't. Mary sniffs.
I don't know about face, but I know about business, and so does our Mr. Tang Wing Hung. We've just got Mr. Dragon Master off the hook. We've made him look like the hero of Sydney's Chinese, and he'll make a tidy profit to boot.
Mary has clearly taken charge as the general of our campaign, and means to see that the folks in the Rocks and Chinatown get their bets returned in full. Over the next 2 days, she sends Maggie around to all the pubs to ask the publicans to chalk up the amounts their customers show them on their old betting tickets. Soon we know that we'll have more than sufficient to cover the money bet. Mary decides that the best way to get to Mr. Sparrow is to see him herself.
It's our best bet, she announces. A woman's hard to deny and thought to be harmless. If I says I've been sent from Mr. Tang Wing Hung and have proof, she holds up the gold ring, Sparrow can't refuse me. May I come too, Mamma? Maggie begs.
Mary smiles and nods. She's pleased when Maggie calls her Mamma.
I want to see Mr. Sparrow's ratty little fizz when he sees it's us what's got him well and truly nailed.
When will you go? Tommo asks. Now?
No, first we must scare him somewhat, I think.
Mary turns to Maggie.
Do you think you can get folks here to march on the pub and shout a bit? Make our Mr. Sparrow fear for his miserable carcass. It'd be a way of softening him up. Dare say I can, Maggie says. The pleasure would be all mine.
She giggles with anticipation. But both she and Mary draw the line when I say I'll go with her. Mary shakes her head.
No, son, you and Tommo must stay well clear. If this business should end badly, the magistrate mustn't see it as an act of vengeance, with us taking the law into our own hands. Maggie be the ideal person to spread the word, and she's happy to do it. Happy ain't the word, Maggie exclaims. I'd count it a great privilege to give them two mongrels a fright.
Our mamma has thought of every detail.
Pick 4 strong leaders, men what won't lose their heads and start a riot, she instructs Maggie. No stones or clubs, mind you, just drums, bullhorns and bugles. They're to make a lot of noise. Remember, this be a protest, an orderly but very noisy protest. The Sydney Morning Herald must describe it as an outcry by common folk what's been cheated out of what's rightly due to them by a pair of scoundrels.
Mary now turns to me.
See that the police are informed of the march, so they're on hand when the mob arrives at the world turned upside down. We don't want any in the crowd to get no fancy ideas of storming young Sparrowfart's lodgings.
Maggie is delighted with the task she's been given. That very night she visits the hero of Waterloo, the Rose and Crown, and half a dozen other public houses. By the time she returns home, the march against Mr. Sparrow is all set.
Folk are only too happy to make their feelings known,
she tells me. The protest is to take place the following afternoon, when the men come home from work.
We'll put some real fear into them upstairs. Make the little shyster and his fat mate think the mob's come to get him.
Mary laughs when she hears Maggie's news. I can't help feeling she is enjoying the whole campaign. By the following afternoon, the news has spread throughout the rocks, and 300 or 400 men march on the world turned upside down. Here they are met by 3 constables, who tell them that Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred are not in residence in the rooms upstairs. Nevertheless, the crowd makes a great deal of noise, banging on drums and blasting on bugles. Towards the end, a rock is thrown which breaks one of the upstairs windows. But the protest is, in fact, quite orderly. Maggie has picked her leaders well. There's noise and threats enough hurled at the windows to frighten Mr. Sparrow and Fat Fred, who we know are in residence no matter what the policemen say. Mary and Maggie have Tang Wing Hung's ring and sealed letter with its beautiful Chinese characters and F. Arty Sparrow, Esquire, written on the envelope. As the protesters slowly drift away, they prepare to confront the villains. Tommo and I wait downstairs in the saloon bar of the pub, which has just this minute opened its doors once again. Tommo insists on wearing his axe in a shoulder holster under his jacket. These days, the barmaid, Doreen, welcomes him like he's an honoured guest, bringing him a Cape brandy without his even asking. I order a glass of best ale, and she does a sort of curtsy.
"Honoured to serve you, Mr. Black Hawk,"
she says, all smiles. Mr. Sparrow has clearly lost the sympathy of the staff here as well. At first, the 3 Sydney lads guarding Mr. Sparrow's staircase won't allow Mary and Maggie into the corridor that leads upstairs. Maggie kicks up a bit of a fuss, and one of them goes leaping up the stairs. Soon he returns with a hulking lad in tow. This one has a runny nose and an ugly festering scar down the length of his cheek. The newcomer sniffs and folds his arms across his chest.
"What's your swamp?"
he says to Mary, as Tommo and I wait at the ready in the saloon.
"How do you get yours?" Mary asks. "Me what?"
Mary runs her finger down the red line on her own face.
"Your scar. Were you cut by a villain too? Acid thrown in after?"
The boy looks impressed.
No, just a fight. Weren't nothing much.
He begins to pick absently at the weeping scab.
Don't pick at it, lad. Give it a chance to heal itself. Won't show so bad then,
Mary advises gently.
Don't much care if it do, missus,
the lad grunts.
Hey, I knows ya!
Maggie exclaims, pointing at him.
Johnny Terrible! You's got a brother and sister, both little uns, twins, ain't they?
Johnny Terrible nods.
They comes to our roast dinner on Sunday. One of 'em, the little girl, Alice, ain't it? Once give me 6pence for her dinner, though we never asked. She said you told her to give it to me.
Johnny Terrible gives a little half smile, and Maggie can tell he's pleased to be recognised.
Want to see Mr. Sparrow, does you?
He now asks.
The very same,
Maggie grins.
What for? Business that's to his benefit. Tang Wing Hung sent us, Mary says.
Johnny Terrible gives a deep sniff and wipes his hand under his nose.
Tang Wing Hung? What proofs you got is from him?
Mary shows him the ring and holds up the letter with the Chinese characters. The boy takes the ring and looks at it.
See what it says inside,
Maggie urges, then recites from memory.
To Tang Wing Hung in sincere friendship, F. R.T. Sparrow. He won't see us anyway. He's in the wardrobe,
Johnny Terrible says, handing Mary back the ring.
In the wardrobe? What do you mean?
Maggie asks.
It be the riots. He's gone panicky. Does he often go into the wardrobe? Mary inquires. He's took it up since the fight. Spent 4 days in there when he got back from Yass. What about Fat Fred? Maggie asks. He's drunk, shickered. Drinks a gallon of Portuguese port 4 noon each day, crying all the while that it weren't his fault, that he only done what he were told. He'll be no good to you, Miss Pye. Call me Maggie, darling.
Maggie smiles.
Well then, we'll just have to see Mr. Sparrow in his wardrobe, says Mary. Easier said than done, missus.
Johnny Terrible snorts deeply and makes a loud noise, sucking the phlegm down his throat.
He's got the lock put wrong way round, so he's got the key on the inside, locks himself in. Can he hear you when you talks? Maggie asks. Depends if he wants to. Don't rate your chances. Sometimes he hears, but he don't talk to no one except me. Reckon I'm the only one what can figure out what he's saying, but yous can try.
Johnny Terrible brings 2 fingers to his lips and gives a sharp whistle. 3 scruffy heads pop round the top of the banister.
Take the ladies to see Mr. Sparrow, he orders. Tar muchly,
Maggie says, giving Johnny Terrible a kiss on his dirty face. The 3 Sydney lads on guard laugh.
Shut your gobs,
Johnny Terrible snarls, and they are immediately quiet.
Extra helping coming to your little brother and sister on Sunday, Johnny,
Maggie promises.
Come down yourself and I'll put some iodine on your cut. Do you the world.
They are halfway up the stairs when Johnny Terrible shouts,
Hey Maggie, is it true you're going to marry the nigger?
Maggie turns and looks down at him.
What if I am? What's it to you, Johnny Terrible?
Nothing, he sniffs.
I think you've done good. He'd be a great champion, the strongest man in the world. You don't want to believe all you hears,
Maggie retorts.
I can beat him up any time I likes.
What follows we hear from Maggie and Mary once we're back at the Hero of Waterloo. The 2 young lads make a great fuss of unlocking the stout door that leads to Mr. Sparrow's lodgings, then ushers them into a parlour fitted with a red and blue carpet of Chinese design that covers most of the floor. The room has 2 tall windows facing onto the street, one of them with a broken pane. The windows are draped with maroon velvet curtains, somewhat dusty, with tassels tied at the centre. It's clear that the drapes haven't been drawn in a long time. Indeed, the windows seem the only source of light in the room, as there are no gas lights and only 2 empty lantern brackets on the wall. Against the wall opposite the windows is a large double-winged cedar wardrobe. But what first catches Maggie and Mary's eye is a long horsehair leather settee, badly scuffed and worn in several places, that sits in the centre of the carpet. Laid out upon its leather upholstery, so that in some places its worn springs nearly touch the ground from the weight of him, lies Fat Fred. He is heaving and snorting, his great belly making rumbling noises like a small volcano preparing to blast its contents out into the firmament. 6 boys aged between 10 and 12 all sit cross-legged on the carpet before him playing cribbage. They jump up when the 2 women enter, Mary and Maggie can't tear their eyes away from the supine form of Fat Fred. Though it seems hardly possible, the man has grown even fatter in the weeks since the fight. Little bubbles of snot come out of his nostrils. He wears only a pair of black Chinese silk trousers, which are very dirty, and his huge, hairy stomach dominates the room. Fat Fred's stomach has, as they tell it, become a creature in its own right. It resembles nothing so much as a live container in which secret and dangerous chemical concoctions are being mixed with other equally dangerous substances, causing an amazing series of oleaginous gurgles, sighs, splats, and small muffled explosions. Every few minutes the pressure within this amazing container builds up, resulting in an alarming tautness. Then the entire stomach holds dead still, but only for a moment, as though it has reached a point where it might at any second split wide apart. At this point, it lets go a truly resounding fart, so that the great belly wobbles and reverberates like jelly. Each eruption of gas makes the lads snigger behind cupped hands. They seem to know the precise moment it will come. Eventually, Maggie too takes to giggling. Soon they are all having a merry laugh, and even Mary joins in, though her finger and thumb remain firmly pegged to her nose. With this intestinal factory commanding all their attention, it is some time before Mary and Maggie become aware of a series of soft and urgent whimperings emanating from the wardrobe. Later they realise it is Mr. Sparrow asking, in his peculiar new way, who has come into the room. Just then, as Fat Fred lets go another of his great and glorious farts, Johnny Terrible walks in.
"Play him, Johnny, go on, show the ladies," one of the lads shouts. "He's ready tuned, he's been doing lots of them big ones." "Yeah, go on, Johnny," the others chorus.
Whereupon a boy of about 11 rushes to pull up a Windsor chair, which he places in front of Fat Fred, as if before a pianoforte. Johnny Terrible's face doesn't move a muscle. He walks over and sits down, laying his hands upon the enormous stomach as though upon a truly great instrument. He appears to be lost in thought, as though considering a repertoire in his head. And then, to the astonishment of Maggie and Mary, he draws a great breath and with a flourish commences to push his fingers down into Fat Fred's belly. Sometimes he plays hard, sometimes soft, his fingers darting to various parts of the great expanse. Each time he prods or pats the monstrous organ, Fat Fred lets out a fart of a different timbre, tone and length of duration, a sort of musical note. Some are short and sharp, others prolonged. Some are deep-toned, others high and squeaky. Johnny Terrible uses his fists for some notes, his thumbs for others, and his prodding fingers go deep into the hairy flesh for yet more flatulent harmonies. His hands flash and plunge in a truly virtuoso performance, his head bouncing as he performs.
"Can you hear it?" one of the boys shouts over the din. "Can you hear it, missus? God save the Queen he's playing! God save the bleeding Queen!"
Indeed, after some concentration, it becomes apparent that this is precisely what Johnny Terrible is playing on Fat Fred's abdomen. It is a strange and discordant key, but the notes are accurate enough. A most positive and sustained trombone effect is created to honour the final strains of the anthem to Queen Victoria. At the end, Johnny Terrible rises from his chair to the claps and cheers of his companions. He does not smile as he bows to Mary and Maggie. It is as if he regards himself as a true concert artist and is merely receiving the accolades due him from an appreciative audience. Then he turns to the boys in the room.
"All right then, bugger off the lot of yous. The miss and the missus here got business with Mr. Sparrow."
The 6 lads in the room troop out obediently. Johnny Terrible moves the chair from beside Fat Fred and carries it to one side of the wardrobe door. Then he fetches a second and places it to the other side of the door, before asking Mary and Maggie to be seated.
"I'll act as your translator, Maggie," he says. "What's wrong? Can't he talk for himself?" Mary asks bluntly. "He can, but he won't. I'll have to tell you what he's saying. It's his code, what only I understands."
He nods his head for Mary or Maggie to begin. Mary nods to Maggie.
"Hello, Mr. Sparrow. It's Maggie Pye here, come to visit yous. How's you going, then?"
Maggie waits for a response from inside the wardrobe. There is complete silence for a minute, then a few high-pitched whimpers are heard.
"He wants to know what you want,"
Johnny Terrible interprets. Mary takes over now.
"Now listen here, Sparrowfart. It's Mary Abacus. You might remember me from London. I come with a letter of demand from Tang Wing Hung for £10,000.
Mary is shouting to make sure Mr. Sparrow can hear every word through the oak panelling, but no sound, not even a whimper, is heard.
It be Tang Wing Hung what's bought up all the Celestials' betting tickets from the fight, and some from other folks as well,
Maggie explains. But still there is no reply from inside the wardrobe. Maggie looks at Johnny Terrible, as if to ask if she should speak again. He nods, and she says,
Mr. Sparrow, listen to me. You've got 2 days, today, tomorrow, and the next morning only. That be Friday morning. 48 hours from now, you've got to come up with the readies. 10,000 quid. If you don't, well, Tang Wing Hung ain't gonna like it. He don't want to be no business partners with you no more. He says to tell yous. You know what that means, don't ya?
There is silence again, and then a few muffled sounds, which are followed by several knocks to the interior panelling.
He says, how does he know you's from Mr. Tang Wing Hung?
Johnny pronounces.
I have proof. Mr. Tang Wing Hung's ring that you gave him, and a letter wrote in Chinese.
Mary takes a deep breath, adding,
It be a death threat from the Triad.
There is the sound of a key turning, and the door of the wardrobe opens a crack. Mr. Sparrow's little hand with the diamond ring on its pinky comes out, the fingers twitching like spiders' legs.
Give him the letter and the ring,
Johnny Terrible instructs. Mary hands Mr. Sparrow the letter first, and it's snapped up and taken inside the wardrobe. A moment later, the hand reappears in a cupped position, and she drops the ring into it. Then there's the sound of the lock turning again.
How can he see in there?
Maggie asks.
He's got a bull lamp.
Just then, the whimpering begins again. It's fast and high and makes no sense to the two women. Finally, there are several knocks on the panelling.
He wants 7 days to pay, says Johnny. 48 hours, Mary shouts. That's all, and not a minute more. It's what Mr. Tang Wing Hung says. After 48 hours, your life won't be safe a moment longer.
She turns to Johnny Terrible.
You be me witness, Johnny Terrible, that I delivered Tang Wing Hung's letter to Mr. F. Arty Sparrow, Esquire. I don't want his death to come as a surprise.
She takes out her purse and hands Johnny Terrible half a sovereign. He takes it, bites it to ascertain it's gold, then flips it in the air, grabs it and puts it into his pocket. He nods silently to Mary's request. Another of Fat Fred's enormous farts resounds from the centre of the room, as if signalling that the interview with Mr. Sparrow is over. Johnny leads them to the door.
You'll have to go now, he says. The Chinaman's coming soon. What Chinaman?
Maggie asks in alarm.
The old bloke, Ho Kwong Choi. He comes to give Mr. Sparrow his pipe. Opium?
Mary asks, surprised. Johnny Terrible shrugs, his face blank as ever.
He's got to go now,
he repeats. Mary walks quickly back across the room and leans close to the wardrobe door.
Oh, and Tang Wing Hung says after 48 hours, no more opium, you hear? Your supply will be cut off. Unless, of course, you pays up. Don't make much difference, I suppose. Except instead of dying happy, you'll die miserable with the shakes and pains.
Mary and Maggie follow Johnny Terrible down the stairs to where the three boys are still standing guard.
You was most harmonious on the stomach piano, Maggie says, giggling. Come Sunday to semicircular key and I'll fix your cheek. That wound could turn nasty on you. Iodine's what's called for. Burns like buggery, but it'll fix your cheek, handsome.
Tommo and I roll with laughter when Mary and Maggie retell their story of the interview with Mr. Sparrow. All of us imagine him crouching in the dark, hugging his bony knees. Maggie recounts the most of it, and she tells it well. Even Mary is taken with a fit of laughter, but then she stops.
Maggie, that Johnny Terrible, he was sociable enough and done what we asked and all, but did you see his eyes?
She asks abruptly.
Eyes? Can't say I noticed. Brown, ain't they? Yes, and dead. No light in 'em. No expression.
Mary shivers suddenly.
I seen eyes like that before. On a man in the East End of London named Bob Marley.
She runs her crooked finger down the scar on the side of her cheek.
It were him what cut me and marked me with the acid. One moment funny and most clever and sociable, the next gone cruel and crazy. But his eyes were always the same, just like that Johnny Terrible today. Dead eyes.
I shudder, For Ike had once told Tommo and me about Bob Marley, who would only work for gold sovereigns counted into his hand before a job.
Always in advance, and then always done what asked of him, no matter what.
Ike had admired Bob Marley greatly.
A true professional, my dears. Only once half-nabbed by the constabulary, and then got off with a marvellous alibi he'd worked out beforehand. 25 years a thief, and no form whatsoever. Remarkable.
But even as youngsters, we could tell that Bob Marley was also the only man who scared Ike Solomon.
When you can't reach a clever man with your wit or soften him with your tongue, then know him to be most dangerous,
I recall him saying. Maggie, however, laughs at Mary's fears.
Johnny Terrible? Nah, he's just a bad lad brought up rough. Thousands like him, proper hooligan. Ain't no real harm in him. He'll steal, fight, be cheeky, rob old ladies. I've grown up with his sort. They only murders if they has to.
Maggie now tells Tommo and me how Johnny Terrible played God Save the Queen on Fat Fred's stomach. We are soon roaring with laughter again, as Maggie imitates with her lips the noises that came from Fat Fred. Suddenly I think that we've never been so happy since we were brats. Maggie's made us a family again. Mary's come alive. It's something more than just being happy to be with her boys. She's grown most fond of my Maggie, and it's as if she's found, in our upcoming nuptials, new hope and meaning in the future. I smile at this, then return to the conversation around me, hearing with surprise of Mr. Sparrow's addiction to opium. But Tommo just says quietly,
"That's how the bastard knows it can enslave others to his will."
Mary reaches over and takes his hand in hers, patting it.
"You'll be all right, my boy,"
she says.
"You'll be all right."
Chapter 26. Tommo. The Rocks, September 1861.
I'm back in New Zealand, walking in the forest with Makareta, when a great noise brings me awake. At first I think it's part of me dream, and a party of settlers fired his musket at us again. But then I realise I'm back in Sydney. Me beloved Makareta's dead, and it's someone at the door. The sun is streaming in, and it's too early in the day for me to be up, especially after me celebrations of the night before. Yesterday Mary and Maggie put the squeeze on Mr. Sparrow. What I now knows needs the devil's smoke as much as yours truly. I had a good night with the flats after that, and an extra bottle of the Cape besides, and I ain't too pleased about being waked up early. I opens the door and sees Mary there. She's none too happy neither. Seems she were meant to meet Maggie this afternoon, but Maggie never showed. Normally them two's together from early morning, but today Maggie had some other business to see to. She and Mary were to meet at noon, when they were going to look for a canteen of sterling silver, Mary's wedding present to Maggie and Hawke. Only Maggie don't get to the hero on time. At first Mary ain't too concerned. She scolded Maggie plenty of times about being late, but it's never done no good. Maggie simply don't have no sense of time. But by 2 o'clock Mary's a little worried, so she walks down through the Argyle cut to Maggie's rooms above the chop house. There's no answer to her knocks on Maggie's door, and so she goes downstairs to the cut below. Flo tells her that Maggie were in for a cup of tea and a fresh bread roll at about 9 this morning, as is her habit now that she's up and about in the daytime. "How were she?" Mary asks. "She's always the same. Whether she be up all night or just woke up, she's ever cheerful." Flo smiles. "This morning she said she was going to let me have a borrow of her wedding dress when I gets married." "And then she left?" "Yeah. No, hang on. Me papa come through from the kitchen and brung her a letter what he said were left earlier by a lad. I remembers 'cause the brat wouldn't say nothing about where it were from. Just gave him the letter and scarpered." "A letter? What sort of letter?" Mary asks. "Dunno. It were in an envelope sealed with red wax on the back. I remember me dad handing it to her with the blob of red wax uppermost. Then when Maggie turns it, I see the writing on the front's a bit scratchy and untidy like, not nice like Hawke's." "Did she read it?" "Nah, Maggie don't read too well. She can make out what's on the page, but it ain't easy. She has to take her time like, so she laughs and says she'll read it later. Then she kissed me like she always does. Be a good girl then, Flo, but if yous can't, for heaven's sake, be careful. She always says the same when she's leaving, ever since I were a little brat." Now Flo looks anxious. "Is something wrong, Mrs. Abacus?" No, girlie, she's late to meet me, that's all. So I thought I'd come down and fetch her, Mary tells her. She's always late, Flo points out hopefully. Blimey, don't I know and all, mutters Mary, and goes to take her leave. Then she stops. Did she wear a bonnet like she were going out? She had the magpie nested in her hair, what she often wears instead of a bonnet, Flo answers. Mary goes back to the Hero and waits another hour. By now it's 3 o'clock, and even Maggie ain't ever this late. So Mary has come down to where Hawk and I has our lodgings and woken me up. I don't waste any time and get dressed in a minute. Shall we fetch Hawk? Mary asks as we leave the house. Nah, we'll check the pubs first. Maggie said she were going to thank the boys what led the march on the pub. Hawk give her money to buy them all a drink. Maggie don't drink during the day. Well, not with me, she don't, Mary says doubtfully. I has the habit of trying a different brand of ale or beer in Sydney every day, case I comes across a blend I likes. She's never once joined me. Always asks for sarsaparilla and a slice of lemon. Maggie be unpredictable, Mamma, I says to comfort her. Never know for certain what she'll do next. We'll go ask around first before we tells Hawk. She'll turn up, you'll see. She probably took a gin or two too much and fell asleep. But Mary ain't convinced. She was that excited about the canteen of silver. She'd not have got drunk, she insists. Finally she agrees we should check the various pubs around the rocks. 2 hours and 18 pubs later we find out that none of the publicans, what all know Maggie well, have seen her today. It's nearly 6 o'clock by the time we get to the Rose and Crown, where the owner, Daniel Pinchgut Lewis, tells us that Maggie were meant to have a drink with the lads here at 11 o'clock, but never showed. Can't think what's happened, he frowns. Maggie's always late, but she turns up in the end. He chuckles. Matter of fact, it'd be good for business, Maggie always being late. Folks will wait for her, guessing at her excuses. What be that marvellous inventive that it's worth the waiting no matter how late she be. And of course they keeps buying drinks in the meanwhile. It's now well past 6 o'clock. Weary of soul and terrible worried, we hurries back to the Hero of Waterloo where we'll meet Hawk. We still hold out hope of finding Maggie there, but it ain't much of a hope. We hasn't yet reached the Hero when suddenly I stops. Mary can see that I be shivering with me arms clasped about me chest, rubbing and scratching the tops, near the shoulders like I'm cold and itchy. Mamma, I says, I'll be just the half hour, then I'll be back. Tell Hawk not to do nothing till I returns. I looks pleadingly at Mary. Half an hour won't make no difference if Maggie ain't there. Mary nods. She's never seen me before when the craving for the poppy has took me, but she knows at once what it is. We'll wait for you, Tommo. Mind you come back quick now. She's fighting to keep back her tears. I loves you, Mamma, I says, reaching for her hands. I love you too, Tommo, with all me heart, she says, squeezing mine. The sun is setting, and there be a golden blaze across the harbour. The water has turned a deep red. As I starts to walk away, Mary calls after me, and I stops and turns. What, Mamma? Tommo, you were the sweetest little boy, Mary says, and smiles. You still is. Chinatown be only a few minutes' walk from where I left Mary. I feel such a weak bastard having to get me fixed at Devil's Smoke, but in the past few weeks the pain in me head has been near constant. By nightfall I can't bear it no longer, and I'm just waiting for Ho Kwong Choi's pipe a blissful relief. Hawk has often found me moaning with me head in me hands. He knows me wound's getting worse, for he hears me cry out in me sleep as I thrash about, having nightmares of the most frightening kind. He's always asking about me head, and when I tells him not to worry, he gets angry. Tommo, you lie. I can feel it, he says, touching his hands to the exact spot where the pain be. But I says nothing. He is so happy with Maggie, and if he knows how bad it is for me, I fear it would spoil his happiness. I myself am happy for them. I've grown terrible fond of Maggie myself, and thinks what pretty children they shall have. But my own pain has grown such that I have even lost at cards once or twice. This has mostly been in the early hours when my afternoon pipe has worn off, and I'm quite beside myself with the ache in me noggin. These days I've took to visiting Tang Wing Hung's opium den in the mornings before I returns home, as well as in the evenings. Without the relief of the poppy, I'd go quite mad. Sometimes a dizziness takes hold of me and I cannot see and must sit down in a hurry. I tell all this to Ho Kwong Choi, who nods and clucks his tongue as he prepares the paste for me pipe. It'd be stupid, I know, telling me troubles to a Chinaman what can hardly speak English, but he has looked into my dreams and heard me cry out. Sometimes when I wake after a pipe, I find he has put a cool cloth to me head. He has seen poor bastards like me before, and much worse, I reckon. He's a mate in a way, but still I can't read the diamond pricks of light in them eyes, what's cut like slivers in his paper-creased face. Now, as I gets to the opium den, Ho Kwong Choi comes forward, his hands clasped together and his head bowed in greeting. I bow to him too. Ho Kwong Choi, you got to be quick tonight, then I come back later, maybe 11 o'clock, you savvy? He nods his head and shows me to a couch before shuffling away. He seems most solemn tonight. Me head is nearly took off by the pain as he prepares the pearl at the end of the needle, roasting it in the flame before handing me the opium pipe. After the 4th or 5th puff, I starts to feel a bit better. By the time the pain is took away, not much more than 15 minutes has passed. Soon I'm feeling bright enough, though slightly light of head. Ho Kwong Choi brings me jasmine tea after me pipe and stands there waiting and watching as I sips it as fast as I can. Suddenly he says, "Tommo, you'll go Mr. Sparrow." "What?" I asks. "Quick, quick!" He takes the bowl of tea from me hands. "Now!" He is shaking slightly. "Hurry up!" "What is it, Ho Kwong Choi?" I grip him by the shoulders, even though he could kill me in an instant if he wished. "Missy Maggie, she with Mr. Sparrow." He trembles under me hands. "You go now, hurry, hurry!" Still light-headed, I run from the opium den, out into the back lane, and then all the way to our lodgings, where I tear me blanket roll apart. I rip off the oilcloth what keeps me axe from rusting. Frantic, I take off the leather sheath that protects the head. I test the blade on my thumb and a tiny drop of blood appears. It is razor sharp. I put the axe back in its holster what fits under me jacket, and then I starts to run towards Bridge Street. By the time I gets to the world turned upside down, I'm panting, and has to catch me breath for a few minutes on the pavement opposite the pub. A watchman what's sitting there with a lantern beside him sees me and shouts, "Move on, mate, I don't want no trouble." I duck across the street towards the pub, only I does it a little higher up so the watchman can't see me. I dodge between 2 hackneys and a toff what's drunk and driving his own sulky, lashing at the poor nag. The gaslight here is dim, so I'm in the shadows as I cross. I stay in the darkness as I makes my way towards the hotel, waiting for the right moment before nipping into the dark alley what runs alongside it. There's a door here what leads straight up to Mr. Sparrow's lodging. I've used it often enough in the past when I come to see him. This time, though, I'm going to have to break it down with my axe, I thinks. I put my hand to the door to find where the weakest spot in the panelling might be, and to me surprise, it swings open. I push it a little further and peers into the dark passage. I can hear the faint sound of the drinkers in the public bar through the wall beside the staircase at the end. There's no light in the passageway, and I can't see a thing. Odd there's none of Mr. Sparrow's lads about neither. Is it a trap, I wonder? If some of his more vicious lads be hiding in the dark, I'd have no chance to defend myself if an arm with a knife was suddenly to appear. I take out me axe as quietly as I can and move forward slowly towards the dark stairway. Me heart is booming like a drum, and I'm terrified I'll be jumped any moment. One hand on the banister, the other holding me fighting axe at the ready, I feel me way carefully upwards. The steps are wooden boards and creak at every step I take. I'd be certain Mr. Sparrow's boys are hidden in the blackness of the landing, watching for me, waiting to cut me down. At last I get to the top of the stairs, and I wait a full minute to steady myself before slowly going along the passage. Me heart's thumping in me throat, as if to jump clean out of me mouth. I has me back pressed to the wall, and I hold me axe with both hands in front of me face. Me shoulder touches the frame of the first door, but I know it ain't the one I need, and I pass across it. I reach the second door frame, what I knows to be the parlour door of Mr. Sparrow's rooms. I decide it's the third door I want, and so I pass across the second also, quietly testing the door handle what's locked. When I reach the third door, I try the handle, and it turns easily in my hand. Taking a deep breath, I push it open. It creaks like the timbers on a ship at sea, and I near faints with fright. I wait for the count of 10, but there's still no noise from within. I go through and am in Mr. Sparrow's parlour. I take 2 steps further and stand on the Chinese silk carpet looking about me. The curtains be open and one window pane is broken. There's a faint light coming in from the gaslight across the road, and compared to the dark passage, the parlour seems quite light. A dreadful smell of shit hangs in the air. Then I see the settee, a dark shape in the centre of the room. On it lies a huge form, what from its size looks like Fat Fred, though it is too dim to be sure. I stand still, listening, but the noise from the street below is too loud for me to hear the rise and fall of someone's breath. I move closer to the couch. Swallowing, I put out a hand and touch naked flesh, hairy and cold. It is a huge body lying on its stomach, and I am touching its back. It's a warm evening, yet the flesh is stone cold and dead still. It can be none other than Fat Fred, and he's carked it. I'm sure I'm alone in the room, but I need light to find out what's happened. I look about, then run me hand across the walls to see if I can find a light fixture. On the far wall, what be in almost complete darkness, I touch a wardrobe. It be the one Mary and Maggie talked to Mr. Sparrow through, I'm sure. Finally, I comes upon 2 lamp brackets, but with no lantern hanging from them. Then I remember the night watchman across the street. I hurries downstairs again, and crossing to where he's sitting, offer him half a sov for his hurricane lantern. It's 5 times what it's worth, and he all but falls over himself handing it to me. This time, I climb the stairs as quick as I can. I go back into the parlour and turn the lamp wick up. Fat Fred's monstrous carcass is lying on the couch with his great arse up in the air. He's dead and no mistake. The very moment folks die, they shits themselves, and I see shit all over the back of Fat Fred's huge thighs, which is where the terrible stench comes from. His enormous stomach is sunk into the lounge, so that the bottom of the springs touch the carpet beneath. Then I see them, lying on the carpet beside the couch, are 3 black and white magpie feathers. Just 3 feathers. A grief takes hold of me heart, such as I've never felt before. Not even at me darling Macareta's death. The mongrels have come, and this time I heard no warning. I feel a most terrible pain, as though I've been stabbed. I starts to moan like an animal, moving frantically round the room, searching for Maggie Pie. That Orc's darling Maggie should come to grief at the hands of these bastards be too cruel a fate for anyone to bear. Then I see the wardrobe, and suddenly I know what I must find inside it. I rush towards it and see that there are no knobs or handles on the door. It's been locked from the outside. "You bastard! You fucking mongrel bastard!" I scream and kick the door. Taking up my axe, I smash a large hole in the panelling around the lock. I cut the frame above and below the lock so that the door is free and open it. I can see the faint outlines of a body on the wardrobe floor, and now I pick up the lamp and shine it into the dark interior. Inside, trussed and gagged so it be impossible for him to cry out or move an inch, is Johnny Terrible, one eye looking directly up at me. Such is my grief and fury that I immediately swings my axe to take his throat before it hits me that he ain't the villain. I turn me wrist and the blade grazes his scalp, sticking into the wood at the back of his head. With a grunt, I jerk the blade out. I've already cut free the centre frame of the wardrobe, and now I fling open the second door. Johnny Terrible lies huddled at me feet. His legs have been bent backwards so that his boot heels are tucked into his bum, and a rope has been lashed around the tops of his thighs and ankles. His hands are also tied behind his back, and more rope coiled about his chest and arms. Even his head has been tied so it cannot move. His gag has been pulled so tight that the cloth fills his gob and cuts his mouth. Johnny's face has been badly smashed. His nose is broken and caked with blood, what has made a dark stain on the front of his blouse. One eye is completely closed, and the scar to his cheek is tattered and raw, newly opened and filled with pus and blood. I pull him out of the wardrobe by the ropes around his wrists and see that his hands have gone a deep blue from the tightness of the cord about them. He falls face down upon the carpet. I cut the various ropes away with me axe blade, but though Johnny's free, he can't move. Bending down, I pulls his legs to straighten them, and he screams at the pain. I does the same with his arms, and then begin to rub his wrists until his fingers start to twitch. I have left his ankles loosely tied so he cannot jump up but must remain where I have dragged him, and I set him up with his back to the wall. Apart from his groans and screams as I pull his legs straight, Johnny ain't said a word. But now he begins to sob, though almost silently, the tears running down his face and splashing onto his blouse what's covered in blood. I hold the 3 feathers right up to his eyes. "Where's Maggie?" I says, with cold anger in me voice. He tries to speak, but his throat must be too parched. I take the lantern and goes into Mr. Sparrow's bedroom, the same where he took me the first day we met. I grab the jug from the washstand, what's half full, and going back pours the water over Johnny Terrible's head and into his mouth so that he nearly chokes. "Where's Maggie?" I says again. Johnny still can't speak, but raises his hand slowly and points to Fat Fred. "No, damn you, Maggie! Where's Maggie Pie?" He points again to the dead man, and a rasping noise comes out of his throat. I clocks him hard on the cheek, and me hand comes away messed with pus and blood. "Where?" I yells. Underneath." "Underneath?" Johnny Terrible nods his head, but it ain't possible for anyone to fit underneath that couch. Suddenly I go cold. I walk over to Fat Fred and shine the lantern light over his huge form. And then I see it. The tips of the fingers of a small female hand sticking out from under his shoulder. Maggie lies underneath this mountain of dead human flesh. I scream and grab the dead man's arms. I pull and pull at him, but Fat Fred's body will not budge. "Help me!" I scream to Johnny Terrible. He tries to get up but can't. "Help me, you bastard! Help me!" I keep pulling at Fat Fred's arm and I begin to blub. If Hawk were here, he'd lift him off in an instant and Maggie'd be free. "It's no good, Tommo," Johnny Terrible's voice rasps. "She's dead." I am frozen in me grief, listening to him. "Mr. Sparrow done it. With the lads. Before they scarpered." "What happened?" I whisper. "They thought it'd be a great lark. You know?" Johnny swallows. "Fat Fred and Maggie." He swallows again and his voice grows firmer. "Mr. Sparrow sent a note to Maggie, telling her to come and get the money what he owed to Mr. Tang Wing Hung. But he never meant for her to have it. Instead, he told the lads to grab her soon as she got here. Then they gags her and ties her to the couch with her legs spread ready. Fat Fred, what's only half drunk, climbs on top and fucks her." Johnny's hoarse voice chokes. Suddenly Fred raises his head and he gives a groan and grabs his chest. All the lads are clapping, thinking Fat Fred's had his pleasure, but he hasn't. It's his fucking heart. He takes a breath and forces the words out. Fred gasps and gurgles and falls over Maggie, so she can't breathe none. And all the time the lads just thinks it's Fat Fred enjoying himself. Johnny Terrible's voice trails away, and he just looks at me as the tears run down me cheeks. Then, when they find out Fat Fred's took dead, they all scarpers. Mr. Sparrow leaves with a big bag of stuff, thousands and thousands worth, and him disguised like one of the Sydney lads. The fucking mongrel. Where is he? I sob, hitting my hand to my pounding head in anger. Johnny Terrible points to his mouth and begs in a croaking voice. Water. I splash what's left in the jug over his gob. Where is he? I yell again, shaking with pain and rage. I'll tell you. What's the time? He asks. I take my hunter from my pocket. 8:15. Tide turns at 9 o'clock. He's on the Morning Song, a trading vessel, Kanaka crew. She's bound for the Fiji Islands. Sails with the tide tonight. Tonight? Christ Jesus, where's she moored? Anchored midstream in the harbour 200 yards or so from Kellett's Wharf. Are you sure? I shout. How do you know he's there for sure? I shove his leg with me boot in a wave of fury. I done the arrangements myself. Paid the master 100 quid, the same to be paid again by Mr. Sparrow when he comes aboard safe, he replies sadly. Tang Wing Hung sent a message with Ho Kwong Choi this morning when he comes to give Mr. Sparrow his pipe. He said if he paid the 10,000 what he owed, he were free to scarper. Johnny Terrible shrugs his shoulders, wincing as he does so. Mr. Sparrow gave the old Chinaman diamonds and emeralds and other valuables, and he went. Why'd he not take you, then? I snarl. You're his bleeding right-hand man. To me surprise, the tears run down Johnny's cheeks. I tried to save Maggie when Mr. Sparrow wanted his revenge on her for scheming with you lot against him. Let me just beat her up bad, cut her tits, that be all that's needed, I offers him. Johnny Terrible is now sobbing. But he said I'd changed sides on him, that he couldn't trust me no more, and he set the lads on me and had them tie me up. He wipes the snot from his bleeding nose. He were like a father to me, he were. The only one I ever had. Johnny puts his head between his knees and sobs. I don't know why I didn't do what he said. She were only a fucking whore. Why should I care anyway? He looks up at me, puzzled. She were the first woman what's ever kissed me. And she said she'd fix me face up for me. Now he begins to howl like a little boy. Despite me pain and grief, I can't help feeling sorry for the lad. He were only a pawn what the mongrels used, and he saw the good in Maggie too. Johnny, I got to go, I says, though I want to howl myself. The fucking mongrels have taken Maggie and destroyed my brother's life. I would gladly die if only it would bring Maggie back for him. Sweet Maggie Pie, who Hawk loved so much. I feel despair overtake me. Then Johnny Terrible speaks up. Mr. Sparrow never did love me. I know it now, never at all. He blubs. He swallows his tears. Mr. Sparrow ain't got no heart, that's what. Mongrels don't have a heart. That's why they's mongrels, I hears myself say. And I starts to get ready to go. I have but 70 minutes before the tide turns. I put the axe back in me shoulder holster and, giving the lamp to Johnny, turn to leave. I'm already at the door to the passage when I hear him say, Tommo, they'll be watching out for trouble till they sail. Don't take a rowboat. Can you swim? Aye, I replies. I'd swim the 7 seas to get the mongrel what killed Maggie. And there ain't a single doubt in me head that I'm gonna. Mr. F.R.T. Sparrow be as good as dead already. He just don't know it yet. Suddenly I remember something what Mary told Hawk before he left for London, and what later he told me. Life is too precious that you should die for money. If you has to die, then die for love. Up to now it's always been Hawk what took on the mongrels. This time the fight's all mine. Old Tommo must be his brother's champion. Johnny, soon as you can walk, fetch Hawk. He's at the Hero of Waterloo. Tell him everything what's happened, and tell him Mary must not be with him when he comes to fetch Maggie. I swallow a sob. Tell Hawk everything and Mary can't come, Johnny Terrible repeats. I'm halfway down the passageway when I turn back. Johnny? Yes, Tommo? Tell my mamma I love her. And tell me brother I loves him too. Tell Hawk I wish him a long life and ask him to look after me daughter. I hand Johnny the 3 magpie feathers what I've held clasped, bidding Maggie a silent farewell. Tell him that by the time he gets these, I'd have took care of the mongrel for him. And tell him now I finally knows what's worth dying for. Right-o, Tommo. I don't suppose Johnny Terrible will remember all that. But then I don't suppose it matters. Hawk knows yours truly loved him.
That was the end of Tommo and Hawk, written by Bryce Courtney and read by Humphrey Bauer. This has been a Belinda Audiobooks production. Bryce Courtney, best-selling Australian author, wrote his first book, The Power of One, at the age of 55. It has now sold nearly 3 million copies worldwide, has been translated into 11 languages, and made into a movie of the same name. During a very successful advertising career, Bryce has won most of the local and international advertising awards, and in addition has won a gold medal for Best Documentary at the 1984 New York Film Festival. Committed to the cause of literacy and the importance of motivating young people to read, he is actively involved with literacy programs in primary schools Australia-wide. Bryce was born in 1933 in Johannesburg, South Africa. He has 2 sons.